Even though he was a rookie who possessed a Sword of Vow, which was a treasure known throughout the universe, and a frightening talent, he was still a warrior from the border. In the end, those who have protected our universe until now and will continue to protect it in the future are the top 4 tribes. 1. Us becoming stronger and having more resources is the only way to protect the universe in the end. Yet, he dares question me and act how he wants? Strength? That was useless. While Choi Hyuk's talent was surprising, warriors with his talent weren't rare in the core of the alliance where the top 4 tribes gathered. Someone who didn't know to respect the truly strong, a country boy drunk on his own arrogance, would only harm the unity of the alliance. Armor Phantom sincerely thought this way. While he didn't show it, in his mind, the true alliance was the top 4 tribes, Flame Wing, Speckled Light, Dark, and Armored Soul, and the top 4 tribes were the alliance. The rest were, at best, support assisting the top 4 and the majority were simply getting a free ride. The reason why he didn't show any traces of his thoughts and acted as a benevolent commander-in-chief was to make the support work harder as the support and to not give those annoying idealists, who believed that all species were equal, room to find any fault with him. It was never to make others equal to them. Even if his ability is worth using, if he doesn't have any thoughts on supporting, then he's useless. The alliance is a team, not something run by individuals. After concluding his thoughts, Armor Phantom looked down at the Night Sovereign Ding with renewed eyes. While he wasn't comparable to Choi Hyuk, his potential was clearly outstanding. It seemed it was true when people said the potential of Earthlings was quite outstanding. How do I use this? While Armor Phantom was constructing his plans, the voice of an unexpected third party cut in. I unintentionally heard something interesting. Ding's shoulders flinched and trembled while he was still prostrating on the ground. Ha! My eyes? Darkness encroached Ding's vision. Whether he opened, closed or rubbed his eyes or spread his karma out, he couldn't see or feel anything. An unknown fear invaded his heart. Ding, who had been cold, crouched like a scared cat and lowered his head. His shoulders trembled subtly. Armor Phantom's metallic pieces shook with a ring. As if consumed by fear, he trembled uneasily and precariously. Armor Phantom jolted up from his seat. For freedom and life. Salute to Exalted Darksound. Okay. A member of the Exalted Wings, Darksound leisurely walked in and sat down in Armor Phantom's seat. Armor Phantom couldn't even meet his eyes as he backed away to the side. Darksound said in a relaxed voice. That child called Choi Hyuk has already become a high-ranked warrior. It hasn't been long since I personally designated him as a middle-ranked warrior. How quick! On top of that, he performed a wonderful feat of completely dissipating a high-ranked monster's strength and capturing it as a prisoner. Even the Exalted Wings were surprised. Since both the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters happen to fall under my jurisdiction, I came to see you. But, I ended up hearing something interesting. The surface of Armor Phantom's hologram trembled nervously. He didn't know how he should answer. Does Darksound have a favorable impression of Choi Hyuk? If that was true, he had to apologize immediately and separate himself from this situation. However, since he wasn't certain of Darksound's thoughts, he hesitated and was unable to hastily decide. Fortunately for him, Darksound was the first to speak. So, in your perspective, you think Choi Hyuk, who doesn't accommodate the top 4 tribes that are the key force of the alliance, will be an obstacle to the alliance's development. And that Earthling over there is saying that Choi Hyuk is causing an excessive number of victims, making the alliance suffer losses, right? Armor Phantom's hologram became hazy once more. His words were right on the nose. There was no need for an explanation. Darksound could peer into Armor Phantom and Ding's hearts. Armor Phantom lowered his head, hoping that Darksound wouldn't be angry. That's correct. Darksound got up from his seat. Then test him. You can't harass a high-ranked warrior without definitive proof. Whether Choi Hyuk is strong enough to ignore the existing forces and their interests. Also, whether overusing his resource transfer right is a benefit or not. Armor Phantom didn't even attempt to reply. He was a warrior at the peak of the highest rank, yet there was a gap as large as the universe between him and Darksound, who was known as one of the strongest amongst those at the transcendence level. Understood. Yeah. Let's also raise the stakes. If he fails, then we'll have to take disciplinary action against him with added interest. Darksound revealed his pale teeth as he smiled. Temporarily grant the Berserkers with an A-rank resource transfer right and order them to colonize all the unexplored lands within the Shapley supercluster. Armor Phantom, who had been prostrating during this time, couldn't help but be surprised at Darksound's detailed order. Pardon? However, isn't an A-rank resource transfer right high enough to dispatch most high-ranked warriors however they please? If the losses grow because of it. It was an absurd right. It was a right that was only given to independent troop leaders who had either reached the transcendence level or were infinitely close to that level. It was an incredible right that equaled his, the commander-in-chief of the Shapley supercluster. If we're going to grant it to him, then we need to grant it grandly. Won't we be able to take a harsher disciplinary action then? Also, we can recover from any losses suffered in the border region. What's important is the core strength. Rather than letting him grow to become a rotten apple within the alliance, it's cheaper to just step on him at the right moment. Aren't these your thoughts? Darksound smiled oddly as he tapped Armor Phantom's shoulder. Armor Phantom couldn't help but once again feel fear towards Darksound, who could peer into his heart as though he was reading his palm. Darksound walked away without making any noise before adding. Now that I think about it, aren't the Berserkers currently on a recruit training mission as well? Due to regulations, they aren't allowed to take on such a long-term project. But I'll allow it using my name. Tell them to do both at the same time. We need to check if they have the ability to be so confident, right? Swish. Darksound disappeared after finishing what he had to say. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened. Ha! The Night Sovereign Ding, whose crouching body trembled due to fear, was still unable to pull himself together as he looked around, and Armor Phantom calmed his thumping heart. For life and freedom. Even though Darksound had already left, he saluted just in case. Either way, it seems he's not displeased with my thoughts. How fortunate. Although he couldn't be certain what motives Darksound had, it seemed like Darksound didn't look very favorably upon Choi Hyuk. While granting an A-rank resource transfer right and colonize all unexplored lands within the Shapley supercluster seemed like a prize similar to trying to promote a squadron leader to a brigade commander on the surface, this wasn't the case in reality. If one received a duty beyond what they could handle, then they would inevitably be crushed from the overload. Although it wasn't what I planned. It's not bad. Since Darksound set up the playing field, it was now time to actively use it. All that was left was to thoroughly train Choi Hyuk, the warrior who didn't know his place. How could I know what the exalted wings are thinking? But Darksound is a member of the top 4 like me. He might be thinking about training a useful yet thoughtless warrior when the moment is right. Armor Phantom accepted his order thinking this. Ding's trembling body was still stricken with fear. His nimble body was crumpled pitifully, and drool dripped from his smooth, handsome lips. Armor Phantom laughed for some reason. Yeah. That's a suitable position for you. Grinning, he comfortably sat down on his seat once again. 1. The Ross include we, the top 4 tribes, because Armor Phantom is from the Armored Soul tribe, one of the top 4. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 151, Collapse, 3. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Isole. Crackle. When walking on the glass desert of the blue ocean planet, one could hear crackling sounds reminiscent of radio static. Tap, tap. This was the sound of glass crabs spending their entire day looking for prettier glass pebbles. No matter how long one walked, one would see a yellowish-green sky, blue glass sand on the ground blowing in the wind, and the sculptures created by the white glass crabs. It was a beautiful and peaceful planet. However, the blue ocean planet wasn't peaceful today. Quah, quah, quah. 1.5 meter long, eel-like monsters used their bladed legs to shoot forward like a spring as they drew lines in the glass desert. They were monsters known as bladed loaches. Crack. Crack, dot. Facing the bladed loaches that were approaching like a waterfall, the glass crabs piled glass stones to create geometric shapes. Blitz. As soon as the monsters came within range, the shapes drawn on the sand shot lightning out while emitting a bright light. Z. The blue sand was burnt black and melted together. However, there wasn't a single bladed loach corpse in the area burnt black by the lightning storm. Weak. Yo. 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 Weak. When a long, clear whistle came from glass towers as tall as people, and the glass crabs behind it echoed the whistling sound. While each individual sound was quiet, as the sounds combined, they grew louder like an ensemble. Tap, tap. While the meaning behind the whistling sounds were unknown, the glass crabs, who had been watching the situation for a moment, began to move quickly. They moved the glass stones once more and prepared another defense measure. However, Pukwahak. The bladed loaches that abruptly shot up from the ground shattered the glass shapes that the glass crabs had made. Their bladed legs folded into their bodies and, like actual loaches, they swam through the glass sand and trampled over the glass crabs. The glass crabs were a colonial species. They weren't strong individually and were only strong when they were together as a city. As there weren't many lowest-ranked, 3-star, cities in the first place, the glass crabs, which were consumables, were unable to block the bladed loaches attacking them from underground at all. Whoosh! Occasionally, a strong power would radiate from the glass towers, which were the glass crab cities, and take down a bladed loach, but this was rare. Not long after, the bladed loaches smashed the glass tower where the queen resided and licked up the glass crabs inside it with their long tongues. There wasn't anything that could even be considered as the front line. All glass towers on the blue ocean planet were being attacked simultaneously. The fate of the glass crabs, which had survived tenaciously even when experiencing hellish wars after being assigned as the Alliance's consumables, was flickering precariously like a candle in the wind. The Alliance, which had constantly pulled them into their wars, didn't seem like they would save them from this danger. Woo-ee. Yo. Who? The queens, whose roles were to act as the brains of their respective colonies, emitted anguished whistles throughout the blue ocean planet. A shadow appeared in the yellowish-green sky, which was filled with the glass crab's lament. It was Nero's dimensional fortress. How did Armor Phantom look? He seemed angry? Very angry. Baek Seoin asked and Choi Hyuk replied. Baek Seoin's eyes narrowed. Through long experience, Choi Hyuk's close aides knew that Choi Hyuk excelled at reading his opponent's emotions. Therefore, Baek Seoin couldn't take Choi Hyuk's words lightly. Baek Seoin let out a low grumble before saying, Armor Phantom. Since we've gotten on the bad side of an influential figure like him, we have no choice but to obtain good results. When Baek Seoin gestured, Nero quickly displayed a hologram of the blue ocean planet. Blue dots were densely spread throughout the planet, and they could see smoldering black lines between them. The blue dots were glass towers. The black lines indicated the bladed loaches. However, the current situation is disadvantageous for us. Of course, our end goal is to destroy the Cahor Capcan beyond the planet, but while passing through the planet, we need to save every glass crab we can. Commander-in-Chief Armor Phantom can stubbornly ask, why didn't you prevent a lot of losses? Don't you know that the more Carmelings die, the stronger the monsters that can cross over are? However, when Baek Seo-eun paused, Nero followed up on his report. As you can see, the bladed loaches are spread throughout the planet. Large battles are impossible. Since it's a dogfight, protecting the glass crabs will be difficult. The only action is to spread our warriors out to clean up the bladed loaches. That's right. The worst part is that you, the greatest force in the berserkers, can only act in a localized area. While you would be able to sweep them all up if they were gathered together, since they are so scattered and entangled with glass crabs, you have no choice but to fight in close range. While Choi Hyuk pondered, Baek Seo-eun sighed before staring directly at Choi Hyuk and said, "So, to be honest, since we can't trust you, we came to get your pledge that you will hold back. You can't go throwing flames around because you're frustrated mid-battle. We need to protect the glass crabs." Choi Hyuk showed a dissatisfied expression when he heard Baek Seo-eun's plea. "But won't it take too long?" Baek Seo-eun shook his head. "No, fight in moderation this time and trust us." Trust us. For some reason, it seemed those words weighed on his mind as Choi Hyuk paused. When he subtly nodded his head, Baek Seo-eun waved his hand. Nero reacted quickly. Berserkers, prepare to mobilize. Individual battles. Individual starting points, selection complete. Baek Seo-eun looked at Choi Hyuk, and Choi Hyuk made the final order. Our enemies are the bladed loaches. They are monsters at the 2-3 star level. Berserkers. Let's run amok to our heart's content. Wah! While no sound was actually heard, it seemed like they heard such a sound. Teleportation activated densely throughout the blue ocean planet. There were so many that the blue ocean planet looked like it was bending. Berserkers, Kundal tribe members, and even the Sovereign of Opportunity Nasir's followers leaped out from everywhere. Let's kill them! Someone shouted loudly. Even though his subordinates rushed out, like always, Choi Hyuk leisurely stepped down on the ground. This composure came from the absolute confidence that he could deal with any existence that came at him. Choi Hyuk's style was to take leisurely steps and sweep through the monsters, targeting him with one slash. Since I'm fighting alone today, I should take it easy, but... Although he felt slightly regretful, that was it. He simply had to take 100 short swings than one big one. To Choi Hyuk, this wasn't difficult. However, shwa! The moment Choi Hyuk appeared, the bladed loaches in front of him all began to retreat simultaneously. It was to the point where one could see black waves rushing away to reveal a blue ground from Nero's spaceship, which was orbiting the blue ocean planet. Just what is this? Choi Hyuk grumbled before he could even take his sword out from his sheath. Choi Hyuk's eyes were filled with annoyance as he swung his sword and jumped up and down. Whoa, hold it in, leader. Baek Seo-eun steadily stuck next to him. After glancing at Baek Seo-eun, Choi Hyuk swallowed his anger and, with a slightly calmer expression, chased down another bladed loach and cut it in half. After being cut in two, the black-bladed loach squirmed like a worm. Raising his head after watching it for a moment, Choi Hyuk saw a swarm of bladed loaches retreating away from him like a tide. Choi Hyuk let out a sigh. If it was like this, it would be difficult to even take 100 short swings. They really are like loaches. Ha ha. Baek Seo-eun read Choi Hyuk's expression as he smiled, but Choi Hyuk shook his head. Although he guessed that it would be a frustrating battle after listening to Baek Seo-eun on Nero's spaceship, it was beyond what he had expected. Choi Hyuk mumbled with a dejected voice. For monsters, to only run away. Monsters were a bunch that blindly revealed killing intent at Carmelings. Yet, the bladed loaches were thoroughly avoiding opponents that were stronger than them. Especially when Choi Hyuk appeared, they would muster up all their strength to retreat off into the horizon. Of course, Choi Hyuk could catch up since he was faster, but hunting down monsters running in every direction was time-consuming and very bothersome. It is definitely odd. The bladed loaches are known to be monsters that use their agility and slick skin to collapse the front lines and cause chaos in the rear. There has never been any reported cases where they simply run away like this. Baek Seoin bit his lips as he pondered. We can clearly see that they are thoroughly avoiding powerful opponents and trying their best to kill as many as they can. It's like they are trying to meet a quota. The easiest opponents on the blue ocean planet were the blue crabs. The bladed loaches only targeted them. This weighed on Baek Seoin's mind. Why is it? The glass crabs shouldn't be a danger to the monsters. Flinch. Baek Seoin, who had been mumbling to himself, suddenly became surprised. When Choi Hyuk gave him a strange look, Baek Seoin shook his head. Ah, no. I thought I felt an ominous feeling for a second. I thought my intuition had activated. But it looks like I was wrong. I don't feel anything right now. Choi Hyuk tilted his head at Baek Seoin's words, but he didn't ask any further when Baek Seoin shook his head again. Really? But it looks like the glass crabs will suffer heavy losses like this. Although he said it as though it were inevitable, Choi Hyuk was slightly gloomy. While he was confident he could smash everything apart by himself, protecting someone was harder than he thought. Choi Hyuk especially didn't have much he could do in this situation since they slipped away like loaches and only targeted weak glass crabs. With his temper, he wanted to burn everything, but there was no doubt that many allies would die if he erupted flames blindly. Choi Hyuk had never experienced such a frustrating fight since he awakened karma. While he didn't show it, Choi Hyuk even felt a slight sense of shame. Baek Seoin tapped Choi Hyuk's shoulder. Don't worry. Your subordinates aren't weak. Choi Hyuk blankly stared at Baek Seoin before blinking a few times. Then he nodded his head and rushed out once again. Every bladed loach he killed would be helpful. Following his path, the bladed loaches ran away to reveal a blue sand desert. Baek Seoin looked on as Choi Hyuk got further and further away as he quietly wiped the back of his neck. He could feel goosebumps from the sudden dangerous feeling he had felt a moment ago. What the? Is there something going on? He frowned, but there really wasn't anything right now. No, I'm probably mistaken. He shook his head and ran towards Choi Hyuk, who was already far off into the distance. The Kundal tribe members were innocent like newborn babies. Although they resented Choi Hyuk after the recruit training, this resentment didn't reside in their hearts for long. Even if they resented him, they acknowledged that they had no choice but to fight monsters and didn't shy away from war in order to become citizens of the Alliance. They willingly fought alongside the Berserkers. Also, after fighting together, they felt a deep sense of camaraderie with the Berserkers. They were naive like that and were as courageous as they were naive. Block them! When a Berserker shouted, the Kundal tribe members rushed towards the bladed loaches. The 2-meter-long bladed loaches launched off the ground, folded their legs into their bodies, and penetrated past the Kundal tribe members, blocking them. The Kundal tribe members did whatever they could to block the bladed loaches, but their bodies were so round and slippery that they slipped past the Kundal tribe members' arms and hips. Even when they struck with weapons, the weapons slipped off them. Slash. The bladed loach's sleek scales sliced the Kundal tribe members as they passed by. Ack! Done. My arm. Pass me my arm. Ack! My body? Where is my body? As their recovery ability increased after becoming stronger, the Kundal tribe members no longer died from getting cut in half by the monsters. They resisted the monsters' invading karma, calmly looked for and stuck their bodies back together, and activated their regeneration. The bladed loaches left the Kundal tribe members, who were recovering their bodies, behind and kicked off the ground once again to accelerate their drop speed. They cunningly avoided the Berserkers and only charged towards the Kundal tribe members and Nasir's subordinates. Because of this, the Kundal tribe members and Nasir's clan members' duty was to keep bladed loaches from escaping before the Berserkers got there. Weapon number 3. Tie them down. The sovereign of opportunity Nasir's subordinates acted once the Kundal tribe members obstructed the bladed loaches to reduce their momentum. As expected of Nasir's subordinates who pursued safe combat over victorious combat, they all used ranged weapons instead of melee ones. As soon as they swallowed a green marble, their mouths changed into a particular part of an insect. Sweat. Webbing shot out from their mouths and stuck onto the bladed loaches. The webbing momentarily restricted their movements. Once the bladed loaches were slowed down by the Kundal tribe members and Nasir's clan members, the berserkers caught up to them. Nice. Crush. Crush. Every attack from the berserkers was so ferocious that they instantly crushed the bladed loaches that weren't easily slashed with swords due to how slick and resilient they were. Wahahaha. Kakakakaka. The berserkers' laugh erupted here and there. Wike. Yei. Wike. Pi dash. The glass crab queen's whistle, which had trembled pitifully, gradually became more cheerful. Did we win already? The situation with the bladed loaches, where they were at a loss considering they had to kill each one individually, was resolved faster than expected due to the cooperation of subordinate forces with the berserkers in the lead. When considering the amount of time that had passed since they joined the battle, the glass crab's losses were minor. The berserkers were strong and competent. See? Looking at Baekseol and Boast, Choi Hyuk smiled. Good. Perhaps, for the first time, even though he didn't play a major role in this battle, an unfamiliar sense of pride tickled his heart. What awaited Choi Hyuk when he happily returned to Nero's spaceship was the order issued by Armor Phantom and Dark Sound. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 152, Collapse, 4. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Isole. Stars weren't evenly distributed throughout the universe. Pulled by each other's gravity, galaxies and superclusters created various patterns. Among them, the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters had narrow shapes, scattering countless stars and galaxies like a fountain. If the large supercluster branches were highways, then the Flamewing Alliance's territory was similar to alleys spread throughout this narrow space like a net. Galaxies, quasars, nebulae, dark matter, stars, and planets, the celestial bodies where Carmelings were born, were connected together like dense alleys. This was the Alliance's territory. If one were to draw it on a map, it would look like a net that covered around 60% of the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters. The remaining area was unexplored. Beyond the Alliance's territory and further into the unexplored lands, one would first encounter the rotten border. Cahor Capcans, wormholes, were concentrated around the exterior of the Alliance's territory. Although they were concentrated together, a supercluster consisted of hundreds of local groups of galaxies, a local group consisted of dozens of galaxies, and a galaxy consisted of hundreds of billions of solar systems, so when looking at it on a large map, the rotten border looked like a very thin band. However, when seeing it with one's own eyes, it was a vast area beyond one's imagination. The majority of the Alliance's colonizing missions occurred at the entrance of the rotten border. They destroyed isolated Cahor Capcans and looked for traces of undiscovered Carmelings. This entire process progressed very carefully. This was because the rotten border had an unusually large number of Cahor Capcans. Among them, over 90% were not fully developed, so it wasn't dangerous as long as one didn't personally enter the area, but there were many cases when this was part of the monster's plan. The moment they forgot the danger of the rotten border and let down their guard, the monsters would suddenly ambush them. The monsters annihilated colonizing troops and used the extorted karma as nourishment to awaken underdeveloped Cahor Capcans. In these cases, pointless colonization resulted in bringing in even more monsters. Because of this danger, the Alliance rejected excessive colonization and preferred to slowly gnaw at and advance into the rotten border. It was common to assign warriors without any backing or foothold like the Earthlings to moderate colonization missions as a political act. However, the mission Darksound gave the Berserkers was clearly different. What he meant by complete colonization was advancing past the rotten border to the end of the supercluster. It broke the norm. Also, Armor Phantom interpreted the meaning in his own way. Why drag this on until you pass through the rotten border? In front of him sat troop leaders mobilized by Choi Hyuk's A-rank resource transfer right. Those that especially caught his eye among them were the rookies of the top 4 tribes sent from the center. Whirlwind Fire, a man with swaying flames instead of hair, replied with an expression that he would die from boredom. That's what I'm saying. Whatever that A-rank resource transfer right is. Now, really. To have to come to the countryside and take orders from a novice like him. A rising star of the Dark Tribe, Black Snow, expressed her agreement by nodding subtly at Whirlwind Fire's complaint. They were existences that could be considered as nobles in the Alliance. Whirlwind Fire was from a prestigious family in the Flamewing tribe, which was known to be the strongest of the top 4 tribes, and like him, Black Snow was a female warrior of the Dark Clan, the pure-blooded of the Dark Tribe. Both led C+ rank independent troops and were elites whose activities were based in Alliance City, the capital of the Alliance. They were born and raised in the Alliance's center, which Choi Hyuk greatly strived for as his goal. Although the years they were active as warriors weren't very different from Choi Hyuk, their pride exceeded highest-ranked warriors in the boundary regions. While Kusero sat next to them with an expression filled with dissatisfaction, he didn't dare open his mouth. To be weak against the strong and strong against the weak, this was the way of the Kinib species, who were also known as the Alliance's civil servants. Armor Phantom was smiling gently. Yeah. That's why I'm saying this. Just act in moderation. If they want to enter the rotten border, they need a ton of reconnaissance first. There's no need to do that properly. Even if a battle breaks out, retreat moderately. This mission is set to fail anyways considering how incapable that guy is. That's why it's better to fail quickly so that you can return to the center faster. Even when Armor Phantom comforted them, Whirlwind Fire let out a sullen noise. I know that we need to act without care to end this quickly. However, it's such a waste of time. There are so many trending missions right now, yet we have to waste our time here on a hopeless mission. No, but that Choi Hyuk or whatever, it's not like he knows us. Why did he want us to be dispatched? Something about wanting to see the ability of the top 4 tribes. What? Crazy country fool. It seemed he was quite angry as flames rose from Whirlwind Fire's head. Even Black Snow sitting next to him silently ridiculed him. Just who is testing who? How arrogant. They all thought this way. Black Snow, who had been sitting quietly, stretched drowsily like a cat as she asked in a polite, calm voice. Anyways, Commander-in-Chief Armor Phantom. Are these all the troops dispatched for this mission? It seems too small considering the mission is about colonizing all of Shapley and Laniakea even if it is a hopeless mission. Armor Phantom shook his head. Of course, this isn't all. I called those who I felt would be regretful if they suffered losses for such an absurd mission. Besides you all, the rest. While it's regretful, there needs to be a small sacrifice so that the mission can be judged as a failure quicker, but. For example, if the people gathered here negligently conducted their reconnaissance mission, the rest who didn't participate in this meeting would have to rely on uncertain information before advancing. It was a situation where they couldn't help but suffer heavy losses from the monsters. Armor Phantom had called this a small sacrifice. That's true. Then, like Whirlwind Fire's reply, the people gathered here sincerely believed that this was a small sacrifice. The colonization began abruptly. Even when facing this dire situation where he would either soar or break, Choi Hyuk's mind was unexpectedly filled with thoughts of flame rain. It might have to do with the word colonize. Flame Rain was the first in the Alliance to cross over to the monsters universe. Perhaps she was a colonizer in the truest sense of the word. She was not only the friendliest warrior but also the most courageous and powerful. She was of the highest nobility, yet she was forcefully sent to the most intense battlefield and was obligated to make sacrifices. Even though she was so strong and of such nobility, she was always knocked down. Then, how much did they look down on people like earthlings? Perhaps the most basic requirement for his revenge was to reach a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Flame Rain. First, like Flame Rain, he needed to grow to a level where the exalted wings seriously kept him in check. Going beyond that was the most basic requirement for his revenge. Coincidentally, Choi Hyuk had a hunch that this abrupt mission would be the greatest foothold for that moment. At the same time, Choi Hyuk realized how he should use the A-rank resource transfer right by himself. Choi Hyuk's hand moved. He quickly completed the list of temporarily dispatched troops. Choi Hyuk smiled, and Baek Seowon sighed after looking through the list. Leader. You know that the resource transfer right now is of a completely different nature compared to Dragonic, right? You can't just dispatch troops because you don't like them and want to screw them over. It was only possible back then because the missions could be completed with just the berserkers and the big gap between us and those on Dragonic. This time, we need to dispatch trustworthy troops that will be our strength. What I'm saying is that it's impossible to push them to their deaths and make them fight with their lives on the line. There are tons of people who will be at ease after being forced into a high-ranked Kahor Capcan. What if they use that to fight slowly? Baek Seowon nagged. Yet, he held most of it back. This was apparent considering he almost collapsed when he first saw the list that Choi Hyuk had made. From the Sur, Jangkook, and Kyumul troops, to the young masters and ladies from the center of the alliance that he had never heard of before. Whether looking at the list in terms of friendship or prestige, it was filled with people who looked like they wouldn't fight diligently. So, first of all, you did well in including Commander Mac. From here to here is a bit. First, let's request some recommendations from Commander Mac. Do we not have any others to ask? I heard rumors that the Exalted Wing Leviathan looked at us favorably. Maybe we should ask for some recommendations from him through Commander Mac. When Baek Seowon coaxed Choi Hyuk while pointing out specific parts of the list, still smiling, Choi Hyuk replied. It's okay. Baek Seowon suppressed his anger as he tried to persuade Choi Hyuk. No, I mean, if we want to colonize, don't we have to pass the rotten border first? Since that place is otherwise known as the universe's minefield, shouldn't we conduct a reconnaissance first? Think about it. If we want to explore such a vast region, we need a lot of trustworthy, talented troops. Yet, from here to here, I just can't dash. We're not going to conduct any reconnaissance. Pardon? Are we not? No. We'll never know when we will be ambushed dash. Looking at Baek Seowon's expression as he raised his voice in shock, Choi Hyuk smiled like the devil. Soon after, Baek Seowon's face couldn't help but pale when he heard Choi Hyuk's explanation. How lackluster. This was Choi Hyuk's thought after looking at the troops gathered for the colonization mission. There were 31 C-rank independent troops like the Berserkers, 102 D-rank ones below them. Such a large army was almost half of Shapley and Laniakea's entire force. There were close to 40 high-ranked, 6-star warriors, around 1,000 middle-ranked, 5-star warriors, and, below them, hundreds of thousands of warriors in each rank following the low-ranked, 4-star warriors. This was the first time such a huge force had been pooled since Dark City was attacked. Troops were called from the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters as well as other superclusters beyond them, even extending to the center of the alliance. This army was gathered under Choi Hyuk. Finally, we're at the starting point. It was a new sensation. A warrior from Earth, who always had to complete missions given to him by the Alliance at any time without knowing why, was now, in reverse, giving a mission to warriors from throughout the universe. This was the first opportunity to return what he had received in the past. The first step towards the center of the Alliance. Of course, the A-rank resource transfer right was a temporary right, and the authority Choi Hyuk possessed was nothing special. The warriors gathered here were glaring at Choi Hyuk with the thought, how dare someone we've never heard about dispatch us? The killing intent and hostility they emitted made the entire universe look red. Even when looking through the eyes of the judge, there weren't only one or two people he needed to deal with. Fortunately, a few troops from the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters led by Commander Mack had some goodwill, but they were such a small minority that they were almost invisible. Still, Choi Hyuk was happy. First, I won't let go of the authority that has landed in my hands. Choi Hyuk ordered the C-rank troop leaders near him. The army will not spread out. We will gather together and break through a single point. The troop leaders showed dumbfounded expressions when they heard Choi Hyuk's order. No. Then we're not going to go on any reconnaissance at all? Also, a single point breakthrough? If we do that, when in the world will we clean the rotten border up completely? They didn't use polite, formal speech. Someone pulled the arm of the complainer. Hey, he says he's going to ruin himself on his own. Just let him be. The faster he ruins himself, the faster it'll end. This plan was simply too absurd. The single-point breakthrough was a tactic used to escape when surrounded by enemies. It wasn't a useful tactic when they needed to erase the minefield known as the rotten border. The entire army pushing their way through the rotten border in a single group was a serious waste of resources and would undoubtedly result in endlessly dragging the plan on. What the hell? Is this bastard a coward? This was why Whirlwind Fire came to hate Choi Hyuk even more. To him, this tactic looked like Choi Hyuk was so scared that he planned on surrounding himself with an excessive number of troops to keep him safe. Well, it's not bad. If our progress is slow despite gathering so many troops, it'll be a cause for disciplinary action without a doubt, so it's not bad. But for such a pitiful bastard to dare dispatch me. What a shitty feeling. Frowning and turning his gaze away, Whirlwind Fire saw Black Snow also glaring at Choi Hyuk with a similar scornful look. The colonizing army passing through the rotten border as a group soon encountered a high-ranked Cahor captain. It was quickly dealt with. A single C-rank troop could destroy a high-ranked Cahor captain, yet there were 32 C-rank troops gathered here including the Berserkers. They couldn't lose even if they tried. With Choi Hyuk at the lead, the Berserkers rushed in first, and by the time the other troops rushed in afterwards, the situation had already been resolved. The monsters had already been eradicated, and warriors were crammed inside the Cahor captain. Although the high-ranked Cahor captain was large, there were simply too many warriors in the colonizing army. Ah, man. Why is he making all of us come in here? We're finally all here. But all the monsters are dead? Then do we leave again? Is he joking? The warriors who entered the Cahor capkins with nothing to do could no longer take it and expressed their dissatisfaction. A waste of a sword. It was the same for Black Snow, who hadn't personally spoken of her dissatisfaction despite having them. It seemed she really was angry this time as she mumbled while glaring at the sword of Vow Choi Hyuk's imprint. However, it was Whirlwind Fire who was silent this time. That bastard. Just what's with his flames? Is it not, from my species? Choi Hyuk revealed his black flames when he rushed into the Cahor capkin. Whirlwind Fire was astonished the moment he saw them. At first, he thought Choi Hyuk was imitating the Flameling tribe's flames. However, that wasn't the case. The longer he saw them, the more they made him shudder. They were flames he had never seen before and, at the same time, were more destructive than any other flame. Someone with flames like that is a coward? No way. Then just why is he using an absurd tactic like single-point breakthrough? In the Flamewing tribe, flames were a way to clearly reveal one's personality. After seeing his horrifying, black flames, Whirlwind Fire could no longer believe Choi Hyuk was a coward. The more he thought this, the more overwhelmed he became from confusion. Just why? Under Whirlwind Fire's trembling gaze, Choi Hyuk stood alone at the end of the Cahor capkin. The other side of the Kahorkapkan was like a rippling, black lake. Clear killing intent from the monster's universe surged beyond it. Destroying a Kahorkapkan usually ended with throwing a dimensional bomb in it. However, Choi Hyuk acted differently this time. Gulp. He swallowed something inside him. Whether it was rage, desire, or urgency, one couldn't tell. At the same time, Choi Hyuk's imprint began to vibrate. It was at this moment when Choi Hyuk opened his mouth. From now on, we will destroy all the Kahorkapkans existing in the rotten border. Up until this moment, the warrior thought, what's he saying? But couldn't believe Choi Hyuk's next words. Only, not from our side, but from the monsters. What? Silently, astonishment spread amongst them in an instant. Blase. Choi Hyuk's imprint cut through the world. When the unheard-of power that could nullify everything cut into the end of the Kahorkapkan, the dimension was cut through with a rip. The place now visible beyond the open Kahorkapkan was completely different from the Carmeling's universe. It was the monster's universe. Just what is this? Whirlwind Fire's mouth was agape. A thought flashed through his mind. Single-point breakthrough. A tactic only used when they were hopelessly surrounded by enemies, and the monster's universe he was seeing for the first time in his life, the source of death swarming with powerful enemies. Unknown whether it was fear or excitement, a shiver ran down his body. Let's go. Choi Hyuk took his first step towards the monster's universe. Ha! Flame Rain had been struggling with the net of fate while her entire body was covered in blood. She felt the net of fate, which had been squeezing her, suddenly loosen. A section of the net of fate shook greatly. What is this? Did something arrive? Just who? Although she had no way to know. This was an opportunity. Flame Rain smiled cheerfully for the first time in a while as she looked towards her subordinates who had survived until now. It's an opportunity. The enemy's attention is divided. This is our final chance. We'll use all our strength to break through and leave. Blase. Her flame wings, which had been diminishing from exhaustion, grew larger while shining brilliantly. Her loyal subordinates also raised their weapons once again and reignited their battle spirit. Flame Rain gave the final order. Let's go. Homeward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 153, Collapse, 5. TL, Empty Cube / ED, or. This place looks like shit. These were the first words spoken by Lee Jinhee when she stepped into the monster's universe. It was as she said. The entire place looked a stomach with indigestion. A vast space, big enough for a galaxy to fit, was covered in a semi-transparent wall that squirmed like an intestine. Larva-like monsters as large as planets and continents infested the space like parasites. Light gray poja, which gave birth to monsters, were clumped together like nebulae and light crackled amidst, but their appearance looked disgusting, like half-digested vomit. Calf. Is that the anus? Hanki said after clearing his throat, seemingly out of embarrassment. While he wanted to find a more elegant comparison, it was difficult. He was referring to the spot where the semi-transparent wall that surrounded them gathered. It was pierced with a darkness that seemed like a black hole. Hideous lumps of flesh gathered around it. 99 out of 100 people would think of the same body part. However, no one laughed. Instead, they were stiff from nervousness. Despite their prior worries, they weren't surrounded and attacked by monsters the moment they arrived. However, the disgusting appearance of the monster's universe itself added a strange sense of tension to the colonizing army. Looking at the squirming universe, the infestation of larva-like monsters, and the large, dark hole, everyone's insides churned with nausea. Ha! Ha ha ha! Why am I here? Can I go back now? Nero's hologram appeared next to Choi Hyuk. The hologram looked like a simple human-like doll made carelessly out of dough. Nero grabbed Choi Hyuk's sleeve with its fingerless hands. If we slip up, you need to take us and flee. Keep your senses clear. Choi Hyuk brushed Nero's hands away as though it was a pain. Ha, ha, ha ha ha, but I'm scared. What kind of AI says it's scared? Those smaller than you are more mature. Leah said, petting Nero's head. Nero glanced behind it to view the hundreds of spaceships brought by various troops, anchored in an imposing manner. Nero's spaceship, which was larger and cruder looking, stood out among them. As expected of the dimensional fortress that housed the final survivors of the Nero species, its scale was eye-catchingly large. However, Nero, who was the spaceship's personality, flinched its shoulders. I can't help but be scared. An unusually strong sense of survival might have been implemented as it was the dimensional fortress protecting the final fate of a species. Choi Hyuk tapped Nero's shoulder as he said, "That's right. You might die since this is the monster's universe. We have no way of knowing what will come up." He crouched down and met Nero's gaze. "But think about it carefully. We didn't come here to die. We came here to kill." The clear bloodthirst radiating from Choi Hyuk's voice made Nero tremble despite being a hologram. The ones who need to tremble and scream are them. So let's quickly do what we came here to do. It was impossible to discern whether Choi Hyuk's words were an encouragement or a threat from his tone. Nero hurriedly gathered information and reported. I can sense responses of Cahor Capkins from those larva-like monsters." Ah, really? So those are the true identities of Cahor Capkins? Indiscernible pieces of meat floated around Choi Hyuk's colonizing army, but looking at them more closely, they seemed to be the same material as those larva-like monsters. It seemed that its body was sliced up when Choi Hyuk ripped open the Cahor Capkin to enter. And? At Choi Hyuk's next question, Nero nervously replied, "And analyzing. The marked larvae are for sure connected to the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters. The Cahor Capkins connected to the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters. There was a high chance that they were Cahor Capkins located on the rotten border. Good. As expected, they are connected in close proximity in the monsters universe as well." Like this, his biggest concern was resolved. He had been worried that, while the Cahor Capkins densely packed in the Carmelings universe, they might be extremely far apart in the monsters universe. Since the Cahor Capkins took strategic actions in cooperation with each other, he guessed that they might also be arranged closely together in the monsters universe, and it turned out to be true. In fact, the Cahor Capkins in the monsters universe were closer together than in their universe. This made it easier to sweep through them. Choi Hyuk opened a communication channel and shouted, "The monsters don't know that we've arrived yet. Our first targets are those larvae marked with blue lights. Sweep through them before they can pull themselves together. Baon. Schwa. Kia dash." It was a thrilling start. Wah ha ha ha. For there to be this sort of method. Whirlwind Fire, who had been very anxious before entering the monsters universe, temporarily forgot his worries and immersed himself in the slaughter. When he twirled his fingers, seed-like flames burrowed in various places of a larva's body. Then, when he flicked his fingers, the flame seedlings that burrowed in its body exploded brilliantly with a bang. Kayin dash, dot. The larva monster seemed to possess a dimension-manipulating ability as it was wriggling its massive body while its tail was placed inside an empty void. It writhed its entire body in pain when receiving Whirlwind Fire's attack. The smaller larva monsters were the size of continents while larger ones were easily larger than Earth. Though its movements seemed like it was resisting, the monster didn't possess any fighting ability and its defensive capabilities were terrible as well. High-ranked warriors could kill the monsters on their own as if popping balloons, and middle and low-ranked warriors could stick to the monsters and dismantle them like army ants, capturing and devouring their prey. Destruction of Cahor Capcans. The monsters inside are also being swept up into the dimensional openings and dying. The monsters seem to have never experienced being attacked in their own universe, as they didn't even resist. It seemed they didn't even have an alarm system, as the monsters waiting inside the Cahor Capcans continued to wait before dying without knowing why. The exhausting act of destroying Cahor Capcans one by one had become as easy as popping balloons at a party. In one word, it was a bonanza. Wah-aha! So easy. So easy. The scene had only looked disgusting at first. However, it was a scene that made cleaning it up fun. Like pulling out blackheads from your nose. Or picking out a gigantic earwax from your ears. The pleasure from removing disgusting things was incredible. Not only that, there was a lot to obtain as well. If it's like this, I can place the noble dark in front of my name. Adding the name of a species in front of one's name wasn't an honor given to everyone. Even if they were descendants of a prestigious family, if they didn't have the appropriate class and contribution, then they couldn't add the name of their species to their name. Black Snow smiled as she imagined her name becoming Dark Snow. When they burst a larva monster, the monsters inside it would automatically die. While killing large quantities of monsters, she was accumulating an incredible amount of karma. If she could change this karma into her own and report her contributions in this battle to the Alliance, then it was only a matter of time before she could add the greatly desired dark to her name. Amazing. Black Snow gave Choi Hyuk a profound look. Her attitude of disregarding and looking down on him had already been wiped away. Currently, she simply had thoughts of wanting to give this lucky charm of hers a kiss. In an instant, a third of the marked larva monsters were killed. This meant that a third of the Cahor Capcans in the rotten border were destroyed. Their contributions in this short period were unbelievable. However, this place was still the monsters' headquarters. Although it was late, the monsters' counterattack began like a set sequence. The first sign was a nasty stench. Ark! What is this smell? Weck! A reach! It wasn't a normal bad smell. It was so nasty that even low-ranked warriors, who had overcome physical limits, retched at the stench. You reek! Weak! Plop, plop. The lowest-ranked warriors ended up vomiting like a waterfall. Then the semi-transparent wall that surrounded them churned crazily like an intestine. The light gray poja that had been clustered together like nebulae discharged gray lightning as they began to surge. The larva monsters, which squirmed with their tails in another dimension, wriggled their bodies as though they were salt-sprinkled worms while opening their enormous mouths wide open. Then they vomited. Urk dash. Graruk. The monsters were regurgitated from inside the larva monsters' stomachs, the Cahor Capcans. They poured out like a waterfall or carpet bombing. Uak. Dodge them. Kruajajak. Emergency retreat to the spaceships. The warriors' teleportation spread out in waves. The warriors who retreated inside the spaceship activated the ship's barrier and reflected the monsters pouring at them. However, not everyone could retreat in time. Although the Alliance's communication and teleportation technology had advanced since the last war, allowing them to overcome the monsters' obstruction to some degree, this place was the monsters' den. Though they were uncertain what the electric shocks discharged by the Poja were doing, the properly functioning teleportation function soon went down. The ones who were unable to teleport out or were swept up by the outpour of monsters before they could teleport fell behind the ranks, and they each began to fight frantically. It was as though the entire universe was rushing towards them with hostility. We have to quickly grab the survivors and escape. Kusero, the leader of the Kummel troop, opened his wide mouth and shouted. He believed that they had accumulated enough contribution. Enough that it wouldn't be a loss as long as they rescued the remaining survivors. Yet dash. Wahahaha. Let's go! He saw the berserkers facing the waterfall of monsters while shouting in high spirits. Reckless. Kusero became anxious when he saw them. Don't tell me Choi Hyuk won't retreat in a situation like this? Right? No. Communications were offline. Instead, Choi Hyuk sent his message through the black flames erupting in the air. This smell. Choi Hyuk felt a strange sensation from the bad stench that began to spread. No, it was a familiar feeling. Death. The end that would inevitably come for the living. The conclusion that devoured even despair. He heavily sensed the fate of death, which he had realized during the Kundal tribe's funeral and had dyed his flames black. But it's different. It was different from the end Choi Hyuk had realized. Choi Hyuk's was a clean, peaceful end. However, the death he was sensing now was somewhat crooked and rotten. Giving off a disgusting stench, this sensation, which was made through the fermentation of rotten death, was changing into something familiar. The monster's characteristically distorted karma. It was completely different from Karmaling's karma. Ah! This is... Choi Hyuk felt as though if he could find even a small clue, he could figure out the monster's secret. He began to examine his surroundings more thoroughly. The world reflected in his eyes were entirely red and black. The monster's universe was filled with killing intent, hostility, and those to kill. Also, within it, there was a place that was giving off an especially disgusting stench. It was so red that it seemed to be painted on his cornea rather than alight. They were the lumps of flesh gathered near the hole Hanki had described as an anus. Shiver. He didn't feel anything before, but now, just looking at them sent shivers down his spine. They weren't simple lumps. They were very dangerous. Using this vast space and the numerous Kahor Kapkans, the monsters were planning something with these lumps. This was why he had to examine it. As he faced them, Choi Hyuk's mind quickly calculated the strategic merit in identifying them, while his heart and blood figured out how powerful those lumps were and were surging with the desire to tear them into shreds and crush them. An impulse stronger than when he went to watch the battle between Narsi and the steel battleship seized him. Choi Hyuk used his flames to write a message in the air. We will be starting our mission now. All forces will finish dealing with the marked larva monsters. The Berserkers, and Mac, Whirlwind Fire, and Black Snow's troops will follow me to explore the black hole area. We will retreat once we've finished eliminating the larva monsters and exploring the whole area. That is all. Choi Hyuk's order brought despair to a certain few, but there was nothing they could do. From the beginning, the only reason they could come here was because of Choi Hyuk's strange ability that could rip the monster's pathway however he wished and make it into a neutral pathway. This meant that it was impossible for them to return to their universe without Choi Hyuk. At first, the leaders of each troop expressed their anger at Choi Hyuk for driving them towards their deaths, but facing an intense fight, their various calculations and schemes gradually began to erase from their minds. The monster's universe shook as it attempted to turn the colonizing army into mush, while the colonizing army even released their despair as karma as they faced it. Everything else disappeared, leaving only the fight remaining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 154, Collapse, 6. TL, Empty Cube / ED, or. When did they have time to resent? They would rip the monsters' mouths bearing teeth dripping with saliva, slash monsters' necks with their blades, and smash their foreheads against the monsters' heads. Or they would be smashed instead and turn into tatters and thrown into the sky by the monsters' curved tails piercing their sides. Both monsters and warriors burst and were crushed like tomatoes. Kua. Qua. Fear? It wasn't an intact emotion like that. They were simply devoured by the battlefield. As though they were flailing in water, they struggled and shouted. There was no sense of self. Since they had lost themselves, there was no need to talk about emotions. There were only endlessly swelling senses, obsessions, impulses, and struggles. Ku. Ki hek. Ki ha. Dot. A monster's hand pierced into Kusero's chest, a high-ranked warrior. Swept up by a destructive karma, the wound didn't recover. Kusero flailed his arms as he tried to push the monster away, but his strength was already below that of a child's. Crunch. Crunch. Kua. Ka. Krrr. Ha. The sound of being bitten, his throat being ripped out, blood foaming at his mouth, and his last breath. As soon as Kusero lost his strength, other monsters rushed towards him. They bit off Kusero's fingers, ripped into his wide mouth that followed his jawline, and clawed his neck until all traces of Kusero were completely erased from the world. Strong warriors against strong monsters, weak warriors against weak monsters, they fought and killed each other. There were also instances where they were killed by opponents much weaker than them when they lost their stamina while fighting in this free-for-all. Why am I here? Why am I here? Just why? Whenever the warriors, who had never experienced such a desperate battle, momentarily regained their senses, they wanted to reject reality. However, this was only momentary. Not long after, they were swallowed by the battlefield again. Besides a few exceptions, all the troops Choi Hyuk dispatched this time were considered well off. There were troops who amassed wealth and influence by profiting immensely under the guise of planet defense like Kusero. There were also rising stars, like Whirlwind Fire and Black Snow, who were from powerful tribes or family clans and accumulated fame and karma by only fighting winning battles. Either way, they had never experienced a gruesome free-for-all where no one knew who would live or die. Among them were Nasir and his clan members dispatched by Choi Hyuk. Clan leader Nasir. Clan leader Nasir. This is different from what you said. You said Choi Hyuk wouldn't drive us into a corner. But this? Look at this. Oh, my God. That's Kusero over there. He's the high-ranked warrior we saw last time, right? He died. The Sovereign of Opportunity Nasir had promised that he would fight whenever Choi Hyuk wanted him to. Only, he added the condition that they couldn't fight like the berserkers. Yet, this battle. It was way beyond his expectations, but there was nothing he could do. He grabbed his subordinate next to him by his hair and shouted. Stop whining. Fight. Fight with your eyes wide open. Think about the rest after you live. They had no place to retreat to, and the only option towards survival was advancing by following the flow of warriors who pushed forward to destroy the Kahor Kapkans and pushing away the monsters rushing at them from every direction. But clan leader Nasir. They are coming at us. The monsters that had completely devoured Kusero were rushing towards them. Although they didn't know whether the high-ranked monster that had killed Kusero was amongst them, what was certain was that numerous middle-ranked monsters were in that group. Nasir couldn't block them on his own. Ha! Nasir sighed. There was no other way. They could only hope to be saved. He aimed his long spear in front of him and ordered. Shield division forward. You take the brunt of the attack and I'll stab them. Everyone take out your long-ranged weapons. We fire at 3. We'll deal as much damage as we can before they come close. Remember. I want to flee too. But there is nowhere to flee to. There wasn't any place that wasn't pouring with monsters. Middle-ranked monsters were common and high-ranked monsters would appear once in a while. They were lucky to have not encountered any middle-ranked monsters until now. Even if they fled, they would be temporarily mixed in with other troops before being inevitably pushed out in front of a more terrifying monster. I didn't think I'd ever say these words, but don't think about how to survive. Only watch the monsters in front of you. With a grim determination he had never possessed before in his life, Nasir tightly grasped his long spear. 3, 2, 1. Fire! The fragments of teeth were smashed and scattered. Waists were cut. Arms were sliced off. Black and red blood splattered. Choi Hyuk was forging a path at the very front. Dash! When his sword swung by, it silently sliced the monsters in front of him in two. Like how thunder would roar a few seconds after a lightning flashed, a rumble would be heard a few seconds after his sword flashed by, leaving only monster corpses behind. Warriors followed behind Choi Hyuk while getting hit by the various limbs falling from above them. Choi Hyuk was making a path in front, and the warriors behind him were to secure the path and protect his back. Their charge was like a comet. They flew towards the black hole while leaving a trail of sliced monster pieces behind them. It was a fearless comet. However, the closer they got to the black hole, the fiercer the monsters' resistance became. Even the enormous larva monsters began targeting the warriors charging towards the black hole rather than the warriors targeting them. Qua qua qua, dot. The monsters they vomited out smashed the side of the charging party. Ka-ah. Damn it. We can't go any further. Whirlwind Fire, who was following Choi Hyuk, cut down a high-ranked monster after an intense battle. However, as soon as he cut the monster down, two more high-ranked monsters attacked him. The gigantic hand of one of the monsters grabbed his face. How laughable. I'll kill you. Invader. The high-ranked monster pushed Whirlwind Fire back, maintaining its charging speed. It attempted to burst Whirlwind Fire's head by strengthening its grip. Bang! Blaze! Whirlwind Fire's flames erupted blindingly. This explosion shook the monster's body, but Whirlwind wasn't able to shake its grip on his face. To make matters worse, the other high-ranked monster grabbed both his arms and attempted to rip them out completely. Brrrkk. Ayachk. Whirlwind Fire almost lost consciousness from the pain of his arms being pulled. He felt that he might burst into tears. If he lost his mind for even the slightest moment, his body would be pitifully ripped apart and his head would be crushed like a watermelon. However, no matter how much he kept his mind intact, he would be ripped and crushed in the end. He didn't have the slightest chance of counterattacking. Even though he crazily resisted by creating explosions, it was only a matter of time before he would be killed. Not caring for his pride, Whirlwind Fire desperately requested help. Help me. Someone help me, dot. However, there were only 7 high-ranked warriors amongst the Berserkers, Black Snow, and Max troops. Facing the increasingly fierce counterattack by the monsters, there were no high-ranked warriors who had the leisure to help him. Knowing this, Whirlwind still sorrowfully requested for help. Bang! Just then someone jumped at the monster gripping his head. Although the person couldn't completely pull the monster away from him, the monster revealed a momentary opening and Whirlwind Fire didn't miss that opportunity. Bang! Blase! Flame wings sprouted from his back. The monster grabbing his face let go due to the abrupt, enormous explosion. However, the other monster endured and still held both his arms. The monster tried to rip his arms out while Whirlwind Fire struggled and his large flame wings flapped violently. The two twisted in the air. Extremely exhausted, Whirlwind Fire slowly lost his concentration. He couldn't maintain his gaze on the monster in front of him as his gaze kept looking towards the battlefield. They are? He saw silhouettes as he was turning in the air. Now that he saw them, the ones who saved him wasn't any of the other high-ranked warriors or his subordinates. Whirlwind Fire jolted to his senses. They are reckless. While they are middle-ranked warriors? The middle-ranked warriors following behind Choi Hyuk were the ones who saved him. They were blocking the high-ranked monster that had been pulled away from him. No, they weren't obstructing it to buy time but were rushing at it in order to kill it. Li Jinhee ran in front of the monster, bewildering it, and every time her short sword Li Jinhee's dreams shined, her body became gradually faster and her attacks became sharper. Jinman's harmony, which covered his eyes, boosted her abilities and healed her wounds, while Hanki's watch, an artillery-style weapon, fired powerful attacks whenever the monster showed an opening. Leah's tuning, which looked like a lunar halo around her, penetrated the monster's karma and reduced its abilities. Zero's silence, a pair of daggers, continuously targeted the back of the monster's head. Baek Seoin held his shield. Baek Seoin's premonition and protected everyone while reading the monster's movements and calling out orders. Weapons of calling and weapons of sentiment. Even though it hadn't been long since they obtained them, the executives of the Berserkers could already use their weapons as if they were a part of their body. Their close battle continued tensely. Damn it! I can't lose. Whirlwind Fire, who had been struggling with the other monster due to exhaustion, gritted his teeth. However, danger came from all directions. Ack! This time, it was Black Snow. She had been fighting well against a high-ranked monster but quickly collapsed when another monster started attacking her as well. She was in danger and her subordinates were being slaughtered by a sudden onslaught of middle-ranked monsters. Our formation will be ripped apart if this continues. This thought filled everyone's minds. Choi Hyuk! We need to retreat. Commander Mac shouted while skillfully fighting against two high-ranked monsters. If Black Snow was taken out, then the formation would collapse uncontrollably. If that happened, then annihilation would be at their doorstep. Hearing Mac's voice, Choi Hyuk glanced behind him. Maybe it was because of the excitement of battle, but his eyes flashed with madness. Unsure why, but, while all the other high-ranked warriors were being held back by monsters, he was continuing forward without any decrease in speed. Now that I think about it. What's going on? How is he so fast by himself? Are high-ranked monsters not attacking him? About the time Mac was questioning this, Choi Hyuk's heated eyes instantly became calm. The madness of battle and even his interest in the black hole seemed to have disappeared somewhere as his eyes became calm. Gulp. Blood A's. Ha! That moment, Mac, Black Snow, Whirlwind Fire, and everyone else saw it. They saw Choi Hyuk approach them. No, it wasn't that he approached them. Only, the space between him and them had completely disappeared. Like the universe before the Big Bang, everything existing between them crumbled into a single point. Slice dash. Choi Hyuk's imprint swiped past them. The compressed universe was sliced by his blade. Flutter. The monsters disappeared like dust in the wind. The approximately 10 high-ranked monsters and the countless monsters invading their formation had been annihilated in an instant. When they regained their senses, Choi Hyuk was in his original spot at the very front. Ha! This is... The high-ranked warriors were at a loss for words. This... isn't the strength of a high-ranked warrior? Don't tell me he's a highest-ranked warrior? No, that's not it. Black Snow's confused gaze followed Choi Hyuk's back. Kaya. Gay dash. Sensing danger from Choi Hyuk's move just now, the larva monsters simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. They vomited monsters towards Choi Hyuk. The monsters shot out by the hundreds of larva monsters all rushed forward, targeting only Choi Hyuk. This isn't good. Choi Hyuk frowned. There was a limit to his stamina. Unless he could use that strike just now limitlessly, it would be dangerous if the monster's attack focused on him. TSK. But what could he do? He prepared another attack. However, the warriors following Choi Hyuk shot out to his left and right. Block them. Protect the leader. We can't get out alive without the leader. The Berserkers, Commander Mac, even Whirlwind Fire and Black Snow, they all madly rushed towards Choi Hyuk and blocked in front of him. They couldn't return without Choi Hyuk. However, this logical judgment wasn't all. He's strong. That man is our leader. The pure strength Choi Hyuk had displayed in this intense free-for-all moved their hearts. As long as he's here, we won't die easily. I want to be of some help. Even Whirlwind Fire and Black Snow, who had been wrapped up in their pride, felt an unknown sense of self-esteem and passion tickle their hearts. They blocked the monsters pouring at Choi Hyuk with all their might. This is good. A smile appeared on Choi Hyuk's lips. Since the other warriors were backing him, he could run amok more freely. After advancing spiritedly, he was soon in front of the black hole. The enormous black hole and the lumps of flesh around it filled his vision. He felt a clear sense of hostility, killing intent and unreasonable karma from the lumps of flesh. Nero, who had analyzed what Choi Hyuk was seeing and feeling through telepathy, reported. That hole. It's a Cahor Capcan. Oh, my God. This enormous space is, in fact, a single Cahor Capcan. Although it's not complete yet. If it was, it'll be a powerful Cahor Capcan never recorded before. Nero's report contained pure astonishment. It seems those lumps of flesh are there to create some sort of monster. A monster strong beyond imagination. So powerful it needs such an enormous Cahor Capcan to cross over to our universe. Choi Hyuk brushed the goosebumps on his arms. He could understand Nero's report. Even though it had yet to be born, its vigor was powerful enough to make his hair stand on end just by getting close and looking at it. If that monster was born, there was no doubt it would be a catastrophe to their universe. Choi Hyuk recalled a name. Demise. A Demise-ranked monster had killed Flamesky, Flame Rain's father. Perhaps one of those was being created. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 155, Collapse, 7. TL, MTCube/ED, or. Didn't they say the eye of the tornado was calm? The heat from the battle cooled and the unhesitant advance stopped. The warriors didn't have the courage to step forward when faced with the dangerous aura emitted by the monster that had yet to be born. A distance was created between Choi Hyuk and the warriors. Choi Hyuk faced the enormous lumps of flesh by himself. Leader. That is. Even Lee Jinhee, who said that she would one day beat Choi Hyuk and didn't shy away from any challenge, couldn't advance this time. She was embarrassed that her legs were trembling, but she was also relieved that she couldn't advance due to them. She was more afraid of standing in front of those lumps of flesh than fighting a high-ranked monster in close quarters. It wasn't born yet? What did that matter? Even high-ranked warriors couldn't destroy this collapse. No. Perhaps even a highest-ranked warrior can't. Commander Mac could tell because she had seen the highest rank threshold. It's impossible, even with the move Choi Hyuk displayed just now. Of course, Choi Hyuk's achievements had always been extraordinary. Last time, he seemed to have reached the level of high-ranked warriors when he was merely a middle-ranked warrior, and now it seemed like he had reached the level of highest-ranked warriors as a high-ranked warrior. If his current level and his Sword of Vows' limitless power combined, then his attack power could display the destructiveness of a highest-ranked warrior. However, he still wouldn't be able to slice that. Although it was a monster of flesh, its nature was that of an inevitable fate, collapse. Tap. Tap. Choi Hyuk tapped the sword hanging from his waist. The black karma flowing from his body swayed as it absorbed and analyzed the world around it. Choi Hyuk always knew how to see. He possessed his innate skill Eyes of Distinction, and his first karma trait was Mind's Eye. His ability to analyze his opponents had continuously grown stronger. He was especially sensitive to fates regarding death, which was why he had advanced enough to know the names of the fallen Kundal tribe members during the funeral. This was why Choi Hyuk knew how that monster known as Collapse was being made. He smirked. Ha! Even after doing those things. To think that they were done due to the fear of death? Life and death were two sides of the same coin. those who were born would die. This was true for individuals, species, and even universes. A long-existing universe would inevitably collapse. This monster was being made by gathering and suppressing the fate of collapse. No, perhaps, this was how all monsters were made. The queen of the monsters gathered and changed this fate. Even though it was changed, collapse still was collapse. By shoving this inevitable fate into other universes, the queen gave her universe eternal life. This was the secret behind the birth of monsters and the reason why the monsters endlessly invaded other universes. That was why Choi Hyuk smirked. Do you think you can avoid death like that? If they avoided the natural fate of death, then he simply had to kill them himself. Creak! Choi Hyuk's hand, which had been tapping on his sword, gripped it so that it seemed like it should shatter. We'll destroy it before leaving. It'll take a while, so block all monsters so that they can't bother me, he ordered the fear-stricken warriors. Wait! Leader! Baek Seoin tried to stop Choi Hyuk with a pale face, but it was no use. Baek Seoin's face turned white. His intuition was going off crazily. It was this. That ominous feeling. He had felt a nervous sensation when seeing the monsters focus only on slaughtering the glass crabs. He felt like he finally knew what it was. The reason why the monsters avoided fighting to slaughter the glass crabs was to try to obtain as much karma as they could. They needed the energy to awaken that collapse and send it to the Karmaling's universe. The faint nervous feeling, which he had thought he had mistakenly sensed, had now materialized and was weighing down his heart. Although he wasn't certain. This place was dangerous. They had to quickly flee. This thought filled his mind. Leader! Baek Seoin attempted to stop Choi Hyuk's path with his body. Whoosh! Yet, his feet wouldn't move. Choi Hyuk raised his sword above his head and observed the sight in front of him. Pin needle-like vigor surrounded him. Baek Seoin couldn't do anything about the feeling that he would be sliced in two if he took a step forward. Commander Mak pulled Baek Seoin's shoulder. Stand back. Even if you approached him now, he won't be able to recognize his allies in his current state. However, after gathering that much strength, he'll be exhausted after a single attack. We can take him and retreat then. Mak was nervous about this current situation as well. However, she judged that it would be okay to let him be for a while since they weren't being pushed back yet. He'll give up after clashing once. She didn't believe Choi Hyuk could destroy that unborn monster. The monster who killed the strongest warrior in history, Flamesky, who had reached the peak of the transcendence level, was a demise-ranked monster. Even if this monster wasn't born yet, the unborn monster and Choi Hyuk weren't on the same level. That was why she said to wait a little, but the monsters looked like they didn't plan on waiting. 5 minutes had passed since Choi Hyuk remained silent with his sword raised. Rip! The space between Choi Hyuk and the monster of collapse suddenly ripped open. A gigantic arm appeared out from it, and soon, a monster leaned its body out from the void. CRRK. The warriors seized in fright. A highest-ranked monster. Mak's sigh nailed into the warriors' hearts. Looking back, Choi Hyuk had never worried about the safety of the berserkers. He picked berserkers based on two conditions: those who didn't seem like they would die easily and those who wouldn't regret dying. The reason why none of their top executives had died even though they experienced ridiculous battles every time was because of this. It wasn't because Choi Hyuk especially defended his top executives or because he took care of his subordinates so that they didn't die, it was simply because they were strong enough. However, the top executives of the berserkers, Ryu Hyunsung and Kim Hong-hyun, were pushed into a corner. The front lines were broadly divided into two parts: the advancing party that rushed towards the black hole, and the party that stayed back to destroy the Kahor Kapkans. Because Choi Hyuk was in the advancing party, he could lead them as a unified group, but there wasn't anyone who could lead the rear like him. The troops dispatched from throughout the universe were busy fighting on their own than cooperating with each other. The weaker troops suffered heavy losses while the stronger troops suffered less. The most at risk among them were Nasir's troop, the Kundal tribe, and the glass crabs, who followed the berserkers here. The reason why they hadn't been annihilated yet was because of Ryu Hyunsung and Kim Honghyun's troops, who had remained behind due to Choi Hyuk's consideration. However, Ryu Hyunsung and Kim Honghyun were only middle-ranked warriors. There wasn't anything they could do when a high-ranked monster rushed at them. Phew! Kim Honghyun exhaled. Possessing two innate skills related to combat, toughness, and sharpness, and so even though he became a middle-ranked warrior later, he was much stronger than Ryu Hyunsung. However, it wasn't enough against a high-ranked monster. Kaka Kang. When the monster's enormous body bashed into him, it felt like he was colliding with a meteor. Kuhu. Yet, Kim Honghyun endured. Raising the Karma Axe Kim Honghyun's struggle, he blocked the monster's advance. His innate skill, toughness, and karma trait, Iron Will, greatly increased his endurance, and he was able to instantly deflect its power thanks to his karma trait, Reflex. That was how he was able to endure a high-ranked monster's attack while only being a middle-ranked warrior. But that was all. Carrick. When Kim Honghyun blocked its attack, Ryu Hyunsung launched his attack, but his karma sword Ryu Hyunsung's commemoration couldn't pierce its outer layer. Ryu Hyunsung's outstanding sword techniques were of no use, and there was a limit to Kim Honghyun's monstrous physical strength and endurance. Ah, screw off dash! Kim Honghyun shouted as he pushed the monster back, but the monster charged once again. Ka! Kim Honghyun, unable to endure it, flew back while spewing blood. It was at this moment when Ryu Hyunsung sensed their end. Is this how we die? Looking back, the fact that they endured this long was admirable. Choi Hyuk, their leader, had become stronger at a monstrous rate, and every time he did, the difficulty of their battles would gradually increase. This was an expected conclusion. The moment the Berserkers' top executives could no longer keep up with Choi Hyuk's growth rate, that would be their end. Their inevitable downfall had come today. Ryu Hyunsung didn't feel any regret when faced with this reality. He recalled his friends who had died ahead of him. In the end, only the order in which they went was different. When he thought about how he would soon die, he became peaceful. Maybe I didn't die when I was supposed to. If he died now, he wouldn't have nightmare anymore. He didn't have to tremble at the sudden sense of longing. Ryu Hyunsung's heart became lighter, and for some reason, his sword felt lighter as well. I'm on my way. Smiling, Ryu Hyunsung faced the terrifying teeth rushing at him and rushed towards it. Pike. Fortunately, the monster wasn't that fast and he could deflect its attack. Slipping towards its side, Ryu Hyunsung placed and dragged his sword against the monster's tough flesh. Slice. However, he felt an unexpected sensation. His sword passed through the monster's outer layer like a ghost and sliced its flesh. A message suddenly appeared. The special ability of Ryu Hyunsung's commemoration has activated. Ignore the enemy's defense. Now. Ryu Hyunsung obviously knew that his weapon had the special ability to ignore defenses, but it hadn't activated once against the high-ranked monster until now. It hadn't activated because the difference between them was too large. He wondered why it activated now but quickly stopped thinking about it. What's the point in wondering if I'm going to die anyways? Still, how fortunate. My last battle. I'll go after dancing to my heart's content so I don't embarrass my friends. He didn't hold on to false hopes. Even if his sword's special ability activated now, he wouldn't be able to beat the high-ranked monster. That was how Ryu Hyunsung lost himself. From then on, his trance-like sword dance began. Countless Kundal tribe members and Nasir's clan members were devoured and countless glass crabs were smashed around Ryu Hyunsung. A comparable number of monsters were killed by him as well. He occasionally heard Kim Honghyun shout, and his body was gradually turned into a mess by the monster. First was his left ear, then his right wrist, and finally, his left leg was cut off at his thigh. Ah, so this is how I disappear. Just as he thought this, the monster stopped moving. Ha! Ryu Hyun-sung abruptly came to his senses. Kia dash. He saw that the monster was unable to move an inch. Its mouth was clutched by Kim Hong-hyun, its body was pressed down by the Kundal tribe members and Nasir's clan members, and it was surrounded by glass structures built by the glass crabs, which pressured the monster and energized their allies. But how? Ryu Hyun-sung couldn't understand the current situation. Kim Hong-hyun, the Kundal tribe, Nasir, and the Glass Crabs alliance was impressive, but it still wasn't at the level where it could stop a high-ranked monster. Something else, a power that could overwhelm the monster, was restricting its strength as its power fell to the peak of the middle-ranked level. What's happening? While perplexed, Ryu Hyun-sung heard Nero's voice. Now! Now! Quickly slash its neck! I can't endure it for long. Nero. How did Nero, who was simply an AI, weaken that monster? Various questions crossed his mind, but now wasn't the time to think about them. Gazing at the sort of sentiment Ryu Hyun-sung's commemoration, he thought. Friends, I don't think it's time for me to go yet. When his heart honoring his friends reached an extreme, Ryu Hyun-sung's commemoration emitted a bright light. His sword slashed the monster's neck. Slice. An unbelievable victory. HAAA. The warriors could finally relax and had the time to look around the battlefield. Their surroundings were an utter hell. Killing and being killed. HAAA. Damn it. I can't tell if we're winning or losing. Kim Hong-hyun sighed. His appearance was as pitiful as Ryu Hyun-sung's. He too had lost one of his legs, and there were 3 fist-sized holes in his belly. It'll be difficult to continue fighting like this, Kim Hong-hyun said bitterly. He kept looking around at his surroundings to figure out whether they were winning or losing. There was only one way for them to survive, their allies' victory. However, he only saw an intense battle. No one could tell which side held the advantage. Just then, the space near the black hole ripped open and an enormous monster appeared from within. A highest-ranked monster, someone spat, stricken with fear. In this moment, the intense mood instantly leaned towards defeat. And it was in this moment when Choi Hyuk, standing straight like a totem pole, swung his arm down, and Choi Hyuk's imprint sliced through the highest-ranked monster's body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 156, Triumphant Return at the Road of Glory. TL, MTCube/ED, or. In the middle of the war, where monsters and warriors clashed at full strength, they saw the scene unfold slowly. Shik. Air escaped from the highest-ranked monster that had appeared just now, and it fell as its body was sliced vertically in two. Choi Hyuk's sword strike continued on and ripped into the lumps of flesh behind it. In the opening of the lumps of flesh, a dark reddish-brown miasma surged like steam. Shik. The reddish-brown miasma covered the highest-ranked monster that had been cut into 2 parts. Even split into 2 parts, the monster waved its large hands and struggled, but as though it was being devoured by an invisible mouth, the reddish-brown miasma melted its body and it disappeared. However, Choi Hyuk couldn't be happy. Damn it! Appearing at that moment. His arm slumped down. Although he instantly sliced through a highest-ranked monster, because it acted as a meat shield, he couldn't fully destroy the lumps of flesh behind it. Also, he didn't have any more strength. Biting his lip, Choi Hyuk sent out an order. Advancing party, turn back. We retreat after finishing destroying the marked Kavor Kapkans. His voice was filled with regret. However, their reply was an incredible cheer. Whoa! When they first saw the highest-ranked monster, the majority of them assumed they would be defeated and despaired. As young masters or ladies of the top 4 tribes, did they not know defeat? Who hadn't lost someone precious to them in this great war? While there would be a difference of whether most the people they knew had died or if 1 or 2 had died, there was no one who didn't know that defeat meant death and that it was a terrifyingly powerless experience. Because they knew, they didn't want to fight a hopeless battle. They didn't want to see those close to them dying, and they didn't want to hurt those close to them with their deaths. The higher their position was in the alliance, the more they avoided dangerous battles, justifying that, by doing this, they were helping the alliance reserve their fighting power. The highest-ranked monster was an existence that tore down all their efforts. The moment they faced it, the warriors' spirits fell. It was an existence that would ridicule their memories and struggles as it destroyed them. Despair. And a line was drawn over this despair. Like a lie, the highest-ranked monster's existence disappeared. The fear it gave them was annihilated. Their world flipped around twice in this short period of time. They saw Choi Hyuk, who returned after turning things around. Ah! Something suddenly surged within them. The great achievement that unfolded in front of their eyes just now. A high-ranked warrior slew a highest-ranked monster instantly. That person was their leader. He gathered his army and was rushing towards them. Whoa! The shivers running down their entire body soon turned into cheers, and then a thrilling counterattack began. The despair weighing down on their bodies was exploded by an even stronger excitement as the warriors lost their reasoning. How did it happen? How did a high-ranked warrior kill a highest-ranked monster? These questions weren't important. The warriors gave up on comprehending what had occurred and left their bodies to their boiling blood. This time, no one cared about their lives. Only victory. They only hoped for victory. They wanted to be a part of something greater. Smash them. Smash. Crush. Emotions could be a weakness, but at times, they would be a catalyst in overcoming one's limits. The warriors who had been slowly, barely pushing the monsters back began to push the monsters back right away. Before Choi Hyuk's advancing party could arrive, monster corpses filled their surroundings like smashed star fragments, and their targets, the Cahor Capkans, were destroyed. We return! Along with Choi Hyuk's shout, the path to the Carmelings universe, the path to their triumphant return, opened. A demise-ranked monster. Do you know the meaning of this? I saw it with my own eyes and failed to destroy it. Its spirit, pardon me, but it exceeded that of Exalted Wing Darksound, who I had met before. There's no way Exalted Wing Darksound showed you his full strength. But the monster wasn't complete either. No, even still, a question remains. A demise-ranked monster was wounded by a mere high-ranked warrior? Exalted Wing Flame Hell. Choi Hyuk is a high-ranked warrior possessing a sword of vow. You clearly understand what that means, right? He annihilated a highest-ranked monster with one sword strike. It's fine to believe his report. With the god dragon Leviathan's support, the brain became silent. The silence indicated the Exalted Wings agreement. Choi Hyuk stood in the middle of the stone plates, which pierced the sky. Then only the reward remains. Since he made such contributions, shouldn't we allow him to set up a base in Alliance City? It's also good to expand the military gate system rights for his race, the Earthlings, and allow them to enter Alliance City. The god dragon Leviathan continued his momentum and proposed a reward. Alliance City, this place was the center which Choi Hyuk had aimed for since resolving himself on getting revenge at Maranya Park. The city holding all the power in the Alliance. The city where the brain was erected. Choi Hyuk unconsciously clenched his fist. However, Darksound joined in. Let's discuss his reward later. High-ranked warrior Choi Hyuk has yet to complete the mission I assigned him, but Choi Hyuk reported the situation regarding the demise-ranked monster as soon as he returned from the monsters universe. Because of the severity of the matter, it was reported directly to Darksound, and Choi Hyuk was immediately summoned to the brain. The mission Darksound was referring to right now was the complete colonization of the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. Choi Hyuk had only toppled the rotten border, he had yet to go beyond that. That will progress as is, and we should discuss the reward immediately. God Dragon Leviathan, I understand you value high-ranked warrior Choi Hyuk. But please do as I say. Since he is under my jurisdiction. KHMP. Who's valuing who? After grumbling for a while, Leviathan became silent. He accepted Darksound's proposal. As soon as the Exalted Wings came to a decision, Darksound ordered Choi Hyuk to leave without any celebratory words. Now. It's time to decide her treatment. Since we don't have time, high-ranked warrior Choi Hyuk, you can go now. For life and freedom. Choi Hyuk nodded and left the brain. Although he didn't express it, rage seethed inside. The reason wasn't as frivolous as feeling hurt by the Exalted Wings' treatment of him considering his contributions. They are my final targets. The Exalted Wings. Even though they were physically present, he met the Exalted Wings. He stood on the brain, which was known as the heart of the Alliance. A day like this had finally come. So was he moved? No way. They were Choi Hyuk's enemies. Even if they said it was because of the war against the monsters, they were the cause of the inequality and cruelty in the universe. While they said that all life would be annihilated if they lost in the war against the monsters, they were existences who wouldn't bat an eye when they pushed a planet or a species into hell. He had just met his enemies. However, Choi Hyuk stood with his head lowered and reported in proper form. He came and left as told to. This humiliation. Yet, he couldn't show any traces of it. Gulp. Choi Hyuk swallowed his surging rage. As if he had drunk alcohol, his throat felt hot. Choi Hyuk left the brain. The road that connected the brain to Alliance City was as wide as a plaza and as long as a river. It was called the Road of Glory, and if one stood there, they wouldn't be able to see their shadow under the blinding lights pouring around them. It was a place that even made one feel as though they were floating. Choi Hyuk raised his head and looked towards Alliance City. His black eyes, which had now calmed, looked at the flame swaying in the distance. The flame didn't lose its brilliance on the light-filled Road of Glory. Choi Hyuk wasn't taken aback. He already knew because he had heard it from Chu Young-jin. A smile unknowingly crept up his face. He placed his hand in his inner pocket. He received the summons to the brain immediately after returning. It didn't matter if he rested for a bit before going considering he had just experienced an intense battle, but Choi Hyuk immediately accepted the summons after hearing news from Chu Young-jin. He wanted to arrive here first. It's been a while. Is this the second time? Chu Young-jin contacted him through Narrow. Since the technology of the fallen Narrowlings was different from the Alliance's current technology system, Narrow judged that it would be able to prevent anyone from wiretapping their communication. That's because there wasn't much to report about. I recently joined a troop that operates in Alliance City. Since I've settled down in the center, I should have news to report to you occasionally. That's good. What kind of troop is it? It's a little odd. What's certain is that they won't blindly comply with the Alliance's decisions. Even the dweebs from the top 4 tribes here say that they were abandoned by their families. Still, seeing as they established a base in Alliance City, it seems they have someone behind them. I can't be certain. Either way, this is all I wanted to report, but it seemed the alien lifestyle suited him, or perhaps the past in pain regarding Lee Hyojin had been shaken off, but his voice was bright. He even made a mischievous voice. I think you'll like this news. What is it? Chu Young-jin lowered his voice. The princess has returned. I heard she received a summons just now, so she will be summoned in 1 hour. Then. Good luck. Chu Young-jin hung up after saying in a joking manner. That was why. This was the reason why he hurriedly accepted the summons. Choi Hyuk himself didn't know why he did it. But he grabbed something from his inner pocket and took it out. His fist was tightly clenched. The swaying flame in the distance slowly came closer. Flame Rain's hair was incomparably purer and tougher than that of Whirlwind Fire or whatever his name was, who had followed him for the colonization. However, Choi Hyuk murmured. He didn't notice from afar, but as Flame Rain came closer, he saw that her appearance was miserable. Her clothes were still smeared with blood, and her cheeks were densely stained with blood that wouldn't rub off easily. Perhaps it was her pride as the Flame Wing tribe's princess or her original etiquette, but her hair was desperately blazing, yet it was barely under control. Her hair would blaze up before dying out soon, and whenever it did, her hair, which had turned white, fluttered powerlessly. Her left arm's movement looked unnatural, and her right arm was propping her left up. She tried her best to keep her slouched shoulders straight. Flame Rain bit her lips as she walked. She didn't want to show her weakened appearance in front of them. After returning from the intense battlefield, no triumphant return ceremony or break was provided to her. As soon as she returned, examiners, who were outwardly polite but possessed a stiff attitude, guided her away from her subordinates, and as soon as she entered the examining room, she was interrogated like a suspected criminal under the guise of reporting. It wasn't like she didn't know this would happen, but their treatment made her realize that they were being excessive once again. After the examination, she was summoned to the brain without an attendant. That was why her appearance was no different from a straggler. She was already at her limit, so she didn't recognize Choi Hyuk. She simply took one step after another, doing her best not to faint. Hey! She was about to pass Choi Hyuk, but she stopped when she heard his voice. Huh? She raised her head. Flutter. Flower petals fluttered in front of her eyes. Choi Hyuk's hand was above her head and was slowly releasing flower petals. Huh? She followed the flower petals and turned her gaze. Choi Hyuk grabbed another handful of flower petals from his inner pocket and sprinkled them above her head. He said, "Congratulations on your triumphant return." Flame Rain held one of flower petals in her palm and gave Choi Hyuk a sorrowful look. It's not a triumphant return. The number of returning members is less than 1/10. Choi Hyuk shook his head. If a reconnaissance troop returned, then it's a triumphant return. Then he stretched his hand and patted her head before passing by. You're going to be punished if you're late, so hurry up and report. Choi Hyuk passed by her. Flame Rain's eyes followed Choi Hyuk before quickly turning around to observe the brain in front of her. Looking in front of her, with her gaze fixed, she shouted. Do rookies like you come to the brain these days? You worked hard. Choi Hyuk smiled without turning around. Blaze. Flame Rain's hair, which had been swaying dangerously, blazed in a clean, gentle flame. As it covered her earlobes. Then her shoulders. She straightened her back and walked up the road of glory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 157, All, 1. TL, MTCube / ED, or. Flame Rain stood in front of the 13 towering stone plates. She did her best to not bend her back and tremble her legs and the tips of her eyes as she raised her head slightly. Although she looked exhausted, she looked dignified like a queen. Did you find the location of the monster's queen? Although we found a few possible locations. Did you find it? We didn't find it. So you failed your mission. Flamehell spoke coldly. Only 2 out of the 13 exalted wings commented, Flamehell and Flamethorn. The other stone plates remained silent as graves. While an incredible number of highest-ranked and high-ranked warriors died in battle. You failed your mission, you say, Flamethorn's words followed a rhythm like a song, slowing and popping at certain words, as she criticized Flamerain. Flamerain bit her lips. I am strongly aware of this fact. Strongly aware. Flamerain was truly pained by it. This reconnaissance mission was, in reality, a mission leading to death, yet those warriors followed her to that place while smiling. They always considered themselves as her subordinates. After Flamesky died in battle, the Flame Wing tribe abolished the monarchy. Flamerain was no longer a princess, and following this, she wasn't able to have subordinates. Yet, there were still people who followed her. Flamerain had avoided them in case they would experience disadvantages because of her. Which was why she didn't even properly know their names and faces. Fools. Without receiving anything. You all went so far to protect this stupid woman. Flamerain mumbled inwardly. The warriors had readily laid down their lives for her, yet only 100 survived out of 1,000. That was all. The rest had died because she was weak. She could make an excuse. From the start, the Exalted Wings gave me an impossible mission. She could resent them. However, she didn't. Even if I did. It's my responsibility for acting within their expectations. Yes, it was her fault. However, if she lowered her head in front of them and submitted because of this, it was clear that this would be an even greater fault. Flamerain clenched her fist tightly as she stiffly raised her head. But I cannot accept your words that I failed my mission. During the expedition over a few months, we confirmed the total area of the monster's universe, its topography, and 3 possible locations for the monster's queen. Not only that, we confirmed that the monster's forces are greater than we expected, including newly discovered ones. Of course, because of my incompetence, countless warriors died in battle. However, we did not fail our mission. They did not die for a failed mission. Blaze. Blase. Each and every time she opened her mouth to speak a word, her hair would blaze white. Her flames, which usually gave off a bright yellow and orangish light, was gradually turning white. After her hair, her eyebrows, then her eyes, soon even her skin swayed with white flames, they rippled around her like wings. Looking at her appearance, a stone plate, who had been maintaining his silence, replied. Princess. Was there some progress? Before Flamerain could reply, Flamethorn shouted coldly. Exalted Wing Flamefog. Whether in the Alliance or our tribe, there is no princess position. In reality, everyone called Flamerain princess, even Flamethorn. However, no one could argue if the rules were brought up. Flamefog quietly backed down and his stone plate became silent. Then, another stone plate joined in. I too believe that the princess. No, Flamerain's mission wasn't a failure. Exalted Wing Flamember. Flamethorn raised her voice. Unlike Flamefog, Flamember didn't back down and shouted. That moment, various indescribable thoughts raged between them. In a single second, vast amounts of information regarding the history of the Alliance and the Flame Wing tribe went back and forth between Flamefog and Flamethorn's stone plates. An extremely quick dispute created from their transcendent cognitive skills and the Alliance's technology. It was an intense argument. In the end dash. Enough dash. Whoosh, dot. Flamehell's stone plate rang loudly and shattered the frantic flood of thoughts. As the chairman of the brain and the prime minister of the Flame Wing tribe, when Flamehell acted, Flamethorn and Flamefog tightly shut their mouths. Even during this commotion, Flamerain stood proudly, blazing with white flames. Flamehell spoke. Flamerain. Yes, Exalted Wing Flamehell. The mission was finding the precise location of the monster's location, and you failed to do so. Then is the mission a failure or a success? Flamehell's voice was courteous yet cold. However, we found 3 possible locations. When Flamerain argued, an enormous hologram appeared above her head. It was the map of the monster's universe she had brought. There were 3 red dots on it. They were the possible candidates for the Queen's location. I acknowledge that. So was it a success? Flame Rain didn't say a word. She wasn't even taken aback. She simply proudly gazed at Flamehell's stone plate. In the end, Flamehell gave up on waiting for her answer and said, "You were only partly successful. Too many warriors died compared to the results you obtained." He was scolding her, pointing out that they died because of her. These words were clearly meant to strike her. However, Flame Rain didn't bite her lips. She simply blinked, blazing with white flames as if asking, "So what is it that you want from me?" Seeing her like this, Flamehell realized that there was no use provoking her anymore. She was tougher than before and more resolute than ever. She's definitely changed. I don't know if she's truly advanced further. However, it's too late. Yes, her growth had always been swift and surprising, but it was too late. Flamehell didn't feel any sense of danger from Flame Rain. Instead, he pitied her. She had been the more precious girl in the great Flame Wing tribe. Yet, her fate now rested in his hands. No matter how resolute she became now, it was too late. In fact, because she became so resolute, she might even despair even more from now on. A long time had passed since Flamesky died in battle, and the moment the Flame Wing tribe abolished the monarchy, the course of the game had already been decided. Even Flamefog, who wanted to maintain his fidelity to Flame Rain, couldn't do anything in front of him for a long time now. The only one who could protect her was herself. This was also her weakness. It might have been more of a pain if she gave everything up and clung to him, but she always tried to protect herself with her own strength, making her easier to use. Wasn't it the case this time? This princess volunteered to walk into hell, and she selected her troop according to the wishes of those who hoped to be her hands and feet. The more she tried to depend on herself, the more power she would lose. Flamehell decided to make another announcement. While it didn't equate to certain death, he assigned her a mission where it was highly likely she would die. For she wouldn't be able to refuse this time as well. Then I will give you the opportunity to fulfill the other half. Following Flamehell's words, 2 of the red dots disappeared, leaving only 1 red dot remaining. According to high-ranked warrior Choi Hyuk's information, a Cahor Capcan creating a demise-ranked monster is near that red dot. Search the red dot region and destroy that unborn demise-ranked monster. Blaze. The moment she heard the words demise-ranked monster, Flame Rain's proudly blazing flames wavered. Seeing this, Flamehell said, "Please avenge His late Majesty Flamesky." Choi Hyuk had already wreaked havoc at that Cahor Capcan. The monsters would obviously be prepared now. Him ordering her to enter that region and destroy the demise-ranked monster was the same as telling her to step on a visible landmine. However, Flame Rain didn't become gloomy from this thought. This wasn't the first time anyways. Only, Flame Rain vacantly gazed up towards the sky. She might have been thinking about her father. Her eyes soon returned to their unwavering state as she stared at Flamehell's stone plate. She said, "Please do this for certain. If I return victorious, please arrange an event commemorating my triumphant return. Don't change your words after I finish doing everything you asked. Your declaration just now could be considered as an insult to the brain. Why not be careful of what you say?" Dark sound cut in. Flame Rain sighed as she turned around. "I, Flame Rain, am the 28th ranked transcendent warrior in the Alliance. I have only now returned from the war. Since it wasn't a loss or a victory, I plan to redeem my insufficient results. As I will provide the Alliance with certain victory this time, I expect a warm reception according to the Alliance laws the day I return victorious. Then, due to being exhausted, I will go rest now." The exalted wings showed their agreement with their silence. They had been able to push her because she had been cooperative all this time. As the 28th rank warrior in the Alliance, she undoubtedly had the authority to request a break after returning from war. This was especially true considering she would soon step out onto the perilous battlefield again. Tap. 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 On her way back down the road of glory, Flame Rain discovered the flower petals on the floor. When she spread her hands, the petals gathered on top of her palm. Flame Rain put them away in her pocket and began walking again. With slightly lighter steps and clearer eyes, she resolved. If I return alive this time. The colonization of the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters was progressing smoothly. Since they had annihilated the Cahor Capkans of the Rotten Border and a large area, the monster's obstruction wasn't fierce either. Only, whenever they found traces of Carmelings who had experienced a gruesome extinction, they were momentarily filled with mixed emotions as they thought, they all died to be used as nutrition for the demise-ranked monster. It progressed smoothly with no hiccups. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they finished the mission given by Dark Sound and Choi Hyuk would receive his large reward. However, Choi Hyuk didn't seem to be very motivated in colonizing. There were many instances when he stared blankly, lost in his thoughts. "Leader, what are you thinking about?" When Lee Jean he asked. The demise-ranked monster. Choi Hyuk would either reply like this or mumble to himself. Isn't she going to contact me? Looking at him like this, the artillery captain Hanki tilted his head, saying, If he wasn't the leader, then these definitely are the actions of a boy falling in love for the first time. This would be true if it wasn't the leader. Then a day came when Choi Hyuk, who acted like someone with a screw loose, regained his vigor. It was the day Chu Young-jin contacted him again. Choi Hyuk abruptly shouted, What? A subjugative expedition has already been formed? Without me? Then what about me? Yes, they already left for battle. Already? Facing Choi Hyuk's admonition, Chu Young-jin said as though there was nothing he could do about it. This was originally a secret. The troop that I'm a member of obtained this information because they are very informed for some reason. But I didn't hear about it right away since I'm a new recruit. But I wanted to slice it. As if disheartened, Choi Hyuk stretched his legs and burrowed himself into the sofa. Seeing this, Hanki mumbled, he's in love all right. In love with fighting. It seemed like Choi Hyuk couldn't forget the thrilling sensation he felt when he faced the demise-ranked monster. While Choi Hyuk was wallowing in his disappointment, Chu Young-jin, who had been paused for a moment, added some more information. Apparently, the princess is the leader of the subjugative expedition again. What? Choi Hyuk's eyes shined viciously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 158, All, 2. TL, MTCube / ED, or. Flame Rain didn't remember her father. She had been too young when Flame Sky died in battle. What she remembered was the moment the universe united, using Flame Sky's sacrifice as an opportunity, a few years later. She remembered how the Flame Wing Alliance had been established with cheers and how all intelligent lifeforms in the universe united under the identity Carmelings as they strode down the streets together. For life and freedom, love for all. She spent her childhood waiting amidst these heated cheers that swept the streets. In other words, she was a part of the Alliance generation. While she was a symbol of monarchy and the very person who stimulated the nostalgia of those who grew up in the previous generation, the world she loved and the only one she knew was the Alliance. She grew up receiving the best education. As she was no longer a princess, she was no different from a lonely orphan. However, everyone in the Flame Wing tribe treated her like their child, and back then, even Flame Hell treated her well. This was why she had no reason to wish for the restoration of the monarchy. What she hoped for was to become an outstanding warrior who could contribute and return the Alliance's favor. So, in one word, she was happy. But how did things become like this? Everything became a mess after she began completing missions as a warrior, having gone through childhood and youth. This was because the true appearance of the Alliance and the war were very different from what she had thought. The sheer love for all had completely disappeared at some point. She would scoff whenever she heard the Alliance's salute for life and freedom. The Alliance's cause had changed from being victorious in the war against the monsters to safeguarding the key tribes. If they could reduce the losses of the key tribes, then they could bear the extinction of species living on the outskirts. They even began slaughtering, calling it mining, and they justified this by saying they weren't going to give the monsters resources. Flame Rain couldn't adapt to this. When she endured once, she would soon face more severe instances. She became more and more unhappy as time passed. From then on, her crimes increased one by one. Insubordination, mutiny, overstepping authority. If it were others, they would have been executed multiple times for this. However, she was released after receiving punishments on the level of probation or serving in the common ranks every time. Only then did she realize the influence she possessed. The Flame Wing tribe members always loved her. Although the number of people who didn't agree with her cause gradually grew, she was still loved. Why does our princess worry about other species more than her own? I like the princess. However, I think it's best to leave politics to Flamehell. My older brother died last time. Because the princess ignored the order to retreat. The younger the generation, the greater the number of people who were saddened by Flame Rain, which in return strengthened Flamehell's position, but that was all. The older generation showed their unwavering support for Flame Rain. Hey! No matter what, you cannot show dissatisfaction at the princess's actions. Even if the royal family has disappeared, the uniqueness in her veins hasn't disappeared. You will know soon enough. She's the princess. We're not at the level where we can judge her actions as right or wrong. They had agreed to the abolition of the monarchy only because they were swept up by the whirlpool-like situation after Flame Sky's death. If Flame Rain became sufficiently strong and desired it, they were always willing to stand for the restoration of the monarchy. This fact was what Flamehell was most nervous about. In fact, even Flame Rain and Flamehell's political aims were largely different. The Flame Wing tribe is the most exalted species in the entire universe. Why don't you understand that the life of one of ours is more important than the entirety of another species? If everyone else survives but our tribe becomes extinct, then we have lost that war. But if everyone else dies and even one of our race survives, then that's victory. Flamehell attempted to persuade Flame Rain multiple times, but she didn't budge. In the end, Flamehell resolved himself. I won't say any more. He believed that if Flame Rain came to power, then their species would go extinct. He couldn't back down. Disciplinary actions and appeals continued, and the more he confirmed the influence Flame Rain possessed and her true intentions, the frostier Flamehell's expression became a dangerous omen. As she knew this, Flame Rain resolved herself to be alone. The fact that there were many people who would die for her because she was Flame Sky's daughter. The fact that she thought to oppose the Alliance's policies. These could be the troublesome seeds that could incite a civil war within the Alliance. If a civil war did break out, Flame Rain's side would lose. Since this would result in a huge loss in the Alliance's forces, this wasn't good for both Flame Rain herself and the Alliance. From then on, Flame Rain didn't return to her homeland. She only traveled from one battlefield to another. She went to wars consumables were participating in and became friends with lowest-ranked warriors. She also saved those who might have died in vain. That was how she minimized her influence within her tribe and followed her own beliefs. Then Flamehell began suggesting her more and more difficult missions, using her warm-heartedness so that she couldn't refuse but also as if telling her to die there. Flame Rain endured everything. She believed that Flamehell would one day understand her sincerity. She grew stronger silently and persistently so that she could gain Flamehell's acknowledgement and become an exalted wing. So that she could change the alliance even a little. That was her dream. However, I won't live like this any longer, but... During the previous expedition, she realized that Flamehell wouldn't change. Even if she tried to be by herself, she couldn't, and those who followed her kept dying. Her method had been wrong. If she wanted to prevent them from dying, she shouldn't lower her head to Flamehell, but instead, she needed to display enough strength to prevent him from using her as he wished. I need to burn everything blocking my path. Resolving herself to this, Flame Rain's body trembled subtly. The monster's universe was filled with remains from ruined dimensions. Like the universe Carmelings inhabited, there were planets and stars. However, there could be a planet floating on an endless stream of water, perhaps a dead turtle below that water, or even a thin two-dimensional universe hanging over it like a rag. Ripped spaces and objects from various universes were mixed together, creating a surreal image. Flame Rain collected her breath alone in this space. Flamehell assigned her 2 missions, checking a possible location of the Queen and destroying the unborn demise-ranked monster. Between the two, she completed searching the Queen's potential location first. There wasn't anything there. The enormous power she had felt previously had seemingly been washed away. Although it felt somewhat ominous, she had no choice but to move on. In front of her was the Cahor Capcan in which the demise-ranked monster was located. There were no subordinates who came with her. It was because she came alone to covertly search the Queen's possible location. Flame Rain counted the time as it passed. It was almost time for her subordinates to arrive. Her plan was to launch a surprise attack against the demise-ranked monster when her subordinates arrived and gathered the monster's attention. I wonder how many gathered. As it came closer to the time of the operation, Flame Rain's body constantly trembled due to nervousness. I'm past the proficiency stage of the transcendent level. I'm at the peak of the transcendent level. I won't lose out too much against the exalted wings. At the brain last time, her flames turned white and her power increased by another level. Still, she was scared. Even though she resolved herself to no longer avoid things and to face everything with all her strength, she was scared that she would collapse here and that it would end in the deaths of all those who believed in her. I have to win no matter what. Flame Rain got a grip on her trembling body. Then, a strand of excitement permeated her fear. I can win. If I win this time, then I can use this victory as a foothold to change everything. Flame Rain took a deep breath. The light emitting from her body dispersed, leaving only heat behind. In this state, she infiltrated into the mouth of a gigantic, coiled snake that was floating amongst the remains of various universes. This place was the Cahor Capcan where the demise-ranked monster was growing. Qua. Kia dash, dot. It was utter chaos within the Cahor Capcan. Warriors and monsters tangled amongst each other as they fought intensely. Seeing this, Flame Rain was surprised. Wow! There is a lot. The number of warriors gathered in the Cahor Capcan greatly exceeded her expectations. They didn't lose out to the black swarm of monsters. So many. She felt moved and burdened at the same time. This plan was different from before in many ways. She, who had always gone around on her own with a passive heart, personally requested for help this time. Flamehell? Political position? She decided to ignore them. She had sent messages to the Flame Wing tribe households who still followed her and to those whose thoughts aligned with her and whom she was close with, mainly from the top 4 tribes. She said, Help me. To end this tedious war, I will create a new force. And they replied. With numbers larger than she expected. The time she spent on her own at the lowest places doing the most dangerous missions wasn't for naught. She obtained friends. Those who saw her fight and those who received a favor, they all gathered here. All Flame Rain had to do now was win. A great victory where she could preserve her allies. She saw a black hole in the distance and the large lumps of flesh next to it. In order to face the advancing warriors, the number of guards near them was low. Blaze. Still not emitting light, Flame Rain was hiding in her heat-only state, but her temperature kept rising. Drip. Due to the extreme heat, the space around her melted like ice cream. She penetrated into the melting space. When she reappeared, she was right in front of the lumps. Ah! Something approached. Annihilate. While the number of monsters guarding the lumps was low, they were all elites. There were 3 highest-ranked monsters and numerous high-ranked ones. However, Flame Rain felt something was strange. Is this all? Flame Rain revealed herself. In her hand was the weapon of conclusion, Flame Rain's glory. A weapon of conclusion was the symbol of warriors in the late stages of the transcendent level. It was a weapon that became a fate on its own. A supreme weapon, the most powerful amongst karma weapons. Blaze. She had only revealed the sword's appearance, yet white flames shot out everywhere like a sudden shower where one couldn't see in front of them. Kayak. A highest-ranked monster melted instantly and disappeared while the other 2 fled with half-burnt bodies. While their duty was to protect the lumps of flesh, they didn't dare approach the flames pouring out like a waterfall. Let's end this quickly and leave. She took aim and swung Flame Rain's glory at the lumps of flesh, making a great arc. The sliced area burned as white flames rushed out. The enormous lumps of flesh were ripped apart by the flames and turned into ash. Even the vicious figure of the demise-ranked monster disappeared as if it was washed away. Ha! But Flame Rain felt something was odd. Is this really the end? Even though she had broken up the enemy forces with a feint operation, it was still too easy. Just as she tilted her head dash. PSHHH. The white flames that covered her surroundings suddenly went out. A reddish-brown miasma rose out from the place the lumps of flesh had been and completely surrounded Flame Rain. She felt like she could faintly hear a voice. Everything will end. Even your fate of glory. Then the monster's vigor that had disappeared occupied her surroundings and tensed sharply. Only then did Flame Rain realize why the great power she had felt from the Queen's potential location had disappeared. With that power, they forcefully completed the monster. It has already awakened. All she saw was the reddish-brown miasma surrounding her. Flame Rain couldn't measure her opponent. The tips of her fingers trembled. She asked herself, Flame Sky, who was known as the strongest warrior in history, died killing a demise-ranked monster. Can I handle a monster like that? There was only one answer. I have to. Believing in my fate. There wasn't anyone who could help her anyways. She bit her lips, and Flame Rain's glory erupted in white flames once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159. Episode 9, Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 159, All, 2. TL, MTCube / ED, or. She felt cold all of a sudden. She couldn't feel her toes. Blaze. White flames erupted from her feet. PSSSH. However, they weren't able to endure for long. She felt ticklish all of a sudden. Her back started feeling ticklish, then her palms as well. She wanted to rip her flesh out. Still, Flame Rain stood with her sword drawn, unmoving. Blaze. Instead, flames burned on her hands and down her back. PSSSH. They soon went out as well. Flame Rain couldn't see anything. She only saw the reddish-brown miasma flowing around her. No, she thought she saw it, but when she looked again, it seemed like black dark matter. She lost her sense of time. She felt like she was only caught moments ago, but thinking about it again, she felt that she might have been here all her life. She was dizzy. However, the flame rain's glory in her hand didn't waver in the slightest. The tip of her sword took aim in front of her, and her unblinking eyes looked forward. "It's eating away at me." The monster was avoiding a direct battle with Flame Rain and, instead, chose to slowly kill her. Covering her senses, it suffocated her like a snake constricting the neck of its prey. It was slowly exhausting her and gradually making her fall into despair. But its fangs are weak. This was how she figured out that it wasn't yet complete. It was probably because they forcefully awakened an underdeveloped monster. At least for now, it was certain that it couldn't display its full power. If it possessed power befitting a demise-ranked monster, there was no reason for it to exhaust Flame Rain to death like this. Completely hiding its body, it faced Flame Rain with the safest and most certain method. The problem is that, even knowing that the monster isn't complete, there's nothing I can do. She smiled bitterly. Suddenly, she couldn't breathe, as though she was choking. It was the monster's pressure. Blaze. HAAA. Only after breathing in the flames blazing from Flame Rain's glory could she breathe again. She couldn't relax for an instant. All she could do was endure with all her strength. Without being able to counterattack, she was steadily becoming exhausted. If I could clear away this miasma for a moment. If I could figure out its location. She thought about the conditions required to overcome the situation, but they were all impossible. Her current strength was insufficient, and her subordinates were being pushed back. This might very well be her last battle. No. No. Blaze. Flame Rain burned away the despair that had covertly entered her heart. Her eyes shined once again. I won't lose. Her eyes blazed. PSSSCK. They blazed again as soon as they were put out. She stared at the unwavering reddish-brown miasma with her blazing eyes. Drip. Flame Rain jolted back to her senses when she felt a cold raindrop seep down her nape. She suddenly heard the sounds of a rain shower. What? Splash. Splash. Cold water submerged her feet. The pouring rain flowed down her body. She shivered. Rain? Why rain? Taken aback by this sudden situation, Flame Rain jolted to her senses when she attempted to wipe away the rain dripping down to her nose and mouth. Blaze. Flame Rain's glory spewed flames. Against the white flames, the pouring shower was swept away. She was still within the darkness, a world covered with reddish-brown miasma. Phew. She let out a sigh of relief. If she had moved her sword for even an instant, or if she had taken her hand off her sword to wipe the rain away, she might have received a fatal blow. Just then, she heard a voice from somewhere. It's useless. No need to feel depressed. Frowning, Flame Rain was about to stare out into the darkness after coming to her senses when she suddenly let out a suppressed groan. Hyuk. She desperately hid her agitation as she tried her best to keep her sword in position. She had noticed something when she was about to stare into the darkness. She couldn't see out of her left eye. The moment she had been dazed by the monster, it had devoured her eye. Her throat was blocked by a sudden dread. Blaze. Blaze. Flame Rain's glory erupted into flames again, but the monster didn't stay put either. PSSH. The flames kept dying out like fire being lit on damp firewood. Only the acrid smoke filled her chest. Get it together. Get it together. It's okay. She tried her best to deny it, but fear devoured her, gradually growing larger. How much time had passed? Perhaps the warriors, who had rushed all the way here for her, had already been annihilated. Even if she beat this monster, was her fate to inevitably die? No. Get it together. She wanted to slap her cheeks if she could, but she couldn't show even the slightest opening. Fear permeated her heart, making it heavier. It was hard. If this monster was as strong as the demise-ranked monster that had killed her father, then everything would have already ended without her having to suffer so much. It might have been easier then. This monster was slightly stronger than her, and because of this small difference, she couldn't overturn her current disadvantageous situation. This made it even more agonizing. Ha! With a shout, Flame Rain's glory cut through the reddish-brown miasma. Quack! The flames following her swing ferociously ripped and burned the space around it. However, even beyond it, she was still within the reddish-brown miasma. While her flames were brilliant, she had taken another loss. TSSS. The tip of her left pinky turned into ash and scattered. It had attacked again using the moment her heart wavered. She was lucky to have noticed it when she did, or she might have lost her hand instead of just her left pinky joint. Ark! Flame Rain pondered while gritting her teeth. What would be better, calmly and tenaciously fighting like she had been until now, or struggling without looking back? Thinking logically, there was a better chance of winning if she endured persistently. Waiting for an opportunity, enduring until the monster slipped up. However, what troubled her was that, if she did drag the fight on, the warriors who had come for her might be annihilated. A long silence continued in the darkness. Like a revolving lantern, she recalled her past. Her childhood, youthhood, and even the time she was alone after becoming a warrior. The rookie warrior she had discovered then. At first, she was sorry for the things the Alliance had done to his homeland, and later, his figure overcoming those perilous trials despite being so weak grabbed her attention. When he created a weapon of vow despite being a middle-ranked warrior, she was unable to sleep. The fact that an outstanding warrior could be born from a weak species that the Alliance had disregarded was proven by Choi Hyuk alone. He had proven that the current Alliance was wrong and walked a path to change the Alliance. It felt like she had finally gotten a comrade to walk the path she had been walking alone until now. How wonderful that was! When she thought of Choi Hyuk, her heart became stronger for some reason. She recalled how he habitually fought reckless battles and won. While Choi Hyuk had a weapon of vow, she possessed a weapon of conclusion. While he was talented, she was the daughter of the man known as the strongest warrior in history. Looking back at her current disadvantageous situation, it was no different from the countless trials he and she had been through. Blaze! Her flames erupted more violently. Ha ha! As she came to a decision, her heart lightened. I was soft. She had been riding on the tiger's back since the beginning. 1. She had already cast the dice the moment she dragged other warriors into this. Although she was scared that they would die due to her failure, from the start, they had gathered here prepared to die. That was also why she had called for them. To worry knowing this, how absurd. Her real opponent wasn't this simple monster. It was the Alliance, which itself was a monster that had become too bloated. Wasn't her ambition to face off against that? To be scared in a place like this, it was undoubtedly absurd. Do whatever you want. I'll burn it all. Blase. TTSS. White flames violently surged from her body. The reddish-brown miasma continuously put them out, but Flame Rain didn't stop and continued to emit flames. She changed her tactic. She would shave off its flesh even if it meant giving up her bones. Flame Rain's glory, which had only been keeping the darkness in check until now, acted first. Slowly at first, then becoming faster and faster, Flame Rain danced. Her sword sliced the world horizontally, then again vertically. My fate is glory. However, my glory has yet to begin. Flame Rain's body blazed with flames. That moment, as if it had been waiting for this, the monster began devouring her piece by piece. First, her smooth calf, her round shoulder, soft cheek, then glossy hair. It ate them one after another. Flame Rain's body kept disappearing. Her sword didn't even touch the monster. Just once. Flame Rain gave up on thinking. she focused entirely on her sword. As she ripped apart the space around her, she hoped to find its trace. However, even her hand had disappeared at some point. The last thing Flame Rain saw was the darkness. Then she saw a single sword erasing this darkness. The reddish-brown miasma, which she couldn't burn no matter what she did, was erased horizontally as if rubbed by an eraser. Through the erased miasma, the figures of Choi Hyuk and a monster, which looked like a 13-year-old boy, were revealed. The monster was glaring at the new perpetrator, Choi Hyuk. However, Choi Hyuk wasn't very interested in it. Flame Rain? He quickly examined the inside of the reddish-brown miasma, but he couldn't find Flame Rain. Instead, he felt a murderous intent that made his heart tighten. This is troublesome. The demise-ranked monster that looked like a boy was targeting Choi Hyuk. Darksound had ordered the Berserkers to completely colonize the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. However, since the Berserkers are an independent troop, how we go about completing this mission is up to us, right? Knowing that a Cahor Capcan housing a demise-ranked monster is near us is like an itch at the back of our heads. We can't proceed without subjugating it. So we determined that we can only complete Darksound's mission perfectly after we deal with that demise-ranked monster first. There you go. Good enough? Yes. Choi Hyuk had made up this excuse since Baek Seoin told him he needed at least one to go off and help Flame Rain before following after her. The situation on the battlefield wasn't good by the time he arrived there. The demise-ranked monster, which had yet to be born, had already awakened, and Flame Rain was trapped in its reddish-brown miasma for 2 hours. Due to the unexpected progress of the battle, the warriors who had gathered for Flame Rain were agitated. Still, they couldn't retreat without knowing whether Flame Rain was alive or not, so they continued to fight nervously. Choi Hyuk wanted to save Flame Rain no matter what. Thinking about how she was assigned to another dangerous mission after barely surviving her last and about how she might truly die this time, his body moved instinctively. Again? Again? Will someone die regrettably again? Like Richard? Like young Minji? Although it wasn't like he directly thought about them, the reason why his chest felt tight was probably because he had experienced their deaths. Also, since it was Flame Rain, he couldn't just wait and see. However, he couldn't help but let out a sigh as soon as he looked around the reddish-brown miasma she was trapped in. There was nothing he could do. Even with the accumulation of experience from the previous fight and the wars he partook in afterwards, as a high-ranked warrior, there was nothing he could do. His body stiffened just from looking at it. As expected. It's strong. He knew that his fate, never losing and slashing without fail, was only starting to be put to the test and was too weak to face the monster known as Collapse. He was well aware that, even if his nature was to enjoy fights, his outstanding talent allowed him to know the sheer difference between him and his enemy. What Choi Hyuk always possessed was confidence, not arrogance. Also, his opponent this time was one he wasn't confident in beating. Despite knowing this, Choi Hyuk still came here. Flame Rain. At least say something. But the reason why he came was because he believed in his sword skill called the First Sword. While Choi Hyuk didn't possess the ability to create an opening on his own, if Flame Rain could create an opportunity, then he might be able to properly assist her. An opportunity. Just a moment's opportunity. From then on, Choi Hyuk didn't blink. Even though the berserkers who had followed him here had joined the other troops and were fighting intensely, Choi Hyuk observed the distant reddish-brown miasma. Holding Choi Hyuk's imprint, he gulped down the impatience and nervousness that arrived at his heart one by one. That moment, Flame Rain changed her mindset and began struggling with all her might, and the reddish-brown miasma, which appeared to be impregnable, began to ripple. Weak points began to appear. Flame Rain. Choi Hyuk, who had been standing still like a rock, waiting for an opening, realized that this was his opportunity. The nervousness, restlessness, rage, and memories he had swallowed exploded at once. Like a universe being created after a big bang, it erased everything. Choi Hyuk called this sword strike the first sword. Even sound disappeared with a deafening boom. 2 dash. Like its name implied, first sword erased everything. The space between Choi Hyuk and the reddish-brown miasma in the distance as well as the reddish-brown miasma itself. Following the swing of Choi Hyuk's sword, history itself was erased and only the mark of his sword was recorded as the first and last entry. His sword demolished everything in existence in order to become the first. Since the space between Choi Hyuk and the miasma had been erased, Choi Hyuk was standing in the middle of the miasma, and because the miasma was erased in a horizontal line, he caught a glimpse of the demise-ranked monster that had been inside. Flame Rain? However, he didn't see Flame Rain. Only the ill-tempered demise-ranked monster's murderous intent tightened powerfully around him. Since he had put everything into his first sword, he didn't have the strength to avoid its attack. Foolish. Death. The monster, whose appearance was that of a 13-year-old boy, said unpleasantly as it slowly raised its hand at Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk squeezed all his remaining karma to try to avoid its attack somehow. Slice. That moment, something flashed past the monster's neck. Ha! Before the monster could say anything dash. Blase. White flames completely burned its sliced head and body. The monster's small figure had been revealed due to Choi Hyuk's sword. And, the moment the monster's attention was focused on Choi Hyuk, what cut its head off was Flame Rain's glory, which had been waiting for this opportunity. Flame Rain? At first, Choi Hyuk didn't see her. All he saw was a single sword. However, soon, her tattered figure materialized starting from the sword handle. Although she was missing an eye and her body was cut and ripped in various places, she was alive. She had only fainted. Karma was shapeless. Focusing all her concentration on her sword, she had assimilated with it. Then, like how the monster had hidden itself, she too hid her traces within her sword and, supported by Choi Hyuk's intrusion, launched a surprise attack on the monster. That was how Flame Rain and Choi Hyuk became demise-ranked monster killers. The meaning behind this great accomplishment was beyond their expectations. While she might be known as an eccentric despite being the Flame Wing tribe's princess, Flame Rain, who was a transcendent warrior, hadn't been able to obtain military distinction. While he was a genius who created a weapon of vow despite only being a middle-ranked warrior at the time, Choi Hyuk was undervalued as he was of a weak species from a planet on the border. In this moment, they had finally come out from the behind the curtains. 1. Riding on the tiger's back. The moment you got off the tiger's back, it would eat you. Basically, there was no turning back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160. Episode 9, The Shackles of Judgment / Chapter 160, the 14th. TL, MTCube/ED, or. By the time Choi Hyuk saw Flame Rain again in the Speckled Light Tribe's infirmary, she was uninjured. From her eyes, which shined brighter than the stars, to her round shoulders, she had completely healed from the injury she incurred when battling the monster. She was sitting down comfortably and was looking up at the star-filled universe. When Choi Hyuk entered, she became surprised and stiffened blankly. Choi Hyuk saw her eyes tremble. "You're fine? You were severely injured." Choi Hyuk had been in a similar state as well back when he was injured by Narsi, who had been much stronger than him. He was able to recover quickly because Commander Mac had given him one of her horns. If she hadn't, then it would have normally taken much longer. However, Flame Rain had completely recovered in 2 days. Choi Hyuk found it odd, but Flame Rain didn't seem to be in the right state of mind to answer this question. "That was, you?" Still looking at him with confused eyes, she was barely able to speak those words. Choi Hyuk firmly stared into her eyes. "The one who rescued you?" "Yeah." "How?" "I slashed it because I could." Flame Rain's expression, which had stiffened at his simple answer, soon relaxed. Then she frowned before shouting. "Hey! Is that as easy as you say? You said you're only a high-ranked warrior. Now I'm a highest-ranked warrior. He said in a manner as though he was saying his pimples cleared up after a night's rest. However, it really was like that. It was different from when he needed a special enlightenment and Commander Mac's assistance to advance into the high rank. After rescuing Flame Rain and sleeping due to exhaustion, he woke up as a highest-ranked warrior. It wasn't all that surprising though. Choi Hyuk possessed a great understanding of his fate, enough that he could slash a highest-ranked monster with a single swing previously. What he lacked was retribution, but since he slashed a demise-ranked monster, though it was incomplete, it would be even weirder if he didn't advance. Ike? Ha! Hoo hoo! Seeing his attitude, Flame Rain was at a loss for words before giving up and laughing absent-mindedly. While she wanted to shout, even if you're a highest-ranked warrior can't slash that reddish-brown miasma, but she gave up on it. Since Choi Hyuk wasn't the type to explain thoughtfully, Flame Rain decided to explain what she had seen and felt. Did you know? It's reddish-brown miasma. Slashing through that was actually more difficult than slicing its actual body. Because it wasn't fully grown, its own endurance was low. That was why it put all its strength into its reddish-brown miasma to avoid a direct confrontation. I wasn't able to clear away the miasma and was losing. But your sword slashed through it. Even though my memories of that moment had completely disappeared, strangely, I can vividly remember the pitch-black sword that erased everything and pushed its way through. It was such a strong, fundamental power that it surprised me. But people say that it was your sword. Flame Rain calmly met Choi Hyuk's gaze. Now you know why I was surprised, right? Choi Hyuk felt a bit embarrassed for some reason and scratched his nose once before unsheathing his sword. Cling. He stuck Choi Hyuk's imprint in front of her. Its pitch-black blade as well as Choi Hyuk's swaying black karma. Choi Hyuk attempted to explain. Is it that surprising? It's because you shook the monster up. If not, then I would have never been able to slash through the miasma. While it was rare for Choi Hyuk to be bashful, Flame Rain didn't notice as she was busy examining Choi Hyuk's imprint and Choi Hyuk's karma on it, seemingly entranced. Amazing. A fate no one in the Alliance has ever created. Even though it's still weak, it possesses a sharpness that can cut the fate of collapse. A power to deny all things established. Tap. Tap. The more she examined it, her hair began to stand on its end one after another. Pure white flames dimly blazed in her eyes like refined silver. That moment, she looked at Choi Hyuk with a bright expression. If it's you. If it's you. You can end this war. Not suiting the situation, her smile was so brilliant and her skin, on which her flames faintly blazed, was so lovely that Choi Hyuk had to close his eyes and avoid looking at her. A peaceful darkness welcomed them. That day was also the day Flame Rain's triumphant return ceremony was held. Because of the promise Flame Rain had received beforehand and since the public's opinion couldn't be covered up because there were quite a few warriors from the top 4 tribes who participated in the expedition, their triumphant return ceremony was arranged without any problems. Flame Rain's subordinates planned a triumphant return march from the infirmary on the edge of Alliance City, cutting through the city and the road of glory, to the brain. Let's go. You're going on your triumphant return march. Triumphant return march? From where? Will we go back out into space and act as though we've just returned? You're supposed to march as soon as you return victorious, but because I was injured like a fool, but... Flame Rain mumbled as she followed behind Choi Hyuk before being surprised in front of the infirmary. All the warriors who had fought with her had gathered, fully armed, on the not-so-large road. They were so well disciplined that she couldn't even hear a single breath from all of them. However, when Flame Rain stepped out, their gazes turned towards her simultaneously. Thud, thud. Flinch. Flame Rain was taken aback when the countless number of warriors with rigid expressions turned to look at her. After seeing their expressions relax, she smiled awkwardly. Gentle smiles were on the warriors' faces, then they opened their mouths wide and cheered. Whoa! Their cheer was loud enough to shake Alliance City, the capital of the Alliance. Thump! 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 Dot. Completely contrary to their disciplined postures and unable to contain their emotion, the warriors stomped their feet and banged their weapons as they rushed to Flame Rain and hoisted her up in the air. Whoa! She was thrown up in the air, accompanied by their cheers, and their raised arms received her again. Stepping on each other, some even taking to the air, they tangled together to create a tidal wave as tall as a building. At the top, Flame Rain rode the tidal wave of warriors as she was propelled forward. Beside her was Choi Hyuk, who had been hoisted up alongside her without realizing it. Choi Hyuk had a bitter expression. Seeing him like this, Flame Rain laughed. The citizens of Alliance City cheered as well as they watched the enormous wave of warriors marching through the city. The warriors who defeated Demise. The biggest military merit in the history of the Alliance. We hit first and defeated Demise. Multiple cheers mixed together and echoed out. They had beaten a Demise-ranked monster that could have brought despair to the Alliance with their skill and without relying on a plan. That wasn't all. They beat the monster in the monster's universe, in the middle of the enemy camp. The Alliance, that had always defended and taken losses, was now starting its counterattack. The excitement of the marching warriors and the observing Alliance City citizens was beyond their expectations. To be this happy because they won. While being propelled forward, Choi Hyuk saw their faces. Amidst the crowd that had gathered, he saw the commander-in-chief of the Shapley Supercluster, Armor Phantom, Knight Sovereign Ding, who caused a conflict on Dragonic, and even Hashishi and Manta, who he had clashed against during the recruit training of the Kundal tribe. He looked down on all of them. He saw their bitter, downcast looks. At first, Choi Hyuk was dazed but suddenly felt a sharp sword-like emotion jumbling in his stomach. It felt chillingly pleasant. It was now time to kill those who he needed to kill, and there was almost no one left who would block his path. With every step he took, their chains and shackles that sloppily wrapped around to restrain him fell off one after another. Finally, his shackles, his enemies, were only the exalted wings. His enemies that he didn't even know the faces of were close. If he stretched his hand out a little further, not one would remain. There really isn't a lot left now. Swallowing the blades that wanted to slice his stomach open and rush out, Choi Hyuk was barely able to smile. We didn't know that the Demise-ranked monster would be awake. To be able to defeat a monster like that. I express my respect for your military merit. Flame Rain. No matter what he thought inwardly, Flamehell respectfully greeted Flame Rain. I didn't accomplish it alone. Greeting modestly, Flame Rain shared her merit with Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk lowered his head slightly. Seeing those two, Flamethorn spoke in an unpleasant voice. Please don't misunderstand me. But something is odd. It was a Demise-ranked monster. A monster like that had awakened, yet is it possible for a warrior of the proficiency stage of the transcendent level to defeat it? On top of that, a warrior who had just become a highest-ranked warrior was able to provide assistance? If the monster was so weak, then I don't think there's a reason to call it a collapse. Flamember immediately cut in at Flamethorn's thorny words. Considering the testimonies and records, the Demise-ranked monster that appeared this time wasn't complete. However, I heard that the nature of its power was undoubtedly that of Demise and that its strength wasn't below ours, it might even surpass it. However, since the level of the warriors who participated in the expedition was low, couldn't the reports have been exaggerated? No, that's why I'm saying. Flamember and Flamethorn were about to argue once again, but Flame Rain cut them off. I would like to request something. Unlike before, her attitude exuded composure. In this strange mood, the exalted wings waited for her request in silence. I request for a reordering of the Alliance ranks. Immediately after those words, Flame Rain's skin blazed with chillingly white, transparent flames. It was different from her previous orange flames and even her white flames seen recently. Her vigor surged out without holding anything back. She was clearly showing off her strength. Hugh. There was no meaning in distinguishing who mumbled. Everyone mumbled before swallowing their silence. Flame Rain had been at the proficiency stage of the transcendent level. She, who was the 28th warrior in the Alliance ranks, had grown tremendously after overcoming this trial. Her flames, which displayed her full strength, proved everything. She had passed the mid-stages and was completely in the late transcendent level. Her power was now comparable to Flamehell and Dark Sound, who were the strongest of the exalted wings. Even Choi Hyuk widened his eyes in shock. I knew her wounds healed too quickly. She had obtained much more than she lost. While Choi Hyuk accumulated retribution from facing the demise-ranked monster, Flame Rain had accumulated the most. Choi Hyuk shook his head after seeing Flame Rain, who had already been strong, become even more unbelievably strong. So there was another monster here. Ranks. Will giving you the 14th rank be sufficient? As you know, it is the greatest rank for a warrior. Flamethorn's attitude, which had been busy ridiculing Flame Rain, changed. As long as her ability was confirmed, there was no use trying to lower her contribution. However, Flame Rain shook her head. Rank 14. The reason why this was the greatest rank for a warrior was simple. There were 13 exalted wings who were tied for first. Therefore, what she wanted was one thing. No, I want to be a member of the exalted wings. Then won't there be 5 exalted wings from the Flame Wing tribe? But she has the qualifications. Silence and murmurs immediately covered the brain. It was a dilemma. The exalted wing couldn't simply agree through silence, nor could they clearly oppose it either. I oppose. Flamethorn, who had fallen into a state of shock, jumped to oppose a few moments later. Following this, Flamehell stated. Flame Rain. While the exalted wings need to possess a power stronger than anyone, one cannot become an exalted wing with just that. Flame Rain was still composed. Cheers chanting her name still rang in her ears. She was already the Alliance's hero and was fully justified in her actions. On top of that, she had a measure in dealing with the other exalted wings' wariness. Even Flamehell would have no choice but to acknowledge her in the end. Yes, of course. Exalted wings are those who lead the fate of the great universe. Each member has to propose a future their fate would reach. But I have already shown you this. What is it? The end of the war. Now is the time to recover what we have lost. I, as the 14th Exalted Wing, will be the commander-in-chief in attacking the monster's universe. That's dangerous. Staying like this is more dangerous. Like how the monsters avoid getting noticed while capturing our planets and creating Cahor Capcans, I too will avoid their notice and establish our base and fortress. I will make preparations so that more warriors can take part in the attack more safely. A heavy silence settled. A petite lady stood in front of 13 stone plates. The entire universe perked its ears at her words. We need to continuously mess up their plans. The more we do so, the tougher our defensive line will become. Didn't highest-ranked warrior Choi Hyuk completely colonize 2 superclusters in the quickest time in the Alliance's history because he swept through the demise-ranked monsters Cahor Capcan and the many Cahor Capcans affiliated with it in a single action this time? Even though our defensive line expanded rapidly, isn't it easier to defend than before? The Exalted Wing's silence continued. EU. Only Flamethorn protested. However, sensing that the flow had already been overturned, Flamehell stopped her. Stop. Then, with the following silence, it was decided. Bang! With a bang, the brain shook. The 13 stone plates that were spread an equal distance apart were slightly pushed away, and another stone plate arose from the space created. A white stone plate that reached the sky was engraved with a water drop flame symbolizing flame rain. "Congratulations, Princess. When you blazed with flames." It felt like His late Majesty had returned. Flame Fog, who had always been silent, congratulated her with a trembling voice. Hence, the 14th exalted wing was born. Wow! Choi Hyuk left the brain slightly dazed. Although Choi Hyuk also received some rewards, after seeing Flame Rain become an exalted wing before him, he wasn't too interested in what he had obtained. An exalted wing. If you become an exalted wing, then you can probably see other exalted wings face to face, right? Then should I also aim for that? Choi Hyuk had decided that the exalted wings would be his final enemies, yet the only one he had seen in person for a moment until now was Dark Sound. Besides that, he had met them indirectly at the brain. If he wanted to get revenge, he had to at least be able to see them. He needed to get closer to their core. Flame Rain is going to set up in the monsters universe. Then do I have to go there too? Attacking instead of defending. It was a completely new opportunity. If he took advantage of that, then he would be able to make great contributions, and if he did that, then he could take a step closer to the exalted wings. Choi Hyuk was walking while thinking this when his expression suddenly stiffened as he stopped in place. A shadowy darkness had suddenly enveloped him. He couldn't see, hear, or feel anything. Choi Hyuk calmly turned his gaze. For life and freedom. What is it that you want from me, exalted wing Dark Sound? A glint appeared on Dark Sound's eyes, who had his arms crossed. It was because he didn't expect Choi Hyuk to find him so quickly. However, he didn't show his surprise and said, "Amazing, isn't she? Flame Rain. She acted well. To think that she would declare she would go to the monsters universe instead of staying in ours." With that one move, she silenced all the other exalted wings from other tribes who were scared of the increase in the Flame Wing tribe's influence. On top of that, her flames, charming, aren't they? To the point Flame Fog returned to her side. It seems that they are moved to tears when they see amazing flames. Choi Hyuk didn't know how to reply, so he remained silent. Dark Sound approached Choi Hyuk without making any sound and said, "Flame Rain. She's a good friend. However, don't become so close with her." Dark Sound continued to speak weird things, but his next words were shocking. "I know it all. You hate the Alliance so much that you want to erase it, right? That's why I'm saying this. Be careful. To your enemies, you can't let them know that you hate them. You need to make them misunderstand you. Only then can you snag an opportunity." While saying this, Dark Sound's eyes boiled with hatred for the Alliance. "So don't be close with Flame Rain. If possible, it's better if it seems like you are hostile towards her. Only then will they not be wary of you." Choi Hyuk saw a faint white light, goodwill, from Dark Sound's cold eyes. However, whether he was someone to kill or keep alive. As if his eyes of the judge were covered by something, he only saw a faint shadow. He couldn't distinguish what it was. TL/N, Who episode finale. Hope you guys enjoyed. Flame Rain became the 14th exalted wing. What do you guys think Choi Hyuk will do next? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 161, Gathering and Scattering, 1. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. To Choi Hyuk, the time spent with Flame Rain was. He would either have tea with her when she suddenly visited or they would talk for a while, and she would only visit for less than 30 minutes every few months, sometimes even only once a year. That was all, yet, it was weird. It didn't feel awkward when he met her, and since it felt like they had conversed throughout this entire time, it instead felt like the blood and slaughter that were their daily lives was as faint as a dream. Choi Hyuk opened his eyes at the Tower of Warriors. The karma that had been sticking next to him dispersed like butterflies. While this place was called the Tower of Warriors, its true appearance was like that of an enormous whirlwind of karma. Within this place, where everything was floating as if there wasn't any gravity, Choi Hyuk raised his floating body. Specks of light chaotically flashed by his still fuzzy vision, and when the light of eternity emitting from the center of Alliance City reflected on them, they would create all sorts of shadow-like symbols. Swords, shields, crystals. Weapons he could identify, and some he couldn't, flashed before disappearing. The Tower of Warriors was the tomb of karma weapons. When warriors died, their karma weapons would slumber in this place. The unfulfilled callings, sentiments, vows, and conclusions of dead warriors gathered together to create a huge flow of fate, and the exalted wings used this power to handle the net of fate. It was the Alliance's symbol along with the brain. The right to stay here wasn't given to anyone. Choi Hyuk stretched his hand out to his waist and looked for Choi Hyuk's imprint. When he placed his hand on its handle, only then did it feel complete. The refreshing sensation of morning overcame him. When he slowly lowered his body to exit the tower, the silhouettes of the karma weapons that filled the tower would surround his body. When his body lowered to an appropriate level, like elevator doors opening, the silhouettes dispersed on their own. As soon as he landed on the lowest part of the Tower of Warriors, he heard Lee Jin-hee's chatting voice. Wow! Then Flame Rain was on the battlefield in 2002? And that was before they started colonizing the Lania Chaos supercluster? Yeah. Since the frequency of discovery in the Lania Chaos supercluster was so low, and when I arrived, monsters had already occupied various places. It was really intense that time. I almost died numerous times. Do even transcendent warriors get in danger? Of course. Also, I was a highest-ranked warrior that time. Then you entered the transcendent level in only 10 years? Hearing Lee Jin-hee's shocked voice, Flame Rain brushed her hair as she boasted. Everyone's surprised by my growth. Lee Jin-hee exaggeratingly lowered her head. Yes, of course, Exalted Wing. Wow, anyways, hearing your story feel a bit surreal. In 2002, Earth didn't even have smartphones. I don't even remember that time well. Ah, can I call you Uni, one? Flame Rain smiled as she waved her hand while Baek Seoin mumbled in shock. In 2002, Korea was a pot of craziness because of the World Cup. So the Alliance was in the middle of war back then too. Well, if we look at the number of years, then the Alliance has probably been fighting since prehistoric times. The Alliance wasn't made for nothing, I see. Flame Rain looked up. Shadows of the karma weapons were cast above randomly. Countless warriors had died, and the Tower of Warriors, which grew larger every time they did, was already as wide as multiple stadiums and so tall that one couldn't see the top. Yeah. It wasn't easy. So the earlier and more key members have a stronger compensation mentality. Flame Rain's voice lowered. 2002. The World Cup that opened in South Korea and Japan. I saw it too. I studied a lot about Earth. It was a beautiful planet. For Earth to become like that. I'm sorry. Baek Seoin and Lee Jin-hee were taken aback by Flame Rain's words. No. There's no need for you to be sorry. Yeah. In fact, we're grateful to you, Uni. Flame Rain smiled weakly. Dim flames blazed in her eyes. Her voice became even lower, and it rang even deeper. I am going to change the Alliance. Starting from the monsters universe that I am assigned to, I will change the Alliance into one that doesn't distinguish between the center and the borders, where all warriors are respected and fight indiscriminately and where no life will be treated as a consumable. I will create an alliance that is truly for life and freedom. I will endure, become stronger in the monsters universe and return. Starting the change from there, I will change even our universe. Seeing her tightly shut lips and faintly blazing eyes, Lee Jinhee's mouth became agape. Led by Flame Rain's passion, she unknowing said, "Me too. I want to see that world." "You will." Flame Rain nodded firmly. Choi Hyuk, who had been watching them from the back, joined in with a slightly confused voice. "Just when did you all become so close?" While they should have seen Flame Rain with him when she visited, from his knowledge, Baek Seoin, Lee Jinhee, and the others hadn't talked with her before. Lee Jinhee and Baek Seoin were startled by Choi Hyuk's sudden appearance and quickly greeted him. Flame Rain replied leisurely as though she had already been aware that he was behind her. "We became close while waiting for you to get up." "You were waiting for me?" Flame Rain went over and pulled Choi Hyuk's wrist. "Let's go. I'll show you my homeland this time. While it's very different from Earth, it probably won't be bad." The cheers and jeers of the Berserkers executives, who were out in the plaza, simultaneously rained down on them as Flame Rain disappeared with Choi Hyuk. Flame Rain brought Choi Hyuk to the Fountain of Light, the Lake of Light in the center of Alliance City. This place, called the Light of Eternity, was like the sun as it shined a light on the entire city, which was as large as the moon. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him step by step towards the Light of Eternity. If the brain and the Tower of Warriors are the symbols of the Alliance for all members, this place is the symbol of the Flame Wing tribe, who possess absolute influence within the Flame Wing Alliance. It's a place of privileged access, she said in a slightly bitter tone as she submerged herself completely in the light. While the Light of Eternity was a device that provided energy to Alliance City, it was also a two-way gate that led to the Flame Wing tribe's homeland. The moment Choi Hyuk was about to pass through the Light of Eternity while being led by Flame Rain, Choi Hyuk heard a cold message. "Other species are prohibited from approaching. He's my guest." "Ah, pardon me. I welcome your return to our homeland, Princess." As soon as Flame Rain cut in, the voice that had been cold towards Choi Hyuk became like a warm breeze. Immediately after, Choi Hyuk entered the Flame Wing tribe's homeland, end of the universe. At a glance, this place seemed to be within a painting by Van Gogh. Everything he saw was aflame. As though a great painter had paid great care to his every brushstroke to create harmony, all sorts of textures, shapes, and colors of flames meshed together, like pointillism, to create an incredibly noble scene, from violent flames to smooth flames and from white flames to green, pink, and purple flames. "This place is?" Choi Hyuk opened his mouth without realizing it, and Flame Rain didn't reply as she took a deep breath. The flames around her blazed as if blessing her. These flames, which were transparent and white like her own distinct flames, made it feel as though the entire universe was protecting her. "Is this what they call a princess?" Choi Hyuk admired unconsciously. "It's a wonderful place, isn't it?" Flame Rain said only after taking deep breaths without a word for a while. End of the universe. Since it hasn't been long since the Big Bang when considering the passage of time relative to this place, the flames of beginning, which birthed the universe, still remain intact here. The Flame Wing tribe are the descendants of the flames of beginning that conceived the universe. That's why the die-hard nationalists also call us the descendants of the Creator. She kept pulling Choi Hyuk's wrist as she showed him various locations. She collected the most delicious flames and let Choi Hyuk taste them and even introduced him to the artistic flames kindled by the Flame Wing tribe. In this place, where everything was made up of flames, there was no need for a city, buildings, or even clothes. However, each and every flame here had the touch of the Flame Wing tribe. This was what the Flame Wing tribe usually did. They consumed and created flames. The Flame Wing tribe's emotions started and ended with flames. The desire they possessed from the beginning was to kindle a more beautiful or a more everlasting flame. There was nothing else besides that. Visiting her homeland for the first time in a long while, Flame Rain was sentimental the whole time. "This place is not only my homeland but my mother as well." Not as in a figure of speech, but literally. Like Earthlings, the Flame Wing tribe members can give birth by mixing flames with each other. But in cases like my father, who possess overwhelmingly powerful flames, they can fuse their flames with this universe's flames. Then, a child is born from those flames. That is why I don't have a mother in Earth's traditional sense. This world, these flames are my mother. Flame Rain looked happy while saying this. According to her words, this was like returning to her mother after a long while. However, her expression soon darkened. That is why, my tribe members can't give up on these flames. Give up? Yeah. All things born must die. Our universe isn't an exception, and neither are the flames of beginning. After the Big Bang, the universe has been cooling, and the flames we enjoyed are gradually dying out. We couldn't just watch that happen. Still, my father, Flame Sky, accepted this change and was looking for a new way of life, but Flame Hell, who came into power after my father passed away, isn't like that. To maintain these flames for as long as possible, he decided to make the Flame Wing tribe the greatest existence in the universe. This was why we were able to obtain the special fate as the ruling species of the universe, and using this fate and power, we can allocate the karma necessary to continue maintaining the flames of beginning. She stopped speaking for a moment before having a hard time opening her mouth again. While no one talks about it now, the Dark Tribe, Armored Soul Tribe, and Speckled Light Tribe, who are now known as members of the top 4 tribes, had all gone through what Earth had gone through in the beginning. This happened after my father had passed away. Flamehell said that these were inevitable trials and that it was the monsters' doing, not ours, but in fact, these were all things we did to obtain a ruling position for the Flame Wing tribe. I didn't know this when I was young. Like a fool, I believed that the alliance was free and peaceful by only looking at its outer appearance. Hearing this, Choi Hyuk recalled the deep hatred Dark Sound had revealed to him. Flame Rain stopped, as if she was fighting back her tears, before changing the mood and hitting Choi Hyuk's shoulder. But I saw it. Another universe. I saw how beautiful the universe, which the Flame Wing tribe members hate and call the cold universe, is. The cold air on Earth. The stars in the night sky. The hot coffee I drank while blowing on it. How wonderful all those things were. Wasn't it? How was it? Growing up in a cold universe without knowing anything about the alliance and the war? Choi Hyuk's expression momentarily became emotional after listening to her words. Soon, he shook his head and said, "It was simple. Without knowing anything about this enormous universe, we simply lived by advancing our feeble science. Since we didn't know anything about karma, we were so weak that we lived solely by wielding the technology we had created. While in fear that the weapons, technology, and artificial intelligences we created could destroy us, we greedily warred against each other. Not everything was good. That was why, when we first saw the alliance, I think we thought that it was illustrious despite being scared and hating it. We thought those of the alliance were different from us since they could manipulate karma since birth. But, looking at it now, I don't think so." Flame Rain smiled as she agreed with him. "Hugh, yeah. In the end, we're all foolish. That's why we're all the same Karmalings, right? There isn't a truly exalted species. So..." She stared directly at Choi Hyuk as she continued. "So I will make one. A new alliance. An alliance that is truly for the prosperity of all Karmalings. To do that, I need your help." She stretched her hand out. "Let's work together. You will, won't you?" When he saw her outstretched hand, Choi Hyuk felt a prickling sensation. He recalled how young Minji had stretched out her hand, asking him to work together with her back when he was about to leave the high school after completing the Ring of Rebirth and the Throne Game. That time, Choi Hyuk refused. Then she died. This situation felt similar. Of course, a lot had changed since then as well. While he himself had changed a lot, the biggest change was Flame Rain. She was someone who warmed others' hearts by being next to them. It was the same right now. She stretched her hand out while saying that she would abandon this universe where various colored flames blazed around them like a great masterpiece. She was small yet stronger than him. Despite this, she was easily hurt. However, she had the qualifications of an empress as she could recover from it and establish her own vision. She was frighteningly beautiful. This was why Choi Hyuk couldn't smile or hold her hand and wish her the fortune of war. Instead, he took a step back. He didn't avoid her gaze. Only, while hiding his emotions as best as he could, he shook his head. "No, I won't," he said in the end. Then again. Flamerain's hand, which she had stretched out like a flower with a fluttering heart, flinched as though it was met with a cold breeze. "1. Uni, what a younger woman calls an older woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 162. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 162, Gathering and Dispersing, 2. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. The light of eternity, which surged from the center of Alliance City, hit the various gravity fields in different atmospheres in the sky, scattering intricately. It looked like a patchwork stitched from various types of skies, such as a sunset, blue autumn sky, shining light, and darkness. No matter how long one looked at it, they wouldn't get tired of it. It's finally peaceful. In a place not far from the Tower of Warriors, Alexei stood leisurely as he drank a soda. The soda, which was called One Sky, was connected to Alliance City's sky and karma. No matter where or when you drank it, its rippling liquid reflected the various skies. When drunken, the sky blue liquid would wet one's tongue and throat as it soaked into one's cells, and the faint scent of an autumn or spring breeze would linger in one's nose. It felt like one's mouth and stomach was being soaked by the sky. Alexei let out a breath in satisfaction. However, Li Jinhee didn't seem to be in a good mood. "Lyosha, what's peaceful? Can't you see everyone's busy racking their brains?" Without a doubt, the Alliance City citizens were huddling together and discussing something with serious faces. Alexei wasn't aware of this. "It's because of the princess, right? Establishing a fortress in the monsters universe or something. Well, I guess these announcements that always pop up are shocking in Alliance City?" Alexei said as though it didn't concern him and smiled brightly at Li Jinhee. "But director, it's only shocking to those living here. To people like us from the borders, isn't this news welcoming? Dropping privileges and competing solely on skill. And there's no ridiculous treatment like making the less skilled consumables. To be honest, this is like a dream to us." Seeing Alexei's somewhat excited expression, Li Jinhee's face became even darker. Li Jinhee stared at the boy's face, who always followed her like a puppy while saying that he liked her. He smiled timidly as if saying that he was happy just meeting her eyes. While he had lost a bit of his baby fat and his face had become more mature, he was still young. Her heart ached a little more. "Lyosha." "Yes." "Director. You entered the middle rank, right?" "I entered it. I am ashamed for reaching it so late." While completing the mission this time, the majority of warriors at the team leader rank were able to step into the middle rank. Among them, Alexei, who was the top team leader in Li Jinhee's troop, had already passed the early stages and was heading for the proficiency stage. While he said he was ashamed for reaching it so late, his expression revealed an uncontainable pride. Li Jinhee patted Alexei's head as she said, "Good job. You worked hard. However, we really were late. Both you and me." "Pardon?" Alexei, who had been happy from hearing he did well and that he had worked hard, was surprised at Li Jinhee's self-deprecating words. "We're late. Too late. Didn't you realize anything this time? The berserkers couldn't follow leader. We're supposed to support him from behind when he pushes forward. But we couldn't. The gap between leader and us is gradually increasing." She wrapped her hand around her forehead as she said, "Leader won't wait for us since he's someone with clear goals. So us berserkers need to match his goals on our own. That's why he picked us. Yet, he reached the highest rank this time. While none of the directors directly below him have even become high-ranked warriors yet. Even the team leaders below the directors have only now reached the middle rank. Late. Too late. If we want to cover the leader, then, at the very least, the directors need to be high-ranked warriors and the team leaders need to have reached the proficiency or peak stage of the middle rank. But even I, a director, am still only a middle-ranked warrior. That's because the higher rank you are, the more difficult it is to increase your rank. On top of that, I heard that, starting from the high rank, you need enlightenment regarding your fate, since you're transcending the system. Yeah. But that's our problem. At least, during the next mission, we need to reach the high rank. Only then can we follow the leader, even if we're insufficient. It's already hard enough. I heard that once the base is created, it'll be safe for a while. Can't we work hard to find enlightenment then? While saying these words may be me overstepping my position. You can't be too hasty. Alexei said everything he had to say even while reading Li Jinhe's mood. Li Jinhe looked up at the complex sky filled with various colors. Yeah. But we probably won't go to Flame Rain Uni's base. Pardon? Isn't it obvious we'll be going there? She's close friends with our leader. Their goals are similar. Li Jinhe smiled bitterly. You still don't know the leader? No. He's not interested in improving the alliance. Saying this, Li Jinhe saw the berserkers focused on training around the Tower of Warriors. Sweating heavily, Ryu Hyunsung wielded his sword with his eyes closed. Baek Seoin, on the other hand, had set up automatic weapons around him and was, whilst standing in the middle of them, avoiding the barrage of swords and bullets. Kim Honghyun was sparring with Zero, and Leah was meditating on her own. While the berserkers always fought with their lives on the line, Choi Hyuk didn't promise them a glorious future. Choi Hyuk's path was simply more destruction and slaughter. He wasn't interested in a better future. Then what were the berserkers fighting for? Revenge, agony towards the past, and ambition to be stronger than anyone else. While there were multiple reasons, all of them were related to one thing: the intense pleasure experienced from the fights led by Choi Hyuk and the sense of accomplishment gained from defeating a difficult opponent. No drug could provide them with that sharp, abundant sensation. Whether it was to forget their pain or for a better future, they couldn't help but be led by him. However, there was a possibility that this case wouldn't last forever, especially for those warriors who strove for certain goals rather than indulging themselves in battles to forget their pain. What? Then what kind of mission are we going on? How scary. Isn't it time for us to establish our foothold? And I am curious about the new base that's being established. Listening to Alexei's dispirited voice, Li Jinhe shook her head. Yeah. I don't know how things will be in the future either. What kind of mission the leader will be assigned to is unknown. Choi Hyuk recalled his conversation with Dark Sound. However, I want to quickly grow stronger. Is there another path besides standing next to Flame Rain and invading the monsters universe? There is. She's going to cautiously begin her activities from the border, trying not to be noticed. However, the Alliance needs a more aggressive plan than that. What is it? The whereabouts of the Queen of Monsters. There are now 2 possible locations remaining. We need to find out which of the 2 the Queen is at and what the best route to invade that place is. And if we attract the monster's attention while doing this, it'll help hit Flame Rain's stronghold, so it's not all bad. While there are those within the Exalted Wings who hate Flame Rain, there isn't a single one who hopes that the stronghold, which we spent a large number of resources on, will collapse. Since everyone will be doomed if we mess up. So you're saying to invade the center. That's a dangerous mission. It seemed he liked the sound of dangerous mission as he rolled the word on his tongue once more while smiling. Dark Sound nodded his head. Yeah. Flamehell and I will suggest you for the position, so do your best. Also, I'll give you a present. I'll accept it gratefully. Choi Hyuk didn't refuse any presents. Smiling faintly, Choi Hyuk bowed and Darksound, seeing this, grinned. Darksound's pale lips spat a few words and Choi Hyuk's face became stiff. The ones in charge of Earth's recruit training. Blaze. A small black flame blazed. It even burned on the tips of Darksound's fingers. Ha! As expected. Of course, he wasn't injured in the slightest. The fact that Choi Hyuk's flames could even burn the tips of his fingers was surprising on its own. This flame didn't use any skill, materializing purely from his burning rage. Choi Hyuk's eyes were blazing black as he looked at Darksound without a reply. That was why Choi Hyuk didn't care about his executive's reactions. Ah. Leader. Are we fighting again? We have a lot to do. We need to reorganize Dragonic and we have to research new technologies. No, fighting is good. However, what reason is there for not going to Exalted Wing Flame Rain's stronghold? We can fight as much as we want and reorganize there. The artillery captain Hanki made a gloomy expression. Aide Leah continued after. There have been rumors that all the L-Tribe members and Earthlings on Dragonic will be transferred to that stronghold. That place is no different from a new colonized land. The ones who go first will obtain a bigger proportion. Aren't we at the time where we need to make humanity stronger by going at a slower pace? We can obtain sufficient military merit there as well. These were the suggestion of the administrative and education representatives of the Berserkers. Guardian Beijing Man didn't say anything and kept his eyes closed. Choi Hyuk shook his head. Normally, he would go along with whatever his subordinates wanted, but not this time. In this moment where he couldn't back down and his leadership was tested, he settled the situation with a single sentence. I found out who were in charge of Earth's recruit training. The ones in charge of Earth's recruit training. At first, they all tilted their heads, uncertain of what he meant, but the moment they understood, shivers ran down their spines. Choi Hyuk's words stabbed at them like daggers. Let's deal with them first. Within this chilling silence, someone opened his mouth. Earth's recruit training. You're talking about the ones who created the Ring of Rebirth and the Throne game, right? It was Guardian Beijing Man, who had his eyes closed until now. His eyes were bloodshot. Flitch of the Speckled Light Tribe was a strategist who recently came to fame. While he was from one of the top 4 tribes, as could be inferred by his name, he was of low birth within the Speckled Light Tribe. In his tribe, names like Fragment Light and Fingernail Light were common, and those who were respected had Light dash in front of their names. Yet, he didn't have Light in his name. In the Speckled Light Tribe, millet-sized lights gathered in a group to form a collective intelligence, which was then given a name, but the lights that composed Flitch were all weak and indecisive losers. However, Flitch didn't give up. Maybe it was because he was a gathering of the weak and cowardly, but he always worked harder than anyone else. Since he didn't hold any expectations for himself, he didn't become overconfident, and when people criticized him, he didn't lash out in anger but rather endured and made efforts to improve. After continuing like this, he had completed a few large missions, and using the hit results from a recent mission as a basis, he was even able to advance into the Alliance's capital, Alliance City. He was a strategist active in Alliance City's tactic market. His story of making his own fortune through strictly his own efforts was quite famous, and many people respected and admired him. Flitch was really happy about that. Whenever he went to the tactic market early to examine the newly proposed tactics and discussed with other strategists about which ones had potential and which ones were trash, the thought "I succeeded" always sunk into his mind. It was the same today. Hey, Flitch. This is a new tactic, what do you think about it? Management of reconnaissance troops to figure out the Monster Queen's exact location and invasion route. Are you interested in it? I'm not. Whoa, it's still quite a hot-button issue. And it's essential information in order to end this war. The war ending. I don't know, I can't believe it. While Exalted Wing Flamerain may have had some fun with her victory, do you think we'll be able to see the war end in her generation? In our generation, the best we can do is maintain the current situation. There's a higher chance that the war will end with our loss. It's all just hot air. It's just a diversion to gain more power. All higher-ups are like that. So, the reconnaissance is like a show? Yeah. Since Exalted Wing Flamerain is gaining popularity with tribes outside Alliance City with her determination to end the war, to combat this, the original Exalted Wings planned a show tactic. However, real investments will be focused on Exalted Wing Flamerain's stronghold construction. It's better to get on that. When there's such a great alternative, there's no need to waste precious points on a show like that. Flitch, I understand what you're saying. But shouldn't you of all people be interested in it? I hear the person in charge of this tactic is someone from there? They were both his colleagues and competitors, and facing their banter, Flitch expressionlessly turned his gaze towards the tactic information board. Person in charge. The leader of the Berserkers, AB rank independent troop, Choi Hyuk. Flitch smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Hey, take it easy. In principle, who was in charge of which tribe's recruit training was a secret. However, when looking at the circumstances, guessing who did what mission was too easy. While everyone didn't personally say it out loud, since they knew Flitch had made a great profit from leading Earth's recruit training, they indirectly teased him. Just as Flitch shook his head and was about to look for an investment-worthy tactic, someone tapped his shoulder. He also heard an energetic voice say, "Hello, Mr. Flitch. It is an honor to meet a strategist with such high prestige like you." When he turned around, a familiar Earthling man was standing in front of him. While he was inwardly taken aback, he calmly asked, "Who are you?" The man lightly smiled as he gave a reply unrelated to his question. "While it is sudden, the reconnaissance mission will be a success. How about investing in it?" He had a bright smile. Flitch avoided his gaze and said while walking elsewhere, "Haha, I'll think about it. I'm busy now so." Thud. However, the Earthling grabbed his shoulder. It doesn't matter whether you invest or not, but you'll still be participating. I came here to tell you this." The man's constant disrespectful attitude made Flitch's expression go stiff as he asked, "What are you saying?" The man smiled brightly as he replied directly. "The leader of the Berserkers, Choi Hyuk, is dispatching the strategist, Flitch." The surrounding strategists were shocked at his reply as they retreated back. Now that they thought about it, the vigor released by the black sword at his waist wasn't normal. They murmured, "Ah. That must be the famous Sword of Vow. Dispatch. Choi Hyuk's black eyes came in front of Flitch's eyes, who still couldn't believe the situation. He was still smiling brightly, but his eyes were cold as ice. "You are being dispatched by an A+ rank resource transfer right. The meeting time is..." It's right now? Ridiculous. Flamerain received AS+ rank resource transfer right this time. As an A+ rank, it was no different from the highest rank. Before Flitch, who couldn't believe his situation, could even finish protesting, the space around him crumpled and swallowed him up. Choi Hyuk motionlessly stared at the space Flitch had disappeared from. Then he smiled widely as he brushed his hands. "It'll be thrilling, huh?" He leisurely walked past the frozen strategists and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 163, Gathering and Scattering, 3. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Chi. It was raining on the field, and a single flame was getting soaked. While steam rose up in the air, she looked up at the sky. Though the rain was falling constantly, the moon and stars shined as there were no clouds. As expected, this was where you were. The voice was as deep as a large brass instrument. Flame Rain, who had been crouched on the field, getting soaked, turned her head slightly, indicating she was aware of his presence. Then she absent-mindedly looked back up at the sky. He kept walking towards her while talking to her. On the surface of his body, metal moved delicately like a puma's muscles, and he placed his long arms on the ground to assist his walking. His face resembled a moai. 1. He was Mechas of the Armored Soul Tribe. 2. The environment setting is Earth. As expected of a place where lifeforms depended heavily on the circulation of water. The environment is quite delicate. Weak, low energy level. When Mechas acted as though he knew, Flame Rain, who had been sitting blankly, replied as though she appreciated that he knew. Right? It's strange. The planet is as weak as a glass egg, and it's too cold for the Flame Wing tribe. However, I like this delicate coldness. Flame Rain gently scooped up rainwater with her hands. Kai. Steam rose up. Flame Rain's eyes followed the rising steam in a trance. The reason why the Flame Wing tribe is special is because they were born from and grew up in the flames of beginning. They will get weaker if they get accustomed to places like this. Hearing Mechas' whining voice, Flame Rain's blank eyes focused and she asked confidently. Will that really be the case? Mechas couldn't reply for a while but acquiesced in an acknowledging tone in the end. Isn't Choi Hyuk an exception? Well, still, I'll acknowledge it. The Earthlings' growth rate is surprising for now. While I don't know when they'll reach their limit, even their current potential is high enough to be considered elites. As if saying, see? Flame Rain turned her shoulders and said, If a fate ends, then you simply need to accept another fate. It's not the environment that decides whether one becomes stronger or weaker, but one's own actions. Mechas, who had been listening to Flame Rain's words while saying, yes, yes, princess, abruptly shook his head as he said. In fact, I still can't believe it. For Choi Hyuk to be a highest-ranked warrior already. It seems like it was only yesterday when he was just a snotty-nosed brat in the lowest-ranked supply store. Mechas recalled when he had guided Choi Hyuk and taught him how to use the lowest-ranked supply store. You've only met him once, yet you act like you brought him up? It's just a figure of speech. Wah-aha. Mechas' laughter rang out from his entire body. After seeing him laugh, Flame Rain lowered her head. She swept her hand over the grass that grew on the field, black burnt marks trailing her hand. Mechas' voice became deeper and it rang out for even longer. Choi Hyuk is apparently in charge of a reconnaissance mission. It was announced today. Really? Flame Rain grabbed a handful of burnt grass and dirt before letting it wash off in the rain. What might be his reason? She mumbled to herself after a long silence. Since Mechas didn't really have anything to say, he simply stood there silently. Did she offend him? Was it burdensome? What was he planning on doing? Revenge? While swallowing these various thoughts flowing from her mind, Flame Rain brushed herself off and stood up. Nothing we can do. Are you okay? Flame Rain grinned at Mechas' question. I have to be. I am responsible for a ton of people. Then she added quietly. Well, we don't know if he'll change his mind later. She energetically moved her arms around in a circle. Seeing her like this, Mechas' voice became gentle. I'll take the lead, princess. Now really, how many times do I have to tell you? There isn't a position called princess. Also, you're not from the Flame Wing tribe anyways. No, the tribe doesn't matter. I am calling you that because you are you. It's not because you are someone's daughter. Or, should I call you queen? At Mechas' joking words, Flame Rain showed an unpleasant expression. On Earth, there's the expression as bold as brass. You have no shame. Don't you cringe when saying stuff like that? Well, as you can see, I really do have brass skin. Mekas gestured at his moai-like face as he took the lead. What is this? Are you trying to get revenge? Flitch shouted as soon as he saw Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk didn't reply and closely examined Flitch like a predator considering whether to eat or leave a small animal alone. While I don't know what you're thinking, you can't get revenge for a mission that was conducted justly. It is a violation of alliance laws. However, Choi Hyuk still didn't say anything. He simply slowly walked around Flitch and closely observed him. Flitch gradually became more nervous. The speckled lights that made up his body trembled in panic. Flitch's mind became unruly, divided between speckled lights that were panicking and lights that tried to hold them back and regain order. Just what is it that you want? What do you hope to gain from doing this? Choi Hyuk still didn't reply. Flitch did his best to persuade and unite the speckled lights that had fallen into a state of panic. Everyone, please calm down. We need to calmly grasp this situation. The more panicked we become, the more dangerous it becomes. It seemed that his persuasion worked, as the unruly speckled lights recovered their calm, and his chaotic thoughts were swept away. Ha! Just what are you playing at? As his mind cleared up a little, Flitch decided to behave more actively to release his anxiety and check Choi Hyuk's reaction. He looked around the room and took out a drink glacier tears from an absolute zero space. Since you aren't talking after bringing in a guest, I'll drink this first. I'm thirsty. Just as he was about to open the cap, Choi Hyuk snatched the bottle away. The speckled lights suddenly flew up, indicating Flitch's surprise. Choi Hyuk poured the glacier tears into a glass. It was a dense liquid that pooled together like liquid mercury. In a calm manner, Choi Hyuk said with a smile. Didn't I tell you? You have been dispatched for a reconnaissance mission. Please help us. Faced with his unexpected attitude, an intense discussion broke out between the speckled lights that made up Flitch. No. There's no way that's the reason. There's no doubt this has something to do with Earth's recruit training. Why are you always so pessimistic? Just now, we only needed to stay calm, but instead topics of revenge started popping up after you became uneasy. In fact, we might have made Choi Hyuk feel even more suspicious towards us. That's right. Even if Choi Hyuk came to us after knowing everything, he might not have any harsh feelings towards us. Choi Hyuk has also been in charge of recruit training before. Was it the Kundal tribe? I heard that he killed a number comparable to us. Since Choi Hyuk is experienced enough to know what kind of alliance this is, I'm sure he understands. If it really is for revenge, then there isn't any reason to act like this, right? Discussions like this quickly broke out amongst the speckled lights before coming to an agreement and reforming as the group intelligence Flitch. Flitch quickly regained his composure. I don't know why it has to be me. I'm a strategist. I no longer have any troops. My fighting strength isn't amazing either. Shiver. That moment, Choi Hyuk didn't reply, but Flitch felt a killing intent that sent chills down his spine. It was only for a moment. What was that? Did I sense wrong? No, I felt it too. Each of the speckled lights quickly reported their state. There was a single conclusion. While it was short, a few felt it. It was killing intent. Choi Hyuk knows. Though we don't know what he's going to do. The speckled lights began to feel agitated, but Flitch tried to his best to look dignified as he drank glacier tears. Due to the drink, the unruly speckled lights froze all at once before defrosting, giving them a calming sensation. Flitch talked slowly. While I don't know what you're thinking, this mission will fail. Don't tell me you're planning on starting a losing war because of a reason like that? While turning your back on your limitless potential? When Flitch said, because of a reason like that, he was referring to Earth's recruit training. Amongst the speckled lights, a suspicion had been proposed that Choi Hyuk was purposely dragging him into a losing war to get revenge on him. However, unsure whether Choi Hyuk understood his meaning, Choi Hyuk, who had been staring at Flitch with clear eyes, suddenly asked, "A losing war?" "Of course. What's the reason? Are you asking because you really don't know?" "Yes. There is one reason. Because you aren't a transcendent warrior. Because you aren't, you can't meddle with the net of fate. You don't have a method of hiding yourself when the monsters notice your invasion and begin chasing you down. Also, think about it. You are supposed to find the Queen's nest. Even if the monsters' universe's defenses are lax because they haven't been invaded before. There's no way that's the case for the Queen's nest. There will definitely be monsters close to the demise rank near the Queen. Even if you want to get close, you undoubtedly need to be at the transcendent level. Also, you need powerful troops composed of highest and high-ranked warriors. Only then can you use them as bait and retreat if the monsters come at you from behind. It was the tactic used by Exalted Wing Flame Rain during the previous reconnaissance mission. However, it is impossible for you. So this mission will have no choice but to fail. Choi Hyuk smiled brightly at Flitch. PTCH. Choi Hyuk's hand quickly pierced through Filch's chest. The speckled lights which made up his chest burned and turned into ash. "You ack!" The speckled lights scattered like sand and fled before gathering on the other side of the room. The speckled lights were in a fuss. "You ack! That bastard killed my friend. Calm down. If we fight him now, we'll all die." A minority of the speckled lights struggled, unable to endure their rage and sorrow, while the rest tried to hold them back. "Just what are you?" Taken aback, Flitch asked while trembling. Choi Hyuk revealed his white teeth as he said in an aggressive manner. "Ha! What do you know? I'm too pissed off by how you act like a know-it-all, be it in the past or even now. But do you know what kind of ability I possess? Why do you think the Exalted Wings assigned me, who isn't even a transcendent warrior, to this reconnaissance mission? That is..." Flitch couldn't reply because he assumed that this mission was purely a political show. However, Choi Hyuk looked serious and angry. Choi Hyuk came closer and said, "Get a hold of yourself. There's no place to escape to anyways. If you want to live, work harder for the success of the mission. You need to prove your usefulness, right? Or die on the front lines as a meat shield. Why? It's what you like, isn't it? Kill. Only then can you kill. Right?" The speckled lights that made up Flitch's entire body began to tremble. While they wanted to scatter and flee right now, it was impossible as they were suppressed by Choi Hyuk's spirit. While comforting those that had fallen into a state of chaos, Flitch was barely able to speak. "And will you let me live? Did I say that I was going to kill you?" Seeing Choi Hyuk reply so naturally, Flitch nodded his head with difficulty. The tips of Choi Hyuk's lips curled up as he tapped Flitch's shoulder and walked past him. He saw the clearly visible blue shield symbol above Flitch's head. "He's someone to keep alive? Does that mean he'll be of use when I face the Exalted Wings later?" Choi Hyuk grinned. The skill he had inherited from Richard had been quite useful until now. This time, it's truly trash. Choi Hyuk's steps hurried. He wanted to go to the monsters' universe quickly. And there. Thump, thump. His heart thumped and his black karma became flames as they blazed in his eyes. 1. The statues on Easter Island. 2. Mechas was the armored soul tribe member showed Choi Hyuk around the lowest ranked supply store at Flame Rain's request. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 164, Gathering and Scattering, 4. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Flitch, who was putting on airs, brought a tool called the World of Nothingness. You should know that, in order to develop this device quickly, I spent my entire wealth. While it could be the key to the success of this mission. I feel like swearing. To be honest, even though I invested everything into this mission, I still don't think it'll be possible. I've never made such a risky investment before. Either way, now that I've done everything I could, the rest is up to you, Ott. While clearly showing a distressed appearance, Flitch handed a black, brick-shaped whetstone to Choi Hyuk. Its appearance was ordinary, almost primitive, but the moment Choi Hyuk received it, he felt a powerful karma inside it. Its vigor didn't lose out to weapons of sentiment, which highest-ranked warriors wielded. Seeing Choi Hyuk's surprised face, Flitch smiled faintly as he explained. It is a tool named World of Nothingness. By referencing to Alliance reports, I created it with leader Choi Hyuk's special skill, First Sword in mind. Well, rather than explaining it to you, it'll probably be better if you try using it. Please grind your sword on the World of Nothingness. Choi Hyuk took out his sword and ground it on the whetstone-like World of Nothingness. Sarung, sarung. The third time he grounded dash. Sarung. The sound became deeper and pulled the space around it. All matter stretched towards Choi Hyuk, looking ridiculous. When Choi Hyuk pushed his sword on the whetstone, matter was pulled towards him, and when he drew his sword back, it returned back to normal. Unsure of whether he noticed it or not, Choi Hyuk kept grinding. Every time the space distorted, the surface of the whetstone would cover his sword, and every time it did, the whetstone would become slightly smaller. I think that's enough since we're only testing it. When Flitch stopped him, Choi Hyuk, who had been grinding his sword as if in a trance, raised his head with slightly blank eyes. Even though it's ridiculously expensive, it's a consumable. You have to use it sparingly. Using this much is sufficient for testing purposes. Choi Hyuk nodded at Flitch's reasoning. Now, the method of using it. You already know, right? Since we purposely came out to this remote location, try slashing once to your heart's content. Flitch said while looking around at the desolate planet that no one lived on. Since there was no atmosphere, the sky was black. When looking around, there were only stones and sand. The only thing that caught their eye was the tall mountain range in the distance. A dim light shined from the peak of the tallest mountain. Choi Hyuk aimed his sword towards that peak. The karma that was tightly wrapped around his sword cried out, pleading him to do something. There was no way he wouldn't know how to use the World of Nothingness, even if he didn't want to. First sword. Ping dash. Choi Hyuk's sword made an arc, and following its path, everything was erased, even time and space, as though they were never present. Due to the disappearance of space, the peak of the distant mountain came towards him. Normally, this would be the end of the first sword's effect. However, it was different this time. The World of Nothingness, which covered his sword, was released, vibrating as it filled the erased spacetime. Flitch, who was somewhat excited, said, I observed that the principle of your skill is similar to that of the Big Bang. The first sword has the power to create universes, and it uses this ability to push and erase the pre-existing universe. However, it ends there, without actually being able to create a universe. The World of Nothingness was developed this time to assist the first sword in taking it a step further. It increases the possibility of creating a pseudo-universe. Like this. Flash. A brilliant light emitted from within the spacetime, which had disappeared. When they came to their senses, Choi Hyuk and Flitch were standing above a completely white hall. Phew! Flitch let out a sigh of relief. He looked around at his surroundings as he spread his arms. Welcome to the World of Nothingness. To be honest, because I was in a hurry to make this, I didn't have the time to test it, but it works better than I thought. How lucky. Definitely. Choi Hyuk faintly exclaimed. All sides of the hall were smooth and white. It was a dimension created in this moment. Unlike a real universe, which could give birth to life, it was no different from a dead universe. But it was still a universe, and Choi Hyuk was the creator of this world. He was moved by an indescribable emotion. Choi Hyuk walked to the end of the hall. When he reached the end, there was a large window instead of a wall. Beyond the window, he saw the dimly shining mountain peak. Is it a hidden dimension? Yes. While it's a completely new dimension, it is simultaneously a place right next to the pre-existing dimension. While you can call it a hidden dimension, more intuitively, it's an underground tunnel. It is the best way to explore without the monsters noticing. Though I can't say we won't be caught, the likelihood of getting caught is reduced drastically. Do you like it? Seeing Flitch cautiously read his mood, Choi Hyuk smiled slightly and replied. Very. Phew. I feel like I've come back from death's door. Then can I go now? Before he said that he had done everything he could, and now he asked if he could go now. Meaning, he didn't want to involve himself in the mission any longer. No way. There's still a lot left, Dot. Choi Hyuk hid his feeling of contempt and placed his hand on Flitch's shoulder. Yeah. You did well. Now let's start the mission. Let's work well together. We'll probably survive if we do well. Flitch's face distorted when he heard Choi Hyuk's words, which gave him no room to leave. No. No. We're as good as dead the moment we enter the monster's universe. This is crazy. Do you know how many people Choi Hyuk dispatched for this mission? He didn't dispatch any. Excluding the berserkers, he only dispatched the 3 people who participated in Earth's recruit training. Isn't it obvious then? He's just going to kill us. So what are you going to do about it? Stop whining. It's checkmate. Let's escape. Let's escape somehow and sue him in the alliance. That. Sue? Can't you tell from the fact Choi Hyuk figured out all 3 of our identities instead of just one? Someone from the Exalted Wings sold us out. Though we won't be able to escape anyways. Ha! To think that he would wipe his mouth clean after receiving the world of nothingness. The speckled lights that made up Flitch were in a complete mess. Like congressmen in a fight, they were pushing and being pushed. However, there was only one conclusion: there's nothing that we can do. Flitch of the Speckled Light tribe, Demitsu of the Kinib species, and Sino of the Seo tribe. These 3, who were in charge of Earth's recruit training, felt like they were going to the slaughterhouse as they were pushed into the monster's universe by Choi Hyuk. As soon as they crossed over to the monster's universe, Demitsu of the Kinib species opened his mouth wide open, revealing his teeth, and said, "This is good enough, right? Since we've crossed over to a completely different dimension, there won't be any evidence remaining. Since everyone's a berserker, there won't be any witnesses either, right? If you're going to kill us, then kill us quick, you narrow-minded earthling." Demitsu gave Choi Hyuk a ridiculing look. On the other hand, Flitch and Sino couldn't hide their nervous expressions. Choi Hyuk smirked at Demitsu. "Did I ever say anything?" Demitsu snorted. "Are you trying to act otherwise now? You never planned on completing this mission from the start, right? If you wanted to complete it, then you wouldn't have only brought over the berserkers, a C+ rank independent troop. A smaller group is better when hiding from the monsters. Also, the berserkers work well with me and they are stronger than you think. They grow stronger quickly too." Ha! Is that so? To hide from the monsters? You, a mere highest-ranked warrior? When you can't even access the net of fate? The net of fate. It had the power to tune the entire universe. If Choi Hyuk didn't access and wreak havoc on it, then his location would be fully revealed to the monsters. Because of this, no one believed in him. Yeek. Cool. To make matters worse, maybe it was because they had suffered on multiple occasions, but the monsters reacted quickly. Unlike before, when they were slow to notice their invasion and send support, this time, the monsters reacted almost as soon as they crossed over. The monsters, who had been resting while devouring a planet they had plundered from another dimension, rushed out all at once. They even felt a spine-chilling killing intent coming from far off into the distance. While he couldn't be certain because they were so far away, Choi Hyuk thought that they might perhaps be transcendent monsters or even demise-ranked monsters rather than highest-ranked ones. Their vigor was simply that terrifying. It seemed even Demitsu, who had been aggressively talking back to Choi Hyuk, was shaking in fear as he retreated while drenched in cold sweat. With his lips trembling, he said, Don't tell me you're planning on leaving it to the monsters? If you are a warrior, no, if you are trying to get revenge, then you should do it with your own hands, right? It seemed that he never considered that Choi Hyuk could overcome this crisis. However, there was a reason the Exalted Wings had assigned Choi Hyuk, who was only a highest-ranked warrior, to this mission. With his sword that could reset everything, they judged that he would be able to keep his location hidden from the monster universe's net of fate. On top of that, he had received an unexpected present from Flitch. Choi Hyuk believed that the mission was doable. How pathetic. Do you think you'll be able to survive acting like that? While mocking Demitsu, Choi Hyuk slowly unsheathed his sword. Demitsu flinched backwards. From what Dark Sound had told him, it was this damn Cunib who had selected the monsters and scattered them throughout Earth. The Shadow Teeth that Lee Jin-hee had difficulty with, the Wyvern of Death that had killed Baek Seoin's parents, and the Flaming Devil that had killed his mother were all personally selected by Demitsu. Demitsu. Phew. Even though he wanted to kill him right now, he did his best to ignore it and turned around. Choi Hyuk swallowed his rage. Even his hatred for Flitch, who personally planned out the Ring of Rebirth and the Throne Game, among others, as well as his loathing for Sino, who created various supplies and provided them to the humans, encouraging them to struggle against each other. He swallowed and returned them all to his heart. The first sword would activate the moment his emotions, which had been accumulated, exploded. Choi Hyuk saw beyond the monsters gathering around him and towards the mission region as he slashed out. At the same time, the world of nothingness activated. It was a world created by grinding almost half the whetstone. With the first sword, the monsters that filled their vision disappeared. In fact, a corner of the monster's universe was being ripped up as it disappeared. A bright light poured down from above Demitsu's face, who had been looking at this scene while lost in thought. Then an enormous white hall appeared. The hall was so large one could call it a plaza. The pre-existing universe disappeared and a new one was made. Wow! What is this? Our leader is insane. Like how Lee Jin-hee mumbled this, the berserkers were shocked at this scene as well. However, the ones who knew the details were even more shocked. This? Crazy. A device that creates dimensions? But that hasn't been developed yet. It was concluded that, because there was no way to obtain the power to create a universe, it was impossible for the time being. Though I did hear that Choi Hyuk's new sword skill First Sword did have that sort of power, Sino, whose tribe was well known for their technology, was crazily mumbling to herself. It was to this degree? When Demitsu, whose tribe had the trait of being weak to the strong and strong to the weak, personally saw Choi Hyuk's move, he felt himself becoming endless smaller compared to Choi Hyuk. Finally, Flitch, whose body was trembling, possibly due to the speckled lights clamoring, was barely able to ask Choi Hyuk. Leader Choi Hyuk? How far does this path go? Phew. To the first location suspected to be the Queen's Nest. Choi Hyuk seemed exhausted as he replied. When Flitch heard this, his body trembled as though it had been hit by lightning. No way. The location suspected to be the Queen's Nest? The distance is quite significant, yet he opened a path all the way there? A mere highest-ranked warrior can output this much power? As expected. He was always like this. Even from the recruit training, Choi Hyuk was an exception to the norm. There's a limit to being an exception. This. He might really complete this mission perfectly. I thought it was impossible. I was thinking about what he could do by only bringing the berserkers. But now that I see this, he probably won't even need the berserkers. He's just that strong. That moment, Sino, Demitsu, and Flitch cleanly forgot about the danger they were in. They were completely entranced by the feat displayed in front of them. To be sublime was making others forget about themselves. It made others realize how small they were in comparison and made them completely surrender. The feat Choi Hyuk showed them was precisely this. This is truly amazing. Whether or not he's our enemy. Amazing. Beautiful. The number of speckled lights that possessed goodwill towards Choi Hyuk increased, irrelevant to the danger he brought. Sino and Demitsu also couldn't help but sense their feelings change. Their hearts began to submit to Choi Hyuk. Just as Choi Hyuk wanted them to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 165, Gathering and Scattering, 5. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. TL/N, I'm sorry to say that this will be the only chapter this week and there won't be any Sojei chapters next week due to personal circumstances. Sorry Q.Q. It was cold and there was no wind or scent. There was only a white tunnel that extended endlessly. In fear that they could make the world of nothingness unstable, the berserkers, over a few days, slowly passed through this long tunnel. The white walls occasionally rippled and became transparent, reflecting the strange scenes of the universe the monsters lived in. Initially, the monsters were bustling due to Choi Hyuk's attack, working in groups to search for the intruders. Finally, however, the commotion gradually died down after they couldn't find anything. The berserkers murmured. It'll be really thrilling this time. Whenever monsters as large as spacecrafts brushed past the tunnel, the berserkers would lower their voices. So we're searching these bastards' homeland. As Earthlings, their animosity towards the monsters couldn't help but be greater than their hostility towards the Alliance, since they were the ones that actually invaded their homeland and killed those precious to them. At times, these monsters felt like such uncontrollable calamities that they made them feel powerless. Thinking about how they were now invading the core of the monsters, naturally, their hearts raced and their minds were resolute. But who are those three? No troops were dispatched for this mission, only them. Maybe they are incredibly strong? Or those three are better than dispatching B-rank troops? They don't look that strong. There were berserkers who started talking to Flitch, Demitsu, and Sino out of curiosity. The tension from the monsters that they occasionally saw outside the tunnel, the sense of mysteriousness from the white world of nothingness, and the sense of solidarity from going to the core of the monsters with each other mixed together, making their hearts both silent and more open. What are your names? Quickly turned into, if we survive, give us a tour of Alliance City. Formal replies such as I welcome getting closer to the berserkers soon became candid like I'm a bit tense, do you have anything to eat? I was suddenly dispatched so, finally, they began giving detailed introductions to each other. Don't you guys have families? The majority of us berserkers don't, but I don't know about you who live in Alliance City. I have a lot. Cunibs can have polyandrous or polygamous relationships as long as they have the ability. I'm considered quite capable, so... Hee, I want to see my third wife. Demitsu purposely made a wicked expression. I am going to get married to a man called Mino next month. I had a tough time in Alliance City, and I was comforted a lot by him, but... Sino, whose tribe was famous for only having one lover their entire life, had an affectionate look as she thought of her fiancé. The speckled light tribe has no gender classification. Well, we do, but it's only for individual members. The consciousness flitch is a group intelligence. If the population of speckled lights inside increases or if there is a growing conflict between members, then we separate, but I guess you can call it a type of reproduction. Flitch simply shrugged his shoulders. Then, excluding Flitch who doesn't have a family, why did you guys, who have families, come to this dangerous place? When a berserker asked, Demitsu raged, shouting, "Do you think I wanted to come?" And Sino made a bitter expression while she answered, "We were dispatched. We didn't have a choice." Flitch protested, "Hey! Why are you excluding me?" However, they soon glanced at Choi Hyuk and said, "However, it might not be as bad as we thought." Unexpectedly, Choi Hyuk wasn't hostile towards them and they were impressed by his remarkable abilities. As long as they could return alive, this might be an amazing opportunity to gain great military merits. The expressions they looked at Choi Hyuk with contained goodwill and were full of expectations. After spending a few days together within this tense yet friendly atmosphere, the outside scenes they occasionally saw changed. The gray viscous poja densely covered their surroundings like a fog, and the monsters inside it bubbled. Every time a bubble popped, it resounded like thunder and the bodies of the monsters inside would either get smaller, change color, or split apart. They couldn't tell if various monsters were being born or remodeled. Disregarding everything else, the berserkers were overwhelmed by the poja's scale, which was easily larger than a galaxy. "Is this really the Queen's Nest?" The aide Leah mumbled, but they couldn't be sure yet. Sino. Choi Hyuk called Sino of the Seo tribe. Sino quickly went in front of him. "I ask for your analysis. What kind of place this is and is it the Queen's Nest we are looking for?" Sino, the Alliance's technician, looked around with an objective gaze before shaking her head. "Sorry. There isn't enough information. I think we need to go a little deeper to know for sure." A little deeper. The warriors felt somewhat uneasy as they heard her words. It was completely different from before when they had lightly joked with each other as they traveled. While it was still the same white tunnel, each step they took was filled with extreme alertness. Killing intent. Like Ryu Hyunsung mumbled, the monster's characteristic killing intent was invading the empty tunnel. Gore. Karuk? Ha? Somethings? The monsters around them, which could easily be discerned as being at the highest rank, seemed to have sensed something as they kept loitering around the tunnel. It was to the point that the berserkers could even hear their growls and mumbles. The killing intent invading the tunnel gradually thickened, and as they traveled deeper, they were no longer within the safe zone of the world of nothingness. Sino, still not enough? Isn't this the Queen's Nest? Demitsu, who was clearly nervous, kept urging Sino. Ah, geez. Sino, who was concentrating the best she could, became irritated at Demitsu, who kept bothering her. Then she glanced at Choi Hyuk as she said, "I'm still not sure if this is just a key facility for the monsters or if it's the Queen's Nest. We need to go deeper if we want to know for sure." Formally, she was reporting to Choi Hyuk, but in reality, she was also trying to explain their situation to the nervous warriors. Then Sino quickly added, "However, if we go any further, we might be found out. How about we stop here for now and come back with reinforcements? The enemy forces are beyond our expectations." Listening to her words, which sought safety, Choi Hyuk calmly shook his head. "No. We'll go further. We can't do this twice since the monsters possess learning capabilities. Also, we don't know if we can get this far next time." Sino's eyelashes trembled at Choi Hyuk's reply, but she resigned herself to her fate and instead concentrated on analyzing as she stepped forward. With nervous looks, Flitch and Demitsu stuck next to her. "Let's go." When they took a few more steps, the scene outside changed once more. The poja, which had covered their surroundings like a fog, faded away, and monsters the size of continents and planets were now floating around them, anchored to various locations. This sight, at a glance, was alarming. With cold sweat on his face from the thickening killing intent, Demeitsu urged Sino once more. Sino, still no dash. Sino blared at Demeitsu without replying. Demeitsu, act moderately. Sino's trying her best. Fed up with Demeitsu, Flitch said while taking Sino's side, but dash. Bang! The sky collapsed. No, the ceiling of the world of nothingness buckled. Ha! What is that? A monster had suddenly appeared and was stepping on the ceiling. It was similar to the Punisher that Choi Hyuk had captured previously. Its outer appearance was similar to a human's. It also possessed weapons and armor composed of a monster's body. The monster didn't give them the chance to comprehend the situation. It silently narrowed its black eyes and swung a hammer, created from a monster's head, down at them. Qua! Qua! Swa! Space rippled and they heard the sound of a tide going out. The white tunnel suddenly became dark like a basement with a blinking emergency light. A demise-ranked monster. Sino screamed with a pale face. Choi Hyuk replied. Strictly speaking, it's different. It doesn't have the fate of collapse. However, it's as strong as them. The monster felt different when compared to a monster created by suppressing the fate of a universe's collapse into it. Its original strength was probably similar to Flame Rain before she became an exalted wing, the proficiency stage of the transcendental level. However, after wearing monster armor that was based on karma weapons, the monster's current strength seemed to exceed that of exalted wings. This monster noticed the world of nothingness and was attempting to break into it. Following it, the numerous high and highest-ranked monsters in the area began attacking the world of nothingness. The large tunnel became dented like an aluminum can and ripped in various places. Swish! Choi Hyuk unsheathed his sword and shouted. Sino, keep going. Check if this place is the Queen's Nest. Faced with this dangerous situation, Choi Hyuk, who had talked to her politely until now, began ordering her informally. Demeitsu. Flitch. Escort Sino. The berserkers will block the other monsters from breaking in. I'll be the one to face that one. Choi Hyuk glared at the expressionless monster with black eyes. Unlike original demise-ranked monsters, which were powerful due to inheriting the fate of collapse but were difficult to control, this monster seemed like something the Queen of Monsters created on her own. It might even be the Queen's bodyguard. The world of nothingness is undoubtedly a universe in another dimension. On top of that, it's a universe I personally created. I can't use my full strength until they completely break in. So push them back. Don't let a single one in. Choi Hyuk's order resounded like thunder. Bang! Bang! With that, the fight between the monsters, who were trying to rip the tunnel in various places and break in, and the berserkers, who were trying to push them back, began. It's a demise rank. A demise rank. We're going to die. Run away. Demeitsu fell into a state of panic, unfitting of a high-ranked warrior. Flitch shook his body. If we flee, then we'll really die. Snap out of it. Just believe in Choi Hyuk. We need to believe in him and do our job. Sino. You get a hold of yourself too, but. Yes. Darting down the tunnel, which seemed like it could collapse at any moment, Sino hurriedly analyzed with her trembling eyes. Mino. Mino. Inwardly, she kept calling her fiancé's name. If she didn't, she felt like her heart would burst from fear. She didn't know how much time had passed. The tunnel was almost completely dark now. Sino cried out. It is. It's here. This is the Queen's Nest. At the same time, a light flashed. Sino lost her memory. This is? When she first opened her eyes, Sino couldn't remember where she was. As her strength hadn't completely recovered yet, she looked around with a cloudy vision, and only after blinking a few times did she realize where she was. It was a place where objects from various other universes were piled on top of each other like a garbage dump. It was the monsters' universe. They were currently sitting on a branch of an enormous tree that was floating in the outer region of the universe. Choi Hyuk was panting while sitting on a mushroom the size of a bed. We survived? How? Flitch, who only now came to his senses like Sino, asked Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk friendlily replied while panting heavily. Phew. Who? We endured as long as we could and retreated as soon as I heard Sino's report. Retreating must not have been easy. On top of that, even us high-ranked warriors lost our memory. How? Flitch's questions continued. Choi Hyuk opened his mouth to explain, but it seemed it was difficult to explain as he frowned and tilted his head. Sino, who absent-mindedly stared at him, answered instead. You cut time, right? Or should I say, you reset it? Choi Hyuk nodded his head, indicating she was right. However, Flitch's reaction was more intense. No way. Reset time? You reset the time of this vast universe? No one can do that. However, unlike Flitch, who was taken aback, Sino stared directly at Choi Hyuk and said. Of course, he didn't reset the time of this entire universe. He only reset the time of the small, dead universe, the world of nothingness. Isn't that right? So the tunnel disappeared immediately and we returned to the start of the tunnel. While the time in the monsters universe flowed regularly. Satisfied by Sino's clever explanation, Choi Hyuk nodded his head. That moment, Sino's eyes sparkled. Amazing! She staggered to a stand and jumped up and down. While it's possible in theory, for it to actually happen. Wow! If I tell Mino, he'll be completely surprised. Demitsu, who seemed to have been awoken by her happy voice, gently got up and said. So loud. But you really are amazing. Leader Choi Hyuk, you are stronger than any other highest-ranked warrior I've ever seen. With his mouth, which stretched along his jaw, open, Demitsu staggered over to Choi Hyuk, got down on one knee and placed his hand out. Then in an embarrassed tone, he continued, I heard that. Earth had this sort of culture in the past, but I don't know if I'm doing it right. He cleared his throat and, in a serious tone, said. Leader Choi Hyuk. I am in awe. I realized that the path you walk only contains victory and glory. While I do have my previous sins, if you forgive me and hold my hand, I will dedicate my life to you. As you know, our Cunib species is famous for being rude, but aren't we also renowned for our loyalty? Demitsu's attitude changed suddenly. It was enough to be cringeworthy, but Sino, who was deeply impressed by Choi Hyuk, jumped up and joined in. Ha! Then, me too. Me too. Not losing out, Flitch joined in as well. Ah. Really, so embarrassing. But I also feel the same. I have always admired how you became stronger faster than anyone else. While it might have angered you, I have always done my best for your growth. Whether it was the king without subjects, sovereign qualifications, or the Flame Wing Tribe's karma heart discipline. Everything passed through me. Also, I was the one who requested the Alliance to grant you citizenship. While it might have been an unforgivable method, I did my best to make you stronger. Please give me another chance. I want to repent for my sins under your command. The three looked at Choi Hyuk in a serious manner. Their misgivings towards Choi Hyuk had already mostly disappeared. They judged that he would have killed them already if he had truly wanted to. They thought that, since he dispatched them and they went on a mission together, he was thinking of the bigger picture rather than simple revenge. No, They hoped that this was the case as they already felt a deep sense of closeness with Choi Hyuk and the Berserkers after experiencing a mission of life or death together. Also, they were certain that they could advance even higher up in the alliance if they were with Choi Hyuk. What the heck? What's going on? Only then did the Berserkers gather, mumbling about this unusual mood. Choi Hyuk grinned and looked up at the tree branch that went so high up that he couldn't see the end. They were successful in determining the Monster Queen's location in the Monsters universe. This feat could be considered the greatest contribution since the start of the war. The moment he accomplished this, his enemies kneeled in front of him and promised him their loyalty. He naturally began grinning. He couldn't be any more satisfied. With a joking expression, Choi Hyuk said, "Darn. But I don't need all three of you? Maybe only one? Pardon?" Seeing their perplexed looks, Choi Hyuk kept smiling as he handed them each a drink. "Don't be so awkward in first drink. You all worked hard." Only then did they realize he was joking and they drank their drinks with a smile. The moment their throats were revealed Pit dash. Choi Hyuk's sword instantly cut their throats. Coo. Quack. They were taken aback by the sudden attack, however, it wasn't fatal and they only felt pain. Staring down at them as they rolled on the ground while holding their throats, Choi Hyuk spoke. His speech had, at some point, become cold and impolite. "In the past, my friend died like that. I heard her throat was stabbed by a trusted friend while she was drinking water." Swish. His sword twirled in his hand. Choi Hyuk's gaze was frighteningly cold. "You three, who were in charge of Earth's recruit training. I tried using you, but I don't think you'll be useful any longer. 3 is too much, I'll only let one of you live." As Choi Hyuk continued to speak, now understanding the situation, the Berserkers' faces turned cold as ice. It didn't matter if they had laughed and chatted with each other not long ago. Didn't he say they were the very people in charge of Earth's recruit training? A chilling killing intent flooded out, and in the middle of it, Choi Hyuk, who possessed a malice thicker than anyone else, said, "You know the method very well, right?" As if singing, he said, "Kill." Then all the Berserkers followed after him as though they were a choir. "Kill. Only then can you kill." Fletch, Demitsu, and Sino's complexions turned pale. Being suddenly faced with this situation when they had been relaxed drove them further into a state of panic. While looking down at them, Choi Hyuk made a final declaration. "It's Judgment Day, bastards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 166. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 166, Gathering and Scattering, 6. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Choi Hyuk was very satisfied as he looked at the scene in front of him. The white light, goodwill, emitted by Sino and Demitsu, who had sworn loyalty to him, wavered as they turned dark. The rare yellow light, sacrificial will, wavered as the speckled lights that made up Flitch fell into a state of chaos. Sino despaired. "I can't believe it." However, Choi Hyuk's eyes were so dark they didn't seem to reflect light. "Believe what?" Sino, who was at a loss for words, protested while prattling on randomly. "That we are high-ranked warriors of the Alliance. You can't deal with us like this. Didn't you do it too? To us? That was because Earthlings were awfully weak. You guys are awfully weak right now. In my eyes. No. Do you think the Alliance will allow this sort of crime? Events that took place in the Monsters universe. While there might be suspicions, there wouldn't be any evidence remaining." Although she knew this, like a child's tantrum, Sino desperately made arguments that even she didn't believe. Seeing her like this, Choi Hyuk felt that she wasn't even worth sympathizing with. Instead, feeling a thick sense of boredom, he turned to Flitch and Demitsu. While thinking, do you guys think so too? Then I guess I don't have a choice, Choi Hyuk fiddled with his sword. Demitsu's expression changed. So, we are high-ranked warriors of the Alliance CAC. Sino had been repeating the same words when a thick, saw-edged sword sliced into the back of her neck. With a rip, it tore into her neck. Is this what you want? Demitsu asked with a tense expression after slashing Sino's neck. Bang! Sino tried to push Demitsu away with her karma, but it was too late. The fatal injury she received while her guard was down wasn't something she could recover from on her own. Her eyes trembled. She looked at Demitsu and then at Choi Hyuk, and was on the verge of tears. Must you do this? Then Choi Hyuk smiled brightly, like a spectator who had finally seen the mind-blowing scene of a movie that had been teased for the past hour. While smiling, he said with a slightly regretful face, Must I? I know, right? I'm sort of regretting it. Was his name Nino? If I knew you had a fiancé, I would have brought him here and killed him in front of you. What a shame. But don't worry. You'll meet him soon enough. No. Please. Please. Her crying face rip. Rolled on the floor while spurting blood. Demitsu shook his saw-edged sword once. Blood splattered, and with her head separated from her body, Sino's lips mouthed, Mino, before becoming forever still. Ha! Ha! This is... With a dispirited expression, Flitch's gaze alternated between Choi Hyuk and Demitsu. Choi Hyuk simply smiled and Demitsu said, Sorry, Flitch, as he raised his sword and took aim. Kick. Joyful chuckles erupted from the berserkers surrounding them and rang out like echoes. Just now, Flitch had been picturing a sweet future. A completely new life. In the mission he underwent with Choi Hyuk, he found himself standing in awe at greatness for the first time in his life. In the beginning, he didn't want to be disregarded by others. Then, because he wanted to be envied by others and to satisfy his ego, he moved to Alliance City and chose the path of a strategist. However, since becoming a strategist, he had never felt such a thrilling sense of satisfaction as he had from his mission with Choi Hyuk. What Flitch saw this time wasn't a normal life, such as being well off and having a good death. In Choi Hyuk, he saw the making of a truly great achievement that would leave an everlasting mark on this vast universe. He also had a hunch that if he worked together with him, then he would be able to live his life while making and becoming a part of history, a completely different story when compared to his life until now. He had a feeling that he might be able to find something worth devoting his life to. Even the speckled lights he was composed of, which worked together for survival and had a sense of superiority, seemed almost entranced as they resolved that they would submit to Choi Hyuk's greatness and devote their lives to him. No! Did you forget what that bastard did? The speckled lights who had lost their close friends from Choi Hyuk's attack, burned with hostility, but they were a minority. Many speckled lights were dyed with a golden light, sacrificial will. That was why, when he swore loyalty to Choi Hyuk, which was before he had made a judgment in which he calculated the pros and cons, he was being sincere. It might perhaps be the first time Flitch had shown his true self to someone. However, his sincerity was ripped to shreds as soon as it was born. Right now, Demitsu, who was holding his sword smeared with Sino's blood, was standing in front of him. I'm sorry. He swung his sword, but Flitch couldn't even move a finger. As a coalition of speckled lights, Flitch was usually someone who would make decisions objectively, but, when the majority of the speckled lights that had supported Choi Hyuk fell into a state of panic, he fell into a greater state of confusion than other species. Even now, inside Flitch, speckled lights that couldn't believe their current situation were despairing. In the end, the groups who revolted were those who were hostile towards Choi Hyuk. Damn it! I knew this would happen. Knock them down. As if undergoing a coup d'état, they took charge of the body, and only then could they react to Demitsu's attack. While it was very late, it was enough. Jong! Cook! Demitsu screamed. Wedges made of light stabbed into his every joint. While faltering because he wasn't in his complete state, Flitch arrogantly said, "Phew! Demitsu! Did you think it would be easy because I was disturbed? Did you look down on me because the Speckled Light tribe has the weakest fighting capabilities among the top 4 tribes? As an insignificant Cunib, you dare bare your teeth at me?" However, Demitsu didn't give up easily. Grit, grit. Demitsu ground his teeth as he broke and pulled out the wedges of light, which had stabbed into his body. You do look easy. I mean, would the geek of the Speckled Light tribe have experienced fights before? Just die. As a minority of Speckled Lights had overturned the base system and became a dictatorship in this situation of emergency, it was as though Flitch's personality had changed. Demitsu attacked violently and, despite faltering, Flitch displayed refined fighting techniques overflowing with killing intent. The fight went back and forth for a while, and Demitsu, who had launched a ferocious attack on Flitch, trembled suddenly before falling down face-first. Lights bloomed from his body like flowers and hovered over Demitsu's corpse. I am going to die like this. The Cunib, who prioritized surviving, squirmed miserably as he died. A short period of silence passed. Phew! Phew! Flitch glared at Choi Hyuk while the Speckled Lights trembled. It's done, right? It's fine if you use me as a slave. Just let me live like you promised. Choi Hyuk looked at Flitch with an entertained expression. Reflected by his eyes of distinction, the Speckled Lights emitted a spectrum of different colored lights. His head was red with killing intent, his chest area was a murky yellow color, sacrificial will, trembling with uneasiness, and the rest was a mix of black and white, making a dirty gray color. The ones who were currently in charge of Flitch were the minority emitting the red light. They were itching to kill Choi Hyuk. However, it seemed like they wanted to live as the tone in which they spoke to Choi Hyuk was respectful. Choi Hyuk grinned. No, I clearly told you that there should only be one remaining. Flitch quickly looked back at Demitsu and Sino when he heard Choi Hyuk's words. However, they were undoubtedly dead. The black light, hostility, from Flitch's body became thicker. I am clearly the only one left. Please keep your promise. Yet, Choi Hyuk grinned as he shook his head and pointed at Flitch with his finger. No? There are still a ton left, right? Flitch, who didn't understand what he was talking about initially, showed a dumbfounded expression before his body trembled as though it had been struck by lightning. You bastard, just what are you saying? Choi Hyuk didn't hesitate at all as he declared. Decide, Flitch. No, you guys. Whether only one of you will survive or if all of you will die as Flitch. Choi Hyuk was talking to each of the Speckled Lights that made up Flitch. Crazy bastard. Unable to bear it any longer, Flitch shouted. To tell the countless Speckled Lights that made up a single individual to struggle against each other. It was unimaginable. This had never happened before since the birth of the universe and the formulation of Speckled Light tribe. Flitch was overwhelmed by the rage from all the Speckled Lights. There was no longer a single white or yellow light coming from his body. Much to Choi Hyuk's satisfaction, Flitch's body was filled with deep red and black lights. Are you doing this because we were in charge of Earth's recruit training? Aren't you a psychotic bastard? No. Are we the only ones that did stuff like that? It's pretty much the Alliance's handbook. At least you Earthlings weren't mined. To be honest, do you think we couldn't have mined you if we wanted to? We're the ones who gave you opportunities. Now it's not enough to just get revenge, but you're telling us to fight with each other? Are you mad? Having lost his reasoning, Flitch began swearing a ton. Bastard, you should be ripped apart by a monster's jaws. A species perfect for mining. Lowly bastards that began fighting with each other only after a little encouragement. Should have crushed you all with your planet and shoved it up a monster's ass. It wasn't only Flitch, all the speckled lights that made up his body swore noisily. While their voices were too quiet to hear properly, a few of them were discernible. Choi Hyuk nodded his head. Good. Keep talking. Flitch became even more furious. You crazy bastard. Also, is it really our fault that you guys killed each other? Guardian Beijing man? Don't you remember how he awakened? We made escape routes like that for all of you. If you had stronger cooperative mindsets, then no one would have died during the Ring of Rebirth. What do you think would have happened if you had just joined hands? There are species that underwent the same training and survived with no one dying. Why are you blaming us when you guys were the ones that were so lowly that you killed each other? Choi Hyuk looked at Sino and Dimitsu's corpses. I wonder. At least, you don't seem to be different from us. Look. That's because you. Flitch was so mad that he wasn't able to speak properly. In the end, the speckled lights exploded forward and shouted at the same time. How is that our fault? You ordered us. Yeah, if you have a problem with that, then why don't you get rid of the entire alliance? Are we simply pushovers? You split personality bastard who's strong against the weak and weak against the strong. Why? Scared of the alliance? Yeah. Isn't everyone like that? You also acted that way to the Kundal tribe. Why don't you get rid of the alliance and commit suicide? While hearing them swear simultaneously, Choi Hyuk's eyes curved into crescent moons. The berserkers were surprised to see him like this. It was because they had never seen Choi Hyuk smile so brightly that his eyes curved into crescent moons. Choi Hyuk joyfully said in a tone that seemed like he couldn't take it any longer. Yeah. That's exactly right. The alliance. Flitch, who had been running amok, stiffened like a rock after hearing Choi Hyuk's short but completely screwed up laugh. You? Don't tell me you. You're crazy. Completely insane. Ach. Flitch trembled from shock and fear. Still smiling with crescent moon-shaped eyes, Choi Hyuk walked to him with sure-footed steps and began stabbing his body repeatedly. Now, only one will remain. If you don't move fast, then you might be next. Choi Hyuk began to grab and crush Flitch's body with his bare hands. Those who were unlucky turned to mush and dripped down. Luoak. Kayak. No. I want to live. Run away. Don't push me. Don't push me. The speckled lights scattered and ran away. However, as they were connected to each other by a powerful force, they couldn't go far and were killed while pulling and pushing each other. Then dash. Ha! Oh, how could you? I want to live. I want to live. In order to make room to run from Choi Hyuk's hands or perhaps to be the last one remaining, the struggle between the speckled lights began. Perhaps the fight broke out more quickly because the speckled lights that made up Flitch were especially cowardly. As soon as the fight began, everything afterwards proceeded naturally. The speckled lights that had lived their entire lives as the group intelligence known as Flitch began distrusting and killing each other to survive. Choi Hyuk didn't make any more moves. He simply observed the speckled lights kill each other. With a smile, Choi Hyuk said, "Yeah, that's exactly what you did to us. This is different from what you promised. It's different, I tell you. Come back. Come back." A pale speckled light shouted after being abandoned in the monster's universe. However, as he was so small and weak on his own, his voice couldn't be properly heard. Like promised, leaving only one speckled light alive, the berserkers left the monster's universe. The shouting and despairing speckled light couldn't endure the extremely cold and foreign environment for long and soon turned into gray dust. This was how the first revenge came to a close. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 167, Gathering and Scattering, 7. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. The brilliant smile on Choi Hyuk's face faded the moment he exited the monster's universe after completing his revenge against Flitch, Demitsu, and Sino. His lips were tightly shut, and his eyes were narrowed. While he didn't know whether his surging emotions were that of sorrow or futility, his expression seemed to be suppressed by something. I have a place I want to visit before we return. Following Choi Hyuk's request, Nero's spaceship didn't move towards Alliance City, but rather towards a secluded stellar system within a remote galaxy. Within this stellar system was a solar system with a sun at its center. The planets Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn orbited around this sun. In the past, Earth had been situated between Venus and Mars. Currently, however, no traces of Earth remained. The berserkers each had different expressions. Some looked mournful, others happy, and a few had sad yet relieved expressions. Whether they were recalling their pasts or the thrill of revenge, it looked like everyone was feeling something as they looked at the empty spot, but it was a little different for Choi Hyuk. To Choi Hyuk, this place was cold and completely void of anything. There wasn't even a scrap of earth remaining. Thinking that he came here for no reason, Choi Hyuk regretted his decision. There already isn't anything left. Since everything precious to him had already disappeared and all that remained was revenge, he wondered what emotions he expected to feel by coming here. While the berserkers felt various emotions, Choi Hyuk didn't feel anything as he gazed at the place Earth used to be. It simply felt like a waste of time. Let's go back. While swallowing his saliva bitterly, Choi Hyuk was about to return when he felt a celestial body approaching from beyond the sun. The celestial body possessed the faint karma of living beings. There was a celestial body with life besides Earth in this solar system? Nero seemed to have felt it a little later than Choi Hyuk as he said, "Ha! I think I sense the karma of living beings?" Choi Hyuk gave Nero a strange look. When did he? He inwardly even felt a little admiration towards him. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Nero felt uncomfortable when Choi Hyuk began staring at him for no reason. Choi Hyuk glossed over it with a grin and turned his gaze away. Just then, the sensed celestial body started to appear from behind the sun. Whoa! Shouts similar to a cheer erupted from the berserkers. Earth? Dumbass, how can that be? It was much smaller than Earth and it wasn't blue either. However, there undoubtedly was a blue area. What is that? While everyone was talking, Choi Hyuk flung his body towards that planet. Just as he was about to pass the planet, its gravity pulled him in. Thud! He stepped on the ground. He had pretty much free fallen from a high altitude. If there was something strange about the planet, it was that, while its force of gravity was overall weaker than Earth's, at least in the blue area, it possessed a force of gravity similar to that of Earth. Because of this, the moment Choi Hyuk landed on the ground, the sound of impact rang out quite loudly. Thud! Thud! Following him, the top executives of the berserkers and Nero's hologram landed on the ground. This is... Kim Hong-hyun became at a loss for words as he looked around at the surroundings. This was the same for everyone. In this place, they saw an enormous lake and green trees from Earth growing around this lake. Elephants and giraffes were eating the vegetation, and leopards were hunting rabbits and boars. Because an atmosphere like Earth's existed around the lake, they could breathe in the air that they had yearned for. When they looked up in the place, they could see a blue sky. Paradise? Lee Jin-hee absent-mindedly said. An environment control system. Baek Seo-won's voice trembled slightly. When his gaze landed on the island at the center of the lake, which was floating 5 meters in the air, and he read the words which were written like a memorial on the border of the island, Baek Seo-won teared up. This place is the moon. It's also a cemetery. The sovereign of paradise Camilla. These were the words written on the border of the floating island. X month X day. This is a tribute to our homeland, Earth, which is forever gone from this universe. We also hope that the various species that were regretfully faced with extinction on the day of the calamity find eternal rest here. We recovered the moon, which had been flung into the distance after Earth's collapse, and placed it in Earth's previous spot. This is because this moon might perhaps be Earth's only legacy. Like this restored area, Earth was a place filled with blue skies, blue oceans, and green life forms. We hope that those who are still living and those who have died can all be at peace in this paradise. The sovereign of paradise, overseer of Dragonic, leader of the Valkyries, Camilla. On the floating island in the middle of the lake, stones engraved with the names of the dead were paved into a plaza. It seemed like they had created this after collecting as many names of the dead as they could. Amidst these stones, in a more special place on the middle of the floating island, Choi Hyuk discovered his mother's name Choi Mayan and silently stood in front of it for a long time. After a solemn yet touching moment, the berserkers, having relaxed a little, began chatting once again. Camilla, that lady, is quite good. The timing was incredible. To see this after we had just returned from getting revenge really made me tear up. Since they could return and report immediately through the military gate system, they used this opportunity to enjoy some leisure time. The top executives of the berserkers gathered around Choi Hyuk, who had become somewhat more tranquil. They all couldn't hide the emotional turbulence they were experiencing. Having used to be the leader of Richard's assassination organization, Zero's eyes were filled with excitement, and Leah went beyond simply being excited as her eyes shined with ambition. The artillery captain Hanki seemed somewhat proud, and Kim Hong-yeon, who was Chu Youngjin's successor, stood arrogantly even though his eyes were red from crying. It seemed that everyone was proud of the achievements they have accomplished as berserkers. However, the emotions of the top executives who had been with Choi Hyuk since the early days were a bit different. Bae Jinmin's closed eyes trembled nervously. Ryu Hyun-sun looked anxious and powerless like a lost child. Lee Jin-hee looked at Choi Hyuk with eyes containing slight expectation, and Baek Seo-won stared at Choi Hyuk as though he was leaving it all up to him. While an unknown tension hung in the air, Choi Hyuk nonchalantly said, "Congrats on becoming high-ranked warriors." While fighting monsters that were a few ranks higher than themselves, the top executives had naturally become high-ranked warriors. Everyone was embarrassed by his compliment. "Anyways, it's good that we won't be holding you back, leader," Kim Hong-yeon said as though he was relieved of a burden. Leah joined in. "It's not just as simple as becoming high-ranked warriors. While I don't know why, when we finished getting revenge on Flitch, Sino, and Demitsu, our karma increased greatly. Our current level is around the proficiency stage instead of the early stages of the high rank." Choi Hyuk slowly nodded. "I too became strong enough to be considered to be at the proficiency stage of the highest rank." Leah cautiously asked. "As expected, it's because we got revenge, right?" Choi Hyuk nodded. "It's the same as having overcome an important inflection point of our fates." An important inflection point of their fates. Choi Hyuk rolled those words in his mouth. Rather than an inflection point, it might be more precise to call it a turning point. Choi Hyuk suddenly raised his head and called out to Nero, who was sitting on a hill and humming to himself. The white hologram with a simple appearance cheerfully skipped towards them. "Did you call me, leader?" Choi Hyuk purposely said in a more cheerful tone. "Yeah, congrats to you too." "Pardon? You awakened, right? Just looking at you, you're a high-ranked warrior." "No, if you properly settle down, you might even be a highest-ranked warrior, right?" "Congrats." Then are you now an Armored Soul Tribe member? A few executives were shocked at Choi Hyuk's words while others nodded their heads in realization. On the other hand, Nero's body stiffened from nervousness. Without bending his elbows, he waved his arms around and said, No. To say I'm an Armored Soul Tribe member so suddenly. Ryu Hyun-sung, who seemed slightly uneasy, abruptly cut in. Definitely. When we were fighting the demise-ranked monster last time, Nero did save me. I wasn't sure. But, as expected, was it truly Nero? Rather than being thankful, his voice sounded somewhat sad. Nero became even more taken aback than before as he flailed around. No. While it is true that I can use karma now. To say that I've become a member of the Armored Soul Tribe. While born as artificial intelligences, they are existences that have become a part of the universe after awakening their own fates. Isn't that the definition of the Armored Soul Tribe? I think Nero would know more. As Nero was speaking gibberish because he was so taken aback, Adelia joined in and settled the situation. Nero lowered his marshmallow-like head. In a faint voice, Nero was barely able to squeeze out. But leader hates the top 4 tribes. No. You all do. Also, when an artificial intelligence awakens as an Armored Soul Tribe member, they have to go to Machine City and undergo training. And that means we have to be apart during that time. Leader Choi Hyuk hates the top 4 tribes? You're saying that after seeing Flame Rain Uni? Lee Jin-hee said in a mischievous voice. Nero's bent shoulders relaxed slightly. Is that true? Yeah. While there are plenty of jerks amongst the top 4 tribes, there are also a lot of people who work hard for a better universe, like Flame Rain Uni and her comrades. While she was talking to Nero, Lee Jin-hee kept glancing at Choi Hyuk, reading his mood. Also, since we've completed our revenge now, won't we work together with Flame Rain Uni? Now that we're on a roll, it's not like we'll be disregarded by the top 4 tribes either. Also, we can always wait for you. She glanced at Choi Hyuk again. Choi Hyuk simply revealed a bitter smile. Completed our revenge, you say? Positive responses erupted regarding Lee Jin-hee's words. They were all the top executives who had joined later. As expected, are we going to Exalted Wing Flame Rain's camp? The revival of humanity. If Overseer Richard had seen this, he would have truly been happy. Hanki brightened and Leah seemed moved. Yes, this was normal. Since the ones in charge of Earth's recruit training had died, it was normal to think they had completed their revenge. Since they had accomplished a satisfying revenge, they no longer wanted to ruin themselves with rage and now wanted to think about safety and the restoration of humanity. While they knew Choi Hyuk's goal was revenge, they didn't know the scale or the destination. In case there were observing eyes, Choi Hyuk had never rashly brought up the topic of the Exalted Wings. The Berserkers believed that Choi Hyuk's targets of revenge were confined to the ones in charge of Earth's recruit training. However, Choi Hyuk was different. Since the moment he realized his mother had passed away, the hole in his heart had gradually become larger. Within it raged black flames, flames that wanted to devour the entire universe and even himself in the end. Choi Hyuk couldn't stop. Lee Jin-hee probably examined Choi Hyuk's mood because she was somewhat aware of this. So it was time to come clean. Choi Hyuk raised his shoulders up high before dropping them as he said, "No, we won't go to Flame Rain. There is no such thing as safety for the Berserkers. I don't promise success, fame, or prosperity. I can only promise one thing. If you stay with me, you will be able to kill a lot more. Enough to forget everything." Ah! Lee Jin-hee's eyes trembled. Pardon? Leah, Kim Hong-hyun, Hanki, and others were taken aback. Baek Seoin and Bae Jinman nodded their heads as though they already knew. Ryu Hyun-sung, who seemed somewhat depressed, raised his head suddenly. Choi Hyuk clearly told them. That's why, if you are satisfied and no longer want to fight, leave the berserkers. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strangely heavy spring breeze blew past those who were suddenly at a loss for words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 168, each calculations, 1. TL, empty cube / ED, obelisk. The dream of the great universe, located in Alliance City, the Alliance's capital, was an enormous hall the size of a palace. All the Alliance's most important events and gatherings were held here. The inauguration and war ceremony for the 14th Exalted Wing, Flame Rain, was held here not so long ago, and the Berserkers' triumph party for discovering the Monsters Queen's location was held here as well. The atmosphere of the party was rowdy. Whether one was envious or jealous of the newly born hero, the mood couldn't help but be heated, and there hadn't been a single boring moment since the start of the party. Whether one wanted to praise or mock them, no one could wait to talk to the Berserkers. At this moment, the most popular group in the entire universe was the Berserkers. However, the Berserkers couldn't enjoy the party and were all making distracted expressions. Lee Jin-hee was sitting, blankly looking up at the ceiling. She didn't show any reaction when someone tried to talk to her. The ceiling she was staring at was created by stacking cubes of crafted silver metals covered in dark matter together. Because the dark matter, which made up the cube's frames, was transparent, the silver metals seemed to be floating in the air. The ceiling Lee Jin-hee was staring at gradually curved into a wall before becoming the floor. Perhaps it was because of the gravitational force of dark matter, but the warriors enjoyed the party while walking on the ceiling, walls, and pillars. The special decorative flames of the Flame Wing tribe spread out everywhere and bloomed like fireworks. A stream of light from the Speckled Light tribe flowed in mid-air in the center of the hall and served food from all over the universe to the warriors. As expected of a hall that represented the Alliance, the dream of the great universe was built by integrating the unique architectural styles of the top 4 tribes. Even while she examined each corner of this beautiful place, Lee Jin-hee's eyes didn't show any interest. Director Lee Jin-hee. The artillery captain Han-ki took out a nuclear bomb candy and a glass of phoenix blood and handed them over to Lee Jin-hee. However, Lee Jin-hee simply raised her head with a blank expression, almost as if she didn't hear him. Han-ki called out to her again. Director Lee Jin-hee, let's talk. I've decided to leave the Berserkers. Only after hearing that Han-ki would leave did Lee Jin-hee's head move. Yet, her gaze still couldn't focus as she looked at Han-ki. Eat? Lee Jin-hee absent-mindedly swallowed the candy Han-ki had handed her and was shocked by the extremely small-scale nuclear explosion that went off in her stomach with a bang. What? What is this? Tro-ha-ha. Thrilling, isn't it? That is the nuclear bomb candy that is banned for Earthlings below the high rank to consume. Since our bodies aren't made up of flames or dark matter, even a middle-ranked warrior could take quite the blow from it. Now, drink this. With a frown, Lee Jin-hee instantly downed the glass of phoenix blood. Blaze! The moment the phoenix blood went down her throat, it turned into flames and was absorbed into her bloodstream, circulating once before exiting through her nose and hair. Wah! It seemed to be quite refreshing as Lee Jin-hee's eyes began to shine like normal. Ah, thanks. Because of you, I'm finally coming back to my senses. But what did you say just now? You're leaving? When Lee Jin-hee, who had now pulled herself together, asked, Han-ki intentionally nodded cheerfully. Right. Hearing this, Lee Jin-hee's expression turned serious. She carefully asked. Can I ask why? Well, there isn't some sort of grand reason. Just, I want to be happy now. Han-ki's eyes dimmed slightly. At first, I was also a lunatic. At the sudden change, I lost my daughter and my wife. When I heard that this was all because we were weak, I was so angry that I felt like I would die. So I enjoyed going around with leader Choi Hyuk. I could forget my pain and guilt while fighting a ton, but you know? Looking back, I felt like I was entranced by something. I need to kill more. I need to get stronger. I pushed myself even harder with those thoughts. But, after thinking about how we completed our revenge this time, I jolted to my senses. I felt like I had just awoken from a dream. Having suddenly thought about it, I felt like I could now live while enjoying myself. The position of Earthlings is much better than before, and my own position accumulated from being a berserker is especially great. As a high-ranked warrior, I can spend my time in the center of the Alliance City, while being respected as a decent warrior, right? Then he smiled. So I want to let go of my past and live in the present. I'm also tired of fighting every day. Now I want to meet a nice woman, have a beautiful child, and live nicely. While I'll have to continue to fight as a warrior. Raising a family becomes impossible if I stay with the leader. You also never know when you'll die. In fact, I actually thought I'd die this time. Lee Jin-hee slowly nodded her head. Seeing Lee Jin-hee like this, Han-ki asked in a polite voice. So, what does director Lee Jin-hee think? Are you planning on staying? Lee Jin-hee's shoulders flinched and trembled. Han-ki patted her shoulder. I've thought about this for a while. That if there was any person that didn't fit the berserkers, it was director Lee Jin-hee. Lee Jin-hee's head drooped. She could hear the crackling of the decorative fireworks set up everywhere and the sounds of people's conversations reverberating against the silver metal. Within these sounds, she could even hear a warrior approaching Choi Hyuk while shouting, "Leader Choi Hyuk! Congratulations!" Lee Jin-hee's gaze turned towards that direction. She saw Commander Mac of the Virgo cluster and other warriors of the dragon race gathering around him and leading him elsewhere. The warriors of the Dark Tribe led him somewhere before also. There was an unwritten rule that Exalted Wings normally didn't attend these parties. She thought that each camp was trying to win Choi Hyuk over instead of them. What is everyone trying to do? What will happen in the future? And the Exalted Wings? The Alliance? The Berserkers? Earthlings? Me? The more she thought about it, the gloomier she became. In a quiet voice, she asked Han-ki. Did you talk with the others? Han-ki scratched his head. I did. Leah and Kim Hong-hyun are leaving. From the beginning, Kim Hong-hyun was planning on using the berserkers as a foothold for his success. Leah decided to interpret Richard's will more broadly and is going to work towards the revival of the Earthlings. Lee Jin-hee asked with a slightly stifled tone. And what about the others? I don't know. Unlike Leah, Zero said he'd follow leader Choi Hyuk as written in Richard's will. Baek Seoin was stern, saying that he owed Choi Hyuk a life debt. Beijing man, that man surprised me. He simply smiled and shook his head. Knowing him, I thought he would leave. And Hyun-sung Appa? When Lee Jin-hee asked about Ryu Hyun-sung, Han-ki frowned. That guy is too headstrong. He said he'll remain and fight until he dies. He has no thoughts on making new relationships or on living a better life. So I asked him why he was acting this way. Considering how young he is and his 7 years of loyalty, hasn't he done enough? Shouldn't he forget about those who he has lost and move on with his life? Then he answered, No, I have no thoughts of forgetting them until I die. If I also forget my friends, then their deaths would really have been for nothing. I need to suffer, only then can their resentment remain without disappearing. I can't forget them until I die. The world won't continue to go around as though my friends' deaths were nothing. At least, in front of my eyes, until I die. Really now. His friends definitely hope for that. Han-ki grumbled, but Lee Jin-hee looked sad. She listlessly looked out into space and said, Is that so? I don't know. Really? Event Horizon Troop, also known as the Horizon Troop, was an independent troop where the problem children in Alliance City gathered. It was common for independent troops to be composed around a specific tribe, but this troop was diverse, composed of many of the tribes existing in the Alliance. Unlike other troops that took safer actions as they grew stronger, this troop was famous for not refusing dangerous adventures. That didn't mean they fought every day like the Berserkers. They became renowned for taking on dangerous missions and then taking a long break, spending the mission points from the missions like water in Alliance City. Also, the troop ranks were decided solely on skill, so the arrogant young masters and ladies from the top 4 tribes had to obediently follow orders from the commanders from minor tribes. Because of this, there had been instances where naive geeks from the top 4 tribes called Horizon Troop team leaders bumpkins and were beaten half to death by their team members, who were also from the top 4 tribes. This Horizon Troop was precisely the one Chu Young-jin settled in after leaving the Berserkers. Always taking on dangerous missions, this time, the Horizon Troop was dispatched to the Monsters universe as the first task force in support of Flame Rain. Their mission was to help Flame Rain build her fortress by invading the heart of the enemy camp and throwing them into confusion. They weren't affiliated to Flame Rain and were simply her temporary support in order to earn a big haul of mission points. Okay. Collection of the Ancient Dragon Corpse is complete. Now we run until Exalted Wing Flame Rain can hide us. Break through their encirclement. The leader of the first task force shouted. At the same time, he saw glimpses of a mountainous dragon in a dense red and blue fog that surrounded as its bones melted and disappeared. In a good mood, the leader of the first task force mumbled. "We're lucky, lucky. To think that the dwelling of an ancient dragon that devoured monsters in the past would be here." The Monsters universe, which had already come to the end of its lifespan, changed its fate of collapse into monsters and sent them to other universes, and by absorbing and combining with the living fates of conquered universes, the Monsters universe maintained its existence. Fortunately, the first task force came across the dwelling of an ancient dragon that had been integrated into the Monsters universe. The important aspect of fighting against monsters is maintaining a karma surplus. Since we recovered the karma of an ancient dragon that had been snatched away, we gained and they lost. The fruits of our labor this time is great. We just need to get out. The leader of the first task force was truly in a good mood. While he didn't say it, the fruits this time didn't simply end with the completion of a mission. In the grand scheme of things, I heard that person works hard to obtain dragon races. The corpse of an ancient dragon should be a great present. The leader of the first task force smiled. It felt like things were going well recently. That guy's the same. The more I see him, the greater he is. His gaze was directed at the warrior who had joined recently. Unlike the Horizon Troop's model of fighting hard when fighting and playing hard when playing, he was a freak who kept switching between task forces and was constantly taking on dangerous missions. While he fought like he would die at any moment, his skills grew just as fast. He had been a middle-ranked warrior when he joined, but currently, he had grown strong enough to be at the peak of high-ranked warriors. When he saw him fight, he felt inexplicably different. The leader revealed a satisfied smile. Even when considering the fate he awakened when he became a high-ranked warrior, he'll truly be a useful military power later. Though I am worried he might die early from fighting with no regard. Since I placed Puppet Shiro next to him, it won't be too dangerous. After thinking to that point, the leader turned his gaze towards a different direction. The monsters swarmed densely towards them. While they had obtained great results already, this only mattered if they actually came out of this alive. Until Flame Rain moved the net of fate to conceal them, they had to break through the encirclement and run. It would be an intense fight. Puppet Shiro was a battle doll created by a now extinct species. She possessed the standard appearance of a beautiful woman that resembled Earthlings, Flame Wing tribe members, fairies, and others. However, her skin was created with a special metal that made it strong and cold. The species that created her were incredible cowards. When they had to fight against the monsters, they would link their karma to battle dolls like her to fight instead of fighting personally. They did this despite the efficiency of karma not being that great. She fought while receiving her master's karma in her gear heart. However, after losing a war, her masters were all killed. At the time of their demise, she accepted her master's karma, which filled her gear heart, and their resentment towards the monsters had succeeded into a new fate. Now, after an immeasurable passage of time, she had become the battle doll puppet Shiro, a highest-ranked warrior of the Armored Soul tribe. She blocked Choi Hyuk, who was rushing towards the heart of the enemy camp. With a chilling voice, she warned. "Are you crazy? You're deep enough already. You'll die if you go in any further." Choi Hyuk, the rookie warrior she was parenting, was an excessively rash person. Even now, he had gone out of the formation and was about to charge into the enemy camp alone. While this wasn't the first time he had done this time, even Shiro couldn't bear letting him go. "There. Don't you see it? It's a highest-ranked monster. You won't last 10 seconds against it. Death." Shiro calmly explained in order to save him, but Choi Hyuk's eyes simply filled with irritation and fatigue. As if explaining was a pain, he spat while unaware of what he was saying. "I won't die. You will." Choi Hyuk pushed her away and argued. "Hey! I won't die. I already died. I won't die. You're alive. I'm dead here. Here. Crazy. Move aside." Thumping his chest, Choi Hyuk's eyes rolled like a crazy person's. Rather than Shiro, who was trying to stop him, he cared more about the monsters behind her. "I don't understand. Shiro declared with her cold, pretty face. Tick, tick, tick. She heard her gear heart churning regularly like a mechanical clock. Besides the feeling of danger she felt her life was at risk or satisfaction from killing monsters, born as a battle doll, she wasn't really emotional about other things. "Shiro, you're really tiresome." Since Shiro continued to not let him go, Choi Hyuk eventually gave up going any further and began clearing the monsters near him. Rumble. Rumble. Every time his karma rang out explosively, monsters' bodies exploded and the nearby monsters lost their strength. Even though he had slaughtered a sufficient number of monsters, Choi Hyuk still felt unsatisfied. More. More. I want to fight more intensely. Choi Hyuk had no regrets if he died right now since there was nothing he had to live for. While he did think he had to help Choi Hyuk, this thought was no more than a habit. Currently, there was nothing he wanted to do besides futility, risking his life fighting and growing stronger to develop Choi Hyuk's guardian, which his lover Lee Hyejin had left behind. His life consisted of fighting like he would die and looking after Choi Hyuk whenever he came to his senses. If life was a game, Choi Hyuk thought that the real game had ended and that he was simply playing a bonus game. The Horizon Troop broke through the monster's encirclement and advanced. Choi Hyuk stood at the very front. Becoming more agitated as he fought repeatedly, Choi Hyuk forgot Shiro's dissuasion and charged forward once again. Leaving the formation on his own, he became isolated in the midst of the monsters. However, for some reason, Shiro didn't stop him this time. Reckless human. His big weakness is that he cannot calculate capability. If he dies here, that is it. Possible to consider him unnecessary in the grand scheme. Not only was she assigned to protect Choi Hyuk, she was also tasked to judge whether he was a suitable person to pull into their grand scheme. This time, Shiro decided to leave him alone. She also thought he would die soon. Choi Hyuk, he was undoubtedly an amazing warrior. The fate futility that he awakened when he became a high-ranked warrior even infected the karma of monsters, weakening them. Every time a rumble erupted out, the monsters within 500 meters of him would stagger as though their chests had been pierced by a stake. On the other hand, his sword strikes were destructive enough to exceed his current level. He could easily slaughter high-ranked monsters, which were of the same rank as him. However, that was the limit of his strength. It was useless when facing a highest-ranked monster. Farewell. Seeing the highest-ranked monster, who she had been constantly observing, attack Choi Hyuk, Shiro inwardly sent him an emotionless farewell. As long as his fate of futility wasn't effective, Choi Hyuk would be ripped to shreds within 10 seconds. That was what would happen, yet. Rumble. A thunderous rumble rang out, different from before. A light flashed, and this rumble shook the monster's universe. All the monsters within sight faltered at the same time. Shiro couldn't comprehend the current situation. She saw the highest-ranked monster falter. It was clearly weakened by Choi Hyuk's futility. Then, with a flash, she witnessed Choi Hyuk's sword smash through the monster's body. The monster split in two, never to reattach again. This was something Shiro hadn't calculated. Faced with this utterly unexpected situation, Shiro's way of thinking had taken a shock. Tick, 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 tick. Tick. Ti. Her gear heart, which had been operating normally, began to churn crazily. As if entranced, she approached Choi Hyuk. She brought Choi Hyuk, who had completely passed out in front of the highest-ranked monster's corpse, into her embrace. As though he was sleep-talking, Choi Hyuk said, "See? I still didn't die. Fuck." Choi Hyuk frowned, seemingly distressed. Passed out, a single teardrop hung from the edge of his eye. Shiro felt her always cold forehead become hot. Noticing an abnormality within her body, Shiro quickly searched for the problem. Keying. Only then did she realize her gear heart had overheated and was spinning in place. She had never experienced this before. Broken. While agitated and holding Choi Hyuk, Shiro frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 169, Each Calculations, 2. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. On the endlessly expanding blue sand desert of the blue ocean planet, which was the homeland of the glass crabs, Choi Hyuk reunited with Choi Hyuk. Leader. I heard you're doing well these days. Smiling blandly, Choi Hyuk raised his hand up. Because he was happier to see him than he expected, Choi Hyuk felt a little embarrassed. Nice to see you, Choi Hyuk. But what's this whole leader thing? You aren't an official member of my troop anymore. Really? Then I'll talk casually. If we think about it, weren't you my junior at school? Choi Hyuk spoke casually as though he had been waiting for those words. Choi Hyuk's eyes widened before he laughed out loud. A peaceful smile hung on Choi Hyuk's lips as well. As he also felt happier to see Choi Hyuk than he thought, his heart beat faster. Is he the only person who remembers Lee Hyejin and was present at that moment? While they didn't know each other during school, still, Choi Hyuk was the only person who he shared memories of that time with. The slaughter in high school. The students who survived that had scattered. At least, those Choi Hyuk was close with had all died the day young Minji had died, and there was no way to know how many besides them were still alive. Perhaps they had all been annihilated since the lives the Earthlings lived since then weren't easy. Yeah. That was why Choi Hyuk was the only one. The only one who knew and witnessed her final moment. This was meaningful to him. Especially now, when he was living amongst aliens without any connections. Proof that there was such a time. Choi Hyuk stretched out his hand and firmly held Choi Hyuk's. Choi Hyuk also firmly held onto his. Congrats! You're already a highest-ranked warrior? Choi Hyuk smiled bitterly at Choi Hyuk's congratulations. It's funny hearing the word already from you. The places you used to beat me still ache when it rains, bastard. If you don't like it, why don't you get stronger and hit me? You monstrous bastard. They separated soon after chatting and laughing. Choi Hyuk stared directly into Chu Youngjin's eyes and asked, "How are things going? Have you successfully infiltrated the enemy camp?" "It's shit. Still, because I became a highest-ranked warrior, I think I can now see the true nature of this troop. There is definitely something going on. Though we'll have to wait and see if it's an opportunity or not." "Really? Since you can't see anything yet." Did you make any new friends?" At Choi Hyuk's question, Chu Youngjin recalled Shiro, who he had gotten quite close to lately. She was a highest-ranked warrior of the Armored Soul tribe. While she possessed a cold gear heart, she occasionally became flustered when dealing with him. After thinking about her for a bit, Chu Youngjin smiled bitterly. "Not a lot, just a few." "Well, will there be a time when those relationships are useful? We have to do everything we can right now. Have to do everything we can." These words contained Choi Hyuk's frustrations. They were finally almost there. The true nature of the alliance, which had toyed with Earth, had come to light, and their targets for revenge were decided. Now, they might be able to successfully get their revenge if they took one more step. However, they didn't know where to take this one step. Do everything we can. Yeah, now that you brought it up, let's be clear. I wanted to ask you before. What is your revenge and what is mine? To be honest, we've never discussed it in detail before. Since we don't know when we'll meet again, why don't you tell me today?" Determined, Chu Youngjin asked with calm eyes. Choi Hyuk looked around at his surroundings. Endlessly expanding blue sand. There was no one who could hear their conversation. On top of that, Choi Hyuk's strength, which had erased the monster's universe's net of fate, could be used here as well. Even exalted wings shouldn't be able to know what they discussed here. He also met with Chu Youngjin here because he was confident in this. Choi Hyuk stared directly at Chu Youngjin and replied in a snappy tone. All. All? Does that mean all 13 exalted wings? Yeah. The troop I'm in is famous for being hostile towards the exalted wings policies, but there could be an exalted wing behind them. There should other people who can assist our cause besides them, since we can't ignore the competitiveness between the exalted wings. Even still, all 13, you're not going to change your mind? Choi Hyuk didn't nod and firmly answered. Yeah. Will you join me? Why was it? That moment, even though it was only for a moment, Chu Youngjin thought of Shiro. However, that was it. Chu Youngjin quickly forgot about her and nodded his head. I'll join you since I don't really have anything else to do. Chu Youngjin thought that Choi Hyuk's plan wasn't bad. His own world had collapsed with Lee Hyojin's death. Yet the world still continued on as though nothing happened. Under the logic that those who survived needed to live. So, if all 13 exalted wings died and the alliance collapsed, maybe then, people would realize how frightening their actions were. That it was something they shouldn't have glossed over and forgotten. With regret. It wasn't a bad thought. Choi Hyuk didn't go out of his way to thank Chu Youngjin. He simply patted his shoulder once and requested. Then, work hard. I can't think of a way to have them all gather in one place. There hasn't been any recorded instance of them gathering in one place since the founding of the Alliance. Since it'll be too difficult to take them out one by one, we need to gather them in one place. We also need to become strong enough to kill them. I'll work hard, so you as well. This was, in fact, the real reason why he called Chu Youngjin here. No matter how much he thought about it, he was stuck on this final step. Because he thought that they could come up with a method if they worked together, he took the risk to call him here. Fortunately, Chu Youngjin nodded. If I learn something about my troop and gain some influence, I might be able to help you out with your plan. While it was only a supposition, right now, he earnestly held on to even this uncertain hope. Choi Hyuk shook Chu Youngjin's hand. After their handshake, Choi Hyuk took a step back. While he was happy to see him and wanted to stay longer, their meetings were best kept short since Chu Young-jin could be Choi Hyuk's hidden sword. It'll be best to refrain from contacting him. He was about to say goodbye when Chu Young-jin quickly asked him. What did the others say? Choi Hyuk momentarily flinched at those words before calmly turning around and saying, Leah, Han-ki, Kim Hong-hyun are leaving. Jin-hee Nuna is still thinking about it. Lee Jin-hee. I hope she can be happy. My thoughts are the same. Half my mind wishes she leaves the berserkers and finds happiness. Choi Hyuk didn't mention the other half. Then let's meet next time when we're more certain of things. Also, let's not contact each other unless there is a drastic change. Choi Hyuk left after waving his hand. Chu Young-jin raised his hand once as a send-off. Then he later realized. Now that I think about it, there aren't 13 exalted wings anymore, but 14. What is he planning on doing about Flame Rain? Chu Young-jin temporarily observed the place Choi Hyuk had left before shaking his head and returning to his troop. You grew stronger. Did you enjoy your revenge? Wherever he met Dark Sound, he was always covered in a pitch-black darkness. His senses lost their sense of direction, and he felt like he was in a dream when he was in reality. If he didn't want to lose himself in this darkness, he had no choice but to erect a sharp sword in his heart. Erecting his sword in his heart, Choi Hyuk gave a short bow. Thanks to you, Dark Sound asked while laughing. Of course, that isn't all? Choi Hyuk silently looked at Dark Sound. Of course, that's not all. While he didn't know if Dark Sound read something from his eyes, he seemed satisfied. You need to plot a bigger revenge scheme. For example, Flame Hell, the main culprit who created the current unfair and cruel system. An elitist to his bones. I've flattered him for a long time, which is why I can stand next to him. Now it's your turn. It'll be easier for you since I've made a path. However, you need proof. Proof that will make Flame Hell trust you. If you do well, it won't be long before you can take out the person who stands at the top of the alliance. Dark Sound's voice was excessively sweet as he knew very well what Choi Hyuk wanted. Before, when Dark Sound met Choi Hyuk for the first time, he could see that he had a grudge on some ambiguous target. While he possessed uncontrollable rage, at that time, Choi Hyuk didn't know how and to whom he should vent his rage on. While he kept thinking about getting revenge, his target and plan were uncertain. That was why Dark Sound was confident that, if he provided this pitiful warrior with a certain target and plan, he would be able to control him. What he had overlooked was simply the amount of rage Choi Hyuk possessed. However, hiding the sword in his heart, Choi Hyuk asked in a clear manner. What is it that I need to do? You need to give Flame Hell what he wants. What he wants are the circumstances to spread his wings. Flame Hell was suddenly in competition with Flame Rain. He wasn't pleased with Flame Rain becoming the symbol of victory, nor could he identify with how she indiscriminately appointed warriors. While there wouldn't be any immediate clashes as Flame Rain had gone to the monsters universe, if she returned after 100 or even 1,000 years, he might have to hand his power over to her without a single fight. Because of this, Flame Hell also needed victory and a way to appeal to the youths. He needed a leader that could assemble young warriors around him. That's why I recommended you. The Kundal tribe that you trained recently and the glass crabs you saved. That was decisive. They all follow you, right? That's something amazing. Warriors gather around you without reward, drunk on your victories. Of course, there are people who've left you recently, but seeing as there are still many left, you possess a certain charisma. Flame Hell wants that. He hopes that you will go out to war with the young warriors of the top 4 tribes and the new generation of rookies. He wants you to make them stronger and entrance them to embed a strong image of Flame Hell in their minds. Dark Sound suddenly grabbed Choi Hyuk's 2 shoulders. His touch was so cold that it felt like his shoulders were freezing. Take this to heart. On the outside, you need to make it seem like all your victories and glory is because of Flamehell's decisions and wisdom. However, you understand, right? For the grand plan, it's not bad to keep a few on your side. You also need to quickly reach the transcendent stage. Dark Sound smirked. When Choi Hyuk came to his senses, Dark Sound was nowhere in sight. The darkness that covered his surroundings was gone as well. He was at his residence in the Tower of Warriors, where illusions of karma weapons swayed. Dark Sound hummed after his conversation with Choi Hyuk. Flame Rain grabbed his shoulder. Blase. She 3. The suddenly surging darkness and flames fought each other, creating a whirlwind, before dying down. Dark Sound didn't seem surprised as he craftily asked. Whoa, princess. Why are you so angry? What about the monsters universe? There's no problem if I leave for a bit. But are you really going to push Choi Hyuk into this? Unlike Flame Rain's serious expression, Dark Sound's expression was calm. What reason is there not to? You would have done the same if he joined you. Don't make me laugh. I'm different from you. While I'm cooperating with you right now, this doesn't mean I'm your comrade. Wow, how hurtful. Dark Sound dryly rubbed his chest. Flame Rain gritted her teeth and growled. Remember this. It'll be best if you don't think about using Choi Hyuk for a bit before throwing him away. This is a warning. Yes, princess. I understand. Don't worry and go back to the monsters universe. While it's okay for a bit. That bit shouldn't be more than a minute. Dark Sound replied as he leisurely met her gaze. Even as her blazing eyes disappeared while staring at him, she warned. Don't misjudge my ability. Flame Rain disappeared, and Dark Sound glanced at his shoulder. The place Flame Rain grabbed had burnt up and become transparent. Dark Sound chuckled as he mumbled. What a charming princess. For a flame wing bitch, that is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 170, Each Calculations, 3. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. It is an honor to work with you again. And on a mission to punish the damn mutts of the universe .. A man with flames blazing in a whirlwind spoke, seemingly moved. He was Whirlwind Fire of the Flame Wing tribe. He had, among others, participated in the mission colonizing the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. Beside him stood Black Snow, a high-ranked warrior of the Dark Tribe, who had pitch-black, transparent hair that floated in the air, greatly contrasting with her pale face. Seeing as how darkness sneakily covered her pale face, it seemed she was shy. Warriors who were recommended by Flamehell had gathered in the square on the lowest level of the Tower of Warriors to greet Choi Hyuk. In other words, a formal meeting was held before the expedition. Whirlwind Fire and Black Snow were the two warriors who had arrived first. As soon as they met Choi Hyuk, they emitted a blinding white light, not hiding their goodwill. However, a phrase caught Choi Hyuk's attention. The mutts of the universe? Of course, the expression had been automatically translated by the net of fate, but Choi Hyuk became interested as the swear suited Korean sentiments very well. Isn't the Blue Mane tribe the name of the species we received the killing order for? Whirlwind Fire became more excited at his question that he said. Yes. So the mutts of the universe. Yet, as he didn't know the circumstances, Choi Hyuk gave a questioning look. Finally realizing that Choi Hyuk didn't know much about the universe's history, Whirlwind Fire showed a flustered expression. As he wasn't sure of how to go about it, Black Snow, who had been standing by docilely, acted. Darkness softly flowed from her hair and created a dark space akin to the universe in front of Choi Hyuk. A few lights shine like stars inside it before creating a 3D shape like a hologram. The shape formed by this mystical process was familiar to Choi Hyuk. A dog? Like tribesmen, he had fancy ornaments hanging from his neck and head, and his teeth and claws were dyed, but no matter how much he looked at him, the blue mane looked like a dog or a wolf. Black Snow explained in a slightly excited voice. Yes. They are the blue manies. Now that I think about it, I heard that there were animals similar to them on Earth. It's common in the universe. Species created resembling species that possess a great fate. Saying this, Black Snow's gaze alternated between Whirlwind Fire and Choi Hyuk. This was a silent explanation of how the dogs and wolves on Earth resembled the Blue Mane tribe, like how Earthlings' faces and bodies resembled the Flame Wing and Dark tribes. Choi Hyuk slowly nodded. At a glance, the wolf-like Blue Mane looked lofty and strong, enough to incite a vague sense of curiosity for him by looking at his appearance. Yet, the mission Choi Hyuk received was to annihilate them. Why? They were in the middle of a war against monsters, yet to annihilate a karma species? It was more dubious, as he had suddenly received this mission without a word of explanation. But now, it seemed this species was infamous enough to be called the mutts of the universe. Hearing her explanation, the reason why they were called mutts and were excluded from the Alliance went way back. Before the Alliance was founded, contact between other species was rare, and many weren't aware of the existence of other species. This was before the concept of karmalings, grouping all species into one. Back then, the Blue Manies were as famous as the Flame Wing tribe, which had awakened karma. If the Flame Wing tribe was famous for their incredible military strength, the Blue Manies were famous for their nomadic lifestyle, going around the universe, and their loyalty, paying back any goodwill they received. The Blue Manies were quite popular. It was around this time when species from a different dimension invaded. Unlike the massive invasion of the monsters currently, their actions were similar to seeking refuge, but either way, this was the karmalings' first encounter with species from another dimension. They were powerful, possessed reason, and they had set up tactics in order to dominate this new universe. The ones who first submitted, wagged their tails at their technology, and swore allegiance were the Blue Manies. The Blue Manies provided them with the information they had obtained while traveling throughout the universe, and used the trust they had accumulated to cause the collapse of other species. Before the Flame Wing tribe eventually annihilated those from the other dimension, numerous species suffered as their slaves. Black Snow seemed angry, her body trembling, as she continued. But even after that, they were brazen-faced, not reflecting on their actions. When the monsters invaded, they rejected the Alliance's proposal to join them, forgiving their past actions, and hid even further. They hid beneath the Alliance's shadow and focused on their own safety. On top of that, there were rumors that they attempted to cooperate with the monsters. They can't be forgiven. Choi Hyuk unconsciously mumbled. They are traitors like Yi Wanyong. 1. Yi Wanyong? I don't know what that is. But they are mutts. Seeing Black Snow grinding her teeth and Whirlwind chiming in while nodding his head, he could tell that the hostility toward the Blue Mane tribe was universally great. A question arose from listening to them. Why hasn't the Alliance subjugated them yet? When Choi Hyuk asked, Black Snow and Whirlwind Fire looked at Choi Hyuk with eyes shining with respect. Whirlwind Fire said, "Before the foundation of the Alliance, we didn't dare to. While we did kill them whenever we saw them, because they were fundamentally nomads, they fled from planet to planet and from galaxy to galaxy. Only after founding the Alliance did we truly have the capability to subjugate them. But we didn't have the capacity to because of the war against the monsters. While the Blue Manies weren't an incredibly powerful species, they couldn't be ignored. To completely subjugate them would require a large army, but the Alliance didn't have the capacity. But the one who reversed this situation is you, leader." "Me?" "Yes, of course, after the massive invasion last time, the monsters' activities reduced drastically, but it wasn't like we had spare reserves since we had to recover lost territory and keep the monsters in check. However, didn't you completely capture the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters by crossing over to the monsters' universe, taking out a demise-ranked monster and by destroying all the cohort capkans that were densely packed together? Thanks to that, the monster's strength in our universe has reduced significantly and the Alliance has leftover defensive resources. Only now do we have the time and resources to subjugate the mutts of the universe. Is that so? While his evaluation had strangely mixed Choi Hyuk and Flame Rain's achievements, Choi Hyuk didn't consider it a problem. Rather, others mocked them. While they murmured to each other, he could hear them all. Ha! Whirlwind Fire. You really got to acknowledge his ability to boast. Someone plainly remarked. When Choi Hyuk turned around, that person turned around towards them. There weren't just one or two. The warriors who had begun to fill the Tower of Warriors were looking at Choi Hyuk, Black Snow, and Whirlwind Fire. A significant number of them were from the Flame Wing tribe. The plaza surged with flames as though torches had been lit throughout. They were the next generation elite warriors that Flamehell had selected. Flamehell wanted to develop them into a force that supported him. Since he included this many Flame Wing tribe warriors when developing the next generation of Alliance warriors, it clearly showed his intentions of wanting to keep the Flame Wing tribe at the center of the Alliance. Either way, Choi Hyuk predicted that there wouldn't be any trivial clash since Flamehell wanted his help by sending them, but there seemed to be a few warriors within the plaza who didn't look upon him favorably. Their murmurs, which they didn't try to hide, were picked up by Choi Hyuk's ears. Highest-ranked warrior Choi Hyuk. Of course, he's amazing, but isn't his ability too low to lead a troop like this? My words exactly. They should have brought at least a transcendent warrior in the rankings. Did you hear what they were saying before? He didn't even know who the mutts of the universe were. While I know he's talented and has contributed a lot, will he be able to command properly like this? There are rumors that the head of the Blue Mane tribe is at the transcendent level. They were blunt. During the first meeting with their troop leader, the man who would be commanding all of them, they slandered him without any hesitation with attitudes of "your capacity is only this much if you can't even handle this," and looks of "what are you going to do about it?" Choi Hyuk found this interesting rather than being taken aback. The Flame Wing tribe's evaluation of me is stingier than I expected. Then, does Flamehell trust my abilities so much that he risked opposition? Or is this also a test? Revealing an amused expression, Choi Hyuk pointed to a warrior. He was the warrior who had mocked Whirlwind Fire. You. The warrior who mocked Whirlwind Fire came forward. Yes, I am a high-ranked warrior of the Flame Wing tribe, Sandfire. While his attitude was polite, he gave him a challenging look. Choi Hyuk asked. It seems everyone is doubtful of this mission and my abilities. What about you? Then Sandfire replied without a moment's hesitation. I think that we should just act like we are completing this mission before giving up. Sandfire. Whirlwind Fire shouted, seemingly unable to control his rage. Yet, Choi Hyuk didn't pay him any mind and asked again, filled with curiosity. Why? Sandfire stood confidently and replied freely. First, while the head of the Blue Manies is a coward, his ability to command is outstanding. Unlike what is known publicly, this isn't the first time we are attempting to subjugate the Blue Mane tribe. Previously, they dragged the war on with their unique guerrilla tactics, and in the end, the Alliance, which prioritized the war against the monsters, had no choice but to retreat. I wonder if leader Choi Hyuk will be any different. Second, it has been confirmed that the head of the Blue Mane tribe is at the transcendent level. Compared to him, you are a highest-ranked warrior. I don't think any further explanation is necessary. Third, you can't obtain our loyalty. Look at your troops first. You only have 8 high-ranked warriors. No, since 3 left recently, 5. Only you and Nero of the Armored Soul tribe, who can't even control his own strength yet, are highest-ranked warriors. Compare that to the hundreds of high-ranked warriors and 7 highest-ranked warriors dispatched this time. This is a type of allied force, so it isn't fair for leader Choi Hyuk, whose force is the smallest, to be the commander-in-chief. There won't be anyone who truly follows you. In the end, he was saying that he couldn't acknowledge him because his commanding ability was doubtful, he lacked military power, and he seemed to have been appointed by pulling strings. Having witnessed Choi Hyuk kill a highest-ranked monster with a single slash when he was only a high-ranked warrior, Whirlwind Fire and Black Snow wanted to retort, but since Choi Hyuk's reaction was so calm, they didn't know what to do, only reading Choi Hyuk's mood. After listening to Sandfire talk in high spirits, Choi Hyuk nodded as though he understood. Then he said, "Okay, we go to battle tomorrow at this time. Gather here." Sandfire was the one who was taken aback. Pardon? Yet Choi Hyuk didn't say it again. He simply announced while turning around. "You all know my face, right? It seems Exalted Wing Flamehell has prepared some refreshments, so eat and drink moderately and then gather here tomorrow." Choi Hyuk raised 2 fingers. "Listening to you, it seems like the key point is to end the war before it drags on. 2 months. I will end this war in 2 months, so look forward to it when you arrive tomorrow." After saying this, Choi Hyuk smiled unsuitably before leaving with light steps. Ah. Leader. Black Snow and Whirlwind Fire followed after him as though they were his attendants. A silence hung in the plaza where the rest of the warriors remained. A portion of them, who came here ready for a fight, were taken aback by Choi Hyuk, who didn't play along, and the rest seemed to find this situation fresh as they began to enjoy it. Soon, someone erupted into laughter. "Pwahaha! He's quite intense. 2 months? Can he do it? If he does, he's a hero. Kakik, I bet he's bluffing. Whoa! Our leader is charismatic." Choi Hyuk was working hard to capture the hearts of these young warriors like Dark Sound requested. One, known as one of the 5 Yulsa traders, who signed the Yulsa Treaty making Korea a protectorate of Japan in defiance of Korean Emperor Gojong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 171, each calculations, 4. TL, empty cube / ED, obelisk. There were 2 groups who flipped out when they heard that they would be marching off to war the next day. The first group was comprised of the highest-ranked warriors participating in the subjugation. The 7 highest-ranked warriors, who were rushing to meet Choi Hyuk, complained incessantly about the sudden schedule, demanding the specifics of his plan. In response, Choi Hyuk used Flamehell's name. "I understand you are uneasy. However, there is a reason why Exalted Wing Flamehell trusts me. You should trust me too. You will know tomorrow." He simply said what he wanted and dismissed them. The one who came to see him next was a bit unexpected. He was Armor Phantom, the commander-in-chief of the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. It was different from when he had arrived in his small, secondary body last time. Choi Hyuk was suppressed by the vigor of Armor Phantom's real body. Metallic pieces fluttered like feathers as they reflected light to form Armor Phantom's outline. Spreading wings made of metal and light, his splendor made him look like an angel judging the world. At a glance, he seemed to be at the early stages of the transcendent level, similar in strength to Flame Rain before she grew stronger. Now that their relationship had gone awry, he gave Choi Hyuk an indifferent look. "While I don't really want to see your face, I came because the elders of my tribe sent me." Hearing this, Choi Hyuk's expression couldn't help but stiffen. Only Exalted Wings were individuals that Armor Phantom, who was a transcendent warrior and the commander-in-chief of 2 superclusters, would refer to as elders. This was the first point of contact he had with other Exalted Wings besides Flamehell and Dark Sound. Yet, he couldn't predict the reason for Armor Phantom's visit. "Why is that you are imprisoning a warrior who has awakened as an Armor Soul tribe member?" There was no doubt he was referring to Nero when he said a warrior who has awakened as an Armor Soul tribe member, but to claim he was imprisoning him? Choi Hyuk frowned. I have never imprisoned Nero. Then why isn't he answering to his tribe's calls? Releasing the aura of a transcendent warrior without restraint, Armor Phantom pressured Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk decided to call Nero over and ask him. After arriving, Nero didn't know what to do when he saw Armor Phantom. Seeing his reaction, it seemed Nero did receive a summons from the Armor Soul tribe. No. I never thought you would come personally. To the flustered Nero, Armor Phantom gently, yet firmly said in an attitude overflowing with affection for Nero. Nero, a highest-ranked warrior of the Armor Soul tribe, it's great to see you. I came because I was worried. If you're in a situation against your will, just say it. There's no need to worry. There is no one who can imprison an Armor Soul tribe member in this entire universe. His voice was filled with pride for his tribe. Nero flipped out. That's not it. Then? I don't want to leave the Berserkers. Armor Phantom seemed shocked as he was momentarily at a loss for words. He barely managed to speak again. Think about it again. It's not like you're leaving forever. Those who have awakened as members of the Armor Soul tribe have to receive our education. Only then can you be a true member of the Armor Soul tribe. You also have to recreate your body. How long are you going to dwell in that large, heavy spaceship? You can become much stronger than you are now. I like the spaceship. Nero avoided Armor Phantom's gaze. Choi Hyuk looked at Nero, and Nero also glanced at Choi Hyuk, telepathically sending the emotions he was feeling right now. Nero didn't use telepathy much since he learned to speak. However, like the first time they had met, Nero only used telepathy to communicate with him. Choi Hyuk understood what emotions he was feeling right now. I don't want to leave. If he helped Armor Phantom persuade Nero right now, he could probably leave a good impression on the Armor Soul tribe. He might even be able to get closer to other exalted wings faster. Despite this, Choi Hyuk closed his eyes. He suddenly thought of the executives who had decided to leave, Han-ki, Leah, and Kim Hong-hyun, and especially Lee Jin-hee, who was still undecided. Speculation was simply speculation. He didn't know what path would be best, however, Choi Hyuk decided to walk the path his heart chose. He had already lying to himself enough. Choi Hyuk used Flamehell's name once again. You don't have to worry about Nero's education. The expedition this time is being personally supervised by Exalted Wing Flamehell. I am certain it'll be better than any other experience in the world. I think it's best if you broadened your mind. Aren't we all members of the Alliance either way? I don't think there's a need to be educated by one's own tribe. Like this, Nero will be able to become a great warrior of the Alliance. I will support Nero's decision. Something he said seemed to have rubbed Armor Phantom the wrong way as his metallic feathers simultaneously stood on end and emitted a ting sound. While he clearly looked angry, it didn't seem like he could act out since Flamehell was mentioned. He simply glared at Choi Hyuk before leaving. You don't even like the Alliance much, Nero said in a playful voice. The warm feelings Nero felt were transmitted to Choi Hyuk's heart. Choi Hyuk couldn't help but feel sorry for the Berserkers. This was, in reality, someone else's war. A war started because Flamehell wanted to keep his other competitors in check and strengthen his authority. While it was for his revenge, Choi Hyuk was pushed into this situation as a puppet, and the Berserkers would die for his ultimate enemy, Flamehell. All this happened because he was powerless. Choi Hyuk resolved himself. This is the last play. The next time he unsheathed his sword would be for his final revenge. Gritting his teeth, Choi Hyuk swallowed his surging sorrow and rage. These were the sufferings he had to endure and accumulate in order to open the way for a new universe. Choi Hyuk gathered these sufferings and aimed them at the Blue Manies. His karma heart thumped. After he had dealt with those who were in charge of Earth's recruit training, his karma heart kept beating non-stop as though it was sick. It beat non-stop as it squeezed out all of Choi Hyuk's power and fate. Choi Hyuk already knew that the end was near and that he wouldn't lose to anything. Charge! We target the head of the blue manies in the shortest distance possible. We leave behind those who can't keep up. The warriors, who followed Choi Hyuk while wondering what his strategy was, were shocked at his declaration. To suddenly tell them to break through at a single point, this strategy should never be chosen against the blue manies, who possessed excellent maneuverability and specialized in guerrilla tactics. Yet, while they were shocked, Choi Hyuk and the berserkers were rushing towards the Blue Mane tribe's border army that had appeared in front of them. Their charge, which wasn't even in proper formation, looked unsteady as though they would quickly be blocked by their enemies. If the other warriors didn't follow behind them, then the berserkers would suffer heavy losses. If things progressed like this, it was clear that those who didn't follow quickly would be reprimanded. Even if they didn't follow his order of charging towards the head of the Blue Manies, they had to support his charge first. That crazy. Follow after them for now. Once we catch up, we drag that bastard back and retreat. The highest-ranked warriors swore at Choi Hyuk as they led their troops and followed after Choi Hyuk. A war they had never experienced before began. Bang! Bang! Grr! Filthy alliance scum! The Blue Manies barked, cursing them. Their claws swung out. A wolf at the front seemed to disappear, and when he reappeared, his jaws were already on a berserker's neck. However, the berserkers were skilled as well. Li Jinhee grabbed a blue mane who was targeting the back of her neck, and keeping a firm grip on his neck, she dragged him along. Li Jinhee stabbed the wolf's stomach and side before shoving his face into the jaws of another wolf. Her subordinates followed her example and trampled on the onrushing wolves. Still, their charging speed didn't drop at all. While the Blue Manies' outer appearances were that of wolves, their colorful dyes and tribal ornaments showed that they were somewhat civilized and possessed reason. Yet, the berserkers killed them indiscriminately one after another as though they were killing beasts. These scenes exceeded the predictions of the other warriors following after them. The berserkers and the Blue Manies' levels aren't that different? Yet how is it so one-sided? Their first prediction of the clash, that it would be even or that the berserkers would be pushed back, was wrong. Still, I bet it'll be difficult to break through since the Blue Manies' maneuverability is excellent. Ha! The prediction that the berserkers would be held back by the Blue Manies and lose to their maneuverability was also proven wrong. Instead, the ones who lost their maneuverability were the Blue Manies. They tried their best to slow the berserkers down, but the more they tried, the more pitifully they were slaughtered and thrown back. Grr! Along with a fierce roar, a highest-ranked Blue Mane warrior ambushed Choi Hyuk, but by that time, Choi Hyuk's sword was already passing through the top of his head. RRRR. While thinking that he was biting Choi Hyuk, the highest-ranked Blue Mane warrior became a corpse. Shudder. A crushing force. Without the slightest delay, the berserkers pushed through the Blue Mane border army. The other troops, who wanted to save the berserkers and drag the recklessly charging Choi Hyuk away, simply followed behind them. They couldn't even catch up to the berserkers. Unbelievable! Someone shouted, almost screaming. His voice sounded as though he had taken a heavy blow to his pride. Like how Choi Hyuk's karma heart was beating furiously, the berserkers' karma was boiling violently. As their karma, which had grown greatly since their first revenge, still didn't satiate the berserkers, it boiled even more violently, swelling in size whenever the berserkers felt unsatisfied. The berserkers didn't suppress their surging karma and simply left their bodies to the flow. At this moment, even Li Jinhee, who was withholding her decision on whether or not to continue to follow Choi Hyuk, fought with cruelty and without hesitation, fitting the typical characteristics of a berserker. However, her actions couldn't compare to Ryu Hyunsung's. If there was another warrior who shined on this battlefield other than Choi Hyuk, it would be Ryu Hyunsung. The 7 highest-ranked warriors following from behind and even Naro, who was assisting the fight, couldn't match the powerful aura Ryu Hyunsung gave off. Ha ha! I can kill them! I can kill more! Ryu Hyunsung had already cleanly forgotten that the blue manies weren't monsters but a karma species that possessed reason. His mind was filled with the thought that he could kill to his heart's content. The day he awakened was an eternal nightmare imprinted on Ryu Hyunsung's mind. He felt like the misery he felt when all he could do was watch his friends die powerlessly. That day was being erased every time he killed a wolf. Ryu Hyunsung's body shivered in ecstasy. He had always fought dreaming of a better future and, when he was tired of fighting, taught new berserkers in preparation for the future. Yet, no matter how much he struggled, he would have nightmares at night, and the emptiness in his heart gradually grew. It was only then when he realized, "Ah, I already died." Only then did Ryu Hyunsung understand Chu Youngjin's fighting style. The extreme combativeness of someone whose heart had already died. On the other hand, during the recruit training, he had refused to acknowledge that his heart had already died and stubbornly used the sword techniques he had mastered in the past. Ryu Hyunsung decided to throw away this shell. "I'll entrust the future to others." Ryu Hyunsung thought of Hanki, Leah, and Kim Honghyun, who had left the berserkers. Yes, he just needed to leave the future to them. It was a problem for someone who was already dead to think about those things. What he had to do now was dash. Kill and kill. Whether it was his enemies or himself. He felt free. Shouting, Ryu Hyunsung swung his sword, splitting a blue mane's head and then smashing his eyes with the handle. "I'll die. When I die. Let's see how strong." Ha! As though possessed, he shouted nonsense from his mouth. His karma weirdly kept swelling, and he could easily kill blue mane warriors who were similar or stronger than him. His heart shuddered. Ryu Hyunsung was always considered to be half a step to a step lower than Chu Youngjin, but the vigor he was showing right now didn't lose out to the Chu Youngjin of the past. Rather than a berserker, he seemed like a demon. How could he fight like that? Ah! The warriors who couldn't hide their shock at the berserker's splendor were at a loss for words when they saw Ryu Hyunsung. He purposefully stretched his neck out to bait the wolves. Then he killed those who approached to chew his neck with a single stab. He even fought whilst being surrounded by the wolves, inducing them to launch pincer attacks. However, whenever the wolves launched the pincer attacks, they would die in the blink of an eye. It seemed like nothing could harm him. Glossing over Choi Hyuk's contributions as he was rumored to be an exceptional highest-ranked warrior, they were especially shocked seeing Ryu Hyunsung, who they thought was at or below their level, show off his splendor. The weight of the name berserkers clutched their hearts. The punitive expedition, which broke through the border army in one go, quickly pushed forward toward the center of the Blue Manies territory rather than taking action against the Blue Manies. Even the troop leaders, who didn't agree with Choi Hyuk's strategy of killing the head of the Blue Manies in one go, were currently frantically following the berserkers as though they were entranced by something. At the same time, Hanki, Leah, and Kim Honghyun, who had left the berserkers, were meeting with the sovereign of paradise Camilla. Camilla was worried about the berserkers. Overseer Choi Hyuk wasn't satisfied with the first revenge? Then where is his revenge directed? If the alliance falls into danger, then we cannot win in the war against the monsters. It's a problem even if Choi Hyuk fails. All Earthlings might be branded as traitors. Hanki gently shook his head. That would only be the case if leader Choi Hyuk ever lost. However, I can't imagine the leader losing. Whether it's against the alliance or the monsters. It's the same for the berserkers who follow him. What moves them isn't logic or reasoning, but their wounded pride and collapsed happiness. The deeper their wounds, the more they can't stop. Nor will they lose. Of course, those who only rage with revenge can't be our future. However, after they have flipped the world on its head, no one will be able to look down on Earthlings. That is our future. Hanki grinned before adding. Well, to be honest, the reason doesn't matter. While I left the berserkers, I have no thoughts on obstructing their path. I feel sorry for and really like them." After saying this, Han-ki looked up at the milk-white skies of Dragonic. Looking for Choi Hyuk and the berserkers who were fighting non-stop somewhere beyond it, he gave a short prayer for their fortune in battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 172, each calculations, 5. TL, empty cube / ED, obelisk. After piercing through the Blue Manies' border defense, they were quickly advancing to the center of their territory when they heard something howl. While they didn't know what it was, the fact that it was howling was certain. In response, the warriors' weapons vibrated like brass instruments, their hearts thumped like drums, and the planets rang out like bells. Even space itself shook like a reed. Ah-wah. This sound wasn't heard by their ears. It was a resonance created by the vibration of everything, including the world around them. The warriors, who advanced following Choi Hyuk and his berserkers in a trance, stopped in place. Their ears perked up at the sound escaping from their hearts. It was a chilling sense of dread. Countless stars appeared in the darkness of outer space. Whether they were there since the beginning or had only now been born from the darkness, each pair of eyes shined brightly in dark shadows with fluttering lush manies made their appearance. Chasing manies. One of the warriors following the berserkers made a stifled cry. The most elite troop of the Blue Manies. It was an attack troop personally led by their leader. Even while the Blue Manies were publicly suppressed, they had raised their name and infamy by ruining countless troops and species. They could sufficiently guess that they were strong with the information they had gathered until now. However, the punitive force assembled this time was composed of the top elites of the Alliance. They didn't lose out to them at all. Yet, for some reason, they felt a suffocating pressure. "Look over there," someone mumbled. The appearances of the wolves were slightly strange. Their front paws were larger and more ferocious looking, and there were small eyes stuck on their excessively long manies. Each wolf had an unknown skull of a beast on their heads. No, they were monster skulls. The warriors unconsciously looked at Choi Hyuk. The monster's new weapon that warrior Choi Hyuk first reported to the Alliance. A method where a monster could fuse with another by equipping itself with it. They were new weapons that had the possibility of even surpassing the Alliance's karma weapons. The wolves had fused with living monsters and were using them as weapons and armor. Crazy. Does this mean they really came to an agreement with the monsters? How? The monsters aren't existences that can be communicated with. Murmurs began to spread. The wolves were watching them with overwhelming numbers and overwhelming vigor. They were only confronting each other, yet the warriors were already becoming exhausted and restless. Wherever they looked, they saw strange wolves staring at them like statues. Like claustrophobia, emotions of fear and suffocation flared up in the warriors. The mood seemed like they had lost before even fighting. Choi Hyuk acted in order to cut this flow. Krrrring, Kong. The moment Choi Hyuk's imprint rang out while twisting its body, Choi Hyuk was already in front of the chasing manies. Just as they were about to exclaim, as expected of Choi Hyuk shot backwards with a bang. Without being able to maintain a steady posture, he was pushed back. A large shadow was cast in the place Choi Hyuk had attacked. While emitting a cold darkness that ached one's bones, the head wolf revealed his teeth. I can't believe it. Is this really all? Have only feathers gathered without a single wing? The moment the head wolf appeared, everyone held their breath. Their karma was suppressed. They couldn't move their bodies. It felt like the fates they had grasped since they had become high-ranked warriors were being shredded apart like tissues. At this moment, even Li Jinhee was stricken with fear. She had grasped the fate challenge when she became a high-ranked warrior. However, the head wolf seemed like the peak of challenges. A limit she could never overcome. A despair that she could never challenge again. She couldn't even move a finger. Her karma, which proudly flowed through her body, stiffened and became as heavy as a rock. Just then, she heard a rough pant next to her. Grit. She heard someone grit their teeth. When she looked around, it was Ryu Hyunsung. His eyes were so red that they seemed like they would cry tears of blood at any moment. Ryu Hyung. Lee Jinhee became uneasy from the beast-like sounds Ryu Hyunsung was making. Ryu Hyung. Don't do it. Despite Lee Jinhee's attempt at holding him back, blood dripped from Ryu Hyunsung's eyes. It seemed he even bit his lips too hard as blood also flowed from his lips. While everyone was being dominated by the head wolf's figure, Ryu Hyunsung's body trembled before he shot forward with a bang. Hey! Ryu Hyunsung! Lee Jinhee screamed. The head wolf, who had instantly shot Choi Hyuk backwards, was still there, yet. Without knowing, Lee Jinhee shot after Ryu Hyunsung. At the same time. Get up! Bei Jinman's shout shook the warriors. A golden brilliance spread out endlessly with Bei Jinman at its center. The golden brilliance reduced negative emotions and increased positive ones as it connected the warriors' fighting spirit. When numerous warriors' hearts interconnected and they began to depend on each other, the fighting spirit they had lost slowly recovered. Damn it! Baek Seoin, who could only now move his body, swore as he saw Ryu Hyunsung and Lee Jinhee shoot forward. The worst-case scenario crossed his mind. Dash! Then sound disappeared. No, the howl that made their bodies and the planets tremble disappeared suddenly. The head wolf, who had been looking at Ryu Hyunsung and Lee Jinhee as though they were laughable, turned his gaze. His large paw clashed with Choi Hyuk's imprint. Choi Hyuk, who had been flung away, had returned. While the first sword he used was calmly blocked by the head wolf, it brought the result of sweeping away the pressure the warriors were under. The head wolf growled as he admired. You have a strange skill. Choi Hyuk didn't reply. As if to engrave that he was his opponent, he shot forward and slashed again and again. Every time Choi Hyuk and the head wolf clashed, dark, blazing flames clashed with the cold darkness and made waves. A wave of heat rushed over them, followed by a cold wave, and then another wave of heat. These waves had the effect of waking the warriors, who had fallen into a trance. As they came to their senses, the warriors, who had been suppressed by the fear of death, indiscriminately reacted temperamentally. Damn it! Fight! Pierce through them. The warriors pushed forward. The wolves calmly moved their formation back before attacking the warriors, who had broken their formation while recklessly charging at them. Dogfights broke out everywhere. Damn it! Berserkers! Move with your teams. Alexei! You go around and organize the berserkers' formation. Baek Seoin shouted in a mad mood. However, Alexei, who heard the order, didn't even look at Baek Seoin. Sorry. Everyone, follow me. Let's go rescue the director. Alexei ignored Baek Seoin's order and led his subordinates to Ryu Hyunsung and Lee Jinhee, who were isolated at the very front. Hey! Hey! You crazy! Narrow! We are going to cooperate with the highest-ranked warriors of the other troops. Ask them to help recover our formation. We're going to be crushed at this rate. Understood. Baek Seoin moved urgently. While they seemed to be dogfights, the wolves were actually pulling the punitive force members into their formation and dispersing and attacking them in groups of 2s and 3s. Clearly a disadvantageous fight for the punitive force. Baek Seoin tried his best to recover from this situation, but his efforts were soon faced with another obstruction. Alliance scum. I was going to kill you soon anyways, yet you crawled here on your own. A highest-ranked wolf, along with other wolves who followed him, rushed towards Baek Seoin knowing he was the commander. I am meteor chasing mane. You won't be able to grab my tail even in your dying moment. His silver fur that was hidden in the darkness revealed itself. It seemed meteor chasing mane prided himself on the color of his fur, as his ornaments, monster armor and claws were all silver as well. Whoosh! He disappeared after spouting self-indulging remarks. Crash! Baek Seowin's shield was torn away. Blood splattered. There were similar scenes everywhere. It seemed they obtained information about the punitive force's advance by observing them as they precisely intercepted key warriors. The 7 highest-ranked warriors were all held back by powerful wolves, and Naro and the top executives of the berserkers had to face the wolves that came to fight them. It seemed a few among them were given must-kill orders as they were faced with wolves beyond their level. Like how a highest-ranked wolf approached Baek Seowin, another one faced off against Ryu Hyunsung. Hey! Ryu Hyunsung! Get back! Go back to the formation. Ryu Hyunsung ignored the shouting Lee Jinhee and pushed forward. Why are you like this? Do you want to die? As he brushed off Lee Jinhee's hand, which grabbed his shoulder, Ryu Hyunsung growled like a beast as he spoke nonsense. Again! Again! You want to lose? Again? You want me to stand still? You want me to see everyone die? It seemed Ryu Hyunsung recalled the disaster that occurred when he awakened after experiencing the sense of despair the head wolf gave him. Ryu Hyunsung's eyes were filled with killing intent, as though Lee Jinhee had become a great enemy of life and death. At that moment, 2 wolves charged at them. Among them, the highest-ranked wolf targeted Ryu Hyunsung while the wolf at the peak of high rank targeted Lee Jinhee. Both were ferocious. Rather than ripping them apart while wielding their claws, they charged at them like rhinos. Still, their flesh ripped apart and blood splattered as though saws slashed past them. The head wolf sneered in ridicule. While we hid our power during this time, I didn't think that they would send a fellow that hasn't even reached the transcendent level. Choi Hyuk attacked with gritted teeth, yet the head wolf was overflowing with composure. Well, you are strong considering you are a highest-ranked warrior, but... The distrustful head wolf leisurely faced Choi Hyuk as he once again looked around at his surroundings. Then he confirmed that this was all there was to the punitive force. There was no way there was a hidden trap set up by the Alliance. The large wolf laughed as his fur stood on their end. It truly is a wonderful appetizer. He would have the main dish when he advanced towards Alliance City with the monsters. He had a hunch that he would finally be able to repay the humiliation he had endured while hiding all this time. Ah, wuh! The head wolf howled again, and this time stopped. The countless eyes of the monster's body that was equipped to the head wolf simultaneously opened and vibrated along with his howl. All order collapsed. The swords of the warriors who aimed at the wolf's bones and flesh became soft as feathers, and the steps of a passing wolf became claws that slashed at the warriors' hearts. Attacks that should have hit missed, and attacks that should have missed hit. It seemed that a portion of the universe's fate had reversed. The ones who first noticed this change were the exalted wings. The stone plates, which were covered in darkness in the brain of Alliance City, all lit up at once. We have lost control over the net of fate at the Blue Manie's coordinates. Did the head of the Blue Manies do this? His strength is close to ours. We'll help, so let's immediate recover our control. Controlling the net of fate was the most important tactic in the war. If the net of fate was taken by someone else, the order of the universe would become disadvantageous to them. However, the exalted wings couldn't quickly regain control over the net of fate. No. You can't. Invasion. It's an invasion. An extensive one from the monsters. This is the largest scale ever. It's multiple times bigger than when King Flamesky died in battle. An exalted wing of the Speckled Light tribe screamed. Even without his scream, the exalted wings felt the power of the monsters that encroached on the net of fate, which they maintained throughout the universe. If the situation was like this, then they didn't have the capacity to focus their strength on the wolves. Oh my god. The rookies of the Alliance will all die. Flame hell. An exalted wing of the Armored Soul tribe shouted roughly. The majority of the rookies that were participating in subjugating the Blue Manies were either Flame Wing tribe members or those close to the Flame Wing tribe. Those who disliked how Flame Hell openly tried to increase the Flame Wing tribe's power couldn't help but strongly express their discontent. While those who would die were pro-Flame Wing tribe, when an all-out war broke out against the monsters, each and every one of them were precious military resources. They couldn't contain their rage when thinking about how a disadvantageous war began because of Flamehell's greed. Flamehell was silent. From the intelligence provided by the reconnaissance troops in Flame Rain, who had left for the monsters' universe, he had judged that there would be more time before the monsters launched an extensive attack, yet this situation was as if he was hit on the back of the head. A precipitous situation where he couldn't see ahead. Just then, the exalted wing of the dragon race, Leviathan, made a doubtful report. Ha! The head wolf's command over the relevant area's net of fate. No! The net of fate itself has been destroyed. This is... While everyone was shocked, Flamehell and Darksound let out a sigh and managed to squeeze out a smile. Asterisk asterisk. The moment the head wolf howled, Choi Hyuk felt a thrill surging from his heart. The fully transcendent level vigor emitted by the wolf. The power to decide the fate of the universe. The fate the wolf created, second coming. The power he declared to return to the alliance that chased them out as terror. Facing this overwhelming power, his karma, which seethed at the cusp of bursting and tickled at his heart, finally exploded. The fate Choi Hyuk possessed, never losing and without fail, grew explosively at a timing that seemed almost pre-planned. However, Choi Hyuk wasn't surprised. He already knew, though he couldn't explain it. Even when he learned that the head wolf was assumed to have reached the transcendent level, he didn't tremble at all. He felt like he could win. It wasn't simply a prediction, he was confident. Perhaps even Darksound and Flamehell knew as well. The fact that, when he concluded his first revenge, he had already arrived at the proximity of the transcendent level. The fact that he could awaken if the right opportunity presented itself. Choi Hyuk's imprint transformed from a weapon of vow to a weapon of conclusion. Following this, its name also changed from Choi Hyuk's imprint to Choi Hyuk's denial. His vow to without fail and to never lose was finally complete and became a power that could deny all power. He no longer had to gather his strength and swallow various emotions to use the first sword. As soon as he stretched out his sword, the existing powers were, as though natural, denied and obliterated into nothingness. Even the second coming the head wolf declared and the net of fate which the alliance had lost control over were no exception. While the head wolf was still stronger, it was a difference in nature. Choi Hyuk's unique karma, which could interfere with the net of fate when he was only a highest-ranked warrior, was enough to throw away the head wolf's dominating fate even though he had only just reached the transcendent level. You? What did you? Frozen as if taken aback, the head wolf glared at Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk mocked. Round 2, doggy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 173, each calculations, 6. TL, empty cube / ED, obelisk. As the clash between Choi Hyuk and the head wolf became increasingly serious, the universe began to squirm. It was a fight between transcendent warriors that was rare even throughout the history of the universe. To the point where powerful warriors even felt nauseous, spacetime, as well as all order and laws, shook violently. Damn it! Gather! Maintain our formation. What? What are you saying? Due to the completely erased net of fate, the species couldn't communicate with each other. It was a pandemonium of pandemoniums. Stars and planets that couldn't endure the constant clash of power and changes in laws exploded. Boom dash. An enormous explosion. Their surroundings vibrated, and a sun, which hadn't been there, appeared. Day suddenly arrived for this dark space, and all sorts of fragments and gas formed a tidal wave that swallowed the space hole. Ba-on! Like lightning, day and night switched, and the warriors cursed as they were hit by the broken fragments and died one after another. Under the torrential rain of fragments, Baek Seoin felt an unease crawl down his spine. Yay! With a strange shout, Baek Seoin flung his body away, and the silver meteor-chasing wolf dropped down on his previous spot. Grrrrrrr. How did you dodge? What are you saying? All I hear is you barking, Baek Seoin grumbled while awakening his senses to their limits. Vring! His sword of sentiment, Baek Seoin's premonition, rang out as he held it up. When premonition rang, the part of his body that his enemy would attack would ache. This was the reason why Baek Seoin, who was only a high-ranked warrior, could endure against a highest-ranked wolf. With his innate skill, intuition, and his sword of sentiment, Baek Seoin's premonition, he could narrowly avoid his enemy's attacks due to the unease and pain he felt beforehand. However, this also meant that all of Meteor-chasing Wolf's attacks were savage enough to put his life in danger. Baek Seoin could die at any moment because of a slight misjudgment. The angle he held his sword, the distribution of karma in his body, his gaze, nothing was easy. Every trivial decision was followed by a life-threatening unease, and Baek Seoin had to analyze them all in detail before moving. He needed to find a place where he didn't feel uneasy or ache. I can help you. Though Nero showed his intent in helping him, Baek Seoin refused. No, Nero. If you're exposed now, your life might be in danger. Hold your breath until we at least set up a defensive line. While Nero had awakened as a highest-ranked warrior, his body was still that of the enormous spaceship. Because he would be at an absolute disadvantage in a close combat fight against the wolves that excelled in maneuverability, Baek Seoin decided not to expose Nero at the risk of his own life. You'll die. It's not even certain if you'll be able to set up a defensive line or not. If you act now, you'll die immediately. Yay! I have to concentrate, so don't talk to me. Look after Lee Jin-hee and Ryu Hyun-sung instead of me. The silver wolf followed after Baek Seoin like a meteor. Narrowly, as though he could die at any moment, Baek Seoin dodged his attacks and survived. Everyone was in a similar situation. While they endured for now, they would soon collapse. The formation where they were scattered and killed off one by one changed again. The warriors were pushed into groups and crushed. Due to the lack of space, it was common for allies to be wounded by other allies. While they did their best to push their enemies back and regain some space, what returned was death. The corpses of warriors mixed together with the fragments of smashed stars and drifted away. The fear of defeat and death permeated them. Everyone was clearly fighting desperately. Choi Hyuk, who had only been a highest-ranked warrior, fought evenly against the head wolf, and the 7 highest-ranked warriors and 5 berserker executives had yet to die whilst facing opponents stronger than them. However, they didn't have the strength to reverse the situation because the blue manies had become stronger than they had imagined after cooperating with the monsters. All Choi Hyuk could do was not be one-sidedly pushed back by the head wolf. The rest couldn't even do that. We were too rash. What was I entranced by to come here? The young warriors of the top 4 tribes let out sighs. Flames dimmed dangerously, and metal creaked. Darkness paled, and the light became faint. Ryu Hyun-sung endured the planet wreckage that was powerlessly falling on him as he looked at the situation. Lee Jin-hee was wounded all over her body as she took on 2 high-ranked wolves, and Lee Jin-hee's unit, which went to save her, was surrounded by other wolves and couldn't move. Ryu Hyun-sung couldn't even see his own troop members. As Ryu Hyun-sung didn't have a special skill like Baek Seoin, he couldn't face off against the highest-ranked wolf, Crushing Mane, with his strangely increased ability. The wolf had turned Ryu Hyun-sun's body into tatters in 20 passes. The reason why Ryu Hyun-sun was still alive was because the wolf considered him already dead and was slaughtering others around him. Ryu Hyun-sun's head, which had surged with rage and curses, finally cooled. I'm really going to die now. As he thought this, the madness that filled his mind disappeared, and like a kaleidoscope, his surroundings clearly entered his vision. So this was my final battle. As soon as he thought this, a lofty feeling and a wronged emotion surged within him. Bang! Somewhere, another planet exploded, and his vision brightened like it was daytime. As though he had suddenly awakened from his sleep, everything looked clear. It was a strange feeling. His mind was cool, yet his heart was sharper than ever. Ryu Hyun-sun clearly felt this situation. An encircled situation. The enemies blocked the front and they didn't have anywhere to retreat to. The fear-stricken rookies of the Alliance kept being pushed back when there was nowhere to retreat to. Ryu Hyun-sun ridiculed them. If there was a path, it was in front of them. Even if it was as small as the eye of a needle, they had to find it. Without madness or fear, with all their concentration and strength, they had to defeat enemies stronger than them. His reasoning and emotions became one as they proposed a path. To push past the enemies in front of them. However, I can't even move the tips of my fingers. Suddenly, he felt like he knew what to do and could succeed, yet he couldn't even move his own fingers. Is this really the end? While he had always inwardly hoped to die, he didn't want this sort of death. He didn't hope for a death so vain and weak. The moment he thought this Director Ryu Hyun-sun. Run! He heard Guardian Bae Jinman's voice. He had approached under Zero's covert escort and was squeezing his karma to heal Ryu Hyun-sun. When Bae Jinman's golden karma permeated his body, which had been ripped to shreds to the point of being unrecoverable, began to regenerate like a miracle. That moment, what Ryu Hyun-sun felt wasn't relief like I'm alive. Ah, I can fight again. He held expectations that he could fight properly this time. A mysterious phenomenon. Ryu Hyun-sun's body didn't simply stop at being healed. The karma that made up his body was redistributed and was being replaced with different properties. His eyes shined blue. A genius. While this word was most suitable for Choi Hyuk, Ryu Hyun-sun had, in fact, grown up while hearing he was a genius. A genius swordsman. Since he was young, he received attention as a rising saber star of Korea and was selected as the youngest national representative ever. There were even big talks of him defeating the top-ranked swordsman in the world during his practice games. Yet, that was all. Ryu Hyun-sun didn't win a single medal throughout his 4 years at Korea National Sport University. Training purpose was the label given to him. During friendly matches and practice, he was a genius swordsman stronger than anyone, yet he lost powerlessly in real matches. The length of 2 finger joints. That distance was always the problem. He lacked the determination to pierce through his opponent's malice that wanted to kill him and stretch his sword out first. He believed that he had overcome this weak point after the recruit training began and he joined the berserkers, killing people and monsters. That wasn't it. Ryu Hyun-sun finally realized that he was still running away. He was in an ambiguous state where it was too painful to live yet he couldn't die. Perhaps this was why he couldn't leave the berserkers since, if he stayed with Choi Hyuk, they would always have a goal. Whether it was right or wrong, whether he liked it or not. He had always been in this ambiguous state. It was no different from his past days as a training-purpose swordsman. Advance. Ryu Hyun-sun finally realized the true meaning of the fate given to him when he became a high-ranked warrior. At first, he was confused. Advance? To be honest, how he clung to his life while living and fighting was closer to evasion than advancing. He constantly evaded to his past. He also evaded his past. He fought to forget about his memories and fought while thinking of his memories. To call that advance? However, now that he thought about it, it was a desperate manifestation of his subconscious. A warning that he was fated to disappear if he didn't advance. Ryu Hyun-sung finally realized this meaning and wholly accepted it. My path is in front of me. Now was the time to move forward. If he didn't, he would die. He didn't have the energy to think about victory or defeat, only to find the path. It was time to open a path with his cold reasoning and wild nature. At some point, his tattered body had completely recovered. Ryu Hyun-sung turned his back on Beijing Man, who held his hand out towards him, and zeroed and shouted towards all the fear-stricken warriors. Open your eyes properly, you dimwits. Break through them. Unlike his ragged beast-like voice before, his voice rang out clearly this time. His voice, containing his enlightenment, was clearly transmitted to the warriors who couldn't understand Korean. Everyone's gaze momentarily fell on Ryu Hyun-sung. Ryu Hyun-sung stretched his leg out. He turned his waist like a top and flung his arm forward like a fishing pole. His karma, which explosively surged in his body, was pushed forward like a river without any hesitation. He passed through the length of the two finger joints that he had always lacked. Crash! Slash! Crushing Mane charged at him like a cannonball as soon as he heard Ryu Hyun-sung's voice. His body passed by Ryu Hyun-sung's chest, and Ryu Hyun-sung's sword slashed his mouth. Kaya! The first attack Ryu Hyun-sung landed on Crushing Mane was a fatal blow. While 3 streams of blood flowed from Ryu Hyun-sung's chest after the wolf passed by him, he didn't bat an eye. He only saw a clear sword path to kill the unpleasant wolves. A thread-like path. Nonetheless, a clearly existing path. A beautiful sword path was drawn with his hand. Ryu Hyun-sung easily caught up to the wolf that was shaking his head and retreating from him. He pushed his claws down and slashed his neck before the wolf could dodge it. Slash dash. The highest-ranked wolf, Crushing Wolf, couldn't even yip before his deeply slashed head was thrown into space. Slash. Ryu Hyun-sung's sword slash left a trailing afterimage as it slashed through a corner of the battlefield. The wolves in its path were simultaneously split in two, and a canyon was drawn on a small natural satellite that was in its path. His sword slash seemed like the work of a sword god. Ryu Hyun? What is this? Despite being pushed towards the defensive, Lee Jin-hee was at a loss for words. It was the same for the 2 wolves that had attacked her. While their mouths were agape, Ryu Hyun-sung passed through the wolves and sliced the heads of the 2 wolves off their bodies. Did you reach the highest rank? Lee Jin-hee said blankly. Yet, Ryu Hyun-sung didn't reply, only shooting out after patting her head. This time, to help the 7 highest-ranked warriors who were struggling. Due to Ryu Hyun-sung, the mood of the battlefield changed. With his help, the strongest warriors of the alliance could defeat the wolves that were holding them back, and the freed highest-ranked warriors went out to help others. It was now time for the deeply infiltrated wolves to be pushed back. The front lines were formed, and their defensive line stabilized. Seeing this, Baek Seoin shouted in an almost singing voice. Now's the time. Narrow. Restrict them. I'd been waiting for this. The wave of karma that spread from Narrow spaceship snared the wolf that targeted Baek Seoin and the wolves that infiltrated around them. Meteor Chasing Mane's highest-ranked karma was instantly degraded to that of a high-ranked warrior. The wolves that noticed this change targeted Narrow, but the flow had already been reversed. A 3-fold defensive line had already been set up in front of Narrow. That's it. It's working. We can fight. The fight between Meteor Chasing Mane and Baek Seoin, in which Baek Seoin was one-sidedly on the defensive, had turned into a close fight. Recovering his composure, Baek Seoin glanced in Choi Hyuk's direction. Now. If the leader wins. While the situation had improved, that didn't mean they were winning. If Choi Hyuk quickly won, then, no matter how large the losses were, it would be the alliance's victory. However, if Choi Hyuk couldn't in time, then the inferior punitive force would face the chance of being annihilated. For some reason, it currently seemed like Choi Hyuk was being pushed back. Just then, Baek Seowon saw Ryu Hyun-sung. He, who had created balance in the battlefield, was charging towards Choi Hyuk and the head wolf, who were fighting over there. "Hey! Ryu Hyun-sung! Are you crazy? Where do you think you're going?" Baek Seowon heard her scream. Bang, bang, bang. Another star exploded brilliantly. His surroundings brightened as though it was daytime. Note, Baek Seowon's sword of sentiment was briefly mentioned as a shield in a previous chapter. This might be changed in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 174, Each Calculations, 7. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. In reality, the fight between Choi Hyuk and the head wolf was impossible to perceive. It was beyond just being too fast, it was literally on another level. When spectating this fight, the head wolf's enormous paw would suddenly appear and rip their heads, and the moment their gaze met Choi Hyuk's black eyes, their hearts would be pierced. They were clearly dead, yet when they came to their senses, they were fine. All that remained was a fear that made their bodies tremble from head to toe, a warning not to peep at the transcendent realm before them. Warriors of higher levels could overcome this fear and observe the fight, but the fact that they still couldn't perceive anything was the same. When looking at the fight, they might feel like they saw something, but the memories remaining in their minds were a mess. They simultaneously saw Choi Hyuk leap up and pierce the head wolf's head and the head wolf instantly breaking Choi Hyuk's neck. One time, the head wolf howled after killing Choi Hyuk. Another time, Choi Hyuk sat on the head wolf's head after killing him. At times, the two looked like triangles, straight lines, round spheres, and other shapes as they flew around and dizzily entangled together. A fight between transcendent warriors isn't a fight that properly follows laws, but a fight that creates their own laws and reality. Someone explained, but they couldn't figure anything out in the end. All they knew was that they were fighting. The place Choi Hyuk and the head wolf were fighting was somewhere completely different from here, in other words, a place blocked by the wall of laws. As these were the circumstances, even highest-ranked warriors didn't dare join the fight, let alone high-ranked ones. Since Ryu Hyun-sung, who just reached the highest rank, flew towards that fight, those around him couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. "You ack!" Lee Jin-hee tried to follow him, but Alexei stopped her. "Director! You can't! Let go!" Lee Jin-hee struggled, but she couldn't move forward when the other members of her troop also joined in to hold her back. "You Lee Jin-hee screamed in despair. Having bitten her lips to the point of bleeding, she seemed determined as she glared in Ryu Hyun-sung's direction. Lee Jin-hee tightly gripped her sword of sentiment, Lee Jin-hee's dream, and poured all her karma into it before throwing it. Protect Ryu Hyun-sung. With this earnest wish. Bang, dot. From the tips of her fingers, which had burst with blood due to being overloaded, Lee Jin-hee's dream shot out with a bright silver trail. Lee Jin-hee shouted. "Baek Hyun, what are you doing? Cover Ryu Hyun-sung." At her shout, Baek Seowon, who had been vacantly staring at Ryu Hyun-sung, jolted to his senses. If there was no way to stop Ryu Hyun-sung, then it would be better to find a way to support him. Guardian. Support Ryu Hyun-sung with your karma. Narrow. It's fine if it's only slightly, but reduce the aura of hostility. 0. Follow behind Ryu Hyun-sung. While he personally couldn't do anything, he found others who could help. Warriors at the highest rank. No, anyone. Support Ryu Hyun-sung with your karma. Or at the sword Lee Jin-hee threw. It wasn't easy. Ryu Hyun-sung, who was now a highest-ranked warrior, was charging quickly, and Lee Jin-hee's dream was following behind him. Even if the warriors in the distance pooled their strength together, there was a concern their strengths would clash. Baek Seoin shouted. It's okay. Lee Jin-hee's sort of sentiment is special. Just send your support. Are you certain? I don't know. If we don't send our support, then it'll certainly fail. Baek Seoin brushed Naro's question aside. In the end, Baek Seoin was correct. Boom! Supported by other warriors' strength, Lee Jin-hee's dream accelerated like lightning. As though it would cover the entire world, and while blazing a trail of silver light, it passed Ryu Hyunsung and opened a path for him. Ryu Hyunsung's body was also filled with karma sent by Beijing Man and other warriors. Those who could send their strength further sent it to Ryu Hyunsung, while those who couldn't supported Lee Jin-hee's dream. Seeing Lee Jin-hee's dream pass him, Ryu Hyunsung tightly gripped his sword. A fight between transcendent warriors was fundamentally different from all the fights he had experienced until now. Transcendent warriors were those who had completed and declared their fate to the universe. Like how a flap of a butterfly's wings in Beijing could become a typhoon in New York, fate was created through the accumulation of very trivial actions. Each fluttering strand of the head wolf's mane, each breath the wolf let out from his long mouth, and the karma that acted as his bones and heart steadily drove Choi Hyuk into a corner like on a chessboard. It wasn't a traditional fight where they simply aimed their sword or teeth at their opponent's neck. When the wolf moved his head, he crumbled or expanded the space Choi Hyuk was standing in. Each fluttering strand very slightly dispersed Choi Hyuk's surroundings. Even after it seemed like the head wolf had swung his paw, as though on repeat, his paw swung out yet again. Every time the wolf did so, Choi Hyuk's breathing would stagger. With these as his groundwork, the wolf would ensnare Choi Hyuk and tear his limbs off with his paws, making Choi Hyuk a sacrificial lamb and declaring the second coming of the Blue Manies. The head wolf leisurely and diligently pushed Choi Hyuk into a corner. However, Choi Hyuk had a cheat-like trait. Who? After catching his breath. Shik. Accompanied by the sound of air escaping, when Choi Hyuk's denial cut through the air, it would cleanly erase all the groundwork the head wolf had laid down. The distorted space would return to normal and the wolf's tricks in dispersing Choi Hyuk's surroundings would immediately stop. Rather, it was the wolf who lost his breath. The head wolf laid the groundwork to kill Choi Hyuk, and Choi Hyuk laid the groundwork to find and negate the wolf's groundwork. It looked like a dance as they approached while glaring at each other before separating, repeatedly laying down and erasing groundwork. The head wolf was irritated by this situation. If this was chess, this was the same as his opponent clearing the board whenever he gained an advantage. There was no way he wouldn't become annoyed. Still, the head wolf barely managed to hide his irritation as he disguised his composure. How long are you going to do this? Until all your subordinates are dead? At the head wolf who was trying to provoke him, Choi Hyuk simply replied. Yeah, bark, bark. He meant to cut the crap. Because the net of fate had already disappeared, he really sounded like he was barking. Gore. On the other hand, the head wolf, who was more skilled at using his power than Choi Hyuk, could understand what Choi Hyuk was saying. He became provoked even though he was the one that attempted to provoke Choi Hyuk. Like an unending fight, the two tangled and separated again. Even though Choi Hyuk was in a disadvantageous situation, he wasn't impatient, calmly nullifying the head wolf's attacks again and again. While waiting for a new variable to appear. While waiting to discover an opportunity to attack. However, the variable that arrived was much different to what Choi Hyuk expected. Choi Hyuk and the head wolf sensed that Ryu Hyunsung was approaching them at the same time. Their judgments differed. The head wolf glanced at him before ignoring him. A mere highest-ranked warrior, there was a qualitative difference in strength between them. The head wolf was certain that Ryu Hyunsung wouldn't even be able to get close. Ryu Hyunsung. On the other hand, Choi Hyuk's gaze deepened. He saw Ryu Hyunsung's clear eyes. Determined to risk his life. No, rather, his eyes looked like they weren't determined to do anything. Rather than being determined, his eyes were filled with the tenacity and will to inflict even the slightest wound on the head wolf. As though his entire life was for this moment, a sword strike containing his own self. Choi Hyuk was moved by those eyes. Either way, it's difficult to reverse the situation like this. The head wolf, who had combined with the monster, was stronger than he imagined, and if things continued like this, the punitive force would be the one who would eventually face defeat. Still, since there was no other way, he thought to find the wolf's weakness while enduring, but Ryu Hyunsung was a better alternative at this moment. Choi Hyuk resolved himself to bet on Ryu Hyunsung. The air changed. Grr! The head wolf's howl rang out longer and spread wider than before. Something's changed? Did you decide to halt your futile attempts in resetting the playing field? Up until now, Choi Hyuk had always been on the defensive. When the head wolf laid down the groundwork to end Choi Hyuk's life, Choi Hyuk focused all his power in breaking that groundwork. However, Choi Hyuk began to prepare for an attack. Not acting to break the wolf's groundwork, he moved in order to slice the wolf's neck the moment he slipped up. The start of the true fight. Choi Hyuk no longer reset the playing field and began moving his pieces one after the other. This was the moment the head wolf was eagerly waiting for. He even became suspicious because things went so smoothly. Perhaps there's something special about the approaching warrior? However, there really wasn't anything special about him after a second glance. He was simply a reckless warrior. No matter how much he thought about it, the wolf believed that there was no chance that a weak highest-ranked warrior could approach and land an effective blow on him. How foolish. Does he even see me? While ridiculing Ryu Hyunsung, the head wolf's lips widened. Good thinking. It's a very foolish decision. Growling. An unpleasant laughter rang out. Choi Hyuk reacted indifferently to the wolf's laugh. Yeah. Bark, bark. However, unlike his confident attitude, Choi Hyuk's situation instantly became disadvantageous. Since Choi Hyuk wasn't his opponent in terms of level or strength, Choi Hyuk wouldn't be able to last long in a head-on fight without his power to deny. It only took an instant. A metallic scent wafted in the air, and the wolf's body looked like it split in two. Thinking he could avoid it, Choi Hyuk dodged, but the wolf's enormous paw was swinging down at him. He had to move more in order to avoid the wolf's attack. Everything became a mess. The wolf's breath, which he thought he heard from his right, was actually coming from his left. His foot tripped over empty space, and he faltered. He saw the wolf's fluttering mane, yet he couldn't see the actual wolf. The wolf that had clearly moved in that direction was standing in place. Space and time, order and law, all of these were moving in a direction advantageous for the head wolf. If he still didn't deny soon, then Choi Hyuk really wouldn't last long. Phew. Yet, Choi Hyuk took a deep breath. He poured karma into his sword and waited for the right opportunity. Crow-a-woo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175. Episode 10, Calculations of Revenge / Chapter 175, An Impeded Sky. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Wung dash. At first, it was a low reverberation. Nero's karma reached the wall of laws. While it was only slight, the wall vibrated, and a tiny crack appeared, enough for a needle to pass through. Crash. Lee Jinhee's dream burrowed into this crack. Then, the brilliant silver trail, which followed behind it, permeated the crack. Yet, it was fruitless. While its vigor in trying to burrow through was intense, it burrowed in at the pace of a turtle. I unknowing sent my strength as well because Nero's telepathy was so desperate. But I feel like it was a waste of strength. The warriors of the punitive force shook their heads as they saw Lee Jinhee's dream gradually slow down, unable to completely pierce through the wall of laws. From the beginning, it was a logically impossible task. Completely different laws applied in the space the transcendent warriors were fighting. No matter how much strength they gathered, it was no use if the laws changed. Lee Junhee's dream looked like it had almost stopped. Everyone thought, "This is the end." However, this was the beginning. Rip! They heard the sound of something ripping. The weapon of sentiment, Lee Junhee's dream, which contained her earnest wish to protect Ryu Hyunsung, was born from Lee Junhee's dream that hoped people would live smiling and cry seldom. Choi Hyuk's imprint could slash anything in accordance with Choi Hyuk's vow, and Baek Seowon's premonition could sense all danger in accordance with his intuition. Lee Junhee's dream was a sword that was created to fulfill Lee Junhee's wish. Following her wish, Lee Junhee's dream gathered the nearly overflowing power within it into a single point and exploded. Crack, crack. Web-like cracks spread from the sword. Ting. With the weakest piece of the blade flying off as the signal, Lee Junhee's dream exploded brilliantly. Pong. The wall of laws was gradually erased from the outside. It was a phenomenon similar to Choi Hyuk's first sword. As the condensed power exploded all at once, all the order and laws were erased. A new sky opened up. This wasn't an explosion made of flames. Earth's blue sky with cirrus clouds spread out from the smashed Lee Junhee's dream. An autumn sky opened up in the dark, vast universe. It was a sky Ryu Hyunsung could fly through. The figures of the head wolf and Choi Hyuk could be clearly seen in this sky. Gore! The head wolf growled, thinking this was unexpected. However, he still disregarded Ryu Hyunsung. The wolf's decision was the same. While it was surprising that they had pierced through the wall of laws, the wolf still thought that Ryu Hyunsung couldn't inflict a wound on him. Being able to inflict a wound on him, the key individual of this fight, was a completely different matter from being able to overcome the wall of laws, which was a byproduct of their fight. The wolf simply focused on Choi Hyuk, the one who was incomparably more dangerous than that mayfly. The wolf opened his mouth with the intention of ending this fight. It was the first time his canines were exposed during the fight. The moment he opened his mouth, Choi Hyuk was already in it. The wolf's black throat rushed forward while devouring even space itself. Chilling canines. Good job. Choi Hyuk smiled as he gazed at this despairing scene. The head wolf smushed shut on Choi Hyuk, devouring him headfirst. Twing! It was at this moment when the wolf felt a stinging sensation run down his spine. At first, it only stung a little, almost like a mosquito bite, but soon, a cold blade ripped into his flesh. Advance. Ryu Hyunsung's sword, which contained the fate advance, pierced into the wolf's skin and embedded itself in his flesh. An effective attack. However, it wasn't fatal. It was to the point where the wolf could ignore it and finish crushing Choi Hyuk. Rather than being in pain, the wolf was thoroughly shocked. The wolf had believed so strongly that it was impossible for Ryu Hyunsung to inflict an injury on him that he momentarily thought that a third party, another transcendent warrior, had joined the fight. Flinch. The wolf was so shocked that his body trembled. The wolf unconsciously moved his karma and flung Ryu Hyunsung, who was clinging on his back, away. This was the opportunity Choi Hyuk had been waiting for. The karma gathered in the wolf's canines to chew Choi Hyuk had suddenly dispersed and the muscles in the wolf's jaw relaxed slightly. Choi Hyuk swung Choi Hyuk's denial, which had simply been in his hand, with a ripping sound. Gung! Just then, the warriors of the punitive force and the blue manies heard a skull-splitting sound. They were so surprised that they patted their heads. However, what was split was the head wolf's skull, not their own. The wall of laws that obstructed their view of Choi Hyuk and the head wolf's battle closed widthwise like a TV turning off. The single horizontal line was Choi Hyuk's sword strike. It was as dark as a powered-off TV. They couldn't see anything, as though everything had disappeared. Splash. The head wolf's blood endlessly flowed from the gap in space. Like ink dropped in water, the wolf's blood spread out and created a nebula. Defeating the wolf's fate known as the second coming of the Blue Manies, which he had declared to the universe, the nebula made of blood was the only trace that remained. It was the birth of a celestial body known as Wolf's Head. Phew! Choi Hyuk, who appeared in space completely soaked in wolf's blood, let out a sigh. The dead wolf's karma and fate permeated into him. His fate known as never losing, slashing without fail, and denial proved itself once more and became stronger. Gore! Was I too conceited? Even though the wolf had his skull split in two and blood endlessly flowed out from it, for some reason, he could still hear his voice. Perhaps the net of fate had been restored at some point, but he could understand his words without issue. Not only that, he could also sense the wolf's memories and emotions that shine like a kaleidoscope. In the beginning, when foreign existences invaded, the Blue Manies faced them. However, while the Blue Manies were fighting with their lives on the line, the other species ignored their pleas for help as though it wasn't their problem. In the end, faced with the risk of extinction, the previous head wolf chose to be taken to do forced labor under the foreign existences. The previous head wolf took responsibility for his decision and committed suicide. After burying his death in his heart, the wolf became the new head. The other species, who had ignored their pleas for help, now fervently charged at them when they defected. Their previous days in which they had to do whatever they could to survive. How regretful. Yet, I lost. I was simply weak. So this is the end. Oh warrior, I have one request. As though he wasn't paying attention, Choi Hyuk showed no reaction to the head wolf's heartbroken will. Still, the wolf couldn't help but speak. It's fine if you only take one. It's fine if it's a newborn pup. It's fine if it grows up brainwashed by the Alliance and lives for the Alliance. It's fine if our species is disgraced for generations. Only, please don't let my species die out. I request you, O warrior. Choi Hyuk didn't speak for a moment. Then, turning his back on the completely dead head wolf, he gave a short reply. Sorry, but if it's revenge, I'll do it for you. Ah! The head wolf no longer had the strength to continue speaking. Leaving only a bitter sigh, the wolf disappeared forever. Choi Hyuk raised his voice and ordered the punitive force. The net of fate has been restored. I will access the net of fate and make the laws in this place advantageous for us. Don't leave a single mutt and kill them all. Whoa! It was a slaughter. It was a complete reversal from when the head wolf first appeared. The wolf's teeth didn't reach the punitive force no matter what they did, and the punitive force could wield their weapons however they wished and they would still slash the wolf's flesh. The young wolves that fled elsewhere lost their way and ended up facing the punitive force. Yelp! Yip! Grua! You cursed bastards of the Alliance! Please! Just this child. You Grrrrk. None of their curses, threats, or pleading worked. That day, the Blue Manies faced extinction. The blood flowing from their bodies mixed with the head wolf's blood to create the enormous wolf's head nebula. Ryu Hyung. Hey! Ryu Hyun-sung. Come to your senses, huh? Zero, who followed after Ryu Hyun-sung, was successful in recovering Ryu Hyun-sung, who was flung far away after being hit by the head wolf. After avoiding Choi Hyuk's fierce attack that didn't care for Ryu Hyun-sung's safety, he was barely able to drag him outside. Lee Jin-hee came rushing towards them as soon as they got out. Her hands trembled, her shoulders shivered, and her eyes fluttered. Like someone out of her mind, she grabbed Ryu Hyun-sung and cried. Wake up! Held and shook by Lee Jin-hee, Ryu Hyun-sung opened his eyes. However, his eyes weren't focused. Ah! Nice to see you. Whether he was seeing Lee Jin-hee or something else, the tears that pooled his eyes dripped. When we see each other again, let's spar and then go have some chicken skewers. Phew. You know that I like fast food. Ryu Hyunsung smiled while licking his lips. It seemed his eyes sought his past college friends who he had trained with. Guardian. Guardian. Quickly do something. Lee Jin-hee's face was soaked with tears. Beijing Man placed his hand on Ryu Hyunsung's forehead before gravely shaking his head. Even a healer of the Speckled Light tribe and the punitive force, upon examining Ryu Hyunsung's condition, dimmed sullenly. I don't know how he did it, but he used a power he shouldn't have been able to. Already the karma in his body is dispersing like sand, and his fate has been wiped clean as though it has completed its duty. Hearing what the healer of the Speckled Light tribe said, Lee Jin-hee furiously shook her head. There's no way. No. Ryu Hyunsung. Look at me. Do you see me? Ryu Hyunsung's eyes were still not in focus as he mumbled to his friends who had already died. Sadly, the words he was saying in his comatose state weren't of his dying wish. Instead, they were his determination to live on. I will live diligently. Even if I look back, I'll move forward. When we see each other again. Hugh, I'll probably be a big show, T. Ryu Hyunsung's last words weren't audible. Starting from the tips of his fingers, his body turned into ash as it collapsed and spread out into the universe. Ha! Ha! Ah! Almost convulsing, Lee Jin-hee snorted in short bursts of deranged laughter before trembling and then fainting. Beijing Man quickly approached her. His face was serious. Lee Jin-hee's karma weapon, which was no different from a companion to one's soul, had shattered. Her body was a mess as well. It wouldn't be odd if she died right now. The only reason why she was awake until now was purely because of her concern for Ryu Hyunsung. I will evacuate Director Lee Jin-hee. Please settle the matters regarding Ryu Hyunsung. Beijing Man lifted Lee Jin-hee and left. Yip, yip. Yelp. The universe was filled with sounds of wolves being slaughtered. Bae Seoin blankly observed Ryu Hyunsung's death and Lee Jin-hee fainting. With hollow eyes, he saw Ryu Hyunsung turn into specks and disappear. Phew. Let's first collect his body. Bae Seoin decided to gather the dispersing specks when Choi Hyuk leaned his forehead on his shoulder. Choi Hyuk, who looked completely exhausted, didn't even raise his head as he asked. Did Ryu Hyung die? Yes. Choi Hyuk wordlessly raised his head slightly before ordering. Leave his already dispersed body. Let's use this, Because collecting the body that had already dispersed as specks seemed like it was disturbing the deceased's rest, Choi Hyuk proposed an alternative. In the hand he stretched out were fragments of the sword of calling Ryu Hyunsung's commemoration. Let's hold a funeral at the Tower of Warriors. After handing the sword fragments to Bae Seoin, Choi Hyuk turned his back. Looking at his back, which seemed awfully small, Bae Seoin bit his lips. His eyes shined with resolve. Leader. A sharp voice. When Choi Hyuk turned around, Bae Seoin's eyes were filled with extreme resentment as he said, I think I found a way. What? A way to gather all the exalted wings in one place. Black flames ignited deep within Choi Hyuk's bitter eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 176, Lee Jin-hee's Vow, 1. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. How far are you going to go? Including Flame Ray Nooney, everyone besides Earthlings? No. As he said this, Choi Hyuk gestured to his head. Then, after thinking for a little, he said, Flame Rain. Unable to speak anymore, as though hesitating, he slowly shook his head. While he hadn't spoken in detail, Lee Jin-hee could figure it out with that. Gesturing to his head meant his target was limited to the exalted wings, and him shaking his head meant that he didn't want to kill Flame Rain. She could also immediately tell that he was being cautious with his words in case someone was eavesdropping. Lee Jin-hee made no response as she turned her gaze towards the window. The hospital room and the scene outside its window were reminiscent of a comfy family home in the Swiss Alps. This was done under the healer's recommendation, indicating that she needed complete rest. Following her gaze and watching the herd of sheep grazing on the grass outside, Choi Hyuk took out a glass bottle from his inner pocket. The glass bottle sloshed with the night sky as though it had been filled with the universe. It's the dark ocean. Other rare resources are mixed in as well. You only have one chance. 20% chance of success. If you can't restore your sword, then apparently, it'll take an exorbitant period of time to recover your retribution, which has fallen to the level of a low-ranked warrior. Choi Hyuk's gaze fell onto the fragments of Lee Jin-hee's dream, which were placed next to Lee Jin-hee's bed. Tap. Even as he placed the glass bottle next to the fragments, Lee Jin-hee remained silent. I hope you can repair it. Also, if you can repair it, don't return to the berserkers. At his words, Lee Jin-hee shot her gaze towards Choi Hyuk. Her eyes widened and started to tremble. However, Choi Hyuk didn't need her gaze this time. His gaze turned towards the door he had entered through as he slowly turned his back. He raised and waved his hand. Be happy, Nuna. The punitive force Choi Hyuk returned with flipped the alliance on its head. People went wild at the Wolf's Head Nebula that remained after the annihilation of the Blue Manies. The alliance members, who grew up hearing about stories of the mutts of the universe since they were young, couldn't believe that those Blue Manies were now extinct, yet the Wolf's Head Nebula, as evidence, swathed them with a thrilling sensation of realization. The species they had only heard of in stories became extinct and had turned into a nebula. At this news, which was like a legend or a myth, the Alliance warriors felt an indescribable emotion. And eventually, the topic would turn to Choi Hyuk. The mood of the Alliance wasn't good since the monsters launched a massive invasion. But isn't it amazing? Because of leader Choi Hyuk, a worry of ours has completely disappeared. Leader Choi Hyuk is creating a completely new legend in the Alliance. I heard he became a transcendent warrior this time? I also want to fight under his command. Riding on this mood, Flame Hell's support base expanded. If he was powerful from the beginning, then he wouldn't have fought a direct battle against the Blue Manies. A warrior whose strength goes beyond his low rank. Exalted Wing Flame Hell's insight in sending Choi Hyuk is surprising. Is that how it is? Yeah. To be honest, it's amazing. While everyone knows Choi Hyuk's amazing, who would have thought that he could take down the head wolf? Wow! Exalted Wing Flame Hell is really amazing. Ah, did you know? It wasn't just Choi Hyuk, everyone in the punitive force grew immensely stronger. There were only 8 highest-ranked warriors besides Choi Hyuk when they left, but there were 17 of them when they returned. Those who were prompted by Flame Hell beforehand moved all topics towards Flame Hell. That's also amazing. I heard that the top 4 tribes' rookies only went to safe battlefields until now, yet Exalted Wing Flame Hell sent them to a ferocious battlefield. Apparently, the opposition was intense in the beginning. But the result? As you can see, there was a huge improvement. Normally, you gain more retribution if you win against opponents stronger than yourself. Even the fact that Flamehell selected members of the expedition around members of his own tribe because he wanted to increase his tribe's influence was glamorized as him having no choice but to push his own tribe members into a corner because the opposition of other tribes was too fierce. Flamehell's popularity surged, and on the other hand, the approval ratings for other Exalted Wings in opposition to Flamehell dropped. I heard Exalted Wing Armor Desert severely criticized Exalted Wing Flamehell this time. How can he show his face now after that embarrassment? In the end, Exalted Wing Flamehell was right, and Exalted Wing Armor Desert was wrong, right? And what about Exalted Wing Lightstep? Hey! Is that their fault? Who could have known that leader Choi Hyuk would be so great? Only Choi Hyuk and exalted Wing Flamehell could have known. Those two are amazing. From the highest-ranked warrior to the lowest-ranked warrior, they all seem to be uniting under Choi Hyuk and Flamehell. Even the timing was perfect. The warriors, who needed a mental anchor when facing against the monster's largest attack yet, consciously and unconsciously supported Choi Hyuk and Flamehell even more. Because of this mood, Ryu Hyunsung's funeral, which the berserkers wanted to handle quietly, became a great event. Flamehell personally declared, "It's the death of a great warrior. It is only right to send him off with the honor he deserves," but then it was exposed that he would personally attend the funeral. Choi Hyuk's position on this was, "I feel like vomiting." It meant that his enemy, Flamehell, would use Ryu Hyunsung's death as propaganda. There was no way his stomach wouldn't be upset. However, Choi Hyuk endured it, since it wasn't time yet. Yet this wasn't the only thing that irritated him. Send Nero. After returning from his expedition, Armor Phantom came every day to negotiate sending Nero to the Armored Soul Tribe. As if he didn't remember how he left in anger last time, he approached Choi Hyuk deceitfully and tried to persuade him, saying things like how Nero could become an outstanding warrior once he possessed a proper body rather than playing a supporting role in battle as a spaceship, how they would install a top-of-the-line AI in Nero's spaceship and even upgrade it, provide comforts to the berserkers in various missions, give them mission points, or how there was nothing good about becoming enemies with the Armored Soul Tribe. Since Armor Phantom came across so polite, at first, Choi Hyuk asked Nero for his opinion again. However, Nero's position was always the same. He didn't want to leave the Neroling's spaceship and the berserkers. So Choi Hyuk rejected Armor Phantom's proposal as politely as possible. However, today, he was surging with irritation. It was the day of Ryu Hyunsung's funeral, so he couldn't help but become irritated when Armor Phantom brought up sending Nero to the Armored Soul Tribe again. Choi Hyuk glared at Armor Phantom. But Armor Phantom's mood was also different from usual. Unlike how he had suddenly started acting politely and friendlily during the past few days, today, Armor Phantom was cold and high-handed like when their relationship twisted in the past. On top of that, it seemed he was angry for some reason as well. Armor Phantom flapped his large wings that were made up of metal and light as he stared at Choi Hyuk, fully releasing the vigor of a transcendent warrior. Not long ago, Choi Hyuk had felt strained under his vigor, but Choi Hyuk no longer showed a trace of shyness. Whether Armor Phantom flapped his wings or emitted his vigor, Choi Hyuk didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he growled while taking a step towards Armor Phantom. "Armor Phantom. I've told you multiple times. I respect Nero's decision. As his kin, you should also respect Nero's decision. I'm telling you once more, but what he learns while completing missions with me doesn't lose out to what he would learn from the Armored Soul Tribe. So, whether it's concern for him or meddling, stop it. Finally, if you don't have any intentions of cherishing Ryu Hyunsung, then leave." But it seemed he was displeased by Choi Hyuk's sudden impolite and provocative tone as Armor Phantom flapped his wings. However, that was all he could do. This was because Choi Hyuk was no longer below him in terms of strength or position. He grew this much through one battle? While he knew that Choi Hyuk reached the transcendent level, he had only now entered it. Armor Phantom believed that he would still be able to pressure him with his vigor. Unfortunately, he was wrong. When he thought about this, he felt frustrated due to the blow to his pride, but there was nothing he could do right now. He became even more pissed as a result. Shimmer. After throwing off his frustration by crashing the metallic fragments that made up his body together once, Armor Phantom took a step back and said, as if spitting, "Yeah, this was the last. I won't come anymore." He turned his back without hesitation and left the square of warriors. Choi Hyuk, who suspected it but didn't think that he would really leave without looking at the funeral, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Baek Seoin, who had been watching from the side, said, "You did it in the end. Choi Hyuk shook his head as though thinking about how it would be a pain and asked. Will it be a problem? Well, we can't know for sure. It might be helpful in gaining more of Exalted Wingflame Hell's trust. Then it's fine. If he obtained Flame Hell's trust, then it wasn't a loss even if he was hated by the Armored Soul Tribe, since his immediate goal was getting close to Flame Hell. Choi Hyuk brushed off these thoughts and looked up at the Tower of Warriors. A tower created by gathering the karma weapons of all the warriors who had passed. While looking at the karma weapon swaying silhouettes, he suddenly asked. Soon. Ryu Hyun's weapon will enter there. Yes. Soon. Then Baek Seoin, who was silent for a moment, cautiously asked. Anyways, how is Jin-hee? I told her what I wanted to do. But it seems she still needs to recuperate. Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin thought about Lee Jin-hee, who had yet to arrive at the Square of Warriors. She might not come. As soon as he thought this, Choi Hyuk unconsciously mumbled. It's probably better if she didn't. Yeah, not coming would be better. Flamehell would appear soon and the ceremony would begin. Then by mourning Ryu Hyunsun's death extravagantly, it would be used to raise Flamehell's popularity. Choi Hyuk thought that it was better to not come, using having to recuperate as an excuse rather than to see that. Beside him, Baek Seoin subtly nodded his head. That's right. It's not like we won't see her ever again. The calculations of revenge. Lee Jin-hee mumbled. Revenge was revenge, nothing more. It wasn't wishing for the repentance of one's enemies or searching for one's happiness. It wasn't a trial, nor was it a realization of justice. It was simply inflicting someone else with the same or more pain that one had received, in order to show them the depth of their pain. That was all. It wasn't for anything, since it was ruined. All those crazy for revenge had left was the world that made them go crazy in the first place. There wasn't a reason. That's why it's fruitless. Lee Jin-hee repeated. Fruitless. Her gaze landed on the fragments of her shattered sword. Her shattered dream. Her dream, which was to fight so that they could live happily together, was currently in pieces. Yet, she smiled. She brushed her fingertips against the shattered sword fragments. Having fallen to the level of a low-ranked warrior after her karma sword, which was like a soul companion, shattered, her fingers couldn't bear the energy of the fragments of the sword of sentiment and were soon soaked in blood. She received the dripping blood with her other hand. It was warm. Still, since I'm still alive, I can get revenge. A single teardrop fell from her smiling face. After lowering her head for a while, she stood up with a resolved face, and then took her shattered sword and the glass bottle Choi Hyuk left behind and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 177, Lee Jin-hee's Vow, 2. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. That day was the first time Choi Hyuk saw Flamehell's true figure. While everyone was gathered for Ryu Hyunsun's funeral, night fell on Alliance City. The light of eternity, which surged from the center of Alliance City 365 days a year, suddenly went out, and even Alliance City's unique sky, which was a gathering of skies from other species, was erased for a moment. All that remained was the dark universe and the stars that slowly shine within it. Just as the conversations between the warriors died down, a flame ignited with a blaze. A flame the size of a candlelight ignited in front of each warrior gathered in the square. Today, we send off a great warrior. They heard a voice. At some point, Flamehell was floating in the middle of the Tower of Warriors. Though he looked old, in some ways, he simply looked like a handsome man with a few years of experience. His hair wasn't composed of flames. However, his exposed skin and eyes blazed with hazy flames. While he is gone, his will and fate will continue to remain here and lead the universe we live in. Leader Choi Hyuk, come forward. He didn't introduce himself in detail or ramble on, but instead quickly began the ceremony. Choi Hyuk stepped forward while holding the shattered sword of sentiment Ryu Hyunsun's commemoration with both hands. Flamehell's gaze remained on Choi Hyuk. Leader Choi Hyuk. You worked hard. Flamehell gave him some words of solace. Flamehell maintained his modesty and was overflowing with self-restraint. He didn't impose himself in this ceremony. Just the fact that he was personally supervising this funeral was enough for others to confirm his friendship with Choi Hyuk, and that the glory from Choi Hyuk's feet would ultimately return to him. More stories glamorizing him were spreading on their own, and there was no need for Flamehell to personally supplement them from here. That was why he used this moment to move the warriors' hearts and strengthen their bonds. Flamehell seriously led the funeral. Highest-ranked warrior Ryu Hyunsung. He played a key role in obtaining victory in the battle against the Blue Manies. If not for him, there would be many warriors who wouldn't be able to attend his funeral today, but Flamehell looked around the square of warriors. Since a small flame was in front of everyone, it seemed like the sky and the ground were filled with stars. Highest-rank warrior Ryu Hyunsung, with his sacrifice, we were able to become victorious in one war, but there still remains another. It is against the monsters, who are currently launching the largest-scale invasion ever seen. Warriors nodded. While examining their sympathy, Flamehell skillfully ended his commemorative speech. Like how he did his best to fulfill his duties as a warrior for us, it is now time for us to fulfill our duties as warriors for him. The flames in front of you right now were flames I created by extracting a tiny amount of karma from you. By gathering these flames, we will restore the will and fate highest-ranked warrior Ryu Hyunsung left behind and combine them into the Tower of Warriors. His will shall mix with our will and remain forever, and we will be victorious together in this war. When Flamehell ended his speech, the flames in front of everyone's eyes shook. Then, as though they were floating on a river, one by one, they flowed into the fragments of Ryu Hyunsung's commemoration, which Choi Hyuk was holding. The more the flames flowed into them, the more transparent and brighter the fragments became before floating up and permeating into the Tower of Warriors. In its final moment of permeating the tower, the fragments formed an intact sword shadow before disappearing with a metallic ring. Flamehell said, "For life and freedom." Everyone else followed. "For life and freedom." Their voice rang throughout Alliance City. Like the break of day, the light of eternity slowly brightened, and the sky of various lights that had been erased slowly returned. The dawn of Alliance City comforted the warriors' souls. Having concluded the ceremony, Flamehell disappeared without a trace, and the warriors gathered in the square began conversing with each other with brighter voices than before. Spending time together until the light of eternity brightened completely and the day arrived was Alliance City's funeral custom. It ended. Now that the ceremony ended, they had carried out all the big tasks. Having somewhat mixed feelings, Choi Hyuk placed his hands in his pockets and blankly looked up at the Tower of Warriors. Even Baek Seoin beside him didn't speak. Just then, a commotion broke out in the square. What the heck? A low-ranked warrior? Why is a low-ranked warrior in Alliance City? Well, maybe she's here under the probationary qualifications of a troop. But why is she here in the Square of Warriors? Since there is a whirlwind of karma here, it must have been difficult for a low-ranked warrior like her to enter. No. She's Director Lee Jinhee of the Berserkers. She's one of them? But why is her rank so low? Apparently, her karma weapon was smashed this time. Oh my. It's admirable that she's still alive. Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin's gazes were fixated in the direction of the commotion. There, Lee Jinhee was strenuously taking steps forward. The Tower of Warriors was created by a whirlwind of karma. Of course, winds of karma always swept through the Square of Warriors, which was in its front yard. While there wasn't a significant effect on middle-ranked warriors and above, it seemed it was difficult for Lee Jinhee, who had just fallen to the level of a low-ranked warrior. Each step was difficult for her. I didn't think of this. Baek Seoin blamed himself as he went to help Lee Jinhee. However, Lee Jinhee stretched her hands out as she stopped him. She didn't receive help from anyone as she walked with her own strength and stood in front of the Tower of Warriors. How sad. For someone who was a high-ranked warrior not too long ago. Won't she recover? Who knows? The possibility of success is so low. The warriors murmured to each other as they looked at Lee Jinhee with sympathetic eyes. Yet, Lee Jinhee paid them no mind. She simply lowered her head in silence in front of the tower. Rather, it was Baek Seoin and Choi Hyuk who flew into a rage, but they bit their lips and kept silent, thinking that taking action could deal a blow to Lee Jinhee's pride. After concluding her moment of silence, she arduously walked towards Choi Hyuk while dripping with cold sweat. Unable to do this or that, Choi Hyuk simply stared at Lee Jinhee. Seeing her right now, his emotions were in disarray. While she had beads of sweat, her lips were slightly curved upwards, and above all, her eyes shine like stars. What does she want to say? Just then, Lee Jinhee arrived in front of Choi Hyuk. She took out the shattered sword fragments and the glass bottle from her pocket. Choi Hyuk, whose lips had been tightly shut, unconsciously opened his mouth. That's dash. Lee Jinhee cut him off. She wiped the smile from her face and strengthened her gaze. I decidedly to cleanly give it up. While she didn't say what she gave up, Choi Hyuk could tell for some reason. Her dream. Living in happiness. It seemed that was what she gave up. Choi Hyuk didn't know what to say. No, how could a woman, who said she had given up on her dream, be so filled with willpower and overflowing with vigor? Instead, I can't see someone among us die again. Then, before he could say anything, she uncorked the stopper and poured the liquid, which seemed like the dark night sky, onto the shattered sword fragments. Even though the glass bottle was only the size of one's palm, the black liquid poured out endlessly from it. Like water in zero gravity, it pooled together and grew larger without dropping to the ground. It covered all of the sword fragments, her hand, her forearm, and finally, her shoulder. The warriors murmured to each other. Is that the Dark Ocean? Don't tell me she plans on repairing her shattered weapon here. Without knowing, Choi Hyuk raised his voice. What are you doing? How could you open that here? Even though the best materials were used, the success rate was already less than 20%. If she failed even once, she couldn't try it again. Then Lee Jinhee would remain as a low-ranked warrior. That was why it was proper to attempt repairing her weapon only after recovering to her best state and choosing the best place and weather for it. It wasn't something to do while sweating and in this noisy outside environment. However, Lee Jinhee's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. Believe in me. Doing it here in front of you is for the best. She stared into Choi Hyuk's eyes while she spat each word. Before I die, I will absolutely not see you die. Even if you die, I will die before you. Then she ended her words with a sigh. I vow. Whoosh. At the same time as she closed her eyes, the dark ocean, which had submerged up to her shoulder, expanded and swallowed her entire body. Bang! Bang! Sounds of thunder rumbled in the darkness. Ah! Lee Jinhee opened her eyes. Shwa! It was raining outside. The pungent scent of humid wooden floorboards permeated her nose. This place was a classroom. A classroom that no one studied in anymore. Lively people sat on the desks and chairs. It hadn't been long since she met them, and although they didn't meet under great circumstances, they seemed to be good people. To be precise, they seemed to be people she felt she would like. While the present was foggy and the future was gloomy, it had been a while since she had such a leisurely night. Lee Jinhee examined the people sitting in various positions here and there before saying, "The mood is perfect. Let's tell scary stories." At her words, Baek Seoin revealed an astonished expression. "What scary story?" "The present is scarier." Lee Jinhee still wasn't discouraged. "Why? Why? No matter how scary the wyvern of destruction is, it can still be hit. What's actually scary are ghosts." "Ha ha." Baek Seoin burst into laughter. Beside him, Choi Hyuk, who sat on a desk with his hands in his pockets, simply watched the rain outside the window. It seemed he was worried about his mom again. "I don't like ghost stories." Ryu Hyun-sung, who always acted like a model student yet had somewhat of a depressed expression, retreated backwards. "I don't know. If it's a really scary story, tell it. Since there are so many scary things in reality right now, it might even be a change of pace?" The always businesslike crazy Night King Young Minji gave a subtle smile for some reason as she took Lee Jinhee's side. Lee Jinhee became excited. "Right? That's what I'm saying. Leader! Look over here." Choi Hyuk slowly turned his gaze as though it was troublesome. Lee Jinhee revealed a satisfied smile before her expression became serious. Lowering her voice, she began her story. So a person was driving on a dark mountain road with no streetlights at night. Just then, the world flashed before thunder rumbled. Kaboom! Oh my God! Lee Jinhee stopped talking and jumped into the air in fright. Bang! Due to her enhanced physical abilities, she jumped to the ceiling and slammed her head into it. The cement-finished ceiling was smashed and fell while Lee Jinhee disgracefully flopped on the floor. Pwahaha! Baek Seoin roared with laughter at this sight. Young Minji grinned, and Chu Yunjin's lips, who stood expressionlessly behind her, wriggled. The laughter continued to spread, and soon everyone in the classroom was laughing. Even Choi Hyuk smiled as he shook his head. Even while she patted her head in embarrassment, Lee Jinhee seemed happy that they were laughing and followed suit. Maybe it was because they laughed, but they talked more than usual that day. Within this slight warmth, Lee Jinhee thought that it would be nice if they could gather around and laugh like this after their battles. While eating something good. Yeah, I thought that. Lee Jinhee's face, which smiled like an idiot amongst them, gradually became bitter. When she raised her head again, like a scene in a picture, the world's time stopped, and everyone paused while smiling and looking at each other. Choi Hyuk, Baek Seoin, Ryu Hyun-sung, Bae Jin-man, and Young Minji. They were people who could have lived a different future together. However, Lee Jinhee completely realized that she couldn't dream this dream any longer and that she couldn't stay in this memory any longer. Lee Jinhee stood up. She opened the window. She saw raindrops that stopped in mid-fall. She stopped in front of the windowsill. While it would have been nice if I could. I no longer have any lingering attachments. They are all dead or are probably going to die. Saying this lightly, she took deep breaths. I don't want to be the only one to leave from this. Only, I won't see someone die before me. I'd rather die. She glanced behind her before throwing herself out the window. Especially Choi Hyuk, that bastard. That bastard who thinks he's the only unhappy person in the world. I can't watch that bastard die. Thud. Her falling body instantly impacted the ground. She opened her eyes. The dark ocean, which she was submerged in, instantly hid its trace. Her gaze met Choi Hyuk's. Right now. This was the first time she saw Choi Hyuk's eyes tremble. No? I think he was like this at his mother's funeral. While smiling, Lee Jinhee said, This is my vow. Just then, the moment the dark ocean cleared, Choi Hyuk saw a brilliantly shining golden light emitting from Lee Jinhee. The color of sacrificial will, which he had almost never seen since he obtained his eyes of distinction. What she raised while saying, This is my vow, was a single short sword shining with white light. The sword of Val, Lee Jin-hee's vow. Alliance City's dawn ended, and a glistening, brilliant world began to brighten once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 178, Frontlines, 1. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. An extensive construction began on Nero's spaceship. The construction was to help Nero, who had awakened as a highest-ranked warrior, use his abilities more effectively. Complying with Nero's will, they would maintain the basic frame the Nerolings had built and would only upgrade the outer armor and circuitry. This was a very special case. While it wasn't like there weren't any armored Soul Tribe members in the shape of spaceships like the Steel Battleship, they were rare. As long as the total amount of karma a warrior could handle was limited, a smaller body would always be more economical and powerful than a larger body in battle. That was why the majority of battleship-type armored Soul Tribe members were born through the Alliance's request to the tribe for a special mission or to meet a quota. Cases like Nero's, where one could maintain their spaceship body and even decide upon the remodeling process, were those of incredible privilege. In the deepest core of Nero's spaceship, in the square where the Nerolings were buried, which Nero absolutely wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on despite the massive construction this time, Baek Seowon, Lee Jin-hee, Nero, and Choi Hyuk held a meeting. After combining Nero and Choi Hyuk's power to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, they discussed their plans for the future. Baek Seowon began the discussion with a light topic suggestion. Flamehell seems to have really liked Leader's declaration. It was as he said. The costs of remodeling Nero's body were wholly paid for by the Alliance. Despite the fact that the expenses would be astronomical considering the size of his body, they provided only the very best resources, so much so that a rumor saying they had spent more than 100 times that of what an average armored Soul Tribe warrior would spend on creating their own bodies began to spread. This would have been impossible if it wasn't for Flamehell's wholehearted support. Of course, the Berserkers were overflowing with reasons why Flamehell should give them preferential treatment. Successfully subjugated the Blue Manies. A well-conducted funeral. Especially at the end of the funeral, where Lee Jin-hee completed her Sword of Vow and went beyond just recovering her strength that had fallen to the low rank, stepping into the highest rank. As according to Flamehell's plans, all of this gave hope to the Alliance and made people consider Flamehell as the symbol of this hope. However, there was another incident that made Flamehell determined to wholeheartedly invest in Nero. The declaration Baek Seowon mentioned was the declaration that popped up in Choi Hyuk and Armor Phantom's conversation before the funeral. I'll telling you once more, but what he learns while completing missions with me doesn't lose out to what he would learn from the Armored Soul Tribe. It turned out that these words had scratched an itch for Flamehell. He wanted to weaken the Armored Soul Tribe's unity and strengthen not only the Alliance's influence but the influence of his own Flamewing tribe. To accomplish this, he wanted to transfer the Armored Soul Tribe's special member training to the Alliance. In this situation, Nero's refusal for training and Choi Hyuk's declaration were perfect opportunities for Flamehell. This was the reason why Nero was given the best resources. On the other hand, will probably be hated by the Armored Soul Tribe. Lee Jin-hee said, wondering if it was okay, and Baek Seowon shrugged his shoulders. It's actually better this way since we need to earn Flamehell's trust. Then he turned his gaze towards Choi Hyuk. He swept away the slightly easygoing mood and fixed his gaze. As I said before, there are two tasks we must prioritize. First, obtaining Flamehell's complete trust. Therefore, garnering hate from the Armored Soul Tribe, who are Flamehell's competitors, is actually welcome. Second is for Chu Young-jin to figure out the mastermind behind the Event Horizon Troop and to obtain the mastermind's wholehearted trust. To be honest, this part is very uncertain. First, the mastermind needs to be an exalted wing, and above all, that person needs to be able to trust Chu Young-jin. Lee Jin-hee groaned. There was no one present that didn't like Chu Young-jin. However, liking someone and trusting someone were completely different matters. Chu Young-jin was an uncontrollable person. They had already confirmed this back during the doppelganger incident. It was also the reason why Lee Jin-yi didn't say anything. While there was probably no way he would purposely betray Choi Hyuk, they couldn't ignore the possibility that he wouldn't do the things he had to. Still, Choi Hyuk resolutely shook his head. We don't have time to be concerned about that. We're absolutely weaker than them. If we start to doubt and prepare for various things, then it'll be too slow. We can't slash them with a slow sword. Let's just leave that part to Chu Hyung. Understood. Then if we assume that everything goes well, then like I said before, the exalted wings will gather in one place. There's a likely chance that Exalted Wing Flame Rain won't be able to attend. Then only one task remains. Finding a method to defeat the Exalted Wings, who have all gathered in one place. While I am researching all sorts of poisons and weapons, I don't have anything yet. Choi Hyuk nodded. Yeah, then let's focus on that. Focus on Earth's culture. Puppet Shiro was in the Shapley Supercluster's archive. An immeasurable amount of data was being downloaded into her electronic brain. Even as she was performing incredible calculations with her mind, Shiro mumbled to herself without realizing. The friendship of Earthlings. Earthlings provide food or eat together to express friendship. Earthlings enjoy eating. With her arms crossed, Shiro's fingers fidgeted. The taste of food is made up of a variety of elements. Textures of food can be smooth, chewy, crispy. Because she was looking through various data at once, her mumbling jumped from topic to topic. Among Earthlings, those known as Koreans prefer a chewier texture compared to other cultures. When eating, they don't only pay attention to the taste of the food, but also the scent, temperature, comfort of their chair, the mood, and others. She suddenly stopped speaking. Her hands tightly clenched her crossed arms. Keying. Keying. The sound of her dear heart turning rapidly broke the silence. In a startled voice, she started saying, "What am I doing? I came to investigate the monsters that appeared around the Shapley supercluster on my day off." She closed her eyes and did her best to calm her dear heart. Only after trying for a while did she finally succeed. Tick, tock, tick, tock. It returned to its normal sound. Now that she had calmed down, she began avidly reading information regarding monsters like she had originally planned. Not much time had passed before her tick-tocking dear heart began to churn without traction and she started mumbling again. When developing relationships, Earthlings prefer smaller presents as opposed to bigger ones as they feel less burdened by them. The Event Horizon's first battle unit captain ordered Shiro. "Shiro, carefully check if we can bring Chu Young-jin into our grand scheme. It's become more sensitive now because the Berserkers confirmed their friendly relationship with Flamehell this time. While I know Chu Young-jin was exiled, he might still have a connection we're not aware of. Gain Chu Young-jin's trust. Also, figure out what Chu Young-jin thinks about the Berserkers." Shiro replied with her signature emotionless face. Understood. Therefore, her only doing her mission was the excuse she gave herself. Though, she didn't think about why she needed an excuse in the first place. The Event Horizon troop fought hard to protect the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters. It hadn't been long since Choi Hyuk had completely erased the Cahor Capcans within these superclusters and fully colonized them. That was why the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters were the only two outer superclusters that didn't suffer an internal invasion when the monsters launched their large-scale invasion, and because of this safety, they were set up as a stronghold and logistics base. However, because their defensive line wasn't completely intact yet, it didn't take long for the superclusters to become the monsters' #1 target. The border of the two superclusters became the most intense battlefield in this war. Also, there were two heroes rising in prominence on these front lines. Puppet Shiro and Insane Sword Chu Young-jin. Keying dash. the output of Shiro's gear heart became better recently. While its accuracy was lower than before, her karma increased and her instantaneous explosiveness became so powerful that people evaluated that her fighting strength had increased. Charge in, I'll cover your back. Her tone was stiff as always, but the way she treated Chu Young-jin had changed drastically. It was different from when she used to constantly intervene whenever he tried to charge forward explosively to prevent him from dying, and when she used to watch idly, unconcerned whether he died or not, if he didn't listen to her. She actively took the lead and devoted herself so that Chu Young-jin could go berserk to his heart's content while still being safe. It was the case right now. Chu Young-jin wanted to defeat a highest-ranked monster on the other side. The highest-ranked monster, which looked like a self-propelled gun composed of lumps of flesh, fired ranged attacks at the Event Horizon troop, causing significant damage. However, it wasn't easy intercepting the monster as it was surrounded by high-ranked monsters and above. Unless they advanced steadily, they would be killed after being isolated from the rest of the group even if they managed to kill the monster. In a situation where even Chu Young-jin was hesitating, it was Shiro who urged him. You don't need to worry about your return route. Trust me. Chu Young-jin smiled at her when she spoke in such a reliable manner. Then, without turning back, he rushed forward. It seemed he was squeezing out all his strength as monsters were scattered in a bloody mess accompanied by the sounds of thunder. In an instant, Chu Young-jin pierced his way, creating a long, narrow path to the highest-ranked monster. Shiro followed closely behind him. With his characteristic style of squeezing out all his power, he slashed through the monster. As if pre-planned, he then immediately fell into a state of exhaustion. Chu Young-jin fell into a situation where he could be skewered by any monster's teeth or claws. The one who saved him was Shiro, who had followed closely behind him. She took a deep breath and hugged Chu Young-jin. Her vision was flooded with monsters, dripping fluids from their bodies. Can I do it? In the past, she wouldn't have even attempted it, but as she gazed at Chu Young-jin, who was in her arms. Keying dash. When she saw his face, her gear heart would churn explosively. Her strength surged instantly. While incomprehensible, it was a fact. Shiro, who objectively calculated her own capacity, knew that, if she was with Chu Young-jin, they would be able to pull through any disadvantageous situation. That was why she could attempt a reckless technique that she wouldn't have attempted in the past without fear. Full-speed escape. Her 2 feet transformed into what looked to be large rocket boosters. Hugging Chu Young-jin, Shiro's body became flat, starting from her head. As soon as her body flattened like a crushed can dash. Boom dash. She disappeared from her spot while hugging Chu Young-jin. All the numerous monsters that obstructed their path were simultaneously turned into a bloody haze. Many monsters died powerlessly, unable to counterattack even once. After returning to a safe location, Chu Young-jin sincerely admired. Wow! How did you do that? It was a skill I learned from an elder when I first became an Armored Soul Tribe member. Really? Amazing. Since there are many differences between Armored Soul Tribe members and other life forms, a few skills can achieve an effect greater than one's level by using remodeled bodies. After saying this, Shiro glanced at Chu Young-jin. After cautiously examining his slightly flushed face, which seemed to indicate his sincere admiration, she turned her gaze and mumbled. In this respect, Naro, who recently became a highest-ranked warrior and yet refused to receive their education, is truly foolish. Same for Choi Hyuk, who encouraged him. Armored Soul Tribe members need to receive teachings from the elders of their tribe. Shiro covertly tested Chu Young-jin's heart. Hearing her words, Chu Young-jin frowned. Choi Hyuk, that bastard. Then he shook his head as if he didn't care, or perhaps he didn't even want to talk about it. Shiro felt slightly relieved when she saw that he was hostile towards Choi Hyuk. When she turned around, while relieved, the battle seemed to be wrapping up. It was thanks to Shiro and Chu Young-jin flipping the situation around. Is it ending soon? Then. After reading the mood, Shiro carefully took out 2 items she had stored at a cold temperature in her body and then handed one to Choi Hyuk. She raised hers. Good job. This is? Choi Hyuk was surprised at what Shiro took out. They were cans of beer from Earth. I heard Earthlings like this. Since you did a good job in battle today, just think of it as a reward given by your superior. Shiro said coolly. Yet, her gear heart had been churning rapidly for a while now. Choi Hyuk gave Shiro an odd look before grinning, cracking open the beer and gulping it down. When he lowered his can, Shiro had her hand stretched out, handing him something. It was a white, chewy cheese stick. I heard that you had to have something to eat while drinking where you lived. It's not like I looked it up. My electronic brain contains all the knowledge in the world. After finished her excuse explanation, Shiro handed him the cheese stick and proceeded to gulp down her own beer. Whoa! Victory! The cheers of warriors erupted at that moment. Monster corpses floated in space, scattering and disappearing, and whenever they did, the starlight, which was covered by them, became more distinct. The mood's good too. Shiro mumbled to herself without being aware of what she was saying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 179, Frontlines, 2. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. My target is all 13 exalted wings. Choi Hyuk mulled over those words. This was what Choi Hyuk had said when they met on the Blue Ocean planet, and Choi Hyuk had accepted his plans since he didn't really have anything else to do and detested the world. Event Horizon Troop. There must be at least one wing behind them. That wing, if it ISN Flame Rain, then they'll end up as my enemy. The Event Horizon Troop was the troop Choi Hyuk was a member of, and it had made significant contributions to the defensive battle in the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. Choi Hyuk looked around at the warriors who were in formation, ready for another battle. While he was used to it now, they were clearly different from other troops. This elite troop was indiscriminately made up of young masters and ladies from the top 4 tribes and people from the borders like Choi Hyuk. Be it from aliens with outer appearances similar to humans to furry ones that look like beasts, or aliens that floated in space like a fish or a jellyfish to aliens that squirmed like snakes or worms and aliens that were composed of liquid or gas, these aliens, these warriors of the Alliance, were so diverse in appearances that they were indistinguishable from monsters from a human's perspective. Choi Hyuk had become used to this strange sight. Now, when he looked around, he saw many familiar faces, many of whom he could put a name to. Even though he had only been here for a short period of time, they had already gone through a countless number of life or death situations together. Filling his vision with their faces, Choi Hyuk calmly thought. So I'll betray them eventually. He was to figure out who was behind them, obtain and use their trust before killing them all. That was Choi Hyuk's goal. As long as he planned on walking this path, Choi Hyuk couldn't avoid his inevitable betrayal. It's reasonable. Shiro had, at some point, arrived. She stood next to Choi Hyuk and looked at their troop members while saying, While I don't know how much you knew before joining, but this place is different from the Alliance. We don't discriminate warriors by where they came from. Since we only prioritize skill, we always achieve the greatest results. For some reason, it seemed her expressionless face was shining with pride. With his gaze still on the troop members, Choi Hyuk asked, Is it similar to Exalted Wing Flame Rain's aim? He was answered with a sharp reply. No. Exalted Wing Flame Rain is too much of an idealist. She wants harmony amongst species and gives opportunities to the weaker species. It's not effective. So Flame Rain isn't behind them? While thinking this, Choi Hyuk mulled over Shiro's words. What I'm saying is, rather than vague concepts like harmony and risky investments, we prefer concrete battles and warriors who are useful right away. Shiro nodded her head. A subtle, almost indiscernible smile spread on her lips. Chu Young-jin met her gaze and asked, "Is that the world you want?" At his question, her cold, hard eyes melted like thin ice and wavered. She seemed to be reminiscing. "No. What I want is simply war. I am the creation of a species that became extinct due to the monsters. I was a battle puppet that fought against monsters in my master's stead. However, I couldn't complete my mission. My masters were all slaughtered by the monsters, and because of that, I was reborn by succeeding their fate. While my present self is a completely different existence from the past. Still, my heart is engraved with resentment towards the monsters. I don't know what kind of world I want. Only, I know what kind of war I want very well." He looked into her eyes, which seemed to shimmer with light, looking almost tearful, before turning away and mumbling, "Sounds lonely." Shiro's eyes rippled. "What did you say, Dot?" When she said that, Chu Young-jin met her gaze once more and simply said, "I mean, if that's the kind of war you want, then that's also the kind of war I want." Shiro's frozen eyes shook. She turned her back towards him and said, "Just what are you?" "No, so that's it. I'll keep that in mind." While Shiro's electronic brain was calculating at incredible speeds, all her thoughts ended up as errors and she couldn't calculate anything. What does he mean? Is he agreeing with me? If that's the case, then won't it be fine to bring him into our grand scheme? No. Then what did he mean by sounds lonely? And what about, if that's the kind of war you want? Rather than agreeing with me about our cause, maybe he know, what am I saying? Me? What does that mean? Anyways, why is my gear heart overheating? But did I just say that I'll keep that in mind? What did I mean by keep that in mind? As expected, the great cause? No, Chu Young-jin's feelings. No, just what are his feelings? When she tried to come to a rational conclusion, she didn't like it for some reason, and when she tried to come to a conclusion emotionally, she couldn't comprehend her emotions. Shiro disappeared after saying that she would keep that in mind without another word. Chu Young-jin watched her leave before smiling bitterly and mumbling, "Those words came out easily, Dot." Feeling awkward, he looked out at the troop members again as he recalled a word again. Betrayal. War was glorious and full of hope. While the front lines receded and there were superclusters that were completely subjugated by the monsters due to their sudden invasion, there was still hope because of the actions of heroes in various places. Transcendent warriors, who raised their names onto the Alliance's ranking, quickly emerged, and the names of heroes who had won consecutive victories spread rapidly. As the war waged longer, warriors, either knowingly or not, became nervous. No matter how much I think about it, I don't think the monsters are using their full strength. How will it look when the monsters invade us at full strength? When this discussion broke out, people concluded that they could take them on. While the monsters were strong, the warriors of the Alliance didn't lose out to them. They achieved as many consecutive defeats as they did victories. This gave hope to the warriors. And the one who gave the biggest hope among them was Choi Hyuk and his Flame Army. The Flame Army fought on the most intense battlefield, the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters, and their performance made them quickly exceed the Event Horizon Troop, which Chu Young-jin was a member of, in fame. The obvious name Flame Army was of course assigned to them by Flamehell. He strengthened their military power with the Blue Manie's punitive force as their core, and they became a leading troop in terms of power. The Flame Army, which was filled with many promising rookies of the top 4 tribes, especially those of the Flame Wing tribe who were the leading power in the Alliance, gave a new hope to Alliance members. Of course, the war was cruel. It was especially cruel to species that possessed the consumable's fate. However, to those who had already become Alliance members, this didn't concern them much. Ach! Hook! I can't die like this. Screams filled a distant area in the universe. A wall made of blood and flesh to block the pouring monster army. The consumables fulfilled their duty by being horribly crushed. These lives, who had endured the hardship of the alliance as consumables and had, at times, betrayed their own family and friends to survive, were dying powerlessly. Choi Hyuk and the Flame Army motionlessly watched the massive deaths. During this time, an endless number of new consumables poured out onto the monsters' formation through the military gate system, and the monsters became drunk from the amount of karma and blood they had consumed. Now, Choi Hyuk, who had been coldly watching this scene, finally opened his mouth. The technique, officially known as monster armor, where two monsters combined into one, with one of them becoming a weapon, was created in order to resist karma weapons and was very effective. Because of this technique, various galaxy clusters collapsed, and multiple galaxies were subjugated. However, it wasn't like the Alliance was standing still since Choi Hyuk first reported the existence of this monster armor. The method the Alliance found in nullifying monster armor was throwing consumables as bait. Since monster armor was made up of two different monsters fighting as one body, it became easier to face them once they broke their cooperation. As they continued to easily slaughter their prey, the monster that had transformed into the armor and weapons began to become immersed in the slaughter, tossing its command to cooperate to the side. Then the monster armor effect of 1 + 1 = 2.5 became 1 + 1 = 1.7, making it worse than fighting separately. So sacrificing consumables was the simplest and most effective tactic in dealing with monster armors. Of course, there were drawbacks. Those with monster armors were normally elites, therefore, if they slipped up, the battle could end in their loss, rendering the consumption of consumables useless. They couldn't use this tactic if they weren't certain of their victory. However, Choi Hyuk's Flame Army always used this tactic to slaughter elite monster armies. It would be the same this time as well. The moment Choi Hyuk said, "Now," flames erupted to devour the universe. The consumables, who were groaning as they were being ripped apart by the monsters, and the monsters, who were drunk on blood as they devoured the consumables, were both erased by the flames. The flames the countless Flame Wing Tribe warriors spewed made the battlefield feel like their homeland, which was now blazing with the flames of beginning, flames that had never ceased to burn since the Big Bang. The most eye-catching thing in those flames was Choi Hyuk's dangerously surging black flames. The battle, which waged in the flames, ended in half a day and would be added as another victory for the Alliance. Even though they were exhausted from fighting, the warriors were happy at their consecutive victories. Wow! To be honest, while the other top 4 tribes are amazing, as expected, aren't the warriors from the Flame Wing Tribe the best? Of course. They're fiery. While the Dark Tribe warriors, who were skilled in one-on-one fights, and the Armored Soul Tribe warriors, who lead the battle with their diverse set of skills, are amazing, it's so refreshing to see the Flame Wing Tribe warriors push forward with their strength. Amongst them, leader Choi Hyuk's black flames are. Wow, I'm at a loss for words. Whether they were highest-ranked monsters or whatever, they would all become ash in 1 second. But Choi Hyuk isn't a member of the Flame Wing Tribe, right? Hey! While I can't say for much else, those flames are clearly more like the Flame Wing Tribes than anyone else's. The Flame Army's fame became Choi Hyuk's fame, and Choi Hyuk's fame became the Flame Wing Tribe's fame. Even the young Flame Wing Tribe warriors, who arrogantly said things like, "The best we can do is act like we're fighting before retreating," during the Blue Manies expedition, underwent a drastic change and now praised Choi Hyuk ahead of anyone else. It was to the point where there were even some who called him Flame Hyuk. While he could be considered as a sweet hope for some, to others, he was also a source of frustration. What? You want me to back off after providing you with consumables again? Look here. I am the commander-in-chief of this place and the operational authority lies with me. Are you ignoring the chain of command? Armor Phantom, who was the commander-in-chief of both the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters as well as a transcendent warrior who ranked 71st in the Alliance ranking, didn't hide his displeasure. Rather, he intentionally vented his anger. Yet, Choi Hyuk didn't give him the opportunity to vent. Then what? Are you going to block the monsters with your newly recruited Armored Soul Tribe novices? Don't embarrass yourself and just send consumables as you've been doing. After saying this without even the slightest change to his expression, Choi Hyuk left the meeting room. Yet, there was nothing Armor Phantom could say since Choi Hyuk and his Flame Army were achieving consecutive victories that no one else could. If not for him, they couldn't hope for the safety of the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. Creak! While emitting a piercing sound as the metallic pieces of his body rubbed against each other, Armor Phantom could do nothing else but glare at Choi Hyuk's disappearing figure. It seems Choi Hyuk is doing well. Dark Sound had a smile on his face as he gathered the reports brought up from various parts of the universe. As planned, Choi Hyuk obtained Flamehell's trust while accumulating the malice of the other top 4 tribes. The sword known as Choi Hyuk was almost complete. It's really close now. He felt like he could finally see the fruits of the humiliation and shame he had endured while smiling all this time. We will complete the grand scheme before this war ends. To do that, I need another hero who can replace Choi Hyuk. Tapping his fingers, Dark Sound became immersed in his thoughts. Quiet footsteps suddenly resounded in the dark, dreary space in which he was alone. The footsteps became quicker, and at some point, they were in front of him. Exalted Wing Dark Sound. It was a voice without any big deviations in pitch. However, he could tell that she was very happy to see him by her slightly higher tone. Dark Sound friendlily greeted the woman, who was his trusted, reliable subordinate and was like his child as he had taken care of her since young. You're here? I guess you're doing your job well, Shiro? One of the rising heroes of the Event Horizon troop, Shiro. Her eyebrows, which looked like they had been drawn on, slightly rose, indicating her delight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 180, Frontlines, 3. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Unlike normal, Dark Sound was standing leisurely with a smile on his face. It's almost time for our grand scheme. A dense happiness seeped from his voice. His happiness was fully transmitted to Shiro, who was standing in front of him. Finally. Shiro's voice was quiet and monotonous, but happiness also subtly trembled in her voice. As if planned, Dark Sound said to Shiro, If our grand scheme succeeds, it'll be chaotic for a while. But, in the end, the alliance will be stronger because of it. We will be able to slaughter the monsters. Then the heavy resentment in your heart might also become slightly lighter. At Dark Sound's kind words, Shiro slightly lowered her head and clearly replied. I hope for Exalted Wing Dark Sound's resentment to lighten a little as well. I still remember your expression when you rescued me that day. I was helplessly surrounded by monsters since the moment I was born and had learned of rage, sorrow, and resentment that remained in those who had lost their homeland. These emotions pained my heart, yet, for some reason, when I saw your expression, I remember becoming a bit calmer. I hope that your heart will also become peaceful after this battle. Shiro met his gaze with her cold, honest eyes. Dark Sound ruffled her hair with a smile. For revenge, he had lived his entire life hiding his true feelings, which felt like he was eating gallbladders and sleeping on prickly hay. Having survived while trembling alone in the universe after every one of her people had died, Shiro was one of only few close to him. She was someone whom he could reveal his true feelings to, as she was someone who could sympathize with his feelings. That was why Dark Sound cautiously said. So, Shiro, I hear you are quite taken by Chu Youngjin these days? Pardon. Shiro replied calmly as though it was her first time hearing of this, but Dark Sound could hear her gear heart churning rapidly. With a bitter smile, Dark Sound looked into Shiro's eyes and seriously said. Shiro, I'll be honest. Our grand scheme needs people like Chu Youngjin. Yes, I agree. But, you know, right? The moment we explain our grand scheme to Choi Hyuk, we can't go back. At that time, he has two choices: to sincerely participate in our grand scheme or to die. Or to die. When he said that, Dark Sound's voice became emotionless. The friendliness and ease he showed up until now had disappeared without a trace, and it seemed like the air around her had turned into knives that could pierce her skin at any moment. She felt dizzy and cold as though she was standing barefoot on ice. While enduring the sensation of her throat choking up, Shiro barely managed to say, "Yes, I know." However, Dark Sound still didn't smile. He rigidly said, "That's why you have to understand him properly. Whether he's someone worth participating in our grand scheme or not, I will completely trust your judgment. Of course, it would be better if he decides to work with us, and though I personally think we need him. Still, if you think otherwise, I won't approach him since he has his worth as an outstanding warrior of the Event Horizon troop." The more he spoke, the more Dark Sound's voice gradually returned to normal. By the time he stopped speaking, his voice had become kind and full of concern. "I'm saying this because I don't want to kill someone you like by chance." At his never lacking consideration, Shiro lowered her head and said, "Thank you." However, the stuffy feeling in her chest didn't recede in the slightest. Errors. All her calculations ended in errors again. It felt like there wouldn't be any results even if she calculated hundreds of millions of times. The grand scheme was something she had constantly dreamed of. It was a great cause she decided to dedicate her life to. Of course, she wanted to work on this with Choi Hyuk. Also, there was no doubt he would be useful in making the grand scheme a success. However, currently, she wanted to distance Choi Hyuk from the grand scheme entirely. Dark Sound's words stabbed at her heart like a dagger. Or to die. That cold voice. If there was even a 0.1% possibility of that happening, Shiro didn't want to bring Choi Hyuk into the grand scheme. However, the grand scheme needs him? Still. But if you do, then won't you be able to be close with Choi Hyuk like now? Still. Can I? What's that supposed to mean? What is Choi Hyuk to me? Shiro abhorred these errors and confusion. However, this also precisely represented how much she liked him. Her heart still unsettled, Shiro walked out after her consultation with Dark Sound. She mumbled, unable to bear it any longer. "Just what am I supposed to do? You, monster, butthole." That was the first curse Shiro ever swore. Monster butthole. Thanks to the Event Horizon Troop and the Flame Army, the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters' frontlines had come to a lull, a temporary peace. The monsters hadn't completely given up yet. There were reports that a shocking number of monsters were assembling along the front lines as though they were gathering strength for a single strike. It was literally the calm before the storm. During this time, the warriors got a precious break while also busily reinforcing and examining defense facilities in preparation for the monsters' more aggressive attack. The Flame Army moved their post to a planet located near the center of the Laniakea supercluster during this period, which made it easier to advance in different directions. It was a place that had sufficient supplies and facilities for war and comfort as Carmelings inhabited the planet. At the same time, it was a foothold that needed a powerful army to protect its inhabiting species and ancient relics against the monsters' invasion. This place was precisely Dragonic, the Earthlings' second homeland. Here is Choi Hyuk, who instantly arrived on Dragonic thanks to the military gate system, looked around with round eyes. It was simply too different. In the middle of Dragonic's characteristically swirling milk-white sky was a round, blue sky that hadn't existed before. It looked like the blue pupil of a god looking down at the world. However, looking at it again, it wasn't simply a sky. Blue water was filling the sky. Rippling blue water pooled in the middle of Dragonic's milk-white sky like an island to form a different sky. Lights from outer space hit the blue, round sky and scattered in various colors of the rainbow. Everything on Dragonic shined like pebbles in rapids. Where is this place? Lee Jin-hee said in disbelief. It was fully understandable. Dragonic's characteristically desolate landscape had long since disappeared. Even the red sandy Baralolian hill was now covered with glistening green plants and moist moss. The Dragonic the Berserkers remembered and the current Dragonic seemed to bear no similarities. Kara Rook. Ha! While everyone was mesmerized, they heard a loud roar. A shadow covered Baralolian hill. Something was quickly flying over it. Splash, dot. The thing that surged up into the sky happily dived into the skywater a few times before flying away. It seemed to consider the mystical water pooled in the sky as its personal swimming pool. It's a real dragon. Lee Jin-hee blankly mumbled. It wasn't a dragon that looked like Commander Mac, but a true dragon. It really was a dragon, like the ones from Western movies, with enormous wings and shining scales covering its entire body. Its wings and scales glistened radiantly in the water. Kaya Rurarek. The dragon roared loudly. Then it suddenly shot towards Choi Hyuk like an arrow. Ha! Surprised, Lee Jin-hee unsheathed her sword and stood in front of Choi Hyuk. However, Choi Hyuk pulled her shoulder back. Wrapping his left arm around her shoulder, Choi Hyuk stretched his right arm forward. He opened for an embrace and a boy, who looked to be around 10 years old, hugged him. The charging dragon had transformed into a human boy. The boy shouted in a happy voice. Hyuk Hyung. You're Hyuk Hyung, right? Successfully receiving the charging boy while taking precautions so he wasn't hurt, Choi Hyuk awkwardly looked down at the boy in his embrace. While it was his first time seeing his face, he could tell who he was. The young dragon's karma felt familiar. Choi Hyuk's karma rippled. He clearly remembered him. He was one of the baby dragons that was born in the L tribe's sanctum back during the monster tidal wave. It seemed that the dragon, which had wriggled like a puppy back then, could now transform into a human and even talk. Didn't dragons need 100 years or two before growing? It seemed that wasn't always the case. Choi Hyuk looked around at the familiar yet unfamiliar Dragonic once again before mumbling. It seems like it really is Dragonic. The location assigned as their base was the Holy Land, the L tribe's sanctum. Holding the chatty young dragon's hand as he headed for the sanctum, the sights he saw were so beyond his expectations that it felt like a fun dream rather than reality. First of all, he barely saw any earthlings. Instead, the Kundal tribe and glass crabs, who Choi Hyuk had brought around for a while, were peacefully walking around in the Earthlings' colonized cities, such as Baralolian, Jiu, New Washington, and others. This is all thanks to exalted wing flame rain. According to Baek Seowen's explanation, back when Flame Rain was constructing a stronghold in the monsters universe, all the overseers and sovereigns of Earth left Dragonic on her request. On top of that, thanks to her actively promoting it, the remaining Earthlings left Dragonic along with others. In the end, those that remained on Dragonic were the L tribe who needed to protect their sanctum, the Kundal tribe and glass crabs that migrated here following the Berserkers, and a small group of Earthlings. It feels weird, It didn't seem like a lot of time had passed, but a lot had changed. Now that he thought about it, every day was intense without rest. After colonizing the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters and defeating the demise-ranked monster with Flame Rain, he had swiftly taken revenge on the 3 people responsible for Earth's recruit training, and then investigated the Monster Queen's location. In fact, he was currently in the middle of an intense war as well. A large-scale invasion of monsters. However, like a stream below a ridge that avoided the sudden shower, Dragonic was peaceful for a bit, and because of this peace, Choi Hyuk had the opportunity to look back for a moment. The people around Choi Hyuk had changed a lot as well. Artillery Captain Hanki, Kim Hong-yeon, and Aide Leah, who had been executives, had left with the berserkers they led. When they left, Choi Hyuk told them to take the administrative organization under the berserkers on Dragonic along with them. In the end, all that remained were the 5,000 elites who gave up on everything and followed Choi Hyuk. Nothing else remained for Choi Hyuk besides them. Even the vast colonized land the Berserkers had taken on Dragonic and his influence over Earthlings, he had let them all go. While it was partly because his battles weren't so trifling that they could be fought while dealing with each and every detail on Dragonic, it was also because Choi Hyuk's rate of advancement was so beyond the rest of the Earthlings that they were useless to be concerned about. Choi Hyuk, who had walked steadfastly, followed by his 5,000 elites who would follow him until the end, gradually slowed down as the memories of Dragonic suddenly overwhelmed him. It wasn't on purpose, but many thoughts crossed his mind during this short period of time. Was there something he could have done better? Was he doing things right? Would he be able to get revenge like this? Should he have taken things into deeper consideration? Should he have been harsher? Choi Hyuk's mind became entangled in these thoughts that suddenly crossed his mind. Hyuk. Choi Hyuk, who had been walking absent-mindedly, raised his head at the sudden loud voice. He had arrived at the Holy Land at some point and was walking towards the L tribe's sanctum. Crowds of Earthlings, L tribe members, Kundal tribe members, and glass crabs filled his vision. Wah! Choi Hyuk! Congratulations on your return. Hyuk! Hyuk! Leader of the Flame Army, Choi Hyuk. Hero of the Alliance. Savior of the Glass Crabs. Liberator of the Kundal tribe. Guardian of the Holy Land. To be honest, the Guardian of the Holy Land should have been for Richard, but people called him that, perhaps because Choi Hyuk had succeeded his fate. But the Kundal tribe members and the Glass Crabs shouldn't even know what happened then. He laughed when he saw the Kundal tribe members and the Glass Crabs, who he didn't even know at that time, shouting, "Guardian of the Holy Land." Though he didn't know why, people were welcoming him. Though he didn't know why, to them, it seemed he was a hero. Cheers filled the air, and those carrying baskets of flowers appeared in scattered flower petals. The young dragon, who had been walking alongside him, seemed excited as he once again transformed into a dragon and flew up towards the sky. Kararuk. He heard the dragon's roar from high up in the air when the dragon's flames dyed the sky like fireworks. Cheers erupted again. To be honest, it wasn't a bad feeling. However, as expected, it was awkward. Choi Hyuk didn't know where to look, so he spread his hands open and looked down at them. His hands were empty. "What are you doing?" Lee Jin-hee gently grabbed his empty hand. When he looked at her, she smiled before holding his hand tightly and raising it up into the air. Wah! As though his raised hand was a signal, a cheer incomparably louder than the previous one shook Dragonic. Choi Hyuk wasn't aware of this, but he was no longer just a warrior. His existence had become a symbol, a moving force, and he was the idol of others. Even though his fate was to reject and slash everything, the number of people who survived and continued to live thanks to his fate wasn't small. The fate of the great universe was slowly, little by little, leaning in Choi Hyuk's direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 181, Frontlines, 4. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. The Flame Wing Tribe's recent rise to prominence became an opportunity for the neutral members of the Armored Soul, Speckled Light, and Dark Tribes to unite. Their position was simple. Although they could acknowledge the Flame Wing Tribe's dominance, it was difficult for them to accept Flamehell's recent indiscreet expansion of power. Even those who were originally close to the Flame Wing Tribe or maintained neutrality began to turn away. Still, it wasn't enough. With no less than 4 members of the Exalted Wings from their tribe, the Flame Wing Tribe was creating a pro-Flame Wing faction among all species. In fact, if they included Flame Rain, a newly ascended Exalted Wing, they would have 5 Exalted Wings. More than half the Alliance's forces were under the Flame Wing Tribe's authority. The pro-Flame Wing faction was made up of 45% of the Alliance, and if they included Flame Rain, the enormous organization reached 60% of the Alliance. On the other hand, the anti-Flame Wing faction, which expanded this time, barely managed to hold 25%. The remaining 15% were minor, neutral forces that didn't belong to either side. They didn't have a lot of power. Even now, the Flame Wing tribe's influence was gradually expanding thanks to Flamehell's ambitious actions. If things continued as is, there was no doubt that all the tribes would be under the Flame Wing tribe's command in the end as a nice-sounding one alliance. The ones who were most opposed to this were, as expected, the Armored Soul tribe. They reacted strongly to Nero's refusal to accept their education and Flamehell's One Alliance chant, which had Choi Hyuk's cooperation. Flamehell is trying to erase our identity. We can no longer sit watching idly. We need to stop him. There were two exalted wings of the Armored Soul tribe. Between the two, Armor Song was categorized as someone well disposed towards the Flame Wing tribe and Armor Desert was considered neutral. However, the two had become extremely opposed to them now. To do that, as expected, we need to stop Choi Hyuk. Lightwalk, who was also in the anti-Flame Wing faction within the Speckled Light tribe, responded. However, Dark Resentment, who had been silent, cautiously proposed an opposing opinion. I think Dark Sound has some sort of plan. Immediately, Armor Desert opposed. Isn't Dark Sound Flamehell's yes man? Last time, you even stirred trouble by proposing inviting Dark Sound into this meeting. Seriously, why are you like this? Dark Sound's the one who fostered Choi Hyuk, and Choi Hyuk's currently Flamehell's most loyal informant. It's no different even if he has a plan. Though we don't know when his plan will bear fruit or whether he has one or not, it's already too late. We need to get rid of Choi Hyuk as quickly as we can. You should know what educating new tribe members means to our Armored Soul tribe, correct? We call this education process birth. The Armored Soul tribe's birth process was very unique. Intelligent lifeforms who had the opportunity to advance over long periods of time would eventually create robots and artificial intelligence, and an extreme minority would be granted a fate and awaken as an Armored Soul tribe member. They weren't born possessing blood relations or an environmental affinity like the other tribes. Instead, they were an assembly of independently arising individuals. That was the Armored Soul tribe. That was why their education was important to them. They obtained bonds with each other through their special education system. That was why it was called birth. Plainly speaking, those who didn't undergo their education, like Nero, couldn't identify as a member of the Armored Soul tribe. That was why the One Alliance Flamehell was pushing through Choi Hyuk and Nero was, in fact, a policy eradicating the Armored Soul tribe's identity. This was an urgent issue that couldn't be delayed for the Armored Soul tribe. Because he knew this, Dark Resentment couldn't say anything opposed to it. However, Dark Sound. Never mind. Dark Resentment clearly knew how Dark Sound grew up and how deeply he resented the Flame Wing Alliance, but it was difficult to prove this to others. While they were close when they were young, he hadn't had a private conversation with Dark Sound since they became Exalted Wings. In the end, Dark Resentment gave up and asked, "And your plan is?" Only then did Armor Desert calmly explain. "If we want to take the flow from Flame Hell, we also need to propose a solution to this endless war." Dark Resentment's voice became serious. "Have you had any results?" Armor Song replied. "We have. Exchanging technology with the dragon race was of especially big help." "And the achievement rate?" "It's still far off. We haven't fully understood the Monster Queen's strength. We can only assume that it is stronger than a demise-ranked monster. Since it will probably be stronger than Flamesky, who was the strongest warriors in the history of the Alliance, the question is still whether it'll work or not. Another problem is deploying the equipment to the monster's universe. So..." Armor Song paused for a moment. His quiet and calm tone possessed an odd liveliness. As if singing, he said, "Isn't that why we need to test it?" This was the secret conversation held between Exalted Wings on a relay base located in the dark universe that was created by the Armored Soul tribe. For life and freedom. Commander Mac of the Virgo cluster and the great warrior Lance saluted in booming voices in front of the L tribe's sanctum. Soon, young dragons rushed out. It's Hyuk Appa. It's Hyuk Hyung. He hadn't seen them often, yet the dragons excessively welcomed him. When Choi Hyuk looked awkward because of the dragons who were tugging at his pant legs, Commander Mac smiled calmly. It seems Overseer Richard's aura is completely imprinted in the children's minds. They recognized Army Leader Choi Hyuk at a glance. They were such a handful, wanting to see you. This time, Choi Hyuk, who didn't know what to do because of the young dragons, calmly looked at Mac, who used polite, respectful speech naturally. She had recovered her level that had dropped after giving him her horn and had even improved as it seemed she was on the brink of reaching the highest rank. Nonetheless, her polite speech still sounded awkward to him. Wasn't she the first commander he served after joining the alliance? As if she noticed Choi Hyuk's thoughts, Mac smiled subtly as she said. Leader of the Flame Army, an S-rank division troop. Leader Choi Hyuk is my superior by a large margin. Choi Hyuk simply smiled once. Smiling as well, Mac led Choi Hyuk and his group into the sanctum. Then I will guide you to the Flame Army's headquarters. Wow! Ha! As soon as they entered the headquarters, Lee Jinhee and Baek Seoin exclaimed. Choi Hyuk wasn't much different. Rather than a room, this place was more like outer space. Within an endless darkness, there were two branches of light made up of an endless number of shining galaxies, the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. The headquarters was a place where they downscaled the nearby universe. Blue and red dots were distributed throughout the vast space. Blue dots were allies, and red dots were enemies. When their gaze rested on one, detailed information regarding it would appear in their vision. Mac boastfully explained. You can check the current war situation in real time here. Not only that, but simply by looking at one and thinking about it, you can communicate with that commander on the battlefield. Amazing! To downscale the entire supercluster region into this system. Nero, who followed behind them, couldn't contain his amazement as he looked here and there. Mac watched Nero while saying, That's not all. Mach twirled her hand. Then the surrounding, shining galaxies disappeared to be replaced by thin lines that spread everywhere like a spider web. It was a net that shined in a white light with rotten, black light in some places. Choi Hyuk gasped. This is the net of fate. Yes. This is the net of fate the exalted wings are managing. In this place, while limited, you are able to access the net of fate and increase its effects. As an army leader at the transcendent level, you should be able to grant your allies with fortune and your enemies with misfortune. If you stay here, you will feel like you've become a god. The one who reacted to her explanation filled with confidence was Nero, rather than Choi Hyuk. Amazing! I didn't see this system in the Alliance records, thought that. As if she had been waiting for this, Mac boastfully answered. Of course. This is a system created using the dragon race's own technology. All of this? Yes. To be honest, this is also one of the reasons why Dragonic was chosen as the Flame Army's base. This is the holy land of cutting-edge dragon technology recently. Mac's voice was filled with pride. Still, she glanced at Choi Hyuk. This is all because of you and Overseer Richard. We were able to protect the ancient dragon's sanctum and obtain their knowledge thanks to you too. While the knowledge is old, it has been of great assistance in recovering real combat technologies. With this knowledge and technology traded with the Armored Soul Tribe, the dragon race was able to a major step forward. Nero admired while twirling in place. Mac's gaze was fixed on him before turning away. With a slightly cautious expression, she said to Choi Hyuk. And speaking of which, Army Leader Choi Hyuk, from what we learned while trading with them, the Armored Soul Tribe's mood seemed quite serious. I think it's best if you are careful. While I want to help you if possible, as the dragon race has decided to maintain its neutral stance, there's no way for me to help. Mac's curved eyes were filled with concern. Choi Hyuk simply smiled. After the introduction of the headquarters, next was the welcome party. Wow! Our leader is 17th in the alliance ranking? If we exclude the exalted wings, he's third on the warrior ranking. This much is obvious considering he's proved his skill by eradicating the blue manies and leading countless battles to victory. Lee Jin-hee and Mac hit it off. Third in reality. He's really high up there. This much is nothing. There are rumors he's going to be the 15th exalted wing and even rumors that he's the warrior who will bring the spring of the universe. The spring of the universe? It's like a legend in the alliance. The first and last warrior who brought the spring of the universe was King Flamesky. That he might bring the spring of the universe means he might become the strongest warrior in the alliance. Could he really? I don't know. It's about time for his growth to halt, but we don't know for sure. The two chatted endlessly as they ate. The welcome party food was comprised of dishes from Earth for the berserkers. Sausages were grilling on the table, and the cheesy scent of pizza in the stone oven spread as it cooked. A blue-skin alien put amazingly fried chicken into a large vat filled with Korean-style sauce. Holding the vat with both hands, the alien mixed the chicken and sauce with a sifting action. Crispy chicken and spicy sauce were tossed in the air, spreading a spicy fragrance. Craving beer while watching this, Lee Jin-hee downed a beer. It was refreshing, yet slightly disappointing. Mac quietly asked. You can't get drunk, right? Yes. Well, since awakening, the fun of drinking has disappeared. Smiling, Mac poured her a blue drink. It emitted a cold chill. Lee Jin-hee chuckled when she saw it. Glacier tears? Ha! I used to drink this instead of alcohol since it makes you feel drunk as your karma freezes. But since I'm at the highest rank, it doesn't work anymore. With a strange smile on her face, Mac pushed the wine glass with glacier tears towards Lee Jin-hee. Try it. Lee Jin-hee downed the glass in one go. Ha! She staggered before widening her eyes. It's effective? Even though it was only for a moment, my karma froze. The triumphant smile Mac had on the entire day returned. This is also a drink improved by the dragon race's new technology. To be honest, we developed it to use as a poison, but that turned out to be too difficult. Yes. If I come to my senses and resist it, I can resist its effect at any time. Mac shrugged. That's what I mean. Choi Hyuk drank a glass of glacier tears while listening to their conversation. When he released as much resistance as he could and calmed his karma before drinking, the cold drink that poured down his throat permeated every corner of his body. While it was subtle, he felt an intoxicating sensation. It felt good. That was how their leisurely and enjoyable day, which they hadn't had in a while, came to an end. The next morning, the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters that materialized in the headquarters was densely surrounded by red dots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 182, Fate, 1. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Spring of the Great Universe. The day Flamesky passed away after killing the demise-ranked monster, white and red flames dyed the dark universe like fluttering cherry blossoms. The desolate universe, which had cooled to the point of almost reaching absolute zero, was filled with warmth like in the distant past. The spring of the universe arrived for everyone indiscriminately. Even the Earthlings had seen how the sky had been dyed with light that day, though there weren't any records of it as characters hadn't been invented yet. The light touched their souls. Even birds and frogs that hadn't cried a tear in their entire lives wailed under this light. It only lasted an hour. It was magical. Planets, stars, nebulas, galaxies, dark matter, and flames of the beginning. Each and every karma species was as unique as the vastness that separated their homelands. Even though they treated each other with indifference or hostility, they experienced a sense of kinship for the first time that day. In fact, they instinctively realized that they were a part of a single fate, and their hearts broadened. Because there was spring, the alliance was founded. Some said that spring had come because they had defeated the fate of demise from a different dimension. Which was why they inferred that, if another great warrior overcame demise, the universe would experience another spring. Others said that, since the spring of the universe was the symbol of a new fate and unity, those that watched the spring together would be tied by a deep bond. They said that those who held hands or met gazes when the dark universe turned transparent, where red and white flames fluttered like feathers, would experience love or friendship stronger than ever. Yuak! Ha! Ha! The day started with Baek Seoin's scream. Soaked in cold sweat, Baek Seoin came looking for Choi Hyuk. Something is wrong. Phew! Baek Seoin's body trembled as he spoke. His intuition was warning him that a threat to his life was approaching. Immediately, Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin rushed to the headquarters. The headquarters itself was a map of the battlefield. Nearby galaxies were shrunken and displayed in this dark space. The Laniakea and Shapley superclusters shined, and so did the red dots surrounding them. It's not different from yesterday? Choi Hyuk tilted his head. Unlike Baek Seoin's reaction, there was no change to the front lines. No, there's definitely something wrong. Baek Seoin quickly shook his head. His body trembled like someone suffering from a severe cold. It seemed serious. There was no doubt that Baek Seoin's intuition activated. However, there didn't seem to be any problem in the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters. Then the problem might lie beyond them. Nero, contact Alliance City. Nero's hologram appeared in the headquarters the instant Choi Hyuk commanded. He shook his head. Ha! I can't get in contact with them. At this ominous premonition, Choi Hyuk furrowed his brows. Military gate system. We leave for Alliance City right now. However, there was no response from the military gate system as well. The Alliance's system only went down when the monsters launched large-scale invasions. They currently weren't in the middle of fighting, yet the system was down? Choi Hyuk's expression became grave. What's going on? Even Mac, who was called urgently, was agitated. For all their connections to Alliance City to be cut? She acted quickly to figure out what was going on. I will try to contact Armor Phantom. Fortunately, there were no problems with the internal communication network within the superclusters. However, Commander-in-Chief Armor Phantom was of no help. What are you saying? He too didn't know what was going on. His face became stiff once he attempted to contact other superclusters after listening to Mac's explanation. Immediately contact all troops in the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters and tell them to be on emergency standby. Emergency standby. While it was a standard command, it was also a frustrating one. Choi Hyuk, who had been observing the situation, shook his head. I will personally patrol the area. Assemble the Flame Army. Just as Choi Hyuk turned around to leave, a static sound shook the headquarters. Ha! Ah! Choi Hyuk and Mac exclaimed simultaneously. It was a message from the Alliance sent to all troop leaders. It wasn't in the form of a communication but was reminiscent of the previous game system, a message floating in front of their eyes. Preserve your military strength as much as possible and retreat. Connect with other troops and preserve the Alliance's military power. Currently, the Hercules, Coma, and Perseus Pisces superclusters have all been annihilated. Lania $8% $% and $% surround, hashtag $% hashtag dollar hashtag caret and in dollar hashtag. They couldn't read anything besides the first two lines because of the interference. This is. The moment Choi Hyuk frowned and raised his head, the battlefield map of the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters changed. The red dots, signifying the monster's forces, were already densely clustered around the front lines. The lights were so overwhelming that the headquarters became dyed in a red light. Just what is this all of a sudden? While we were resting so well. I thought we'd still have a few more days. Lee Jin-hee said dispiritedly after having been woken up. It seemed she was so taken aback that she couldn't believe the current situation. On the other hand, Baek Seoin, who knew and understood the current situation better than anyone else thanks to his intuition, barely managed to squeeze a few words out. The Hercules, Coma, and Perseus Pisces superclusters. Those are all supercluster near the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters. The fact that 3 superclusters nearby were annihilated meant that they were isolated. This might have been the reason why they couldn't contact anyone. The headquarters quickly became chaotic. Everything was uncertain. It would still be a problem if they tried to retreat as ordered. They couldn't move recklessly when they didn't know the exact military strength of their enemies, an advantageous retreat route, or the support of allies. First, they needed more information. While he would prefer not to, Choi Hyuk decided to personally talk with Armor Phantom. Connect me with Armor Phantom. We need to share info. No, wait. Choi Hyuk hastily stopped talking. He received another message. In front of him was a separate message given by Flamehell. Prioritize preserving the Flame Army's troops. This order is the highest prior $% hashtag dollar hashtag. Hashtag dollar hashtag caret dollar. The interference this time seemed worse than before. Still, he understood the gist of it. Flamehell wanted to preserve the military strength of the Flame Army over the Alliance's military strength in general. Just as he frowned, he heard Mac's voice peak. Exalted Wing Leviathan? It seemed Mac had also received a separate order from Leviathan, who was an exalted wing of the dragon race. It seemed the message wasn't fully intact as she looked around, pitifully calling out his name until she eventually sighed and faltered. Her face was as white as a sheet. It was a mess. While he didn't know how they did it, the Shapley and Laniakea superclusters were surrounded in a single day. Even communications were severed as a precaution. It was to the point that the messages, which barely arrived, seemed like miracles. However, these messages were a problem on their own. The orders conflicted. The Alliance hoped for the preservation of the Alliance's military strength as a whole by cooperating systematically, while Flamehell prioritized the Flame Army's survival. The bigger problem was that might not be all. Mac most likely also received a separate order from Leviathan, and Armor Phantom might have received one from the Armored Soul Tribe as well. How irritating. They stressed cooperation to the Earthlings, yet Choi Hyuk felt disgusted by their true faces, which became clearer the more he saw them. Leader Choi Hyuk. Just then, Mac talked to Choi Hyuk. His gaze met hers. She had almost been in a panic moments ago, yet she strangely seemed to have calmed down. No, it seemed she had resolved herself. I beg you. Her spirit enwrapped the headquarters. Though she was only at the early stages of the highest rank, for some reason, her spirit was powerful enough to burrow into Choi Hyuk, who was approaching the peak of the transcendent level. Prepared to die. Choi Hyuk could sense her desperate will. Slowly bowing her head, she said, "Please protect Dragonic." This was completely unexpected. He had thought that Leviathan's command would be something like preserve the military strength of the dragon race like Flamehell's, but her request was completely different. Is there a reason? When he asked, Mac raised her lowered head. He saw her tightly clenched lips. Knowledge of the ancient dragon race that has yet to be fully deciphered lies in this planet. However, the real issue is the young dragons. The reason why they could be born after such a long time since their extinction was purely because of the L tribe's sanctum. You most likely saw the sky made of water on your way here. The sanctum changed Dragonic's environment like this so that the young dragons could survive. Even if we somehow succeeded in retreating after losing Dragonic, the children would gradually become weaker. They would eventually die soon. She seemed quite agitated as her golden horns, which followed behind her blue hair, trembled subtly. However, Baek Seoin, who was soaked in cold sweat, could only perceive her words as joint suicide. What nonsense! We'll die. Mak calmly and firmly stared at Baek Seoin. If I could protect the children through my death, I would readily die multiple times. Her blue hair fluttered to reveal glimpses of her crystal of sentiment, Mak's desire, which contained white lighting. Ah, so that's it. Seeing her like this, Choi Hyuk felt like he could suddenly understand the division in the alliance. In the end, the alliance couldn't unite as a single entity. While it would be nice if they could fight as effectively as possible against their common foe, the monsters, this was impossible. In the end, they each prioritized their own species, and they each had something they had to protect. The great cause known as the victory of Carmelings? That was good, but what good was it if you and your species had all died? While there would be species that risked their lives for the great cause, if that was true, they would probably already be extinct. Those that survived in the end were those who could weigh profit and losses. It was this sort of fight, this sort of world. It was a world where, within this long, tiresome war, those who were fated to die would die and only those who had a reason to live survived. In the end, the reason why they emphasized cooperation and unity during the Earthlings' recruit training was because they couldn't. Someone had to act for the great cause. Someone had to follow the Alliance's orders while giving up what was more important than their lives. That was why the recruit training was so brutal. Choi Hyuk laughed. What Mak was trying to protect was worth more than her life. Choi Hyuk knew this feeling very well. He was trying to enact revenge on the Alliance because he had lost it. If some other person in the Alliance had said this, then he might have ridiculed them to his heart's content. However, it was Mak. Even now, the horn Mak had cut was somewhere in his body. Yet, behind Mak was his enemy, Leviathan. There was no way his current emotions wouldn't be complicated. Entangled in his evaluation, Choi Hyuk said in a cynical voice. And if we all die? What if we all die a dog's death trying to protect Dragonic? To be honest, this was highly likely since the most outstanding existences in the Alliance were confident in their loss and ordered them to retreat. Nonetheless, Mak affirmed. No, support will come. Exalted Wing Leviathan promised this. Support will definitely arrive. Please help us. Then the dragon race will never forget this favor. That damn Leviathan. Whenever he heard his name, Choi Hyuk's evaluation became more twisted. At the same time, there were faces he recalled. Hyung. Appa. The young dragons who clung to him. How troublesome. Choi Hyuk swallowed his groan. Maybe it was because he believed he owed Mak a debt, because he unknowing came to like the young dragons, or because of Mak's promise that the dragon race would never forget this favor. While he didn't know the exact reason, it weighed on his mind. The problem was the fact that it weighed on his mind since Choi Hyuk's fate started with never losing. If he backed out like this, it would be a loss. There wouldn't be a problem if this didn't weigh on his mind. Fate wasn't decided but was rather carried out. After having never comprised, Choi Hyuk's fate might stop here today. If that happens, my growth might halt as well. It wasn't that Dragonic weighed on his mind. Even though he would lose Flamehell's trust that he had arduously accumulated if he messed up, even though he could die, unable to fulfill his revenge, and even though he felt vexed thinking about Leviathan, this still weighed on his mind. Also, Choi Hyuk couldn't choose to lose. Seeing Choi Hyuk, who was deep in thought, Mak stressed once more. Support will arrive. We will win. She said, we will win, rather than we can win. These words moved Choi Hyuk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 183, Fate, 2. TL, empty cube / ED, obelisk. Victory, ... For some reason, this word nailed into his heart. Choi Hyuk's mother, Choi Mayan, had taught him. Just get hit. Lose. That was winning. However, his inborn talent whispered, you can win. They are nothing. It was the truth. Choi Hyuk had always won in fights against many people who were physically superior to him at once. Only, as he was physically inferior, his fights always ended with extreme results, and he had even killed someone during a fight before. See? You won. Why are they picking a fight? What halted young Choi Hyuk's immature thoughts was his mother's sobs. Choi Hyuk wasn't a psychopath who lost his sense of sympathy, but was simply a genius whose skill was higher than his already sky-high pride. He felt bored with the weak and was interested in defeating those who looked like they were proud of their strength. The reason why someone like him decided to live his entire life while losing was because of his mother's desperate plea. Though bullying irritated him, it was fine because it didn't hurt much when they hit him. He would graduate from school eventually. This was also part of Choi Hyuk's pride. Since he promised his mother he wouldn't fight, he didn't. This was his pride. However, when the moment of awakening arrived, his mother died, and nothing remained to bind him. What gripped Choi Hyuk wasn't simply his endless thirst for revenge and rage, but also his true nature, which burned for victory and to prove himself. Victory. Choi Hyuk mulled over this word. The more he did, the more the word filled his mind. Why was it that Choi Hyuk decided to kill all 13 of the exalted wings without distinguishing between friend or foe? Of course, this was how he calculated his revenge, since revenge wasn't a one-to-one trade. However, what Choi Hyuk wasn't aware of was the competitive spirit budding from his heart. The exalted wings prided themselves as the strongest in the universe. To them, who believed that they could use the fates of other species however they liked because they were strong, he wanted to ask, are you really that strong? His competitive spirit budded beneath his thirst for revenge. That was why his fate wasn't simply revenge or destruction but never losing and denial. At this moment, Choi Hyuk felt his competitive spirit rising as he could participate in a fight that everyone predicted would end in defeat and one where they had ordered them to retreat. This was his fate. He liked Dragonic, and this made him want to test if they really had to hand over Dragonic to the monsters. Perhaps his reasoning that he didn't want his fate to weaken was simply a justification his mind had come up with. Even though this wasn't the time to offend Flamehell, what if he did? Since Earthlings were sacrificed because there was nothing they could do, he planned on smashing everything because there was nothing they could do as well. This was the case now and also applied to the Alliance's order which orbited around the 13 exalted wings. The word victory had now engulfed his body. They had to retreat? He rejected this. Baekhyun, I'm sorry. Plan out a strategy. We will protect Dragonic. Eve? Baekhyun's eyes, which looked into Choi Hyuk's unwavering ones, trembled greatly. In his heart, Baekhyun had vowed that he would devote his remaining life to Choi Hyuk, to become Choi Hyuk's hands and feet, after he had rescued him and killed the wyvern of destruction that had killed his parents. If Choi Hyuk came to a decision, that was it. Baekhyun gulped. Ah, understood. Fighting with his instincts which told him to flee, he began thinking about how they should fight. First, please check the net of fate. At Baekhyun's request, Choi Hyuk waved his hand and changed the battlefield map in the headquarters. The surrounding red dots disappeared and were replaced with thin lines covering the universe. Everyone groaned. The net of fate had turned black. It looked like over 80% was occupied by the monsters. Seeing this and looking like he was about to cry, Baekhyun told Choi Hyuk. Air. Do we really have to fight? Just what are you doing right now? We should be gathering our strength to break through the encirclement. Are you saying that you're going to survive by yourself? Did Flamehell order this? Armor Phantom shouted. After overcoming his shock, he summoned everyone within the galaxy and was preparing to retreat. Choi Hyuk defied his order, and Armor Phantom believed that the Flame Army was acting in order to survive by themselves. Do you not know how severe the current situation is? It's so bad it won't be enough even if we gather everyone. Even if you prioritize the Flame Army's safety, we still should gather first. If not, dash. Armor Phantom was shouting and coaxing Choi Hyuk simultaneously. Narrow. End the communication. Choi Hyuk ended the call and stood up. Choi Hyuk's denial, which hung at his waist, rang out. Baek Hyung, do what you're doing. I'll go greet them. Baek Seoin, who was constantly contacting people, still didn't seem to have calmed down. Soaked in cold sweat after fighting his instincts to flee, Baek Seoin told him. You need to fight well. Only then will warriors gather. Choi Hyuk shrugged and left. Beside him were Lee Jin-hee and Mak. Baek Seoin called out to Choi Hyuk once more. Leader. When Choi Hyuk turned around, Baek Seoin winced one of his eyes as he grumbled. If we survive. Let's start our plan quickly. They still weren't fully prepared. While he was confident in a one-on-one fight against an exalted wing, he didn't have the strength to defeat all 13 at once. However, Choi Hyuk grinned as he understood what Baek Seoin meant. With a tone that sounded like I'm aging quickly because of you, Baek Seoin added. If we survive this, the 13 exalted wings won't be a big deal. If things go as planned, then it'll be 12 instead of 13 since Chu Young-jin has to deal with one. This is, of course, if both of you survive. Baek Seoin said, exhausted. Choi Hyuk laughed as he replied. Yeah, I'll return after a good job. Choi Hyuk walked out to greet the pouring monsters that seemingly covered the entire universe. The front lines were chaotic. At the suddenly rushing monster army, the countless troops that stood on the front lines retreated. Then they received the order to retreat. This was the start of a retreat, no, an escape, regardless of whether one was on the front lines or at the back. The blue dots on the battlefield map were retreating like a receding tide. The warriors soared past Dragonic like a meteor shower. The universe gradually became empty, and the monsters took their place. Only a few blue dots were standing by in isolation, and those at the very front were already held down by the monsters and they were being smashed apart before they could even flee. At this time, a blue dot that left Dragonic was shooting towards the front lines. Ha! The monsters? Choi Hyuk exclaimed when he saw the monster army. Rather than a monster army, this huge mass looked more like a destroying machine. The monsters were connected with each other. With metallic skin that looked cold and hard, limbs as sharp as blades, and distorted eyes as bright as neon signs, they formed a long, thin, dark, pointy battle line like the one that appeared in the old Japanese animation with Sadola carrying living weapons on its back. 1. While their exteriors looked similar, they varied in size, from ones that looked like they could eat spaceships to ones that were the size of fillet knives. They were connected to each other through threads that came out from their backs. No, they were like tactile tentacles. When one monster died, the tentacle would wriggle and connect with other nearby monsters. From a thick one of a large monster to a thin one, from a vicious one that looked like a hacksaw to a thinner one, they were densely connected to each other. Their charging appearance looked like an enormous net. The net of monsters scattered the Alliance warriors as they killed each one without fail. Even warriors who looked to be at the highest level were powerless. Whether they launched a powerful attack, exploded, or used fire or ice, the connected monsters either absorbed the damage by uniting their strength or avoided the attack and continued to rush forward. Still, there were monsters that died, but facing the net of monsters that only rippled momentarily, all their struggles seemed meaningless. The large, powerful monsters rushed first to hold the overall shape of the net, and the large and small monsters rushed after them in order. They killed warriors that were easy to kill, or they otherwise simply skipped them. Nonetheless, it was still a massacre. The spaceships that were destroyed by their thick, pointy tentacles broke apart into smaller fragments before disappearing. A warrior was mashed into paste while flailing in their net without being able to swing his sword even once. No matter how many tentacles they severed, there would always be another. No matter how powerful the attacks they launched, they were constantly nullified by the thick, tough tentacles at the back. The monsters acting as the net spindles were resilient and sharp. The warriors' fighting spirits were cut like straws. Crush. Smash. No. No. I didn't come all this way to. Those who were born as members of the Alliance and devoted their entire lives to it were powerlessly met with their end. This scene left a strong impression on Choi Hyuk. The monsters were clearly evolving. Last time, they imitated karma weapons, and now they took it another step further and made an army into a slaughtering machine. Surely they weren't the same monsters that barely began to use tactics to try to cooperate with the Blue Manies, right? Leader, doesn't that look like it? Lee Jin-hee mumbled next to him. It seemed she was trying hard to calm down. What? That. The chain link strategy used by Cao Cao. 2. It appeared in the Battle of the Red Cliffs in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It was a stratagem where they connected their battleships with iron chains to reduce the chances of seasickness. While the difference between that and the current situation, where the linked chains themselves were powerful weapons, was large, they did look similar. Choi Hyuk flatly said. Then will this also be similar? Blase. Black flames sprouted from his back. They weren't wings like the Flame Wing tribe members, but rather, the flames distorted on their own. Against the bright flames ignited by the flame army behind him, Choi Hyuk's flames were like shadows. That the answer to the chain link strategy is flames. As soon as he said this, Choi Hyuk disappeared. A section of the monster's net exploded and collapsed. 1. I am assuming this scene is from Ultraman. I have never seen Ultraman and am sorry if I messed up here. 2. From Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 184, Fate, 3. TL, MTCube / ED, Iliadir. There's no need to be nervous. I'm also on your side. I wanted to bring Flame Hell to ruin long before you did. That is why. I'm thinking about conducting our grand scheme before this war ends. Darksound's voice was exaggerated like a musical actor's. He seemed excited. On the other hand, the others were silent. This wasn't a silence of agreement. The exalted wings, who possessed the most outstanding minds in the universe, were momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, Armor Desert spat with a suppressed voice. Exalted Wing Dark Resentment, what is the meaning of this? Armor Desert believed that Dark Resentment ignored their worry in the end and invited Darksound. Dark Resentment firmly denied it with a low voice. It wasn't me. Darksound cut in. There's no need to find fault with the wrong people. I was simply much more competent than you thought. Was Darksound's personality always like this? He was different from before when he had a quiet, cold appearance. While they didn't know why he was so excited, as people who gathered as members of the anti-Flame Wing faction, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. As if he read their thoughts, Darksound said. It seems I was too excited. However, please understand. I have lived my entire life to say these words. So please listen carefully. Now, before this war ends, we will execute the grand scheme. I'll say it once more. Execute. The grand scheme. It seemed he couldn't contain his excitement. While I don't know what this grand scheme is, I still don't know why you, Dark Sound, are here. Isn't accessing a private communication without an invite not simply rude but criminal? Nervousness was clearly present in Armor Desert's voice. Since Dark Sound, Flamehell's second-in-command, joined this gathering, whose goal was to topple Flamehell, without permission, it was true that, no matter what he said, it would be difficult to take his words at face value. On top of that, how did he access this communication device that was created with the Armor Soul Tribe's innate skill? There might even be an informant in the tribe. If he knew this much, then he... Did Flamehell know as well? Armor Desert's blood ran cold. However, if he noticed, then he noticed. Why did he appear now? To warn them? No way. Though everyone had fallen into a state of confusion, only Dark Sound sounded completely calm. Well, I understand that you can't trust me. However, a guest who can vouch for me will soon arrive. As soon as he said this, a new voice joined their discussion. I am Flame Rain, the 14th Exalted Wing. Thank you for inviting me. Also, I can vouch for Exalted Wing Dark Sound. Flame Rain. It was you? Lightstep said in exasperation. To be honest, the goal of this meeting was to bring Flame Rain over to the anti-Flame Wing faction. When they were wondering where the information leaked, to think it was Flame Rain. The truth was different. Dark Sound already knew before Flame Rain vouched for him. However, Flame Rain didn't correct this fact. What's important is that I have long since discussed with Dark Sound about means to drive Flamehell out and the order of things after. Meaning, his goal is similar to yours. Also, you probably understand from my words, but you don't need to persuade me. I am already on your side. I believe that we need to stop Flamehell and do not think that the Flame Wing tribe should hold a special position in this universe. She went straight to the point as though she didn't find this gathering very comfortable. When Flame Rain said this, it was difficult for the others to be suspicious of Dark Sound. While one couldn't trust a person's heart, there were also things they had no choice but to believe. Among those was that Flame Rain was hostile towards Flamehell. The two couldn't coexist. A short silence hung in the air. This silence indicated agreement. Armor Desert stopped feigning ignorance and bluntly asked. So Exalted Wing Dark Sound, what exactly is this grand scheme you mentioned? First, I'll personally take action soon. Take action? Yes. Since the monster's force is too strong, it's better for Exalted Wings to participate than simply holding onto the net of fate. We will be victorious once we personally raise our weapons and fight. At that point, please set the mood. So that Flamehell, who's practically the Alliance's chairperson, can participate too. It doesn't matter if you give him a hard time or praise me and make him jealous. Anyways, we'll send him to the battlefield. However, since he's someone who is very concerned with his safety, he'll probably bring along his trustworthy guards. Then, when he's exhausted from the intense battle, his trusty guard will stab him. While Exalted Wing Flame Rain nobly said to drive him out. I want him dead. There was even madness present in his voice. The other Exalted Wings showed their agreement with a short silence. If they could kill Flamehell with the method he mentioned, then it would be easy to cover it up in dying in battle instead of being assassinated. There was no need to worry about political backlash either. At the end of their short silence, Armor Desert indirectly asked. It'll be best if we killed him like that. However, is that guard Choi Hyuk? That's right. However, since I've already prepared a plan B and C, you don't need to worry about the plan not being executed. You just need to set the mood. Understood. Though Armor Desert had already plotted to assassinate Choi Hyuk, he didn't bring it up here. There wouldn't be a problem since Dark Sound had already prepared a plan B and C. Then do we only need to set the mood? When Lightstep asked, checking if this really was all they had to do, Darksound cheerfully replied, "There's no way that's it. The grand scheme doesn't simply end with Flamehell's death. If killing him was our goal, then there would be no need to use cumbersome schemes or wait until now. What's really important is how we are going to structure the Alliance's new order after Flamehell's death. The reason why I had endured this long was because of this, and this is precisely why I have come to you all today." This was the start of the real meeting. How were they going to reorganize the Alliance's order after they purged it of Flamehell? If there were others to purge, who were they? How would they block the monster's attack during this confusion? No one believed that everyone would keep the promises made here. Nonetheless, this was an opportunity to set up safety measures so that the plan wouldn't fail and to judge each other's capabilities before this drastic change. That was how they prepared for the future. Blase. Black flames spread at a dangerous rate. They ran along the tentacles that connected the monsters together to spread even further. The tentacles, which were their weapons, had now become shackles that snared them together. As the dark universe blended with the black flames, it was difficult to tell where the flames ended and the universe began. It seemed like the entire universe was on fire. Kaiya. The monsters' screams as they burned together shook the space enough that the insides of low-leveled warriors were a mess from just hearing them. A living hell. Even Li Jinhee, who brought up the Battle of the Red Cliffs, felt her blood run cold. Even though there were warriors from the Flame Wing tribe amongst the struggling warriors, the monster's net, which endured their flames well, was currently being burnt into ashes. There was no need for the Flame Army to act. I am alive. The warriors, who barely managed to escape the monster's chase, joined the Flame Army. Choi Hyuk's flames only burnt the monsters and didn't hurt the Alliance's warriors in any way. Seeing this, Li Jinhee sighed. Can I protect him like this? Looking at the situation, it seemed like she didn't need to act. I need to always stay alert. She exerted strength into her ankles. Space folded at the end of her feet. Whoosh! She stepped forward. She jumped over the folded space as she rushed forward. Sring! She unsheathed and raised Li Jinhee's vow. Her vow was to not let Choi Hyuk die before her. Whether she was of help or not, the place she had to be was in front of Choi Hyuk or at least beside him. However, when Li Jinhee arrived at the location where she guessed Choi Hyuk was, she felt that something wasn't right. It introduced itself as Kui-1. Though the monster looked like a human, it was a midget the size of a forearm. Yet, the vigor the monster emitted was at least on the level of exalted wings. Indeed, it was probably because of a monster like it was running amok that 3 superclusters were instantly annihilated and the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters were driven into a corner. It was different from any monster Choi Hyuk had encountered until now. Unlike other monsters that, while possessing reasoning, couldn't hide their instinctive killing intent, the monster didn't show any such intent. The monster was happy. Black flames. There's no doubt. Nice to meet you. To think that I'd encounter you, my luck is really good. The monster even talked a lot. Did you know? You're really famous among us. You played a significant part in monsters like me being born. Of course, Choi Hyuk didn't listen idly. Mouth shut, he advanced in order to slash the monster. However, other weird things obstructed his path. Grrrng. When he heard this low wailing sound, monsters that looked like boxes made of dark metal appeared. Like bricks, they stacked themselves in front of Kui and blocked Choi Hyuk's path. While they looked easy to deal with, from the aura they released, they seemed to be monsters at the high or highest rank. It looked like they had no offensive strength and maximized their defenses as flame or slashes were very effective. Of course, he could steadily kill them. However, because another one flew out from somewhere as soon as one died, it was difficult to advance. Crush. Smash. Choi Hyuk, who had swept his surroundings with his flames and attacks, advanced slowly, killing them one by one, as though he was making his way through a dense jungle. Kui didn't care whether its subordinates died or not as it continued to speak what was on its mind. Apparently, a case like your universe is a first. While it's the universe that is the most persistent on resisting. The Queen seems to be very shocked that you invaded us. We've only invaded and have never been invaded before. The monsters seem to be talking about when Choi Hyuk crossed over to the monsters universe, wiped out an area densely packed with Cahor Capkins, and killed a demise-ranked monster. You even made a fortress on top of that. The Queen's temper isn't good. That's why we decided to properly study you. That was how someone like me was born. A woman that spewed transparent flames and a man that spewed black ones. So I heard about you since the day I was born. It's really nice to meet you. Ah, right. I heard that you were the one who killed all those wolves as well. Wow. I'm the one who negotiated with them. So you ruined our first negotiations like that, eh? Ha, how amusing. Clang. Crush. Blase. Even while the monster talked, Choi Hyuk steadily advanced forward as he ripped and burned the square monsters in his path. So noisy. This was to clash swords with the monster. Yet, when he came close enough to touch the monster, it giggled. Anyways, it was impressive. Even though I made them quite resistant to flames, you slaughtered those kids with your flames. On top of that, your slashes are fearsome. Good. I get it now. Then how about this tactic? Red light slowly seeped out from the monster's body, which had shown no light previously. It no longer hid its killing intent. A thin tentacle came out of Kui's body and attached itself to a monster that was being burnt into ash. Then, as if the tentacles transmitted something, with this monster as the start, all the monsters' bodies began to change. Their metallic skin that was burning from the flames became running and created bubbles as it boiled from the flames. TSSS. Smoke began to rise. Before, Choi Hyuk's flames had cleanly burnt its target without leaving a whiff of smoke, yet the monsters now created a thick, heavy smoke as they boiled and melted. Choi Hyuk was instantly surrounded by this smoke. Before the smoke could completely cover Choi Hyuk's sight, he saw Kui's body also undergo a change. The monster became more slender, sharper, and darker. Seeing this, Choi Hyuk unconsciously thought of the word executioner. Soon, the smoke completely covered Choi Hyuk's eyes. I can't feel anything? His 5 senses were completely sealed. Even Dark Sound's darkness wasn't this thick. You can't see anything, right? Aren't you curious how this is happening? Where is it? While he heard the monster's voice, he couldn't figure out where it came from. Do you know how many kids were sacrificed to defeat you? You just need to think that my kid's resentment runs this deep. This meant that the monster manipulated the dying monsters to obscure Choi Hyuk's senses. This was actually an amazing feat. However, this wasn't what annoyed Choi Hyuk. Grit. He grounded his teeth. He couldn't tell where the voice had been coming from, yet he could clearly tell where it came from now. As if taunting him, the voice was whispering straight into his left ear. 1 means odd, strange, peculiar, etc. The character is also used in the word or monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 185, Fate, 4. TL, MTCube / ED, Iliadir. Choi Hyuk didn't slash his sword. Instead, he raised the senses in his body. Though his eyes and ears were covered by this thick smoke, he could clearly sense his internals and blazing karma. Choi Hyuk focused on his body rather than the external stimulation. You're calmer than I thought? This time, Kui taunted him by whispering in his right ear. Choi Hyuk didn't move as he stood with his sword raised. Then how about this? Shiver. A chilling blade touched Choi Hyuk's neck. The sharply surging karma tried to slice his neck. There were no preliminary signs, yet he could sense the moment the blade landed on his neck. The instant he felt his hair being cut, Choi Hyuk made his move. PIH. Blood spurted from Choi Hyuk's neck. Crush. At the same time, a blue blade was crushed by his left hand. Jung. Choi Hyuk's denial sliced through the air. The thick smoke rippled as it was sliced through. However, before the figure behind the smoke could be revealed, more smoke filled this opening. So it's like this? Having allowed the monster to attack first, Choi Hyuk nodded inwardly. The moment he grabbed the blade, he clashed his karma against Kui's aura. It was weaker than he expected. While the power Kui possessed wasn't small, it didn't seem like the monster specialized in close combat. Wow! How shocking! Kui made a fuss. If you're going to be so scary, I guess I'll have to wait until you exhaust more of your strength? Its voice was smeared with laughter. But I don't know if you know? The moment I discovered you, I already sent the news to my brothers. It's disadvantageous for you if you drag this on. It was a lie. How could the monster have shared such a delicious prey? But Kui was confident that Choi Hyuk wouldn't take its words as an empty bluff. Ha! I'm right next to you. It's true. I'm really right beside you. Wouldn't it be easier for you to face my brothers if you take one down? This was because Kui had realized that Choi Hyuk could be dangerous even within this thick smoke if he solely focused on counterattacking. Kui hoped Choi Hyuk would attack first. This was a trick to make Choi Hyuk show an opening. It was this moment when Choi Hyuk thought, "Do you think you'll be able to win if I attack first?" A bloody smile hung on his lips. Try it. PSCHT. Choi Hyuk's denial swung without warning. The smoke, which densely enshrouds his surroundings, was sucked into his sword's path. Swah! Choi Hyuk's denial sliced through the smoke again. This time, a portion of the smoke melted with a boom. Wherever Choi Hyuk swung his sword, the dense smoke would swirl, explode, and melt. It seemed like the smoke would clear up at any moment. Yet, the smoke always filled the area again by a hair's breadth. PIH. Waha! That's it. PSCHT. Aha! That was close. In a fervor, Kui stabbed Choi Hyuk. It could deal a critical wound. When Kui tried to slice Choi Hyuk's neck, he would avoid it as it sliced into his skin. When it tried to stab his thigh, the blue blade would be grabbed by Choi Hyuk when it went halfway in. Even while Choi Hyuk was swinging his sword without rest, he diligently avoided any critical injuries. Terrifying bastard. While Kui was stabbing and teasing Choi Hyuk, inwardly, it was shocked by Choi Hyuk's might. Even though he was enshrouded in smoke created by sacrificing tens of thousands of sturdy monsters, Choi Hyuk could still threaten Kui. Yeah. Dance more. Kui teased Choi Hyuk even more in order to hide its turmoil. The monster sent more power to the bodies of monsters it was connected to. The monsters, connected by tentacles, boiled up as they spewed foul smoke. The rate at which Choi Hyuk cleared the smoke and the rate at which the smoke was being created reached an equilibrium. However, Choi Hyuk was the one one-sidedly being wounded. Choi Hyuk didn't care about this one bit. Just once. PIH. His wrist was slashed this time. His recovery rate was gradually slowing down. The dense smoke burrowed into his wounds, infecting his body. Show even your shadow. He didn't bat an eye. Still swinging his sword, he cleared away the smoke that now even felt heavy. Though he was one-sidedly being injured, he didn't think he was at a disadvantage at all. You're dead the moment I see you. Facing the glaringly dangerous individual that didn't become even the slightest dispirited after being one-sidedly wounded, it was Kui who felt anxious. It taunted him to hide its anxious state. "You will never be able to see me. PSCHT. This time, Kui left a decently deep wound on Choi Hyuk's chest. To die while locked up in the smoke your flames created. Isn't it romantic? Saying this, Kui trembled. Thrilling. It hadn't been long since Kui was born. The warriors it had fought until now were boring. This was its first time facing an opponent like Choi Hyuk. While Kui was so scared that his body shivered, being able to fight someone like him without being pushed back, no, to even be able to push him into a corner, it believed itself to be even more amazing. At the same time, the sense of danger, where it felt like Kui could die if it lost its concentration for even a moment, felt thrilling. Kui became intoxicated in the fight. Whoosh! Ha! There was a sudden change. Because something from outside invaded the smoke was slashed through in a thin line, revealing a slight opening. The problem was that whatever invaded the smoke was rushed straight towards Kui. Clang! It wasn't a dangerous attack, but there was no way to block it. Blood spurted out. It wasn't Kui's, but the warrior who had rushed in. She had short, black hair and a slightly tanned face. The warrior, who was wielding a white short sword, spurted blood, seemingly having suffered an internal shock. Her blood splattered on Kui's cheek. Ah! Ah! Kui made a commotion in surprise. Until now, the battle between Choi Hyuk and Kui was close like walking on a tightrope. Choi Hyuk was trying to clear the smoke, while Kui was trying to maintain it. Kui wanted to deal a fatal wound, and Choi Hyuk wanted to avoid and counterattack. This equilibrium was shattered by the attack just now. "I see you." Kui heard Choi Hyuk's voice right beside it. There clearly should have been some distance between them, yet Choi Hyuk was right in front of it. Choi Hyuk hadn't moved. Rather, his black sword had erased the distance between them. Because the space between them had shrunk like a deflating balloon, they were right next to each other. Kui couldn't avoid Choi Hyuk's sword. Kui screamed. "Damn it! This is dirty." Choi Hyuk replied. "What's this corpse saying?" Light Maze, who was the commander-in-chief of the Event Horizon Troop, gritted his teeth as he blocked the monster's attack. "Defensive formation. Number 0. When he shouted, the tiny speckled lights, which formed his body, made a commotion. "Hey! Quickly supply smelting furnace number 7 with karma. What are you doing? Team 3. Quickly make an 11-dimension reality distortion field. 9th Combat Unit. Brace for impact." The karma weapons of Speckled Light tribe members, who possessed group intelligence, were very different from other species. Rather than a weapon that was visible to the eye, the countless nano-sized facilities and equipment were their weapons. Countless speckled lights worked together to make miracles. Vone! Karma surged like a swarm of bees. Light Maze's dimension was distorted by dozens of layers. To the monsters, Light Maze's appearance distorted like an abstract painting. Bang! A long-haired boy's fist smashed into it from above. Quack! Even though they dispersed the impact through various dimensions, the remaining shock left a few speckled lights injured or dead. Damn it! Damn it! Light Maze swore. Compared to other species that recovered their injuries, Speckled Light tribe members healed by increasing in number after speckled lights died. Of course, this meant their recovery rate was slow and, even if they recovered completely, they couldn't erase the sorrow felt from the deaths of their members. This was also a reason why Speckled Light tribe members usually took supporting roles, like healing or providing buffs, rather than fighting. However, they didn't have any other choice. They didn't have the time to mourn their deaths. All because of that small monster that called itself Myol 1. Wow! You blocked it again? No matter how one looked at it, it looked like an earthling. The monster's hair, which ran down its back, fluttered like a splendid mane, and its face made it look like a youth. Wow! This is fun. Fighting is so fun. It seemed like the monster, who had recently been born, was learning the pleasures of fighting while facing the Event Horizon troop. On the other hand, Lightmaze was suffering gravely. Sorry. The Vice Commander-in-Chief, whose injuries were so severe that he couldn't use more than 60% of his power, apologized. Being ranked 117th in the Alliance rankings, this wasn't something he should be apologizing for. No, we were just unlucky. The problem was that the monster holding the Event Horizon down was too powerful. Even though the 24th ranked Lightmaze, 10th if excluding the Exalted Wings, and the 117th ranked Vice Commander-in-Chief fought together, all they could do was endure. To face that monster, the Exalted Wings will have to personally take action. Or, 2 in the top 10 of the warrior ranking. None of these were currently applicable to this situation. Lightmaze's face darkened. They could endure for now. However, they would die in the end. Both him and the Event Horizon troop that was fighting intensely after being encircled by monsters. Annihilation. Thinking about the grand scheme, Lightmaze swallowed his rage. He didn't work under Darksound to prepare for the grand scheme for such a long time only to die here like this. How did things come to this? They had encountered this monster while protecting the border at the very front as usual. Though they received the message to retreat from the Alliance and Darksound, they were too late as they were already caught by then. Currently, even if they somehow ran away from the monster, retreating was clearly impossible. I'll kill that monster even if I die. Seeing Lightmaze say this with such determination, Vice Commander-in-Chief Kalen nodded. Kalen was born as a descendant of a now extinct species and had reached the transcendent level. He couldn't accept his last moments being powerless, unable to kill the enemy in front of him. Childish monster. I'll show you the experiences of a warrior. Grinding their teeth, the two decided to give the young monster hell. However, Myol's face suddenly distorted. The monster quickly turned around and shouted. What? Black flames appeared there? Wait. It's really the black flames? Hold him back for a bit. I'll go after finishing things up here. What? Elder brother is injured? Really? Black flames is that strong? Myol, who was talking to itself, turned towards a tense Lightmaze and Kalen with eyes shining with excitement. Then, while giggling, it said, Sorry. Something urgent came up so I'll be going now. Let's see each other next time, K? Whoosh. Then the monster pierced through space and disappeared. What the hell? Beep. I'm here to report. A hologram suddenly appeared in front of the taken aback Lightmaze. It was the face of Choi Hyuk's right-hand man, Baek-seoin. Reporting to all warriors in the Shapley and Lania Chaos superclusters. The Flame Army, Virgo Cluster regional troops, and all the dragon races within the superclusters have decided to fight back with Dragonic at the core. Troops that fell behind and failed to retreat and warriors who want to protect their homeland until the end, we hope that you will gather in Dragonic. If necessary, we will dispatch rescue troops. While the current situation is very disadvantageous, Exalted Wing Leviathan has promised to send support. It'll be our victory if we endure until support arrives. Once again, troops who failed to retreat and warriors who want to protect their homeland, we hope that you can gather in Dragonic. Then the screen changed. Kia. Monsters that didn't know pain were screaming as they burned. The entire universe seemed to be blazing because the flames were black. Tens of millions of monsters were burning in flames and were being crushed by the Flame Army's advance. The scene of Choi Hyuk inflicting a critical wound on a monster that looked to be as strong as Myol was replayed as well. Baek-seoin's voice resounded. This is the beacon of victory we are sending, 1. Character 4 Destroy. Used in the word collapse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 186, Dark Clouds, 1. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Slow as Lightning. A black smile hung on Darksound's white face. It was because of a message secretly sent by God Dragon Leviathan. Please dispatch support troops to defend Dragonic. I will not forget this favor. Leviathan, you certainly love your race to a terrible degree. It seems your body has worn down, huh? To send support troops to a place they had already strategically given up. How absurd. Nonetheless, this could be an opportunity to gain the support of the dragon race, which strictly maintained a neutral stance. While happily pondering about how to use this opportunity, Darksound sent a message. Do you have any additional information regarding the area? I think it'll be best to know what the current situation is like there. Leviathan probably didn't have any additional information, and if he did, it would probably be devastating. If Darksound opposed it as soon as he heard his reply and dragged things on, then Leviathan would bring up various conditions himself. Then, while listening to him, if there's a condition I like, well, I could try sending support troops. Though I don't know whether we'll be able to rescue Dragonic fully intact. After reading the next message with a dark smile on his white face, Darksound froze. The first to disappear was his dark smile. Whoosh! Instead, a thick darkness fell in his office. This darkness wasn't normal, it was filled with an ominousness akin to a beast lurking in its cave or a ghost behind a door. We received a miraculous message thanks to the ancient dragon race's technology on Dragonic. The Event Horizon troops, which had failed to retreat, and the Flame Army, which had promised to protect Dragonic, are taking part in the battle. Aside from them, other troops and warriors are also rapidly assembling there. Will you be okay with that? The darkness in his office darkened. After staying silent for a long while, Darksound was barely able to mutter a name. Shiro. Even in this darkness, a shadow was cast on Darksound's pale face, making it difficult to make out. Darksound made a pained moan. While he understood the situation was urgent, he didn't think that the Event Horizon troop would fail to retreat. And Choi Hyuk and Lightmaze. He recalled other names later. The risk is too high to lose both of them. The two were important pieces to the grand scheme. It wasn't like there wasn't anyone to replace them if something happened, but... Shiro. Darksound mumbled once more. Grit. All that was heard was the sound of grinding teeth within this absolute darkness, where nothing could be seen. Darksound sent Leviathan a message. He even forgot about adding any conditions. I'll cooperate. Then he recalled the only individual who could send proper support troops in a situation like this. Jin He. Quickly grab the leader and get out. The monsters are approaching. Got it. Lee Jin-hee sent Baek Seoin, who was at the headquarters, a simple reply before looking at the thick smoke in front of her. No, could she even call it that? It was so dense and heavy that it rippled and moved that it looked like a sea of molten metal. She had been standing here blankly for a while now. However, it was now time to move, whether it was assisting Choi Hyuk, who was fighting in there, or dragging him out and retreating. Lee Jin-hee took deep breaths. While she answered easily with a got it, there was no way it would be easy. This was a phenomenon created by a monster that was as strong as an exalted wing. Even Choi Hyuk lost his senses in this smoke. But I can do it. Lee Jin-hee gripped her short sword. Lee Jin-hee's vow. Her heart turned into karma covered her sword. Lee Jin-hee's vow gradually shined brighter. Lee Jin-hee's vow, which was created by her vow to protect her friends in Choi Hyuk, possessed a special ability. Wherever Choi Hyuk was, it could find him. Even in this pitch-black smoke, she would be naturally put on a path leading towards him. It didn't matter if she couldn't see or sense anything. Her sword would be able to find the path on its own. Also, as long as her heart, which vowed to protect him, was sufficient enough, her sword would be able to pierce through this phenomenon created by someone equal to an exalted wing as, theoretically, the power swords of Vow possessed was limitless. There was one more thing she believed in. Choi Hyuk is also trying his best in there. He was probably already in a scuffle with this smoke. She believed that, if this was true, there would be an opening to enter this terrifying smoke. The recording is going smoothly. Thinking about how Baek Seoan asked her to record this as promotional material, Lee Jin-hee grinned. That was how she shook off the last of her nerves. Whew. Letting out a short breath, she shot forward. She swung her sword. Jung. Rip. The moment the blade contacted the smoke, it felt like it had hit a boulder. The smoke stuck on the blade like a sticky rice cake. However, she clearly cut through it. She opened up a narrow, faint path. The fate she was building towards was freedom. Cutting through the heavy smoke that crumbled as soon as it made contact and lightly running in the thread-like opening, she pushed on with her sword. Without a doubt, her sword was moving towards protecting Choi Hyuk. Kang. As expected, she reached him. With a faint smile, Lee Jin-hee vomited blood and fainted. So reckless. After staring at Lee Jin-hee, who was lying in her hospital bed, Choi Hyuk shook his head. While he firmly believed he would have won without her, it was still a fact that he was able to win more quickly and easily thanks to her. She had already undergone all her treatment procedures. Her hospital room was set up like the ones on Earth so that she would be at peace when she woke up. Choi Hyuk tucked her snugly under her blanket before leaving. The L tribe's sanctum was crowded with warriors. Choi Hyuk, who was walking through a pathway created by tangled roots, fixed his gaze on a familiar face. Their eyes met. The man's eyes trembled as he saw Choi Hyuk. Instantly, he tried to avoid him by turning around and going in another pathway. If he did, Choi Hyuk would have ignored him and walked past him. However, he turned his half-turned back around to its original state and looked at Choi Hyuk. He had brown skin, wasn't very tall, and possessed an innocent appearance, but deep within his eyes hid a sharp gleam. It's been a long time, Overseer Choi Hyuk. He was Knight Sovereign Ding, who had attempted to use and tame Choi Hyuk in the past. Thanks to this, Dragonic experienced a purge started by Choi Hyuk. A cruel purge where he used his resource transfer right to send warriors on impossible missions. However, Ding hid under Armor Phantom's shadow and avoided the purge. Choi Hyuk now met him here. Since he acted familiar, so did Choi Hyuk. You're bloody? Ah. My subordinates who went on a mission outside were wounded. It seems like I was stained when I went to save them. We failed to retreat, Ding said as he slightly held up his bloody shirt. As if uninterested, Choi Hyuk asked. You were on Dragonic? Yes. Since everyone was leaving Dragonic, I was leading those who remained. In the past, Ding made a naive smile. He held wicked motives behind his naive smile. However, it was different now. Rather than his naive smile, he seemed nervous. With a face that seemed like he had come to a resolute decision, he looked at Choi Hyuk. Why? I am a coward who hates dangerous things. The majority of Earthlings migrated to the newly created fortress in the monsters universe. Though it was safer than expected, it was still at the very front lines. Ding said that he remained on Dragonic because he was a coward without the slightest trace of shame. Yeah, he was this kind of person. Choi Hyuk scoffed in his mind. Okay. But you know, right? That as long as you're under my command, you'll have to fight with your life on the line. This was something Choi Hyuk pretty much forced on the Earthlings, sometimes at the cost of countless lives. Knight Sovereign Ding smiled bitterly. I know. And I will. Only then will I be able to save even one of my people. Was he always like this? Hearing Ding's belief-filled voice, Choi Hyuk saw his bloody shirt in a new light. Ding stared directly at Choi Hyuk and said, "To be honest, I don't like you. No, I hate you. However, in this current situation, I think it's a relief that we have someone like you. Since our chances of survival might rise even slightly, he thought." After saying this, Ding looked at Choi Hyuk for a moment before silently lowering his head. "Then I'll take my leave." Ding walked past him. Choi Hyuk grinned before continuing to walk towards the headquarters. The defensive line was created by selecting 13 of the stars closest to Dragonic. The key point of this defensive battle was safely protecting Dragonic. Since it was common for nearby stars to split apart when warriors with extraordinary strength clashed, they needed a defensive line that was sufficiently distant from Dragonic. However, as the Alliance's forces were utterly inferior in this situation, they couldn't set up a defensive line too far away either. There were 13 stars nearby that could ensure Dragonic's safety and prevent their forces from being too dispersed. The ancient dragon race's knowledge, the Alliance's technology, and the glass crabs were sent to establish the defensive line. Why-yak! Why-yak! Outer space was filled with the glass crabs whistling. The glass crabs, which had been consumables but then grew to become members of the Alliance with the Berserkers' help, showed surprising results. While their technology might seem worthless when compared to the technologies and methods that existed in the Alliance until now, when their technology was combined with the Alliance's, it resulted in a great synergistic effect. Previously, the glass crabs had used the glass sand that covered the blue ocean planet to create various karma structures. Then they used the interaction of these structures to suppress their opponent's karma while raising the karma of their allies. These crabs, which were broken up into countless tribes, gathered to increase their overall intelligence. Currently, countless structures that were inspired by the glass crab structures were littered between and on these 13 stars, making them look like characters. What a sight! These were the first words spoken by Li Jinhee, who regained consciousness and flew off Dragonic after receiving treatment. The universe was shining with a pale milk-white light. Light-emitting robots filled the area to create countless characters and constellations. Satellites endlessly flew between them while emitting a strange karma. The 13 stars, which were the key points in the defensive line, shined brightly as they connected all spaceships and satellites together like a spiderweb. The glass crab's technology was this amazing? On the blue ocean planet, they looked like pretty sculptures and buildings. Nero was the one who replied. Strictly speaking, the key technologies used here are the ancient dragon race's karma technique known as magic and the colony system that make up speckled light tribe members. The glass crab's technology was used to fuse these two different techniques. Quow! A satellite brushed past Li Jinhee. Even though there seemed to be nothing in satellite's trajectory, mysterious characters flashed momentarily before disappearing. Why-yak! Wee-I, dot. The glass crab's unique whistling sounds echoed throughout this area like a whale call. As if he was crawling into this scene, Nero stretched his head out and immersed himself in this scene before continuing. If we can survive this, the Alliance's technology will advance greatly as well. I learned a lot this time as well. A defensive line created by using the dragon race's magic as the microstructure, the glass crab's technology as the structure, and the speckled light tribe's colony system as the macrostructure. Dragonic's current defensive line itself is an enormous life form. It would be alright to call it an artificial speckled light tribe warrior. The one who heartlessly cut Nero's words, which were filled with emotion, was Choi Hyuk, who had been standing nearby. And its function is? Nero glanced at Choi Hyuk before shaking his head and explaining. The inside of the defensive line is now no different from the headquarters. You can see the situation of the war when and wherever and can access the net of fate to increase its influence. Then, even if 3 enemies at the same level of Qui, which you fought, come at the same time. If we limit it to within the defensive line, we can obtain up to 70% of the net of fate. we'll be able to fight much more advantageously. Also, a fixed amount of impact from enemy attacks on our allies will automatically be absorbed by the defensive line. Also, even if Dragonic faces a sudden attack, using the connected dimension system, we can disperse the impact between the 13 stars. Arithmetically, we can face off against an army 10 times the size of ours. The problem is, our enemies will number over 100 times ours. The effectiveness was great despite how hurried they were. Nodding, Choi Hyuk asked again. And its weakness? Each time one of the 13 stars that make up the key points in the defensive line is destroyed, the effectiveness drops drastically. Also, once the defensive line collapses, it is impossible to restore. We used all the resources and treasures that could be brought over from throughout the superclusters into making this defensive line. If 3 stars are destroyed, then the control of the net of fate will drop to 50-50. We believe that if all the stars are destroyed, then it could drop to 80-20. Of course, the stars will be able to absorb a significant amount of impact because they have each been equipped with powerful dimensional distortion fields. If Kui, who you faced before, or Myol, who the Event Horizon troop encountered, personally make a move, they could be quickly destroyed. As expected, I should have killed that monster then. He had successfully landed a strike thanks to Li Jinhe, however, though Kui received a critical injury, it survived and escaped. Also, it seems, the enemy will gather around our defensive line in a day. In the Dark Universe, warning seemed to have only arrived here as the area within the defensive line shone with a milk-white light. Monsters that desired the deaths of all Carmelings quickly gathered beyond it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 187, Dark Clouds, 2. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Slow as Lightning. The warriors didn't sleep. They gathered around the defensive line created by connecting 13 stars as they observed the monsters' movements. The monsters didn't sleep either. As though they had been turned into hideous stuffed creatures, they didn't move as their black eyes glared at the Alliance warriors and the defensive line. There were common sightings of monsters with long octopus legs and a wide mouth with saw-like teeth on the top of their heads. Earthlings called them teeth krakens. It was a tense standoff. However, the warriors were belligerent even as they faced off against the enormous, threatening monster army. Come at us if you dare. They had already resolved to risk their lives the moment they gathered on Dragonic for the final resistance. The glass crab's whistling resounded lengthily like whale calls, and the universe within the 13 stars was shining brightly with a milk-white light like a sunrise. There were mysteriously appearing characters. Opinions that dying in such a beautiful place wasn't bad were spreading. However, the basics of fighting were dampening your opponent's spirits, doing the unexpected, and smashing your opponent's calculations into pieces. War started in a state no one expected. Ha! Ha! That's, dot. The monsters, which didn't move as though they were stuffed, suddenly moved aside, opening holes in between them like sponges. Meteors shot through those holes at incredible speeds. Bang! Bang! Brightly shining characters appeared on the defensive line. The shooting meteors scattered into tiny fragments when they contacted these lights. However, the defensive line and the characters making up the defensive line shook. Kriuk! The participating Earthlings felt that their vocabulary was lacking at times like this. Should they describe the sound of countless meteors crashing into the defensive line as a downpour? Simply a downpour? This might be how it sounded on Dragonic, which was the furthest from the defensive line. The sound echoed out by riding on the karma that filled the milk-white defensive line. Since their bodies were shaking, the sounds were not coming from outside but from within. Endlessly, it sounded like their flesh was ripping into 1,000 pieces and their bones were shattering into thousands of pieces by just the impact. This was the drumbeat that declared the start of the war. The monsters charged after the meteor shower. You ah! You ah! The warriors tried everything to block them, but their bodies didn't move as they wanted. While they had a lot of experience, this was their first time fighting a battle like this. A battle with superclusters' life or death on the line? A meteor shower that fell like raindrops? Each meteor seemed to possess the power to bring all life on a planet to extinction. Each one was a calamity, yet they belted the defensive line like a machine gun. This wasn't a legendary battle, rather, it seemed like they were literally flung into a myth like Ragnarok that would result in the deaths of gods. In other words, the warriors were scared. Get a hold of yourselves. The ones who didn't lose their fighting spirit in a situation like this were those from the so-called noble tribes like the Flame Wing tribe, which was born from the flames of the Big Bang, the Dark tribe, which was born from dark matter, and the Armored Soul tribe, which was born from warring civilizations in the universe and had witnessed the collapse of such civilizations. Those whose birth backgrounds were spectacular didn't lose their focus when faced with such a terrifying sight, as though they were proving why they were called nobles. They are just physical attacks. You are warriors who wield karma. Even if they were physical attacks, it was a different matter if these physical attacks could destroy planets. Still, their thunderous shouts weren't completely wrong. Since the defensive line was holding up magnificently, the majority of the meteor shower's impact was absorbed. The damage the meteor shower left was more mental than physical. Perhaps they felt something from the outstanding warriors' encouragement, but one by one, the warriors overcame their fear and focused on fighting. However, the monsters didn't wait for the warriors to recover their senses. Kuak! Grak! Grit! Teeth krakens grabbed warriors with their long legs and shoved them in their mouths, crunching down on them as they swiftly swam through space. An all-out war broke out without delay. They are collapsing faster than I thought. Li Jinhe mumbled. The most elite warriors partaking in the dragonic defensive battle were gathered at the back. There were 4 transcendent warriors. They were Choi Hyuk, Commander-in-Chief of the Event Horizon Troop Lightmaze, Vice Commander Kalen, and the Alliance-ranked 49 Darkfeet, who had been dispatched to the Perseus Pisces supercluster but couldn't retreat and had been chased here. They didn't go out to the front lines and instead observed the war situation. This was the advice of various ranking advisors under Baek Seoin. You still have to endure. Until now, we have confirmed 3 monsters at the level of Exalted Wings. We have no idea how many transcendent monsters there are besides them. They too aren't showing themselves. If you show yourselves first, there's a chance you'll be targeted. The strongest spears of both the Alliance and the monsters were still hidden in a fog. These spears would show their greatest strength when they pierced through the fog and launched a surprise attack. Exposing themselves first was more dangerous. Choi Hyuk's expression didn't seem like he quite agreed. Baek Seoin attempted to calm Choi Hyuk. Endure it for a bit and use your strength to maintain the net of fate. It is especially important to quickly maintain the timescale. The net of fate was the most powerful strategic asset the Alliance possessed. Its function didn't simply end with suppressing monsters' strength and reinforcing allies. The universe was a complicated place. Like in a movie that came out a long time ago, depending on the speed and gravity of a celestial body, an hour in one place could be a year in another. The miraculous feat of tying all these different time zones on a single timescale and allowing countless tribes to communicate with one another was only possible through the net of fate. Currently, the 4 transcendent warriors were meddling with the net of fate to make time flow slower in the Laniakea and Shapley superclusters. A day here was 4 days outside. This was possible because they were in control of over 70% of the net of fate. Because of this, the support troops would arrive faster than expected. This was why it could be better for the 4 to maintain the net of fate rather than partaking in the battle. That's why I'm worried. Yet, Choi Hyuk didn't seem to fully agree with Baek Seoin. While he doing what he was told right now, a dangerous feeling swelled as he observed the constantly updating war situation. Yek. Yei. The glass crab's whistling hadn't stopped even now, but a more ominous shriek covered their whistling sound. Kaiawea. A shriek that seemed to come from hell ripped the world around them. The teeth krakens forced their way through after the meteor shower. While the warriors endured the best they could, the front lines kept receding, and one of the key points of the defensive line, a star at the very front, happened to enter the monster's range. The shriek erupted at that moment. What? What is that? It was an enormous stake that looked like it could cover a continent. It looked like a cross. A gigantic dragon was nailed to it as it bled, its body trembling as it shrieked. Kya! Its shriek sounded like it was announcing the end of the world. Keying. Hong. Whenever the dragon shrieked or squirmed its large body, the pointy tip of the cross emitted a strange resonance, releasing a destructive power. Just. What? There weren't just one or two. 10 stakes were held up towards the star. They were so fast most warriors didn't even see an afterimage. Qua wow. Something seemed to fly by when bang exploded a moment later. Weak. Why yak? The whistling sounds of glass crabs stopped, and instead, an incredibly loud scream erupted. Qua-ah! This was the scream of the defensive line that surrounded the 13 stars and Dragonic. Having utilized the Speckled Light Tribe's colony system, the defensive line itself was no different from a similar lifeform, and this defensive line squirmed in pain. The milk-white space flickered as though there was an earthquake, and the characters that appeared mysteriously trembled. The artificial satellites and robots blew up in a chain explosion. Qua-ah-ah! The scream had yet to end. A stake that stabbed into the star's dimensional distortion field twisted its body as it slowly penetrated the distortion field and pushed its way towards the star. Kilayak! The dragon nailed on the stake trembled as it roared. It felt like the entire universe was screaming. The warriors fell into a state of panic just from the screams. Crazy! Baek Seoin swore. Then, at some point, a stake fully penetrated a star's distortion field and stabbed into the star. Unconcerned with the star's surging flames, the gigantic dragon nailed on the stake was injected into the star like a syringe. Not long after, the star exploded with a bang. Numerous warriors were swept up in this explosion and oxidized into ash. The only ones that remained were warriors of the Flame Wing tribe. Our control of the net of fate dropped to 65%. The timescale has been reset to 2.5 days from 4. Narrow's stiff, tense voice sounded out. Clang. Choi Hyuk stood up. Choi Hyuk's denial, which hung on his waist, shook with a sound. As expected, we can't keep going like this. We can't have one of our 13 stars collapse already. However, if they launch a counterattack, Baek Seoin tried to stop him, but Choi Hyuk wouldn't listen to him. Let them launch a counterattack. We'll win anyways if we endure until support arrives, right? Even if they don't, we win if we kill all the monsters at the transcendent level. If we keep waiting, we'll just die sitting as they break down our defensive line one star at a time. It hasn't been that long since this war started, yet we already lost a star. The light from the explosion had yet to reach them, who were standing near Dragonic. The reason why they could see the situation in real time was because of the net of fate, which transcended space and time. Nevertheless, Choi Hyuk looked in the direction the star exploded in. A strange feeling covered his body. While he didn't learn it, he instinctively knew what he could deny. Simultaneity. Einstein's train. According to Einstein, two objects moving at different speeds perceived the simultaneous events at different times. Someone inside a train traveling close to the speed of light would perceive lightning striking the front of the train and then the back, whereas someone outside might perceive lightning striking the front and back of the train simultaneously. Simultaneous events to someone was not the case for someone else. Existences each lived on different spacetime axes. To aliens currently standing a million light-years away, the present might be 200 years in the past or future, at least until Exalted Wings used the net of fate to fix the timescale between Carmelings. However, at this moment, Dragonic's defensive line was already misaligned with the Alliance's normal timescale. Also, due to the pressure of the monsters, there was a subtle difference in timescale between Dragonic and the outermost defensive line. If spacetime was bread, its current state wasn't a properly cut cross-section but cut diagonally so that it stuck out at the front. Choi Hyuk found what he had to do inside this. He decided to cut the part of the bread that was sticking out, the twisted spacetime. Sling. Choi Hyuk's denial was pulled out from its sheath. Whoosh. He struck out the moment he unsheathed his sword, and it stirred up dense dark matter from Dragonic to the location of the shattered star. The spacetime of the star's shattering was completely cut off. Events that could occur and events that already occurred, he denied them all. Step. When Choi Hyuk took a step, the world surrounding him shed its skin. The fragments of the shattered star and the bright light emitted when the star exploded slipped back and disappeared like plastic wrap. Then the world changed. Choi Hyuk looked around at his surroundings. He was standing where the star had been destroyed just now. However, the star was still burning brightly here. What the hell? I just die cack. The defensive line was completely restored. Even the dead warriors looked fine. However, not everything was the same. What's happening? Haoa. The revived warriors trembled as they died again. Fate and karma transcended spacetime. While spacetime was denied, the already dissipated fates and karma of the dead warriors didn't return, and the warriors who revived again had no choice but to die again. Only, because the defensive line, which was like a life form, hadn't died or was entirely a life form, it could recover its functions once spacetime was denied. For Choi Hyuk, this was enough. Kya. The stakes charged towards the star while shrieking like before. One of the stakes had been injected into the star and exploded along with it, so the dragon on it vomited blood as it died like the other warriors. There were still 9 unscathed stakes remaining. Choi Hyuk gripped his sword handle and smiled. I'm here. Try crossing over. Baba bang, dot. The 9 stakes shattered at the same time and opened the curtains for the real defensive battle. Crazy bastard. It was possible to slash through those with a sword? At the back, Lightnaze felt an unknown sense of inferiority and defeat after watching Choi Hyuk's splendid declaration of war and swore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188. Episode 11, The Grand Scheme / Chapter 188, Dark Clouds, 3. TL, Empty Cube / ED, Obelisk. Grit. She ground her teeth so hard it seemed she would bite her tongue. Blood ran between Mac's lips. Surging lightning crackled as it evaporated the blood flowing from her mouth. Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Event Horizon Troop, Kalen, glanced at Mac as he mumbled. The monsters are still using dragons as weapons. Yes, they degraded and made us into living bombs. Mac said, her voice was laced with uncontrollable rage. A large part of the dragon race's ruin was due to other tribes' disinterest, but the monsters played a large part as well. They tenaciously targeted the dragons. Not created by flames, machinery, dark matter, or a group intelligence, the dragon race were the most powerful lifeforms of blood and flesh. The monsters used dragon bodies as materials to create various weapons like the planet-destroying stake used just now. As he could sympathize with her fierce spirit since he too was the descendant of an extinct species, Kalen didn't say anything and excused himself. This isn't something that can be comforted with words. Though he understood her feelings, he was an outsider in the end. Kalen didn't look at Mac any longer, fixing his gaze on the monsters, because he knew this better than anyone else. Mac felt sorry because she felt like she vented to the wrong person, but it was only for a moment as her vision was now filled with monsters that would be killed soon enough. Yet, the situation was good. HAAA. They appeared as expected. Baek Seoin, who had been silently looking at the front lines, held his head. At some point, Choi Hyuk's appearance, which had clearly been running amok at the front, split into fragments and couldn't be seen clearly. Instead, various indiscernible images of round and square objects filled his mind, making him confused. He was referring to one thing. Transcendent monsters have appeared. When Baek Seoin turned around after saying this, there were no longer any transcendent warriors standing behind him. They had already disappeared in order to deal a severe blow to the newly appeared transcendent monsters. Ha! We're screwed. Baek Seoin held his head again. Their judgment wasn't wrong considering Choi Hyuk had already been exposed, but this progression of events was the worst since there was no doubt the other side would have more transcendence than them. Now, we can only rely on our individual capabilities. Baek Seoin mumbled as if resigning himself to this situation. He bit his lips as he unsheathed his sword. The long sword, Baek Seoin's premonition, revealed its mirror-like blade that reflected the universe. A chill shined in Baek Seoin's eyes. Bang! It was as he expected. The three who were rushing towards Choi Hyuk were ambushed before they could reach him. The monsters clearly had the advantage. 3 exalted wing-level monsters ambushed Choi Hyuk, and 7 transcendent-level monsters, who were similar in power to the top 100 of the alliance ranking, attacked the 3 transcendent warriors who were rushing to save Choi Hyuk. The unfavorable battle began at a disadvantage. Nice to meet you. You can call me J1. It was a casual voice that accompanied a casual ambush. Jay looked like an 8-year-old boy and wielded a pointy broadsword that looked rusted. It had suddenly appeared behind Choi Hyuk and swung its sword. When Choi Hyuk dodged its attack by a hair's breadth, it smiled as it blew on him. Brown smoke blew and permeated Choi Hyuk's body. Ha! Though it was unbelievable, Choi Hyuk felt dizzy. However, Jay didn't give him a chance to examine his body. Kui stood at the back due to its injuries from last time as it changed the course of the nearby monsters. The monsters were more closely connected than the previous time when they had used the chain link strategy. The monsters attacked Choi Hyuk as an enormous wave. A sea of tens of thousands of eyes filled with killing intent and teeth and claws that could rip one to shreds swarmed towards him. There seemed to be no point in differentiating whether a monster was of the high or highest rank. It was simply a cosmic disaster. Roar! Monsters within this wave were crushed by other monsters as it continued to advance faster and faster. Choi Hyuk endured this spell of dizziness as he pushed his sword into this disaster. With smooth movements as if churning cream, Choi Hyuk's denial passed through the monster's bones, flesh, and teeth. He broke the wave of monsters up as though he was slaughtering animals. Pwahaha! Hudrudurk, dot. Though the monsters pushed forward like a landslide, the moment they arrived in front of Choi Hyuk, the wave was ripped to shreds and scattered like a drizzle. Choi Hyuk calmly wielded his sword while feeling dizzy. His eyes suddenly widened. Cook! Bang! A heavy strike had been hidden behind the wave. Choi Hyuk barely managed to block it with the side of his sword. Though he blocked it, the side of his sword was pushed back against his stomach. His body bent like a twig against the impact to his abdomen. Wow! You weren't pierced through? It was really powerful this time. Anyways, I'm Myul. It was at this moment Choi Hyuk realized that Jay's attacks and Kui's attacks from behind were all in preparation for Myul's attack. It had used the fact that Choi Hyuk's focus had become hazy from Jay's attack to hide and ride in the wave of monster to increase its momentum and punch Choi Hyuk's abdomen. Kiri Ryaik. Choi Hyuk's denial, which couldn't break, buckled under the impact as it groaned. Calf. Blood gushed from Choi Hyuk's mouth. However, even in this situation, Choi Hyuk didn't bat an eye as he stared directly at Myul, who had punched him. Wow! Thrilling eyes. Flash. For 0.0001 seconds, no, in an instant even shorter than that, Choi Hyuk lost consciousness.
Did it punch my chin?
His head turned back. The right side of his chin throbbed as though it was shattered. His body was flung back, unable to withstand the impact. Only after understanding this did Choi Hyuk realize that he had been hit. While it was for an extremely short instant, Choi Hyuk had lost consciousness. His physical body from when he was human was simply a shell now.
His body now moved using karma, yet he fainted? Whether this made sense or not, Choi Hyuk sighed in sincere admiration. Ha!
It was the first time he had experienced this.
To think that he would lose consciousness after taking a blow from his opponent during a fight?
This didn't happen even when he faced Narsi, a highest-ranked monster, when he was a high-ranked warrior. The monster known as Myol was of similar strength to Choi Hyuk.
Even if he considered that it had Kui and Jae's assistance, its punch just now contained unbelievable talent. Ha! You blocked that too? However, it wasn't only Choi Hyuk who sighed in admiration. Forgetting to attack Choi Hyuk again, Myol alternated its gaze between its fist and Choi Hyuk as it sighed in admiration. Even in its perspective, its punch just now was perfect. Its punch just now was the most covert, most destructive, and most timely punch it had thrown since birth. Yet, Choi Hyuk blocked this with the side of his sword. Of course, he didn't completely withstand the impact and fainted momentarily due to the blow to his chin. I blocked it?
Though Choi Hyuk was dazed by Myol's mumbling, it was true.
If he hadn't blocked it, that would have been the deciding blow. Still, Choi Hyuk didn't remember blocking it.
It was either he blocked it unconsciously or he forgot after blocking it. Whatever the case, it left a huge blow to his pride.
Choi Hyuk's gaze became cold.
A smile hung crookedly on his lips. It felt like all the hairs on his body were raised and each cell had eyes. A powerful awakening controlled him. The pure, savage emotions Choi Hyuk had always suppressed were released without any restriction as they ran amok. He wasn't the type to talk a lot during a fight, but without being aware of it, his mouth spoke with a pretentious air.
It hurts?
Choi Hyuk didn't know what he was saying after experiencing this feeling for the first time during a fight.
Myol was the first rival he had met in his life. Blase. A white light shined from Lee Jin-hee's raised sword, illuminating its surroundings.
Lee Jin-hee's vow was notifying her that Choi Hyuk needed her help.
I need to protect him. But how?
The situation was different from before. Lee Jin-hee's vow only shined, it was unable to show her a path. Lee Jin-hee thought she knew the reason. While she wasn't certain, there was no doubt there were at least two exalted wing-level monsters attacking Choi Hyuk. There was also no doubt that she would die a dog's death if she rushed in to help Choi Hyuk.
Then what about the other transcendent warriors?
Helping them was also impossible. The most rational scenario was where they quickly defeated their enemies and went to help Choi Hyuk, but joining a fight between 3 transcendent warriors and 7 transcendent monsters would be a one-way ticket to dying a dog's death.
Lee Jin-hee's vow didn't know what to do as it simply shined brightly.
Baek Seoin shouted at Lee Jin-hee, who didn't know what to do.
There's no other way now. We need to protect the 13 stars no matter what. If our defensive line remains intact, the transcendent monsters will weaken to a degree. Our duty is to protect the 13 stars so none of them are destroyed. Blase.